An old sorcerer traverses into a foreign realm, becoming a hybrid of a behemoth and a naga. In this otherworldly continent, he thrives with formidable prowess. Chapter 1. Prologue: The Awakening. In the desolate mountains of the northern region of the Elon continent, the midday sun casts its golden rays upon the brush-laden earth, evoking a languid sensation as a gentle spring breeze sweeps through. Amidst this serene atmosphere, a cavalcade of approximately 200 horsemen meanders leisurely along the path. Leading this contingent is Baron Rank, a figure regarded as a hero in accordance with the customs of Elon, who is currently guiding his band on a journey across the continent. However, Baron Rank is not, as he appears, his means of livelihood lies in the enslavement of others. Ostensibly a revered hero, he is, in truth, a notorious slave trader. At this moment, he finds himself deep within the heart of the Orc Kingdom, having recently pillaged a sizable fox clan, slaughtering the majority of its inhabitants and capturing the young women for his own nefarious purposes. Convinced of his meticulous execution, Baron Rank believes that the absence of witnesses will delay the Orc's discovery of his heinous act for several days, by which time he intends to have vacated their territory. This is not an isolated incident. Baron Rank has repeatedly invaded this region for slave capture, inciting deep animosity among the Orc populace. Yet they have been powerless to retaliate. The vast expanse of the Orc Kingdom spans over 7 million square kilometers, yet houses merely 10 million inhabitants, averaging less than 2 individuals per square kilometer. The terrain is predominantly rugged and hilly, ideal for covert operations. Under such circumstances, not even an army of 20,000 would be likely to uncover his activities. In an effort to curb the menace of slave traders, the Orc Kingdom has made certain arrangements, stationing their strongest warrior races along the borders while relocating the less combative tribes deeper into the kingdom. This strategy has, to some degree, curtailed human slavers' incursions. Nevertheless, for Baron Rank, these measures pose little hindrance. His expertise lies in navigation. He possesses an uncanny knack for discovering unexpected paths, circumventing the border guards of the Orc Kingdom, allowing him to conduct his plunders with impunity. On this occasion, he has successfully amassed a fortune, capturing a dozen beautiful fox slave girls, each valued at 200 gold coins, in addition to furs, magical cores, and a gemstone ring belonging to the clan leader, totaling nearly 5,000 gold coins. For Baron Rank, this is a considerable sum, as his investment for leading 200 men, including horses and equipment, amounts to only 2,000 gold coins, with annual expenses a mere few hundred. However, the matter of disposing of his ill-gotten gains presents a significant challenge, as the relationship between the human and Orc kingdoms is amicable, with both forbidding the trade of each other's slaves. Yet, this is merely a facade. In truth, both human nobles and Orc leaders possess their fair share of slaves from the opposing race, acquired through the very traders Baron Rank represents. When humans raid the Orc kingdom, Orc heroes similarly wreak havoc within human territory. Isa, mutual understanding of their respective predations. "My lord, we are in grave danger," exclaimed Lottie anxiously. "What is the matter?" Baron Rank inquired, perplexed. At Lottie's words, Baron Rank's heart raced. Despite commanding 200 soldiers, their combat efficacy was lackluster, comprising mostly ordinary infantrymen with minimal training. The remainder included only a handful of skilled fighters, with the sole exception being a contingent of 20 heavy infantry. While they could easily intimidate the Fox tribe against the warrior races of the Orcs, they would be courting death, as even a modest gathering of bull-headed warriors could easily obliterate them. Could we have been ambushed? Lottie speculated. Impossible. There are no Orc aerial forces nearby, nor any tribes. This is a barren wasteland, devoid of even magical beasts. What threat could there be to our Griffin cavalry? Baron Rank replied, shaking his head. As they pondered the situation, the ground suddenly trembled, reminiscent of a meticulously trained cavalry approaching. However, neither Lottie nor Baron Rank would naively believe it to be riders. The hilly terrain could not produce such synchronized footfalls. As the tremors grew nearer, they were soon astonished to behold the source of the commotion. From a small hilltop 100 meters away, a colossal head emerged, a monstrous visage with a gaping maw, its razor-sharp teeth measuring over a foot in length, capable of swallowing an entire warhorse whole. Despite merely revealing a head, The sheer terror radiating from it left all present in a state of paralysis. As the creature ascended the hill, a terrifying behemoth came into view, its muscular form dwarfing everything around it. Though it crawled akin to a gorilla, its height easily exceeded 10 meters. Its robust forearms were 3 meters in circumference, and its massive claws bore an intimidating sharpness, capable of rending even dragon scales asunder. Upon reaching the summit, it halted and unleashed a thunderous roar, sending forth a nearly visible wave of sound that scattered sand and stone, reverberating for miles. The horses within Baron Rank's troop collapsed in fright, succumbing to their fear. Such overwhelming power revealed the terrifying visage of the king of beasts. Behemoth. Baron Rank stammered, utterly petrified. Even without having encountered such a renowned 7th-tier creature, its fearsome reputation born from countless bloody battles was well known. This was a being that even dragons dared not provoke. His entire troop would scarcely serve as a morsel for it. Baron Rank remained in shock. Peculiar beings appeared flanking the behemoth. A cadre of 20 serpentine women, each adorned with finely crafted leather armor and wielding an array of weapons, knives, swords, shields, bows, and guns, exuded a palpable aura of menace. Heaven's 6-armed Naga. Baron Rank felt the weight of despair descend upon him. The Naga, renowned as one of the most formidable warrior races among the orcs, are born with 2 arms, but upon reaching adulthood, they sprout an additional pair. The 4-armed Naga represents a 5th-tier warrior, while only a select few undergo rigorous training to achieve the transformation into 6-armed Naga. Just as Baron Rank struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene, 2 exquisite Naga women emerged from behind. One possessed 8 arms, while the other astonishingly boasted 10. Adorned in opulent attire embellished with gold, silver, and various gemstones, they shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Upon sighting them, Baron Rank grasped the truth within the Naga race. Only one individual is known to possess 10 arms: Natasha, the legendary prophet and one of the 3 great powers of the Orc Kingdom. While her influence may not surpass that of the reigning king, her status is unparalleled, with even the current monarch bowing in her presence. As for the 8-armed Naga beside her, she was undoubtedly Natasha's personal bodyguard, Lilith, who was inseparable from Natasha and was often referred to as Natasha's shadow. I could see that moment. She was toying with the head of a griffin, the blood still fresh upon it, which Baron Rank recognized at once as one of the griffins he had dispatched. "Damn humans! How dare you come here? You possess such audacity!" Lilith scoffed. "If we hadn't stumbled upon this creature, you might have actually managed to slip away." With that, she discarded the griffin's head onto the ground. Upon hearing this, Baron Rank felt an overwhelming desire to slap himself. He cursed inwardly, questioning why he had ever purchased such a worthless griffin. Not only had he wasted a considerable sum, but he had also attracted this group of perverse beings. Here he was, facing Natasha, the legendary prophet, and her behemoth, which could annihilate an army of 20,000, while he led a mere 200 men. How could he possibly survive this encounter? Natasha pointed at the bound foxwoman on horseback, her voice crisp and melodious, yet imbued with a commanding authority, and coldly inquired, "Wretched slave trader, do you have anything to say for yourself?" "I refuse," Natasha declared with anger. "Keep your money for a coffin. In the name of the prophet of the Orc Kingdom, I hereby sentence you to death. Execute them." With a decisive wave of her hand, the 6-armed Naga warriors charged towards Baron Rank and his men with a unified battle cry. The behemoth, meanwhile, let out a thunderous roar, crouched low, and then sprang into the air. Possessing tremendous leaping ability, it could soar dozens of meters high and cover vast distances, relishing the opportunity to dive down upon its prey with its immense weight. Upon witnessing this, Baron Rank sank into despair. Faced with such formidable foes, they had no hope of combat, let alone escape. His warhorses were still struggling on the ground, unable to move. In this dire situation, death seemed to be the only fate awaiting him, and he felt a profound sense of helplessness, finally understanding the plight of the weaker races he had once plundered. However, although Baron Rank was paralyzed by shock, his aide, Lottie, was not yet resigned to his fate. He shouted, "Archers, fire! Everyone else, form up and prepare to fight." Unfortunately, no sooner had he uttered these words than he was struck through the throat by a long arrow unique to the Naga. The remaining men were paralyzed with fear, losing all will to fight, and they turned to flee. Only a sparse handful of arrows were loosed at the leaping behemoth. Yet just when everyone believed the battle would swiftly conclude, a sudden bolt of blue lightning struck from the clear sky, hitting the highest arrow shot by the humans. Under the tremendous energy of the lightning, the ordinary arrow underwent a miraculous transformation first. The wooden shaft disintegrated into ash, and then the metal tip was infused with power, instantly forging it into a blade of exquisite steel. Simultaneously, the force of the lightning propelled the metal arrowhead to an unparalleled velocity, resulting in a blinding flash as it pierced Natasha's abdomen, shattering her dragon skin armor and sinking deep within her flesh. Moreover, the behemoth, still in midair, let out a pained cry before crashing down heavily. Blood gushed from between its legs, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that one of its testicles had been pierced. The behemoth's lower body resembled that of a dog, partially retracted, revealing only a small portion, yet it was this very part that had sustained the injury. Clearly, the arrow had first penetrated the behemoth before striking Natasha. Nevertheless, the behemoth, the king of beasts, displayed no signs of cowardice despite its wounds. Instead, it became even more ferocious. It lunged forward, extending its massive right paw and delivering a devastating blow to the bewildered Baron Rank. With a thunderous crash, Baron Rank and the warhorse beneath him were obliterated, their remains flung several hundred meters away, crashing into a cluster of rocks, where they lay, reduced to a mangled heap. Such was the terrifying power of the behemoth. The other Naga warriors were filled with righteous fury. As Natasha's protectors, they felt it a grave humiliation for their master to be harmed by such foolish humans. Thus, they unleashed their wrath, wielding their weapons with the ferocity of a whirlwind, mercilessly striking down anyone in their path. Those who attempted to flee were also cut down, their bodies mutilated. In mere minutes, the 200 men had been entirely annihilated. Following the battle, the Naga began to cleanse the battlefield, liberating their foxkin, while Natasha initiated healing spells for both herself and the behemoth. As a legendary prophet, her restorative magic was exceedingly powerful. With a few radiant green flashes, she healed their wounds and expelled the arrowhead from her body. With lingering questions in her mind, Natasha and her companions resumed their journey. As time passed, she soon forgot the incident, and no one, including herself, realized that a malevolent force from another realm had successfully arrived, planting the seeds for chaos that would one day engulf the entire Elon continent. Chapter 2. The emergence of the demon lord. Time slips by like a fleeting shadow, and the years weave through existence like an unending thread. A year later, in the dead of night, within a secluded villa belonging to Natasha in the Orc Kingdom, she reclines on her bed, while Lilith stands solemnly beside her. Their expressions are grave, fixated on a basket resting upon the bed, containing a newborn infant, delivered just an hour earlier by Natasha. Ever since Natasha had sustained her injuries, she was astonished to discover that she was pregnant, a revelation that left her both bewildered and perplexed. It is noteworthy that Natasha, with her exceptional prowess, often invoked feelings of inadequacy in any male who approached her. Priding herself on her purity and lofty aspirations, she devoted her time to rigorous training, remaining a virgin until now. How could a maiden conceive? This outcome was simply beyond Natasha's comprehension. Nevertheless, regardless of her thoughts, pregnancy is an undeniable reality, a fact she cannot dismiss. For someone of Natasha's stature, childbirth is a significant, even sacred affair, for this child is destined to inherit her esteemed position. Even if the child possesses no skills, the extensive connections of Natasha would ensure he becomes a pivotal figure in the Orc Kingdom. Moreover, being of legendary prophetic lineage, how could he possibly amount to nothing? Thus, if word of Natasha's childbirth were to spread, not only would the Orc Kingdom take immense notice, but the entire continent would be stirred into a frenzy, all due to Natasha's formidable influence. Yet, she chose to conceal this monumental event, retreating under the guise of meditation and quietly bringing Lilith to this remote border region, far from the capital of the Orc Kingdom. The origins of this child were exceedingly enigmatic, and Natasha instinctively sensed that matters were fraught with complexity. Hence, she resolved to wait until after the birth to determine whether to make it public. As it turned out, Natasha's apprehensions were well-founded, for the child she bore was indeed peculiar. To describe him, he bore little resemblance to a Naga, appearing instead more akin to a human. At first glance, his head, though mature and resolute, did not resemble that of a newborn but rather that of a seasoned sage. However, the peculiarities did not end there. He possessed 4 arms, 2 long legs, and an elongated tail. The upper pair of arms resembled those of a typical Naga child, long and robust, fair and appealing, while the lower pair was astonishingly thick, more than double the girth of the upper limbs, ending in sharp claws instead of flat nails. Furthermore, the lower arms extended dramatically, with the upper ones capable of reaching the knees and the lower ones extending down to the soles of his feet, sharing a single shoulder on each side. The length of these limbs rivaled that of an orangutan. Moreover, the lower arms were covered in dense, short hairs, resembling a protective armor, albeit in a rather unappealing grayish hue. Notably, his tail, positioned akin to that of a monkey, was shaped entirely like a Naga's serpent tail, hard, resilient, and adorned with minute scales, stretching over a meter long, surpassing his own height. In her 2 centuries of existence, Natasha had never encountered such a creature. Should this be revealed as the offspring of the legendary seer Natasha, chaos would surely ensue in the Orc Kingdom, and the entire continent would mock her, tarnishing the reputation of the Orc Kingdom. How could she ever face others again? Thus, both Natasha and Lilith found themselves in a quandary. As for the little one, he remained silent, his large, dark eyes curiously observing his mother, who boasted 10 arms. Internally, he mused, "Goodness, today I have opened my eyes to a wondrous creature. And she is my mother. How utterly fascinating. Is it excessive for a newborn to possess such intricate thoughts? In truth, it is not surprising at all, as the child is from another world." This individual, known as Xie, whose courtesy name is Wu Wei, hailed from the late Yuan and early Ming dynasty. Upon his birth, his left eye was significantly larger than the right, resembling a cow's eye juxtaposed with a green bean. A sight so terrifying that even the midwife was left in shock, prompting his family to abandon him immediately. Fortunately, fate spared him, as he was rescued by a childless teacher who bestowed upon him his name. Due to his extraordinary appearance, Xie endured relentless bullying during his childhood, which fostered a cynical disposition. Despite his unattractive visage, he possessed exceptional talents, mastering various skills with remarkable ease. In his youth, he often retaliated against those who tormented him, much to the chagrin of his adoptive father. However, tragedy struck when, at the age of 12, the old teacher passed away. By that time, Xie had absorbed a wealth of knowledge from his mentor. Alas, his appearance hindered him from walking a righteous path. Following his mentor's death, he was cast out by the townsfolk. After a year of wandering, he finally encountered a notorious dark sorcerer who recognized Xie's potential and took him on as an apprentice. Thus began Xie's deep immersion into the world of dark cultivation, a path he would tread with fervor. Xie's arduous childhood instilled in him a profound appreciation for the rarity of good fortune. He diligently honed his craft, and with his extraordinary innate talent, he thrived, soon becoming one of the foremost practitioners of the dark arts within a century. After another 100 years, he roamed the realm, invincible in his pursuits. Although he had reached a level of power sufficient to confront tribulations after 200 years of rigorous training, he stubbornly restrained his own strength, choosing instead to linger in the mortal realm, indulging in pleasures. Known for his licentiousness, he earned the moniker Evil Demon of Lust, dominating the Middle Kingdom for decades, having plundered countless female cultivators. With his formidable strength and a legion of followers, no one dared to challenge him. Eventually, a female cultivator, seeking to gain his trust, offered herself to him, suggesting a journey to the west for leisure. Having grown weary of the east, Xie was enticed by this proposition. Thus, amidst the cheers of eastern cultivators, the old demon lord ventured westward to wreak havoc. He amassed a harem of holy maidens and vampire princesses, earning the ire of the Pope, who directly confronted him, rendering him incapacitated. The 12 Knights of the Round Table suffered either death or grievous injury, compelling the church to acquiesce. The vampire clans also voiced their dissent, resulting in the obliteration of 3 of the 13 noble families, while the remainder complied. Furthermore, Xie subdued various beings from the west, including werewolves, sorcerers, yin-yang masters, and practitioners of curses. In essence, he triumphed over nearly every extraordinary entity in the western realms. Due to Xie's extreme depravity, he became virtually invincible, transcending the realms of good and evil, earning him the clandestine title of Invincible across East and West. While outwardly a compliment, it secretly cursed him to a life devoid of virility. Aware of the multitude of his enemies, he surrounded himself with loyal minions, and, being inherently cautious, he managed to thrive despite numerous assassination attempts, always emerging unscathed. However, while mortals may deceive one another, they cannot deceive the heavens. Although he was invincible in the mortal realm, he was inevitably destined to confront the peril of heavenly tribulations. When that time arrived, his numerous foes from all corners of the world would undoubtedly show him no mercy. Furthermore, the sycophants he had coerced with threats and temptations might not lend him their support. They could very well seize the opportunity to betray him. Old Xie was acutely aware of these realities. Thus, he had consistently refrained from facing the tribulations until, at the age of over 600, he could no longer suppress the formidable power surging within him and was compelled to discreetly retreat in order to undergo the tribulation in secret. Regrettably, by the time he sought to transcend, the modern era had arrived, teeming with people, leaving no tranquil place on the globe. Driven by desperation, Old Xie had no choice but to conceal himself in the deepest recesses of the Antarctic continent during the polar night, hoping to surreptitiously navigate the tribulation. However, he was ultimately discovered by his adversaries. Chapter 3. Cast aside again upon reflection, it is only natural that in this modern society, where satellites abound, the tempestuous spectacle of a thunderstorm spanning several hundred miles cannot escape human notice. Moreover, amidst the pitch-black Antarctic night, the countless silver serpents of lightning shine like beacons, making them exceedingly easy to detect. Thus, it was not long after the onset of the calamity that Old Xie found himself besieged by a host of adversaries. Former foes, the Western Church and vampires, the Eastern demonic sects and righteous paths, now stood united as comrades in battle. Despite Old Xie's formidable prowess, faced with thousands of elite practitioners, he had no choice but to evade their advances. In ordinary circumstances, he could simply leave without a trace, as they would not even graze his hair. However, the gravity of the calamity looming above him was no trifling matter. With no alternative, Old Xie steeled himself and engaged in combat. After 3 days and nights of fierce struggle, he could no longer withstand the onslaught. Just before the final, most potent bolt of lightning struck, he was gravely injured and on the brink of death. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to the method of reincarnation, relinquishing his physical form and all his cultivation to be reborn anew. However, as his spell was cast, the mightiest bolt of lightning descended, and in a daze, Old Xie felt his essence drifting away, ultimately arriving in this peculiar place. Reflecting on Old Xie's life, it was a saga of unrivaled prowess and boundless ambition, marked by a profound disregard for convention, truly a glorious existence. He had seduced countless beautiful and influential women, vanquished formidable opponents, dared to confront the most powerful popes, and crushed the most nefarious vampire clans into submission. The most righteous figures trembled at the mere mention of his name, while the most depraved sorcerers bowed before him in reverence. During his lifetime, Old Xie represented the darkest hour for all supernatural beings. In his overwhelming presence, adversaries either submitted in servitude or met a glorious demise. There was no other option. For 4 centuries, Old Xie endured such a life, and weariness began to creep in. Thus, upon his rebirth, he felt not a hint of despondency, but rather an exhilarating sense of liberation. He bore no animosity towards those who had sought his demise. Recognizing them as victims of circumstance, he understood that in this world, debts must eventually be repaid. Now, gazing upon his mother, radiant with maternal grace yet untouched by the love of motherhood, Old Xie was suddenly overcome with an indescribable emotion. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, a sensation so exquisite that he became entranced, unable to extricate himself from its embrace. Compared to this feeling, the allure of beautiful women and the pursuit of dominion seemed trivial. Unable to contain his thoughts, Old Xie silently vowed, "O deities above, as I embark on this new life, although my appearance remains extraordinary, as long as I have a mother to bestow upon me the love of humanity, I swear to devote my existence to goodness." Yet, Natasha's subsequent remark instantly brought forth a torrent of tears from Old Xie. With a heart laden with sorrow, Natasha declared, "Lilith, tidy him up and cast him away." Even the indomitable Old Xie could not suppress his anguish upon hearing his own mother speak of abandoning him. Tears cascaded down his face like a waterfall, and his tiny fists clenched tightly, veins bulging with emotion. "Ah!" Lilith exclaimed, taken aback. Miss, please don't. If necessary. We can claim he is my child, can we not? No. Natasha replied in torment. They will see through the ruse. My reputation may be of little consequence, but my status demands that I cannot allow the entire orc kingdom to bear the shame. But miss, look. The child is crying. He was just smiling. Yet now he weeps upon your words. Surely, he must be a gift from the gods. You cannot treat him this way. Lilith implored. Lilith, as a legendary seer, I am perhaps the closest to divinity than anyone else. If the gods had blessed me, would I not be aware? Natasha lamented. His arrival is merely coincidental. With that, she cradled old Sia in her arms, and as she observed his heart-wrenching expression, her own heart ached. Child, I know you possess an extraordinary lineage. Even while carrying you, I sensed a powerful energy emanating from within you, one that has enhanced my own strength. However, I must apologize, for my duty to my nation as image prevails. If possible, I would gladly sacrifice my life to atone for this, but now, I must abandon you. Please, my child, forgive me. Hearing his mother's heartfelt pleas. For reasons unknown, old Sia's fury dissipated like smoke. His countenance gradually regained its composure, and his clenched fists relaxed, though a subtle sorrow lingered, deepening in intensity. Witnessing old Sia's response, Natasha's heart shattered, and she embraced him tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Yet, being a person of iron will, she soon composed herself, gently placing old Sia into a cradle. With 10 arms clasped together in prayer, she began to chant, and a powerful wave of magical energy emanated from her being. Old Sia furrowed his brow, immediately sensing that she was casting a formidable spell. It was unwise to unleash such a potent force while still recovering from childbirth, as it would undoubtedly harm her. Natasha, with her vast knowledge, could not be unaware of the risks. What was her intent? Just as old Sia pondered this, a faint green light shot from Natasha's brow, striking old Sia's own. Instantly, a torrent of complex information flooded his mind. With a bit of discernment, he realized it was an entire system of cultivation methods from foreign realms. It became clear that in her attempt to atone for her misdeeds, his mother was willing to sacrifice her own vitality to leave behind a foundation for old Sia's future self-preservation. Truly a labor of love. Chapter 4. Encountering humanity nevertheless. Regardless of how much the old villain cursed the heavens' arrangements, he, now reduced to the form of an infant, could not alter this reality. He was cast away once more. The sole distinction this time was that, unlike the last occasion when he was abandoned in a frigid wasteland, nearly succumbing to the cold, he was now unceremoniously thrown into a river, drifting aimlessly, uncertain of what fate lay ahead. Sighing, he resigned himself to his predicament. Shortly after being tossed into the river, the old villain began an introspective examination, seeking to thoroughly understand the peculiar body he inhabited. After meticulous scrutiny, he nearly erupted with exhilaration. To his astonishment, he discovered that the innate quality of this body was astonishingly unparalleled. In his previous life, he had possessed commendable innate talent, a rarity that appeared once in a millennium. Yet, compared to this new body, it paled in comparison by an extraordinary margin. If one were to quantify his previous innate talent as a 10, this incarnation's would undoubtedly exceed 10,000. This was no mere human physique. Even elephants would be dwarfed by its might. Unbeknownst to the old villain, his current form surpassed that of an elephant in strength. The so-called innate talent is fundamentally a measure of physical prowess, directly correlated with lineage. Just as an elephant's physical capabilities far surpass those of a human, the old villain's lineage traced back to the ancient behemoth, the Bimon, mightier by innumerable degrees. It turned out that Natasha's pregnancy was a consequence of her earlier assault. The arrow that struck her abdomen had first penetrated the Bimon's egg, thereby delivering a trace of Bimon's sperm into Natasha, resulting in her conception. Thus, the old villain's father was indeed a Bimon, and possessing Bimon blood. How could his physical prowess be anything less than extraordinary? This delightful revelation banished the old villain's despair at being discarded, igniting a burgeoning excitement within him. It is well known that attaining mastery in cultivation hinges on one's innate gifts, which can be divided into 2 essential categories: innate talent and understanding. The latter refers to wisdom. Both are indispensable. Without commendable innate talent, even the most astute individual would struggle to cultivate formidable powers. Conversely, a fool, regardless of physical strength, could never ascend to mastery. The old villain's wisdom was evident, His primordial spirit remained unchanged from his previous life, retaining unparalleled sagacity. Coupled with his nearly monstrous innate talent, it was clear that he was destined to wield overwhelming power in this lifetime. With strength on his side, what did he have to fear? Resolving this, the old villain cast aside distractions and embarked on his inaugural foundational cultivation since arriving in this era. The external cultivation technique was originally known as the refining jade method, purportedly created by Chiyu. It emphasized the absorption of the most potent and vigorous essences of the universe, forging the body into an indomitable artifact. Legend has it that when mastered, one could withstand divine tribulations merely through physical resilience, achieving an unbreakable form. Combined with the extraordinary strength he cultivated, he would become invincible. As for the internal cultivation technique, it was called Sky Repairing Force, said to be founded by Emperor Xianyuan. This method focused on absorbing the softest and most yielding energies of the world to forge the primordial spirit into an unyielding entity, capable of unleashing the most formidable of spells. Rumor has it that mastery of this technique would not only render one invulnerable to various subtle arts, but also grant control over space, and even time, powers akin to those of deities. In his previous life, aided by various prodigious treasures, the old villain had honed his external technique to a staggering level. His physical strength rivaled that of advanced flying swords, and on one occasion, he had been covertly attacked with a hydrogen bomb, an explosion that obliterated an entire city, leaving him merely slightly injured. Since that day, no one dared to plot against him again, and he earned the moniker the Undying Strongman behind his back. Regarding his internal spirit cultivation, although he had not grasped the final aspect of time manipulation, he had achieved spatial control. In combat, he would typically manipulate space to appear directly beside his opponent, delivering a single devastating blow that shattered all defenses and flesh. Few could withstand such a strike, as he would seal off all avenues of escape, leaving his adversaries with no choice but to confront the sheer might of his iron fist. It was through these two formidable techniques that the old villain could traverse the world undefeated. In this new life, with his primordial spirit intact and techniques still retained, though his essence had weakened to an extreme, he needed to rebuild his cultivation. Under such circumstances, the old villain was not inclined to relinquish the formidable powers he once wielded. As for the set of techniques gifted by his mother, he had yet to fully comprehend them. Perhaps he could practice them casually at times, but he would never take them seriously. For he could discern that while his mother was undoubtedly a top-tier expert, she was still considerably inferior to the prowess he had once possessed. With these thoughts in mind, the old villain hesitated no longer and began his focused meditation. As he summoned the remnants of the profound energy within his primordial spirit, a shroud of dark mist gradually enveloped him. Were someone observing from the riverbank, they would surely be astonished to find that the cradle upon the water had vanished, replaced by a swirling mass of black fog. A formidable pressure emanated from this mist, causing the fish and even crocodiles in the river to flee in terror, not daring to approach. Time passed in an indeterminate fashion until the old villain finally concluded his practice. At that moment, he noticed exquisite, colorful tattoos adorning his body, a white tiger on his chest, a black tortoise on his back, a green dragon on his left arm, and a vermilion bird on his right. These were not mere tattoos. They were the foundational 4-symbols array from the refining jade method. The most remarkable feature of this method is that it inscribes formations onto the flesh as tattoos, significantly enhancing various attributes of the body, akin to forging artifacts. To illustrate the basic 4-symbols array, the white tiger enhances physical strength and resilience, the black tortoise augments defense and recovery, the green dragon increases agility, and the vermilion bird amplifies destructive power. As the old villain's powers grew, even this quartet of formations could elevate his physical capabilities manifold. With the potential to incorporate additional formations, the final extent of enhancement remained a mystery, a realm seemingly without limits. At that moment, the old villain suddenly felt a pang of hunger. After all, he had yet to partake of any nourishment since his birth. It seemed that several days had elapsed during his cultivation, so it was no wonder he felt famished, yet lacking the strength to seek sustenance. He begrudgingly succumbed to slumber to quell the fire of hunger within. When the old villain awoke from his stupor once more, he was taken aback to find several oddly adorned humans before him. They were undoubtedly human, resembling those from his previous life. Yet their physiques and skin tones bore a resemblance to Europeans, particularly with their blonde hair and blue eyes. This was the first time the old villain encountered beings resembling himself, and he could hardly contain a flicker of excitement, thinking he might have found salvation. However, upon overhearing their conversation, that excitement swiftly morphed into fury. "What is that thing?" inquired a shifty-eyed individual. The old villain inwardly cursed, "Damnable creature. Daring to refer to me as thing. Just wait until I grow up. I shall ensure your demise." Chapter 5. An old mage who knows. I have never seen him before. However, judging by his arms, he seems to be a Naga, but aren't Nagas born with 2 arms? Furthermore, Nagas have snake tails, yet he has legs. Another individual remarked in confusion. Clearly, this is a monster. From the beast skins that wrap around him, he might be a discarded abomination. "Let's just take the skins and throw him away," suggested a third person. "Damn it, is this bastard trying to freeze me to death?" Old Evil cursed inwardly. "That would be unwise. We should make use of him, dismember him, and use his flesh to catch demonic crocodiles." The first individual suddenly proposed. "Ah, you wretched thing. Don't you dare make me come back to life, or I will tear you into pieces." Old Evil was nearly driven to madness. As they spoke, they had already stripped Old Evil bare, taking away not only the beast's skins, but also the basket. Subsequently, one of them casually drew a dagger, preparing to slay Old Evil. Alas, Old Evil was merely an infant at that moment, and a famished one at that, devoid of any strength to resist. He could only close his eyes and await his demise. The gloom in his heart was indescribable. He lamented, "I, who once traversed the world unchallenged, dominating for hundreds of years, never anticipated ending up in such a state. How tragic." However, at that moment, another person suddenly shouted, "Wait. I just thought of a better idea." "What good idea?" Another inquired eagerly. "I believe we could sell him for a good price," the excited individual declared. The others immediately ceased their actions, eagerly asking, "Oh, sell him to whom?" "To that old mage who often visits our town. Don't forget, he buys live magical beasts from us every year, and the rarer the species, the more he fancies them. Last time, I saw him pay a staggering 10 gold coins for a first-level firebird." The enthusiastically animated individual elaborated. "Really?" Another exclaimed in astonishment. "That seems impossible. That creature appears to be of little use." "Of course it's true. Although the firebird has limited utility, remember, it flies fast and is rare, thus seldom captured alive. What is scarce is precious, hence its high price." The speaker grinned lewdly. "However, compared to this fellow we have, he is undoubtedly rarer than the firebird. He must be unique in the world. Perhaps we could sell him for 100 gold coins, and then we would strike it rich." "That makes sense." The other two immediately nodded in excitement. "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry," the eager individual urged. "The old mage is leaving soon. We must act quickly, or we will have to wait another 2 or 3 years for his return." Without further ado, they hastily wrapped Old Evil back up and placed him in the cradle, then swiftly set off. That evening, after a long journey, they finally arrived at a small town. They navigated through the dilapidated streets they were familiar with and reached a tavern. Completely enveloped in beast skins, Old Evil could see nothing, only hear the clamor of voices, indicating a sizable crowd inside. After inquiring with the tavern keeper about the old mage's residence, they hurried upstairs and knocked on a door. "Who is it?" A frail voice called from within. "Esteemed mage, we are a group of adventurers, and we apologize for intruding. But we have come across something extraordinarily special that you might find intriguing," one of them said, ingratiatingly. "Oh, then come in." The voice responded immediately. Upon hearing this, they opened the door and entered. There sat a sprightly old man with a white beard, who eagerly urged them. "What is it? Show me." "Yes, yes." One person quickly placed the cradle before the mage, unwrapping it to reveal the peculiar Old Evil within. The old mage's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he inquired, "What is this?" "I know he is an infant. I meant what his race is." The old mage pressed impatiently. "Well, sorry, we don't know." The individual replied sheepishly. "Then where did you find him?" The mage asked, his curiosity piqued. "Oh, we found him by a small river in the woods." The honest individual responded. He was aware that the mage was not easily deceived, having witnessed several who dared to trick the old mage being burned alive. It was said that mages possessed a special spell that could discern lies, rendering them impossible to deceive. The old mage fell silent, directly picking up Old Evil to scrutinize him. Naturally, while the mage observed Old Evil, the latter was also assessing the old mage. A master. Old Evil's initial impression of the old mage was thus. Though the mage was not as formidable as his mother, he was not far off, by Earth standards. This old mage could be considered a grandmaster. However, for old evil, a grandmaster was nothing extraordinary. He had vanquished many, thus he felt little admiration for the old mage. Yet, the old mage was thoroughly captivated by the unique old evil, as if cherishing a rare treasure, continuously admiring him and occasionally chuckling lewdly. This infuriated old evil to no end. He longed to retaliate, but lacked the strength to do so. Finally, a cunning idea struck him. All present were dumbfounded, including the old mage. As a powerful being, the old mage held a significant status, and to be publicly urinated on, even if only by a child, was a disgrace too great for him to bear. The old mage's fury quickly manifested, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, causing the others to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down their faces to the point they could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground. Only old evil remained unaffected, maintaining a proud gaze locked with the old mage. Although he understood he was no match for the mage, the dignity of a strong being instilled in him no fear or retreat, even if it meant being slain by the old mage. He would never allow anyone to look down upon him or act with impunity. The murderous gaze of the old mage was inadvertently intimidated by old evil's defiant demeanor. He could not fathom why this child exhibited no fear of him. Could it truly be a case of ignorance breeding bravery? While the mage pondered this perplexity, his attention was suddenly drawn to the mark on old evil's forehead. As the mage's aura pressed down, the imprint left by old evil's mother began to emerge. Upon seeing the beast claw-shaped green mark, the old mage was taken aback, his murderous intent evaporating, replaced by a complex amalgamation of emotions: shock, curiosity, confusion, and above all, intrigue. He scarcely had time to wipe away the urine from his face before eagerly reaching out to touch the mark on old evil's forehead, quickly confirming the aura within. It resembles so closely, the talent is similar, it cannot be wrong. But how could he have turned out like this? The old mage mused to himself, by the gods, this is utterly bizarre. Chapter 6. Beneath the mage's tower, the words of the old mage rendered the few individuals present utterly speechless. It was utterly rare for one who prided himself on elegance to utter such coarse language, indeed, akin to a pig climbing a tree. Respected mage, one bold soul dared to inquire, are you satisfied with this creature? Creature? The old mage paused momentarily, then quickly grasped that they referred to the entity known as the old evil. A sinister grin spread across his face as he replied, satisfied? Indeed, I am exceedingly satisfied. To me, he is even more vital than a divine artifact. Oh, really? The man responded with immediate delight. Then may I ask, how much are you willing to pay for him? Me? Not a single coin. The old mage retorted with a cold laugh, for the dead require no currency. The moment those words left his lips, realization dawned upon the group, and they let out horrified cries as they attempted to flee. Yet, as they took their first steps, they were engulfed by fierce flames that erupted from beneath their feet. In mere seconds, both their beings and their equipment turned to ash, while curiously, the wooden floor remained unscathed. Clearly, the old mage had reached a staggering level of control over his spells. Observing the fate of the others, old evil snorted disdainfully, internally cursing their misfortune. The old mage noticed this expression and smiled faintly, gently placing old evil down. As he wiped his face with a handkerchief, he remarked, you are fortunate, my boy. Had you encountered another, you would have been treated as a monster. Old evil remained silent, pondering the true identity of the old mage. It seemed he was quite familiar with the mark upon old evil's forehead. Could he possibly have known his mother? Though merely an infant, the blood of the demon combined with the recently inscribed 4 symbols formation had already endowed him with considerable power. Enough to leave the old mage's face swollen and him howling in pain. Cursing, the old mage carelessly tossed old evil back into the cradle, dismissing him entirely. The following day, the old mage departed with old evil. Hidden away, old evil had no notion of where he had traveled, only that he had spent approximately 2 to 3 months within the confines of the old mage's carriage. During this time, the old mage never ceased his journey. Aside from a steel puppet that fed old evil thrice daily, the old mage had not once shown his face, leaving old evil unaware of his activities. At long last, one day, the cradle of old evil was lifted from the carriage by the puppet. With his eyes obscured by animal hide, he remained oblivious to their location, though he sensed they had entered a vast structure. After a considerable walk, he was finally set down, and the puppet departed. Old evil caught a whiff of a faint, foul odor, and, driven by curiosity, pushed aside the hide covering him. He turned to survey his surroundings. What the hell? Old Evil exclaimed in fury. He discovered he was in a facility dedicated to the breeding of animals, confined within a massive pen. It became apparent that the old mage intended to keep him as a creature. Enraged by this thought, Old Evil seethed inwardly. Cursed old fool. Once I regain my strength, I shall tear you to shreds. Yet Old Evil understood that such vengeance would have to wait. For now, he resolved to set a goal for himself. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and thus he began to observe his surroundings. The space was expansive, resembling an underground chamber of a grand edifice. Numerous formidable iron bars stood tall, each as thick as a man's arm, inscribed with enigmatic runes that bespoke their extraordinary strength. They formed individual cells, numbering approximately 30. Each cell was spacious, nearly 40 square meters in size, most of which contained various captives. Old Evil found himself in a solitary cell near the entrance, flanked by empty rooms, while further in, a group of diminutive creatures drew his gaze. They bore 2 arms and 2 legs like humans, yet their faces were disproportionately large, resembling basins, and they stood only about a meter tall, with pointed ears and tattered hide clothing, embodying a pitiful sight. They looked strikingly similar to the diminutive elder from the film Star Wars, Episode 1. Could they be of the same kin? Old Evil mused with amusement. As he surveyed the several individuals, he was captivated by a collection of peculiar beasts. One was a scaled rhinoceros, its size rivaling that of an elephant, its muscular form exuding an aura of sheer strength. Each cell housed only a single specimen, fiercely restrained by thick iron chains, with its eyes obscured by heavy blindfolds. Evidently, to prevent it from going on a rampage. Old Evil had never encountered such a creature before, from its fearsome 2-foot-long horn. He could tell it was undeniably a ferocious beast. Its colorful scales appeared robust, suggesting formidable defensive capabilities, and Old Evil sensed a unique energy emanating from it, indicating it possessed magical abilities. Such a creature would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Yet it was astonishing that the master of this place had managed to keep as many as 12. Continuing his exploration, Old Evil stumbled upon another extraordinary entity, a green, 2-headed dragon, standing around 5 to 6 meters tall, occupying 2 cells with its massive body. Its powerful hind limbs and short yet agile forelimbs bore sharp claws, clearly indicating formidable combat prowess. Like the first beast, it was similarly bound by chains, allowing only its 2 heads freedom to move. There were 4 of these creatures in total. In the innermost recess of the establishment was an exceptionally large cell, housing a colossal spider. With a height of 4 meters and a body span of 7 to 8 meters, its 8 long legs measured 6 to 7 meters in length, each as thick as a foot. Its entire body was enveloped in a layer of jet-black chitin, providing immense protection. Old Evil could sense a powerful aura emanating from within it, and by the intensity of this energy, he deduced that its strength was only slightly inferior to that of the old mage. An undeniably formidable presence. Chapter 7. The childhood of the old demon, however. Contrary to the expectations of the old demon, although his childhood was indeed spent in this place, his treatment was strikingly different from that of the other creatures. Aside from the constraints on his freedom, all other provisions were quite satisfactory. His meals consisted of exquisite food, including tender porridge, roasted meat, milk, and soft, fragrant bread, which clearly contradicted the identity of a mere pet. Through his interactions with the old mage, the old demon learned many things. Firstly, he resided on the penultimate level of the old mage's tower, and his neighbor, a diminutive creature known as a sprite, was an experimental subject of the old mage. The new potions concocted by the old mage were typically administered to them first for testing purposes. The horned beast, referred to as a wild bull, had its blood frequently utilized by the old mage, who raised them primarily to obtain fresh blood, scales, and horns at any moment. Similarly, the 2-headed dragon attracted the old mage's interest for its venom. As for the spider within, named the Demon Frenzy Spider, it was a creature with a particularly irritable temperament. The old mage was interested in every part of it, especially its silk, which was both resilient and elastic, possessing excellent magical resistance, suitable for crafting numerous remarkable items. Moreover, the elderly figure, Giraffe Stephen, while keeping the old demon imprisoned, treated him remarkably well. Not only did he provide for his daily needs, but he also took great care in educating the old demon. He even bestowed upon him a name, Jenny Stephen, indicating that he regarded the old demon as his own child. Otherwise, he would not have given him the surname Stephen. Nevertheless, the old demon, deprived of freedom, remained indifferent towards the old mage. He repeatedly requested to venture outside, only to be met with stern refusals, with the old mage arrogantly proclaiming that the old demon could only leave once he was capable of defeating him. Who was the old demon? He was a formidable overlord, unmatched in the world, and had never endured such humiliation. Enraged, he vowed that he would not emerge from confinement until he had beaten the old mage to a pulp. Consequently, the old demon settled into his situation, diligently honing his skills in anticipation of the day he could vanquish the old mage and reclaim his freedom. 13 years swiftly passed, and the old demon transformed from an infant into a robust young man. At the tender age of 13, he stood 2 meters tall, with a physique reminiscent of a tiger or bear, clearly a direct result of his bloodline heritage. Additionally, his youthful face bore a strikingly clean and resolute appearance, rendering him more akin to a young adult of 16 or 17 than a mere boy. Throughout these years, the old demon dedicated himself primarily to the cultivation of dual cultivation techniques, achieving notable progress in both internal and external martial arts. His physical strength had reached a level comparable to steel, and he was in awe of his own power. His arms, imbued with the essence of the ancient beast, could effortlessly leave clear indentations on the iron pillars that confined him, while his somewhat lesser forearms could still exert several thousand pounds of force. His internal cultivation also flourished, with his wounded spirit having recovered significantly. Although he was still far from complete restoration, he could now unleash some rudimentary darking spells. These accomplishments were achieved in secret. While on the surface, he studied the Western magic imparted by the old mage, specifically lightning magic. The old mage insisted that the old demon possessed a natural aptitude for this form of sorcery. After 13 years of study, the old demon had reached the level of a novice mage, capable of casting a powerful lightning arrow to strike his foes. Moreover, due to his lineage as a Naga prophet, combined with the formidable mental strength provided by his potent spirit, he could cast these low-level lightning spells instantaneously, without the need for incantations. According to the old mage, an old demon capable of instantaneous lightning spells could certainly rival an intermediate mage. Yet, in the old demon's eyes, this mage was nothing short of trivial. His lightning could at best barely slay a cow, while the old demon, with a single punch, could fell an elephant. The disparity in their combat capabilities was simply too vast. Another significant gain for the old demon was the knowledge bequeathed to him by his mother. With the old mage's assistance, he learned a portion of this knowledge, particularly fascinated by the skills associated with a profession known as a druid. The skills of a druid were manifold, broadly categorized into 3 types: nature spells, shape-shifting, and beast taming. While he dabbled in nature spells, he developed a technique to manipulate plants, allowing him to summon a remarkably resilient vine at will, which could ensnare individuals or serve as a whip or club. The old mage, Giraffe Stephen, informed him that this technique, known as the vine technique, was one of the most fundamental nature spells. However, the vines he conjured were exceedingly robust, capable of shattering stones, far beyond what a typical druid could create. The old demon paid little heed to its nomenclature, finding it both enjoyable and practical. Shape-shifting, however, captivated him the most. From the knowledge imparted by his mother, the old demon understood that a druid's shape-shifting ability allowed one to transform into magical beasts, with the most basic form being that of a shadow leopard, a swift creature adept in shadow magic. To his surprise, upon transforming, he found himself as a white-haired tiger, mirroring the tattoo on his chest, exuding immense ferocity. Furthermore, he possessed extraordinary strength, agility, and the ability to unleash lightning against adversaries, making it a delightful experience. This outcome left him eagerly anticipating the results of subsequent transformations, which included becoming a bear, a crow, and ultimately, the mightiest of all, a dragon. He could hardly fathom the surprises that awaited him. As for the final skill of beast taming, it was the druid's forte, allowing communication with magical beasts in nature, fostering opportunities for building bonds. At times, powerful elven druids could establish solid friendships with entire tribes of high-level beasts. Should anyone dare to provoke them, a mere whistle could summon hundreds of formidable beasts, nearly equivalent to an army of 10,000 humans. Thus, the old demon was greatly intrigued by this ability and diligently practiced it, swiftly establishing a mental connection with his fellow inmates in the cell. Unexpectedly, he found the experience to be entirely different from what his mother had taught him. Her knowledge suggested that powerful magical beasts were typically proud and would not easily trust others. While communication was feasible, earning their trust was arduous. However, for reasons unknown to him, the old demon effortlessly garnered the trust, even admiration, of all the magical creatures present, from the diminutive sprites to the formidable wild bull king, dragon king, and the frenzied spider queen, who all displayed genuine reverence towards him, obeying his every command as though they were loyal subordinates. This perplexed the old demon, yet he deemed it a fortunate circumstance and did not dwell on it further. In truth, this was hardly surprising. The matter lay in his extraordinary lineage. It is essential to note that his father was the king of all beasts, the ancient beast. He bore the essence and bloodline of the ancient beast, leading other magical creatures to perceive him as one of their own. Although the wild bull king, dragon king, and frenzied spider queen, all of whom were formidable in their own right, were still far inferior compared to the ancient beast, collectively, they would not suffice to challenge even a single ancient beast. Thus, it was entirely natural for them to heed the old demon's commands. It was merely the old demon himself who remained unaware of this fact. Chapter 8. Struggling against fate. Old Evil harbors numerous secrets from the old mage Jareth Stefan. Beyond his formidable skills, the taming of beasts is also conducted in secrecy. Nevertheless, the old mage is continually astounded by Old Evil's innate talent. In his eyes, becoming a magic apprentice at the tender age of 13 is already a remarkable feat. Yet, Old Evil has not only achieved the status of a junior lightning mage, but has also begun to study nature magic at the same level. With both types of spells being instantaneous, it is well known that the ability to cast instant spells is exceedingly rare among humans. If one mage emerges from 1,000 ordinary individuals, then among 1,000 mages, only one possesses the talent for instant casting. Legend has it that this ability is a gift associated with magical beasts, and many orcs, who share a lineage closer to magical creatures, inherit this talent. Old Evil's heritage as a Naga prophet is precisely what grants him this extraordinary gift. This talent is undeniably formidable, for a mage can only cast low-level instant spells upon reaching the level of a Grand Mage. Yet, Old Evil can do so from the very beginning, catching mid-level mages off guard in the midst of their incantations, a truly monstrous capability. Thus, whenever the old mage Jareth speaks of Old Evil's talent, it is with a tone tinged with jealousy. To be fair, the old mage Jareth treats Old Evil well, often accommodating his requests. However, he adamantly refuses to allow Old Evil to venture outside, even resorting to threats of violence, which infuriates Old Evil immensely. A decisive individual, Old Evil resolves to train diligently, determined to deliver a substantial blow to the old man. However, Old Evil is acutely aware of the power dynamics at play, estimating that it would take at least 30 years of rigorous training to surpass the old mage. He is unwilling to remain in this dismal place for so long. Thus, he plans to seize an opportunity for a surprise attack. As fate would have it, that day arrives. The old mage Jareth hastily unlocks the iron door of the cell and approaches Old Evil, lost in thought as he studies the boy's face, seemingly contemplating a significant decision. Old Evil's heart races, fearing that the old man intends to use him for a magical experiment. Having witnessed Jareth's ruthlessness, he knows that the mage often subjects newly concocted potions to the creatures within these walls, resulting in the deaths of over 100 beings in the past 13 years. Additionally, many live magical beasts have suffered dissection at his hands. Old Evil has seen at least 50 different creatures meet such a grim fate. He is determined not to become another victim, solidifying his resolve to resist. Before the old mage can utter a word, Old Evil greets him with a disarming smile, momentarily bewildering Jareth, who is puzzled by the boy's unsettling expression. In the midst of the old mage's confusion, Old Evil strikes. He swiftly raises his hand, unleashing a blinding burst of white light, his own invention, the flash spell, a modified version of his lightning magic. While the world seems captivated solely by destructive spells, few explore supportive magic. Discontent with the destructive capacity of lightning spells, Old Evil ingeniously repurposes it into a supportive form, conducting these modifications in secret, unbeknownst to the old mage. Thus, when confronted with the flash spell, Jareth is caught entirely off guard. "Ah, damn it," he cries, momentarily blinded. Yet, being a seasoned warrior, Jareth does not succumb to panic. Instead, He conjures a magical shield for protection before rubbing his eyes furiously, cursing, "You little brat, what are you doing?" "Why? I'm here to thrash you," Old Evil retorts, refusing to grant the old mage a chance to retaliate. As he hurls his mighty fists against Jeraph's magical shield, an intense wave of energy ripples through the air, nearly shattering the barrier with a single blow. This outcome astonishes Jareth, for he is a mage saint, one of only a handful among the millions of mages in human society. His magic shield should withstand several strikes from even a high-ranking knight. Yet it appears that Old Evil could break through with just a few punches. The sheer incredibility of it all is staggering, especially considering Old Evil is merely 13 years of age. Should outsiders learn that a child of such youth can unleash more ferocious attacks than a seasoned knight, it would surely cause a stir. Yet, Old Evil remains unsatisfied, muttering, "This turtle shell of yours is surprisingly tough. Let us see how it holds up against another punch." With that, he throws another powerful strike. This time, Jareth dares not confront the blow head-on. Instead, he hastily brandishes his wand and bellows in the direction of Old Evil. Ice Binding Spell. A torrent of white ice blossoms from the tip of his wand, enveloping Old Evil entirely, freezing him solid in an instant. Jareth, not one to linger, swiftly casts a minor water spell to heal his sight, regaining his vision. Yet, as his fury mounts, he is met with a terrifying sight. The massive ice block encasing Old Evil begins to crack and crumble. In a quick moment, Old Evil emerges from the wreckage, launching a punch directly towards Jareth's face. The first thing Jareth sees as he regains his sight is Old Evil's fist, nearly the size of a basin. With a resounding crash, Jareth's magical shield shatters, and he is sent stumbling backward until he collides with the iron bars, his entire body aching from the impact. Yet, he cannot afford to relax, for Old Evil is already upon him, his heavy fists poised to strike. Jareth realizes the terrifying power behind that iron fist. He knows that should it connect, even a head made of stone would be pulverized. In this life-threatening moment, Jareth has no choice but to reveal his true abilities. He shouts, "Bind him!" and, channeling his mental energy, he swiftly casts the binding spell, restraining Old Evil on the spot. Old Evil feels the air around him solidify into an unyielding force, rendering his immense strength futile. Awed by the old mage's prowess, he remains composed amidst the peril, focusing his energy to break free from the binding. Simultaneously, Jareth struggles to maintain control of the binding spell, aware that any lapse could allow Old Evil to escape and unleash his devastating punches. Thus, the two find themselves locked in a tense stalemate. Chapter 9. Who has more underlings? "Humph, it is you who should beg for mercy." The old villain sneered, "Surrender now, and I shall spare your miserable life. Otherwise, watch me smash your head to smithereens." "Humph, a stubborn dead duck," the old mage retorted angrily. "I have long taught you not to challenge a mage within his own tower. Now, allow me to impart a lesson. Come forth, guardian puppet." With a commanding shout from the old mage, a sudden commotion erupted outside, as if heavy-footed beings were hastening towards them. "Little one, within this magical tower, I command countless puppets. At my command, they shall shatter you into pieces," the old mage declared with pride. "You would do well to concede while there is still time." "Haha, look around you, old man, and see who truly ought to surrender," the old villain laughed. "Surroundings?" The old mage was momentarily taken aback by the villain's words and quickly glanced around, only to be astounded by the scene before him. What puzzled him most was that the creatures, upon gaining their freedom, did not scatter in disarray, but rather organized themselves before a wall. A few sturdier ones crouched down, allowing their weaker companions to climb atop their shoulders to form a human ladder, enabling those at the top to reach several strings of keys hanging from the wall. "What are they doing?" The old mage wondered, confused as to why they weren't fleeing but instead retrieving keys. Who taught them to form a human ladder? When did these creatures become so clever? Just watch, the old villain replied with glee. Next, the creatures split into groups and hurried to several prison doors, once again forming human ladders so that those at the top could grasp the heavy iron locks securing the gates. With a series of crisp sounds, 6 or 7 locks clicked open. So they intend to rescue their comrades. The old mage finally understood, but his surprise quickly turned to outrage. Damn it. Freeing your comrades is one thing, but why release the Minotaur King? Do you seek death? It turned out that the creatures not only freed their companions, but also opened 4 cages, imprisoning the Minotaur King. However, The Minotaur King was blindfolded and shackled by iron chains on all four hooves, making it impossible for him to escape even if the cage door was opened. Releasing the Minotaur King is, of course, to deal with your tin cans. The old villain explained with a chuckle. Nonsense. The old mage shouted in fury. Are you an idiot? The Minotaur King is nearing level 6, and they do not distinguish friend from foe. If released, we both will be doomed. Hurry and stop those accursed creatures. I refuse. The old villain retorted, reveling in his triumph. You. The old mage's beard bristled with anger. Yet he found himself powerless against the old villain. He could only sneer, then prepare to watch your creatures be devoured by the Minotaur. Is that so? But from my perspective, they appear to be getting along quite harmoniously. The old villain laughed. The old mage, upon witnessing the scene, was taken aback. What? Damn it. Am I seeing ghosts today? It appeared that after the creatures opened the door, they shed their former timidity and, without a moment's hesitation, boldly entered the Minotaur King's cell like valiant warriors. Typically, the Minotaur King had a ferocious temperament, especially after being confined for so many years and often subjected to beatings and bloodletting. If any creature approached during such a volatile time, it would undoubtedly lash out in fury. Though the Minotaur King was a beast, it was an omnivorous creature, and its sharp teeth could easily sever steel. Let alone the frail creatures. They would be devoured in an instant. However, the reality far exceeded the old mage's expectations. Not only did the timid creatures dare to approach the Minotaur King, but the Minotaur King also refrained from attacking them. To the old mage's incredulous gaze, the Minotaur King bent its legs and knelt on the ground, lowering its head so that the diminutive creatures could easily reach it. The creatures swiftly ran over and removed the blindfold from the Minotaur King's eyes. With a roar, the now-sighted Minotaur King let out an excited bellow before rising to its feet once more. The creatures then rushed forward, unshackling the iron chains binding the Minotaur King, and quickly retreated to safety. With a deafening roar, the four Minotaur Kings charged out of their cells towards the old mage. Damn it, how can this be happening? The old mage's eyes nearly bulged out at such a bizarre spectacle. Old man, it seems you have lost. Surrender quickly, the old villain proclaimed with delight. Nonsense. The old mage bellowed in anger. Do you really believe that these four uncontrollable Minotaur Kings can defeat me? How naive. Ha ha, the naive one is you, fool. The old villain cackled. Before the old mage could respond, the battle erupted outside. The old mage's reinforcements consisted of a battalion of steel puppets, standing over 3 meters tall and wielding twin blades. While their combat prowess was commendable, it was effortless against the defenseless old villain and the creatures. Yet, facing the Minotaur Kings, which were significantly larger than elephants, they were simply no match. The 4 Minotaur Kings charged forward, 2 at the front and 2 at the back. The front 2 used their long horns to impale the steel puppets, hurling 2 unfortunate ones into the air, leaving them shattered into countless pieces. The Minotaur Kings continued their rampage, akin to a steamroller, toppling every steel puppet in their path. After being trampled by 16 mighty hooves, the ground was littered with fragments of metal. Damn it, my money. The old mage shouted in fury. I will slay you all. Gargoyles, come forth. With a wail of despair from the old mage, a horde of ghastly stone sculptures descended from the ceiling, each towering 4 to 5 meters high, resembling bats as they hung upside down. They had concealed themselves in the stone walls, unknown to anyone until the critical moment arrived. In truth, the old mage had been overly complacent. He had not anticipated the old villain orchestrating such a grand scheme. Moreover, summoning the gargoyles required a significant expenditure of magic crystals, which is why he had refrained from deploying them initially. Had he unleashed the gargoyles from the start, the creatures would have never had the opportunity to release the Minotaur King. Once the old mage summoned the gargoyles, he immediately roared at the old villain in fury. Damn it, now you shall learn that. His excitement was abruptly cut short as he realized the creatures had unleashed his most fearsome 2 units, 4 two-headed dragon kings, and that terrifying magical spider. The 2-headed dragon kings were one thing. Their expertise in toxins posed little threat to the gargoyles, at most allowing them to slay dozens of them. However, the magical spider was an entirely different matter. It was the bane of the gargoyles. The spider specialized in spewing a magical web that could encompass a vast area. Once ensnared, any airborne creature like the gargoyles would surely plummet, potentially meeting a disastrous end. Chapter 10. The Mystery of Heritage with the Formidable Power of the Abyssal Spider. It could effortlessly spew forth dozens of magical webs in a single breath. In this confined cell, Even 1,000 gargoyles would be ensnared. Yet the old mage had only summoned a mere 200, hardly enough to fill a gap. Although the height of this place was limited and the gargoyles might not perish upon a fall, one must not forget the 12 fearsome bull kings lurking below. While these creatures could not confront the aerial gargoyles, once grounded, the number of gargoyles would be more than sufficient for them to trample upon. Hence, this battle was utterly unwarranted. The old mage was destined to lose. Thus, the old mage stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. However, his bewilderment had a direct effect on the confinement of the old devil. Seasoned by countless battles, the old devil would not let such an opportunity slip away. He immediately exerted all his strength to break free from the mage's restraint, then swung a fist the size of a cauldron towards the old mage's head. The old mage finally snapped back to reality, but alas, it was too late. He could only watch in horror as that massive fist loomed larger in his vision, recalling the sheer power he had just witnessed. In an instant, a wave of dread washed over him, filling his heart with the terror of death. Yet, at the last critical moment, the old devil's fist inexplicably shot upwards, creating a deep dent in the wall behind the old mage with a thunderous crash. Debris and dust cascaded over the old mage, leaving him in a state of disarray. "Ha! Look at you now, old fool," the old devil exclaimed, gripping the old mage's throat and laughing triumphantly. "Ugh!" The old mage gasped for breath, desperately trying to communicate. Seeing this, the old devil loosened his grip slightly, saying, "Speak your mind. Now is your chance. Fool, these magical beasts are fiercely violent and merciless. Why are you not freeing me so we can escape? What are you waiting for?" The old mage urged, panic etched across his face. "Haha, you claim they are violent? Why do I not see it?" The old devil laughed heartily, addressing his minions. "Line up, let this old coot see." With a series of low growls, the seemingly ferocious creatures obediently arranged themselves into 2 neat rows. In the center stood the abyssal spider, flanked by 4 dragons on either side, followed by the bull kings. The smaller creatures also formed 2 groups, aligning beneath the bull kings. The formation was as orderly as soldiers awaiting inspection. The old mage was left utterly astonished, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Trembling, he stammered, They actually obey you? Of course. They are my subordinates. Would they listen to you?" The old devil replied smugly. "But how did you achieve this?" The old mage's insatiable curiosity resurfaced, oblivious to his precarious situation as he dared to pose such a question. The old devil scoffed. "You think you can ask such questions? Your focus should be on repentance. You, wretched old man, dared to imprison me for 13 years. We shall settle this score. Come, let me slap you a few times as interest." With that, he raised his pristine arm. Upon seeing this, the old mage was instantly alarmed, realizing the strength of the old devil. He thought to himself, if that slap lands, my head would surely explode. In a panic, he shouted, "Wait, you cannot strike me." "Oh, why not? Give me a reason," the old devil asked with interest. "I raised you for 13 years. I fed you, nurtured you, taught you everything. You cannot repay me with a slap." The old mage protested, his face filled with grievance. "Hold on," the old mage quickly exclaimed. "I have another reason. You will understand that you absolutely cannot hit me." "Huh, I cannot strike you?" The old devil found this amusing. "Go on, enlighten me." "Because I am your uncle," the old mage cried out, filled with indignation. The old devil paused for a moment, then quickly reacted. "You are clearly lying. I have met my mother, a stunning serpent with 10 arms. How could you, a mere human, possibly be my uncle?" "I am not lying. I speak nothing but the truth," the old mage insisted, desperation evident in his voice. "I swear on my family's honor that I speak the truth." This revelation piqued the old devil's curiosity. Over the past 13 years, he had absorbed the old mage's incessant teachings about this land's customs. He understood well that for someone like the old mage, family honor held immense significance. Under normal circumstances, he would rather sacrifice his life than jest about such matters. Could it be that he spoke the truth? However, the stark differences in appearance between his mother and the old mage left him unconvinced. Perplexed, the old devil furrowed his brow and inquired, "If you claim to be my uncle, then tell me, what does my mother look like?" "She has the head of a woman and the body of a serpent, with 10 arms, a beauty unmatched." The old mage began to explain, but then chuckled. "But what am I telling you for? You left your mother the moment you were born. How could you possibly remember her appearance? It would be futile." Yet, noticing the astonishment on the old devil's face and the noticeable relaxation in his grip, The old mage's heart raced with hope. Could it be? Did you have memories from birth? Humph. The old devil snorted, neither confirming nor denying, merely stating coldly, "Are you truly siblings?" "We are not siblings." The old mage quickly replied. The old devil's anger flared. "If you are not siblings, then how are you my uncle? Are you mocking me?" "No, no." The old mage hurriedly clarified. "We are not siblings. We are brother and sister." "Brother and sister?" The old devil's eyes widened in disbelief. "You appear much older than her. If anything, you could pass for her father. This is simply how it is." The old mage sighed. "I am but 124 years old, while she is 153. Naturally, she is the elder sister. As for appearance, that is determined by bloodline. The Naga race has a long lifespan. At 153, she is still in her prime." "Are you truly siblings by blood?" the old devil asked, furrowing his brow. "Indeed, we are half-siblings." The old mage nodded eagerly. "Are you not jesting with me?" The old devil's anger surged. "You are human, while she is a stunning serpent. How could you possibly be full siblings?" Chapter 11. A complicated family history that's quite normal. The old mage remarked with a nonchalant shrug. "Her mother is an unadulterated pure-blood Naga, while my mother is a noble human lady. Thus, she was born resembling a Naga, while I retained human characteristics. And all credit goes to our benevolent father." "What is your father? A human or a Naga?" Old Evil inquired, frowning. "Our father is a half-elf," the old mage replied. "Additionally, please refer to him as grandfather, if you will." Old Evil disregarded the old mage's last remark and instead asked, "What is a half-elf?" "A half-elf is not merely a creature. It refers to a race that arises from the union of humans and elves," the old mage patiently explained. "Your grandfather's father is the heir of the Stephen family, a pure-blood human, while his mother is an enchanting elf. The child they produced, your grandfather, is thus a half-elf. Do you understand?" "I comprehend," Old Evil retorted angrily. "Damn, this family's hybrid history is indeed intricate." "Hybrid history?" The old mage's eyes widened in indignation. "How can you say such a thing? Do not forget, you are also a member of this family." "How do you know I am?" Old Evil questioned skeptically. "There's no inscription on my face, and I am not a serpentine monster. How can you be so certain I am your sister's child?" "Oh, this conclusion is primarily drawn from your innate talents and the mark upon your forehead," the old mage elucidated. "You must understand that among humans, individuals possessing lightning magic aptitude are exceedingly rare, and our Stephen family is among the most renowned. You possess this talent, and it manifests instantaneously. Generally, only certain individuals of beast kin can cast spells instantaneously, a trait said to be inherited from magical beasts. Furthermore, you have also mastered nature magic, indicating your elven heritage. Only those with elven blood can wield such spells, as others cannot learn them. Thus, you embody the combat talents of humans, elves, and beast kin across the entire continent. Only my sister, the legendary prophet Natasha, shares this trifecta of combat prowess with you. It is precisely due to her extraordinary talents that she has ascended to become a top expert at such a young age," the old mage proclaimed. "Therefore, it is almost certain that you are her child. For aside from her, it is unlikely anyone else could bear a child like you." "This reasoning is evidently insufficient," Old Evil scoffed. "With so many people on this continent, perhaps they could have produced someone with the talents of all three races through intermarriage?" "Indeed," the old mage conceded. "I acknowledge the possibility. However, the issue is that in addition to your talents, the mark upon your forehead also bears witness to the fact that you are my sister's child." "Why is that?" Old Evil asked, perplexed. "Because your mark is unique to her. There is no other like it on the continent," the old mage explained. "What do you mean?" Old Evil queried, confused. "It means your mark is quite special. Firstly, its shape resembles a beast's claw print, which signifies the beastkin's prophet. Yet the marks of other beastkin prophets are blood red, while yours is green. Green symbolizes the nature magic of the elven race. Their druids bear the mark of a green leaf. Additionally, the green in your mark represents a leaf, but the veins, originally green, have transformed into a silvery white, resembling lightning. This is our family's emblem. Thus, this mark encompasses the identities of the beast-kin prophet, elven druid, and human lightning mage," the old mage elucidated. "This mark is exclusive to my sister. Moreover, its aura is potent. No one could impersonate it without the requisite power. What if she marked someone else's child?" Old Evil persisted stubbornly. Yet at this moment, he had already begun to accept the veracity of the old mage's words. He just found it difficult to fully embrace the notion. Someone else's child? The old mage chuckled. Do not jest. Such a mark would require her considerable magical energy, necessitating months of rest after its application. She would not use it lightly. Even my own child, or the prince of the beast king, would not enjoy such a privilege. Old Evil furrowed his brow, choosing not to dwell on that matter further. Instead, he asked, is she not concerned that this unique mark will reveal our connection? This mark fades within a month or two, becoming imperceptible to the outside world. Had I not encountered you prematurely, I would not have noticed. The old mage explained. Oh, I see. Old Evil nodded. Then, who is her husband? You mean your father, right? Truth be told, I do not know who he is. The old mage shrugged. Your mother, Natasha, is the saintess of the beast god church. Though countless suitors have pursued her, she has always remained chaste, with no rumors ever circulating. Who would have imagined she suddenly bore a son? The old mage's incredulity was palpable. Damn it, the pure saintess has given birth? Who in the world is responsible for this? Old Evil fell silent, rendered speechless. Noticing his silence, the old mage hastily added, Hey, I say, you should release me now. Right? Hold on, Old Evil interjected suddenly. First, tell me, does this mean I have defeated you today? Yes, the old mage replied with a wry smile. I am in such a state. How could it not count? That's good. Old Evil grinned. So according to our agreement, may I leave now? Sigh. The old mage exhaled deeply, then spoke with a tone of sorrow. I intended to let you go today. Old Evil. Upon observing the old mage's expression tinged with profound sadness, immediately sensed that something was amiss. Despite his dissatisfaction with the old mage for imprisoning him, he felt a sense of gratitude. After all, without the old mage's guardianship, he might not have survived. Therefore, seeing the old mage's demeanor, Old Evil promptly released him and furrowed his brow, asking, What has happened? Is it troublesome? You noticed? The old mage asked, forcing a bitter smile. Indeed. Old Evil nodded. Had it not been for your diminished spirit and fatigue, causing your strength to wane by more than half, I would not have been able to defeat you today. Huh. You are perceptive. The old mage smiled, a hint of relief in his expression. Nonetheless, you performed admirably. Even in my current state, I am not easily bested. And you are only 13 years old. As he spoke, a glimmer of admiration shone in the old mage's eyes. Old Evil boasted, Give me 20 more years, and I can defeat you at your peak. I believe it. The old mage nodded and smiled. Now, follow me. I have matters to discuss with you. What about them? Old Evil gestured toward the magical beasts outside. Let them stay here for now. You will have time to deal with them shortly. The old mage replied. Striding toward the exit, Old Evil had no choice but to follow, discreetly instructing his magical beast companions to rest but not to venture outside. Subsequently, the old mage led Old Evil to the upper levels of the magic tower for the first time. The wizard's magic tower is cylindrical, with a diameter approaching 100 meters. Each level is exceptionally spacious, soaring to heights exceeding 30 meters, while the underground area is astonishingly vast, capable of accommodating an immense number of magical beasts. Every expansive floor of the tower is lavishly adorned, the ground is carpeted, and the magical lamps adorning the walls remain perpetually illuminated. Each room is filled with exquisite furniture and artifacts, creating an ambience so opulent that one might mistake it for a royal palace. Even the erudite old sage finds himself somewhat envious, for in his youth, he encountered grandeur of a similar caliber. Chapter 12. The continent's original appearance. Before long, they arrived in a splendid chamber that appeared to be a bedroom. The old sorcerer retrieved several magnificent robes from a wardrobe and handed them to the old rogue, instructing, Change into these, and remember to conceal your lower arms. Do not let them show. I need to take you to meet someone. The old rogue furrowed his brow, refraining from further inquiries, and donned the robe, hiding his behemoth arms beneath the voluminous fabric. The robes seemed tailor-made for him, given his towering height of 2 meters. It would have been quite a challenge to find suitable attire otherwise. Noticing this, the old rogue cast a puzzled glance at the old sorcerer, wanting to ask why he was so secretively preparing clothing for him. However, he was taken aback to see the old sorcerer gazing at him with an expression of profound emotion, tears shimmering in his eyes. Instantly, the old rogue sensed that there must be some hidden significance behind this, and he promptly inquired, What is the matter? Oh, it is nothing, the old sorcerer replied, wiping away his tears. I merely feel nostalgic. He continued, I know you have many questions, but rest assured, I will explain everything shortly. Now come with me. With that, he led the old rogue up another 2 flights of stairs, where the atmosphere began to take on a more laboratory-like essence, filled with numerous alchemical devices and bustling automatons engaged in various tasks. At last, they reached a room on the 5th floor of the magical tower. Upon entering, the old rogue realized it was a specialized hall for medical purposes, surrounded by an array of potions and medical instruments. In the center lay several large hospital beds, one of which cradled a young man lying stark naked, while beside him sat a rotund figure dressed in noble attire, weeping profusely. The rotund man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with small eyes, a face full of flesh, and pockmarks that made him look rather unseemly. He stood at about 1.78 meters tall and undoubtedly weighed over 200 g. However, his lavish clothing indicated that he was a person of considerable status. At that moment, he seemed engulfed in profound sorrow, as it appeared the young man on the bed had passed away, and he was likely a close relative. Yet, the old sorcerer clearly held a strong disdain for this rotund individual. Witnessing his incessant sobbing ignited a fire within him, and he rushed over, delivering a sharp kick to the man's head, sending the hefty figure sprawling to the ground. All you do is cry. What good does that do now? Where the hell were you when it mattered? He berated. Clearly terrified of the old sorcerer, the rotund man dared not retaliate, only crying even harder. Enraged, the old sorcerer shouted, "Be silent." Upon seeing the old sorcerer genuinely enraged, the rotund man seemed to regain his senses, hastily ceasing his lamentations, and looked up at the sorcerer with a mix of trepidation and grievance, too frightened to speak. Noticing this, the old sorcerer's heart softened, and he shook his head in resignation. "Come here," he commanded. Turning to the old rogue, he gestured for him to follow and opened another door, leading them into a cozy yet luxurious sitting room, furnished with exquisite sofas. The old sorcerer took the seat of honor, and the old rogue, feeling no need for formality, promptly settled into a comfortable spot. The rotund man entered after them, cautiously taking a seat at the old sorcerer's behest, casting a suspicious glance at the old rogue. Once everyone was seated, the old sorcerer began, "Let me introduce you. Young man, this useless rotund fellow is my grandson, Carty Stephen." At such an unflattering description, Carty Stephen's face turned a shade of embarrassment and discontent, clearly displeased with his grandfather's words in front of an outsider. However, when he heard the old sorcerer's next introduction, a spark of astonishment lit up his eyes. "As for this young lad, he is Jenny Stephen," the old sorcerer stated nonchalantly. "Jenny Stephen?" Carty Stephen exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "He shares our surname. Could he be a member of our family?" "Indeed," the old sorcerer affirmed with a nod. "He is a long-lost branch of our bloodline, and according to lineage, he ranks above you." "Oh." Carty Stephen's eyes brightened at this revelation, glancing at his grandfather, Raft Stephen. The old sorcerer, seeing the understanding dawning on Carty Stephen's face, felt compelled to clarify, "Do not use your pig-like intellect to speculate on his origins. I can assure you, he is absolutely not my illegitimate child." Yes, I understand." Carty Stephen hastily nodded, though his expression clearly conveyed disbelief. The old sorcerer recognized this skepticism but felt helpless, as he could not possibly disclose the old rogue's true origins. With a frustrated sigh, he explained to the old rogue telepathically, "Alas, our Stephen family has been a single bloodline for generations. There are no surviving branches outside. The circumstances surrounding your mother are too convoluted and confidential for anyone to know. It is no wonder he questions your origins. Frankly, it is difficult for him to conceive of any other explanation. Let us leave it at that for now. Do not speak of it further to avoid revealing your mother." The old sorcerer, wishing to avoid dwelling on this matter, directly addressed the old rogue, "Young man, I require your assistance. As for what I need you for, I will explain shortly. First, let me tell you about the troubles we are facing. Is that agreeable?" "Yes." The old rogue nodded in affirmation. "Alas, it seems our family is beset by misfortune," lamented the old sorcerer, as he recounted the events leading to their current predicament. As the saying goes, you never know until you inquire, and the revelations were indeed shocking. It turned out that this rather unseemly rotund man was none other than a duke. From the old sorcerer's previous tales, the old rogue had already developed a profound understanding of the continent and the nation in which he resided. On this continent known as Elan, over 100 distinct races coexisted, among which 5 were particularly powerful: humans, orcs, elves, dwarves, and barbarians. The barbarians, however, had yet to establish a nation and continued to live in primitive tribal societies, residing in the barbarian wasteland, situated at the heart of the continent. Akin to the Qinghai Tibet Plateau on Earth, the human kingdoms had formed dozens of nations, with two dominating the landscape. Together they occupied 80 of human territory. One was the Holy Empire, led by angels and wholly devoted to the light god, with the Pope as the supreme ruler, situated in the expansive region south of the Yangtze River. The other was the Griffin United Kingdom, composed of numerous smaller principalities, adhering to various sects and located in the vast areas north of the Yangtze River. The Old Rogue presently resided within this kingdom. As for the orcs, elves, and dwarves, each possessed their own kingdoms. The Orc Kingdom lay in the far north, roughly equivalent to Russia on Earth, bordering the Griffin United Kingdom. The Dwarf Kingdom occupied a position similar to that of the entire Xinjiang region, sharing borders with the Barbarian Plateau, the Orc Kingdom, and the Griffin United Kingdom. The Elven Kingdom, meanwhile, was situated at the southernmost tip of the continent, residing within vast tropical rainforests, comparable to the southwestern regions of China and including all of Vietnam, Thailand, and Myanmar, covering an extensive area. Aside from these 5 nations, a vast expanse of land to the west lay barren, a desolate wasteland that bordered the Orc Kingdom, Dwarf Kingdom, Elven Kingdom, and the Barbarian Plateau. The terrain there resembles a colossal beehive, with numerous vast chasms leading to another realm. Chapter 13. The Conspiracy of the Princess Stepmother. Now, let us continue to discuss the affairs of the Stephen family, a prominent lineage within the Griffin United Kingdom. This family has produced generations of esteemed alchemists, among whom is Raft Stephen. In this era, alchemy undoubtedly holds immense significance. A substantial portion of the nation's military provisions derives from the hands of skilled alchemists. For instance, the equipment of the Mage Corps and the various armaments of elite legions owe their origins to these practitioners. Thus, leveraging the alchemical prowess of the Stephen family, coupled with generations of diligent endeavor, they have naturally ascended to become the foremost producers of high-end alchemical products in the kingdom. The head of the family has consistently held the position of Minister of Industrial Production, overseeing all manufacturing affairs within the realm. This is undoubtedly a coveted position, especially considering the drool-inducing nature of the Stephen family's production facilities. In these tumultuous times, every nation spares no expense in acquiring equipment, with orders from the Stephen family alone accounting for nearly 5 of the national tax revenue. This is an astronomical sum, to say the least. However, despite the envy that surrounds them, no one dares to covet the Stephen family's fortune, thanks to the formidable presence of the venerable old mage, a figure of such great influence. Even the current emperor, who is nominally a student of the old mage, treads lightly around him. To curry favor with the Stephen family, the emperor even went so far as to marry his own sister to the old mage's only grandson, the rather unsightly rotund fellow before us. Yet, this arrangement has caused great displeasure for the old mage. In this world, where the boundaries between the sexes are often disregarded, the royal family is particularly indulgent, to the point that the princess arrived at the Stephen household already 2 months pregnant, with the father evidently not being the rotund grandson, but rather a dashing young guard from the court. To preserve the dignity of both the royal family and the old mage, this young man was discreetly executed. Yet this did not alter the fact that the bloodline of the Stephen family's heir was tainted. Clearly, such a lineage could not inherit the unique lightning affinity characteristic of the Stephen family. In fact, the eldest son is nothing short of a simpleton, devoid of magical or martial talents, yet possessing a rather charming demeanor and a silver tongue, much like his biological father. In other families, he might be deemed acceptable. However, within the Stephen family, he is regarded as utterly worthless. The old mage has never considered him his great-grandson, had it not been for the royal family's influence. He might have discreetly disposed of this disgraceful individual. To safeguard the continuation of the family bloodline, the old mage has vehemently instructed his beloved grandson to sow wild oats, ensuring that an heir capable of inheriting the family's talents is produced. With the old mage's backing, the rotund grandson has thrived, indulging in a life of debauchery, even with the princess consort unable to interfere. However, to the old mage's chagrin, despite years of pursuing noble women, the rotund grandson has failed to conceive a child. Ultimately, it was during an escapade in the barbarian wastelands that he finally achieved his desire. While there to procure rare materials, he became enamored with the daughter of a tribal chieftain. Weary of noble women, He was captivated by the feral allure of a barbarian woman and exchanged 100 fine steel axes for her hand. This barbarian woman was tall and robust, far stronger than the rotund fellow. He found unprecedented pleasure in their union, ultimately fathering a child who successfully inherited the family's lightning affinity. The old mage was overjoyed, immediately designating this child as the family heir without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the identity of the mother. He even mused whether his family might need to decree that all descendants marry robust women to ensure the birth of heirs. While the old mage reveled in his newfound joy, the princess was far from pleased. Witnessing her son demoted from the primary heir to the secondary heir, her heart burned with rage. Jealous women can be remarkably dangerous. Soon after, she covertly orchestrated the poisoning of the child's mother. She even plotted against the child himself. But her machinations were thwarted by the vigilant old mage. Enraged by her treachery, he personally eliminated all of the princess's hundreds of guards and imprisoned her for half a year, forcing her to subsist on cold water and bread. It was only through the emperor's intercession that she was eventually released. Although the princess became more restrained thereafter, her resentment continued to fester. As time passed, she gradually regained some influence within the family. While she dared not openly confront the unfortunate child, she resorted to numerous underhanded tactics. The old mage and the rotund grandson sensed something amiss, yet lacking concrete evidence, they hesitated to act against the princess. Thus, a tragedy unfolded. The rotund grandson's younger son, due to his mother's humble origins and his own unremarkable appearance, being somewhat slow-witted, was subjected to the scorn of those around him. Despite possessing a commendable talent for magic and diligence that allowed him to become a junior mage at a young age, he was overshadowed by his barbarian heritage, rendering him physically imposing and resembling a robust warrior rather than a frail mage. Consequently, his peers dubbed him the Ape Mage. Under the subtle instigation of his stepmother, the young nobleman found amusement in bullying him, believing their actions served to placate the princess, thus earning her rewards. In such an atmosphere, the child's childhood was steeped in darkness. Although none dared to physically assault the first heir of the Stephen family out of fear of the old mage's wrath, verbal abuse was incessant, subjecting the child to a lifetime of humiliation. As the child matured, showcasing even more magical talent, the princess grew increasingly anxious, for his existence posed a significant threat to her son and her own position. Thus, under her scheming, a fresh conspiracy against the child emerged. Just 3 days ago, a group of noble youths, incited by an unknown figure, cornered the unfortunate young Stephen at school. While several strong noble guards restrained him, the other young nobles pounced upon his attendant, a poor boy, and beat him to death. An attendant, typically a commoner assigned to accompany noble children during their studies, is common among the offspring of wealthy families. Given that young Stephen is also a noble and the direct heir of the Stephen family, these nobles dared not lay a hand on him, as it would invite dire consequences, particularly the wrath of the old mage. However, with the attendant being a mere commoner, they felt no qualms about taking his life, believing that the worst consequence would be a minor financial penalty, as the old mage would not escalate matters over the death of a lowly peasant. Chapter 14. The plea of the old mage. Although the identity of the attendant was humble, it held immense significance for young Stephen, for he was the boy's sole companion. Having followed him since childhood, they had lived together for nearly a decade. Whenever Stephen faced adversity, this attendant was invariably at his side, providing solace that helped him endure the humiliation time and again. It could be said that Stephen spent more time with him than with anyone else, which reflects the depth of their bond, one that surpassed even that of blood brothers. Now, this individual, so crucial to young Stephen, had been brutally slain before his very eyes, undoubtedly delivering a staggering blow to him. Certain malevolent individuals sought to exploit this immense trauma, hoping to drive young Stephen to madness and thereby strip him of his claim to the family inheritance. Indeed, their machinations appeared to be on the right track. Confronted with the gruesome sight of his beloved companion, bloodied and disfigured, young Stephen truly lost his sanity. Yet, his madness manifested in a manner quite different from what they had anticipated. He became berserk. Indeed, it was a berserk state, a rare and formidable gift typically possessed by barbarians and beast folk. Even among barbarians, few could master such a skill. Young Stephen, having inherited his mother's robust physique, astonishingly possessed this terrifying ability as a mage. Viewed from another perspective, he had become a miracle in his own right. For in the annals of this continent's history spanning thousands of years, he was the first mage capable of entering a berserk state. Should he survive, he might well become the founder of this profession of berserk mages. Regrettably, he could not evade this calamity. After entering the berserk state, young Stephen's power surged, allowing him to effortlessly cast aside the adult guards who had restrained him. At that moment, he was enveloped in a tempest of silver serpents, an endless torrent of arcane energy emanating from within him. Driven by an overwhelming desire for vengeance, he unleashed the most magnificent flames of his life, even as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Typically, the berserk state is a unique skill of warriors, enabling them to sacrifice their vitality to unleash their full potential, resulting in a dramatic increase in strength and combat prowess. The longer one remains in this state, the greater the toll on their vitality. Prolonged berserkment can ultimately lead to the complete depletion of one's life force, resulting in death. However, young Stephen's situation was different. Due to the berserk state, without any combat aura, he suddenly experienced a surge in magical power, propelling him to the level of a high mage in a short span. Moreover, all his lightning spells could be cast instantaneously, rendering him a terrifying force akin to a cannon. In his berserk fervor, young Stephen unleashed a relentless assault on everything within his sight. Noble scions, attendants, guards, and even curious onlookers, including teachers and students, all were reduced to ash beneath his wrathful lightning. In mere moments, dozens lay dead. However, by then, it was far too late. Young Stephen was still a child, and this prolonged state of frenzy had nearly exhausted his entire life force, severely damaging his bodily functions. Even after being subdued, he lay on the brink of death. Despite receiving treatment from the kingdom's finest clerics, he remained unresponsive. Such a grave incident drew the attention of the emperor himself. Naturally, no one dared to conceal the truth any longer. They hastily informed the old mage via magic, even as he was far away, gathering materials. In fact, it was precisely because the old mage was away that these scheming individuals had dared to act against young Stephen. Upon hearing the full account, the old demon comprehended the situation. He boldly addressed the old mage. "I understand now. You wish to enlist my aid in eliminating those who conspired against your great-grandson? Consider it done. Even that princeling who is inconvenient for you, I can dispose of her as well. Would you prefer her demise to be swift or torturous? Just say the word, and there is no one I cannot eliminate." However, the old demon had clearly misunderstood the old mage's intentions. Viewing matters through the lens of his own nefarious perspective, he found himself at odds with the old mage's true desires. As a result, both the old mage and the rotund figure stood frozen in astonishment. The latter thought, "Goodness, could this uncle of mine be a killer by trade? How audacious. He speaks of slaying even a princess without hesitation." He assumed that the old demon was the old mage's illegitimate child, thus considering him an uncle by virtue of familial hierarchy. The old mage, bemused, could only smile ruefully. He had not anticipated such boldness from the old demon, and he explained, "I certainly did not ask you to kill anyone. The life or death of a princess is of no concern to me. I could eliminate her at my leisure if I wished." "What then? Do you wish for my assistance with?" the old demon inquired, curiosity piqued. "I wish for you to take the place of my great-grandson, Carl Stephen," the old mage declared solemnly. "I cannot allow the bloodline of the Stephen family to perish, yet this corpulent fellow lacks the ability to procreate, and I cannot rely on him. As fortune would have it, you possess our family's bloodline and could seamlessly replace Carl as the most legitimate heir to the Stephen legacy." "Not a chance," the old demon retorted, shaking his head vehemently. "I am who I am. I will not impersonate anyone." "Wait." At that moment, the rotund figure interjected. "I find this arrangement quite agreeable. After all, you are also a descendant of the family. Remember, the Stephen family is wealthy and influential. Once you become the heir, all will be yours. Such an opportunity is one that others could only dream of." "Bah," the old demon scoffed. "What is wealth worth? What is power worth? With my abilities, if I so desired, becoming an emperor would be no challenge at all." The rotund figure rolled his eyes, thinking, "What an arrogant blowhard." However, the old mage recognized that the old demon was not merely boasting. A 13-year-old with such prowess would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats in the future. With formidable strength, acquiring wealth and power would come easily, and even establishing a nation might not be beyond the realm of possibility. Nevertheless, the old mage harbored his own thoughts. He suddenly appeared profoundly sorrowful, gazing at the old demon with tear-filled eyes and asking, If I were to plead with you, would you acquiesce? Chapter 15. The reluctant agreement. Upon hearing this, the old villain found himself at a loss. After all, he had received the kindness of this elder. Despite being a notorious figure, he possessed a surprisingly tender heart, merely concealing it beneath a tough exterior. Sensing an opening, the old mage hastily continued, "At my advanced age, my sole wish in this life is to see the continuation of my family's bloodline. Should I fail in this endeavor, I shall die with my eyes wide open." As he spoke, tears began to stream down his face. "Please, do not weep." Witnessing the sorrow of this elder who had nurtured him for years, the old villain felt a pang of discomfort, unsure how to offer comfort. For a moment, he could only sit awkwardly, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease. "My dear child," the old mage lamented, "this tragedy is entirely my fault. It is my blunder that has led to the untimely demise of young Stephen. If this incident results in the severance of our bloodline, I shall have no face to present to our ancestors after my passing. Can you truly bear to see me branded as the villain of the family, eternally tormented by guilt?" As he spoke, his agitation escalated, rendering him nearly speechless with grief. Observing the elder's distress, the old villain's heart began to soften, yet he found it difficult to extricate himself from the situation. Thus, he resorted to an excuse. "It is not that I am unwilling to assist, I simply lack the capability. Consider this. Young Stephen and I bear no resemblance. How could I possibly impersonate him?" "That poses no problem," the old mage exclaimed, his tone shifting to one of excitement. "I possess a magnificent artifact, a mask known as the Illusion of Truth. Once donned, it allows you to adopt the appearance of anyone." The old villain felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Has this been your scheme all along?" he thought, before exclaiming, "But merely resembling someone is insufficient. One must also match their physique. Just look at me. My height and build hardly suggest a mage, do they? Oh, but it is precisely your physique that I value." The old mage replied with a sly grin. "You see, the mother of my great-grandson is a barbarian, and he has inherited her robust stature. At just 15, he is as strong as an ox. Consequently, your builds are quite similar. This magical robe you wear is his. It should fit you perfectly. You two would certainly be considered unconventional mages. So what do you have to say now?" The old villain felt a surge of dismay, offering a bitter smile as he said, "And what of temperament and character? I hardly believe I can act the fool. That is of no concern." The old mage assured him, "You need not pretend, simply be yourself. I will inform others that since your transformation, your personality has drastically changed. No one will dare to question it, and should you cause any trouble, I will shield you from the repercussions." As he spoke, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes, revealing his true intent to use the old villain to exact revenge on those who had once tormented his grandson. The old villain, who thrived on chaos, found himself oddly satisfied with this arrangement. However, he soon voiced his apprehensions. "But what if I slip up? I possess no recollection of young Stephen's acquaintances or friends. That is easily remedied. I shall claim you have suffered amnesia. As long as I and this hefty fellow assert your identity, the opinions of others will be rendered inconsequential," the old mage declared with arrogance. Sighing, the old villain resigned himself to the situation, nodding glumly. "Very well, I suppose I am out of luck. After all, I owe you. I knew you would come through for me," the old mage exclaimed with gratitude. "But surely you cannot expect me to impersonate someone indefinitely?" the old villain challenged. Feeling somewhat troubled, "I am unaccustomed to living in another's shadow. How about this?" the old mage suggested thoughtfully. "If you can ensure our family has an heir blessed with the gift of lightning, I shall release you from this charade." The old villain was taken aback. "I can pursue women without issue, but I cannot guarantee conception." In truth, his inability to conceive was a source of embarrassment, for he had never fathered a child in his past life. Despite having numerous beautiful partners, none had left him with an heir. Frustrated, he had offered lavish rewards to anyone who could bear him a child, yet all he received were a few bold women who had betrayed him. After much reflection, he had resigned himself to the possibility that his unique abilities rendered him incapable of procreation. Thus, the old mage's proposition unsettled him. The old mage, perplexed, pondered, "Have I not yet discussed matters of women with him? How does he know?" However, having witnessed the old villain's extraordinary abilities, he chose to overlook the inconsistency and confidently replied, "You are still young. Do not fret. I have faith in you." "Very well, very well." The old villain had little choice but to acquiesce. He could not admit his shortcomings, yet added, "Tell this hefty fellow to make an effort as well. If he manages to produce a suitable heir, I expect to be released promptly. Though the old villain's words were somewhat disrespectful, the hefty fellow felt profoundly moved and could not help but inquire, "Why would you do this? Is a duke's title and wealth beyond compare insufficient to sway you? That trifling fortune holds no allure for me." The old villain scoffed. "Now, if you all agree to this arrangement, let us finalize it. Otherwise, I shall walk away." Seeing that the old villain was sincere, the old mage nodded in appreciation and stated, "Very well. Whoever produces a worthy heir shall be granted their freedom, and I shall bequeath this vast estate to that child." Indeed, the hefty fellow promptly agreed, then asked, "And what of the mastermind behind this scheme?" "Humph." The old mage snorted. "Do not confront that woman just yet. We lack evidence. Moreover, with young Stephen's miraculous return, it would be unwise to provoke the royal family over a mere injury. Such actions may raise suspicions. For now, bide your time and let off some steam. I shall ensure young Stephen's vengeance is served in due course." "Understood." The hefty fellow nodded, unable to suppress his tears. "Yes, I comprehend." He wiped his eyes and offered a deep bow to the old mage and the old villain before taking his leave. Chapter 16. Gaining authority after Caddis Stephen departed. The old mage turned to the old villain and said, "Now, let us discuss the issues concerning your subordinates. By the way, how exactly did you manage to control those magical beasts?" "I have no idea," the old villain replied candidly. "I simply practiced according to the druids' beast-taming methods. And for some reason, they all obey me." "What? Are you jesting with me?" The old mage immediately retorted. "If it were so simple to command high-level magical beasts, the druids would have long since dominated the continent. I truly don't know," the old villain exclaimed, irritation creeping into his voice. "I find it perplexing myself, as this phenomenon deviates significantly from the known teachings on beast taming. But how could I possibly understand the reason behind it?" "You genuinely do not know?" the old mage asked, still skeptical. "Of course not. If you don't believe me, that is your problem," the old villain replied impatiently. "All right, fine," the old mage hurriedly conceded. "Let us assume you are truly ignorant. However, what do you plan to do with your subordinates? You cannot simply allow them to roam freely within my mage tower, can you? Why not just take them outside to raise them?" the old villain suggested. "Are you joking?" the old mage exclaimed, jumping to his feet in alarm. "Do you know where my mage tower is? It's located within the Noble Academy. If you let them loose, they would devour my students." "I don't care," the old villain declared resolutely. "They must be allowed to roam free. I forbid you from keeping them imprisoned. I have already promised them a realm of freedom." "Surely not," the old mage said, utterly dumbfounded. "Do you have any idea how much space 12 wild bulls and 4 wyverns require? We're talking at least 100 miles of territory. And that doesn't even account for the other magical beasts. Given the proximity to the imperial capital, it is utterly impossible to allow you to keep such dangerous creatures at large. Where do you expect me to procure such vast land for you? Have mercy on me." "Absolutely not." The old villain shook his head firmly. "This matter is non-negotiable. If it cannot be accomplished, I shall no longer play the role of your counterfeit young master. Haha, you'll have to figure it out yourself." The old villain was in no rush, knowing that the old mage needed him. You are taking advantage of my predicament," the old mage shouted in exasperation. "Indeed, and what of it?" The old villain chuckled mischievously. "If you have the guts, don't agree. You. The old mage struggled to articulate his frustration. "Honestly, it's amusing that you boast about your esteemed status, your family's prominence, and your wealth, yet you cannot even manage this trivial task. How should I regard you? A boastful old mage?" The old villain had clearly employed a taunt. "Who is bragging?" the old mage retorted, now thoroughly incensed. "Is it not merely a matter of finding a space to raise the magical beasts? I shall seek one for you." With that, he began to ponder this conundrum incessantly. "Excellent," the old villain thought, relishing in his scheming success. "Alas, there is no feasible place nearby to raise magical beasts," the old mage lamented. "If this area won't do, we must venture farther afield. Then let us go somewhere more distant." The old villain replied nonchalantly. "Any location suitable for raising magical beasts is at least 1,000 miles away. However, if we do that, you wouldn't be able to monitor them daily." The old mage remarked helplessly. "I am aware of that, which is precisely why I am making this difficult," the old mage said. "The place you seek must allow for regular contact with them while being sufficiently distant from the imperial capital. This is indeed a challenging task. Wait a moment. I believe I may have thought of something." "Really?" The old villain perked up at once. "Have you found a location?" Indeed, the old mage replied promptly. I recall that the first floor of my mage tower has a fixed-point teleportation array capable of transporting individuals to another location. That place seems quite suitable for you to raise your magical beasts. And where might that be? The old villain inquired eagerly. It is the ruins of an ancient high elf city, located approximately 4,000 kilometers from here. It has lain abandoned for tens of thousands of years. The area is now completely overgrown, transformed into a dense forest. It covers several hundred miles, making it ideal for the rearing of your powerful magical beasts. The old mage explained with a smile. Oh, the old villain asked curiously. If it has become ruins, how is there still a teleportation array leading there? Let me tell you the truth, the old mage said. This mage tower is itself a relic of the High Elves. Thousands of years ago, the High Elves were the lords of this continent, establishing a magnificent magical civilization, with cities interconnected by teleportation arrays. Unfortunately, the High Elves eventually declined, and through countless wars, most of these arrays were destroyed. Only a very few remain intact, and the one here is one of the few that still functions, leading to that very ruin. The old mage clarified. Of course it can. The old mage chuckled. The teleportation array there is well preserved. I have used it several times without issue. Then let us go take a look now. The old villain insisted. Very well. The old villain noticed the old mage seemed fatigued and relented, saying, You should rest first. We shall go tomorrow. Agreed. The old mage replied, then waved his hand gently, summoning a remarkably beautiful puppet resembling a woman. Turning to the old villain, he said, This is Lilith, my steward. When I am not here, you may consult her. She will inform you of everything concerning this place. Understood. The old villain nodded. Lilith, this is the young master. I grant him access to all areas below the 5th floor. You are now responsible for him. The old mage finished, nodding to the old villain before turning and departing. Once the old mage had left, the old villain scrutinized Lilith closely. She bore an astonishing resemblance to a living person, golden hair, azure eyes, skin as smooth as jade, standing around 1 meter 80 tall, dressed in standard steward attire. A charming smile graced her face, and if not for the old villain's awareness of her lack of vitality, he might have mistaken her for a real person. Upon seeing her, the old villain couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for the old mage, marveling at the remarkable craftsmanship of such a lifelike puppet. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the continent's foremost alchemical master. After admiring her for a moment, the old villain inquired, Lilith, please enlighten me on what the permissions for levels below 5 entail. Yes, young master. Lilith replied respectfully. This mage tower comprises a total of 12 floors above ground. You may freely enter and utilize everything within the 1st to 5th floors. However, access to the 6th floor and above is strictly prohibited. The old villain, who despised restrictions, immediately voiced his displeasure. What if I insist on entering? Then you would be subjected to an attack from the mage tower's guardians. Lilith maintained her serene smile. Uft. What are the guardians of the mage tower? The old villain scoffed. Even that old man is merely a defeated foe of mine. Even if the master himself were to forcefully intrude, he could at most reach the 9th floor, but he wouldn't be able to surpass it either. Thus, it would be wise for you not to attempt a forceful entry. Lilith replied with a smile. Chapter 17. Celebrating with my little brothers, is it really that impressive? Old Evil was taken aback upon hearing this. He was well aware of the old mage's prowess, if the latter could only reach the 9th level. Old Evil doubted whether he could even attain the 5th level at this point. Of course it is. Lilith replied with a smile. Is that so? Old Evil decided to cease the discussion on this matter, and said, Now, tell me about the surroundings. Certainly, master. Lilith then began to explain. As it turned out, Old Evil was currently situated at the summit of a mountain within a magical tower. Encircling the tower was a grand castle named after the Stephen family. Sprawling over several miles, majestically constructed, and combining both practicality and aesthetics. It entirely enveloped the mountaintop, providing robust protection for the magical tower. Beyond the castle lay the most esteemed institution of the Griffin Kingdom, the Noble Academy. This academy occupied half the mountain, with its grounds extending over several dozen miles. It was divided into 3 faculties. The uppermost was the School of Magic, home to nearly all the magical apprentices in the nation, yet their numbers remained pitifully low, totaling only a few thousand, including instructors. The middle tier housed the Academy of Noble Etiquette, where several thousand students, those lacking magical or martial talent, studied art, manners, arithmetic, and other subjects. hoping to secure a future after adulthood. The lowest tier was the Fighter Academy, accommodating nearly 10,000 individuals who were instructed in various combat techniques. Anyone with the potential to become a warrior, be they noble or commoner, could pursue advancement here. Due to the incessant warfare across the continent, every nation placed great importance on developing elite combat forces, which led to the establishment of this academy. Undoubtedly, mages and warriors wielding combat energy represented the pinnacle of power. Although their numbers were scarce, their combat prowess could not be easily overwhelmed by mere numbers. Thus, the Griffin Kingdom mandated that anyone, even the children of slaves, possessing magical potential could free their entire family from servitude and receive complementary education at the School of Magic. Once they became even the lowest-ranked mage, they could be ennobled. Conversely, those with warrior potential could change their own status but could not benefit their families. Nevertheless, this initiative resulted in a steady influx of exceptional talent into these two academies each year, with the Empire providing them with the finest treatment. Notably, half of the current 5 Archmages and 4 Sword Saints hail from humble beginnings. It was this unorthodox approach to nurturing talent that allowed the Griffin Kingdom to rise above its competitors, ultimately establishing itself as one of the dominant powers in the human realm. After absorbing this overview, Old Evil pondered briefly before addressing Lilith. "All right, that will suffice for today. Please fetch me some food and drink from below. I fear that if I do not appear soon, there may be an uprising." "An uprising?" Lilith replied, puzzled. "I'm afraid I do not quite understand your meaning." Clearly, she was unaware of the events transpiring below. Old Evil, disinterested in explaining, simply said ambiguously, "Just bring a large quantity of food and drink." "All right, there should be enough provisions here, correct?" he inquired, concerned about the potential lack of resources. However, Lilith quickly reassured him, "No problem. We have ample supplies stored here, sufficient to sustain thousands for an extended period. I will prepare it right away." "Excellent." Old Evil nodded, rising to his feet. "I shall head down first. You prepare as well." With that, he departed. "Yes, master," Lilith promptly responded. Upon hearing this, the group of little brothers gradually dispersed, yet they did not stray far, collectively gazing at Old Evil with eager anticipation. Among them, the leader of the sprites, Cass, approached Old Evil respectfully and inquired, "Master, did you achieve anything this time?" Old Evil, fully aware of their concerns, smiled slightly and replied, "Indeed, I have made gains. I have persuaded the old fellow, and he has agreed to grant me my freedom." Upon hearing this, the little brothers erupted in ecstatic roars, their genuine excitement resonating as if their own freedom were at stake, deeply moving Old Evil. He waved his hand to silence their cheers and said with a gentle smile, "Rest assured, my freedom is synonymous with yours. I have already negotiated with the old fellow, and I shall secure a realm that belongs entirely to you. Live freely, liberated from any fears of persecution." At this, the little brothers cheered even louder, with some sprites overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears. Old Evil understood their emotions and allowed them to express themselves without restraint. After a considerable time, the ruckus gradually subsided. Just then, Lilith sent a number of servant automatons bearing a large quantity of food and drink. Consequently, Old Evil beckoned everyone to indulge in a grand feast. Whether it was wild cattle, bipedal dragons, or even magical explosive spiders, all displayed an insatiable interest in the cooked meat prepared by humans. To Old Evil's surprise, they all seemed to share an unexpected fondness for the sweet beverage, red wine. Watching them guzzle the abundant red wine, Old Evil felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yet, he refrained from intervening. After all, it was merely some wine. Although he knew it was valuable, Old Evil had always been exceptionally generous towards his little brothers. Thus, instead of curbing their indulgence, he encouraged Lilith to procure even more, ensuring they could revel to their heart's content. In such an atmosphere, nearly all of the little brothers ultimately succumbed to intoxication, leaving only Old Evil and a few sprites who were less fond of alcohol sober. While even the magical explosive spiders lay sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. The following day, the old mage awoke, and upon receiving the inventory from Lilith, he was so incensed that he leaped out of bed, still in his nightclothes, summoning Old Evil before him, angrily exclaiming, "You wasteful scoundrel! How dare you feed my wine to magical beasts? I swear, you drank 30 barrels of my fine wine in a single night. Do you have any idea how much that is worth? What a miser! It's merely a few barrels of cat urine." Old Evil scoffed disdainfully. Looking at your stingy demeanor, it's clear you'll be poor for life. You little rascal. The old mage was nearly driven to madness by old evil's retort. Had he not still needed something from him, he would likely have unleashed a lightning strike. After managing to suppress his fury, the old mage bellowed, "From now on, your allowance is revoked. You will not receive another coin until you compensate me for my wine." TCH. Old evil coldly snorted, "In all my life, I have never seen a single cent from you." It was then that the old mage recalled that he had kept old evil confined for over a decade without ever providing him a copper coin. Chapter 18. New skills. Old Sia could hardly be bothered to argue with him. Money was of no concern to him. With a wealth of skills at his disposal, why would he fret over finances? In fact, even if the old mage were to offer him pocket money, he would dismiss it with disdain. True to his nature, old Sia believed that a man should earn his own keep. Thus, he swiftly diverted the conversation, asking directly, "All right then, keep your trifling allowance for yourself. Aren't you supposed to take me to that place? Why the haste?" The old mage retorted, slightly exasperated. "That magic circle hasn't been used in decades. The last time was around 40 years ago. I need to prepare. Don't you want to avoid a misfire in the teleportation? A misfire could be a serious matter, potentially life-threatening, and old Sia certainly did not wish to encounter any mishaps. Hence, he inquired, "How long will you need to prepare?" 3 days, at most, 3 days. The old mage replied. "Fine, 3 days it is." Old Sia turned on his heel, walking away while proclaiming, "During these 3 days, you're in charge of the food and drink. If you dare skimp on it, you can go play the fool yourself." The long-neglected beasts were now brimming with excitement. The magical creatures rolled about joyfully in the beautiful garden, while the ogres dashed about, trampling countless flowers and ruining several seemingly valuable sculptures. The explosive spider climbed to the balcony atop the circular castle, comfortably dozing off. For her, the castle, towering several meters high, felt as flat as the ground, and her elegant, agile movements elicited admiration from old Sia. The most exhilarated were the bipedal dragons. Once freed, they flapped their wings incessantly. Years of confinement had nearly robbed them of their ability to fly, but after some activity, they finally soared into the sky once more. Watching their majestic forms glide freely through the air stirred a yearning within old Sia, prompting him to call them down, eager to ride and partake in their flight. However, just as old Sia summoned one of the bipedal dragons and prepared to mount, he was met with the furious roar of the old mage. "Damn it! Do you want the entire academy to know that my beasts have escaped?" The old mage shouted from a window of the magic tower, his voice laced with anger. "And for heaven's sake, gather these creatures back. My garden, my sculptures. Do you have any idea how much they are worth? Money is of little consequence. It's the value of the items that matters." The old mage fumed. Those flowers and plants were painstakingly collected from across the continent over decades. And as for those sculptures, the least of them has a history of several hundred years. "You scoundrel, do you wish to drive me to despair?" Having now dressed in a fine manner, the old mage sat behind an enormous table. Upon seeing old Sia enter, he wasted no time and tossed him a book, saying, "From what I observed in your combat yesterday, you seem quite adept. It appears you possess a remarkable martial talent. Given that, you might be one who can cultivate both magic and martial skills. I happen to have a skill book that would suit you perfectly. Take a look." "Huh." The old mage, suddenly amused by old Sia's audacity, chuckled. "Your audacity knows no bounds. Do you pant just because I called you fat? Enough." Old Sia was unfazed by such taunts, retorting with a cold smile, "I am most aware of my own circumstances. All right, I shan't waste my breath on you." The old mage shrugged and, with a serious tone, added, "But I still recommend you examine this book." "Oh." Seeing the old mage grow serious piqued old Sia's curiosity, prompting him to ask, "Is this book of significant origin?" "Indeed, it is a skill book from an ancient profession that disappeared a millennium ago. In its heyday, practitioners of this profession were incredibly formidable, producing a multitude of holy and even legendary figures. Regrettably, the requirements for this profession were exceedingly high. Only those gifted in both magic and martial arts could inherit it. Alas, those with magical talent are rare, and those with both talents are even scarcer, leading to the eventual decline of this profession. It has been several centuries since we last saw any heirs to this lineage." The old mage expressed his regret. "Such a pity." Intrigued, old Sia leaned closer, inquiring, "What is this profession?" "Assassin," the old mage replied flatly. "Damn," old Sia exclaimed in frustration, "that despicable profession. And you dare to speak of it. What do you mean by despicable? The old mage retorted with annoyance. Assassins of old were not like the pathetic ones of today. Modern assassins merely rely on poisons or ambushes with crossbows, lacking any technical prowess. In contrast, a millennium ago, when an assassin sought to eliminate someone, they did so openly. With martial skills that could rival even warriors, and their various auxiliary magics would leave mages in awe. Thus, when evaluating strength, people often had to elevate the level of an assassin by one. In other words, a level 4 assassin could contend with a level 5 warrior or mage. In short, they were exceptionally formidable, and, it seems, your unique physique is perfectly suited for practicing this art. Indeed, the old mage nodded, continuing, I will hasten my work on the magic circle, but you must keep those beasts in check. They must not escape. If they stir up the students outside, it will spell trouble. Understood, old Xia replied before turning to leave. Chapter 19. In trouble upon returning to his lair. The old rogue comfortably reclined on his bed and began to peruse a book titled The Complete Guide to Assassin Skills. He was soon captivated by its contents. According to the book, assassins primarily possess 3 categories of skills: martial arts, shadows, and traps. The martial arts section particularly astonished the old rogue, for he was a master in his own right, yet had never encountered such an extraordinary form of martial arts. This revelation undeniably exhilarated him. The most remarkable aspect of the assassin's martial arts skills lies in their ability to accumulate energy. It is well known that when one strikes, there is an equal and opposite reaction. If this force is too great, it could potentially injure one's wrist. However, assassin martial arts leverage a unique technique, utilizing internal magical energy to refine this reactive force, manifesting it as a sphere of light that hovers around the body. A maximum of 3 spheres can be accumulated, with each sphere possessing double the strength of its predecessor. Thus, if the first sphere represents a full force strike, the second sphere would equal twice that strength, and the third sphere would amount to 4 times the strength of the first. Once all 3 spheres are charged, they can be unleashed in one explosive attack, effectively delivering 8 times one's normal power. Of course, the initial energy accumulation would not be exceedingly high. Even if each sphere contained only 30 to 50% of its potential, it would still be formidable. Moreover, as this energy is accumulated through magical conversion, there is no upper limit. With sufficient magical prowess and skill, one could amass energy that is tenfold or even several dozens of times greater. Such a terrifying strike could likely obliterate even a dragon. At this moment, the old rogue comprehended why the old mage had declared this technique most suitable for him. With his 4 arms, he could adeptly charge energy while simultaneously executing the final strike from a different limb, allowing him to unleash maximum damage in an instant. In contrast, others with only 2 arms could only charge energy once per attack, which paled in comparison to his capabilities. The mere thought of the old rogue consistently unleashing terrifying 8-fold attacks was enough to ignite excitement within him. Additionally, the primary weapons of assassins are claws and stiletto blades, which are ideal for individuals possessing agility and long arms. The old rogue undoubtedly exemplified such a candidate. His body is nimble as a monkey, with arms so long they could reach his knees and the soles of his feet. Furthermore, his mighty arms bore built-in claws, rendering him practically equipped for the assassin's trade. Beyond martial arts skills, the traps within the assassin's repertoire also intrigued the old rogue. These traps are not rudimentary contrivances reliant on materials, but rather magical traps constructed entirely of magical energy. With a mere gesture, they can be conjured swiftly and possess considerable power. Coupled with the alchemical knowledge he had acquired over the years and his understanding of warfare, he mused that a version of landmine warfare from another realm could soon unfold. As for the final category, shadow training piqued the old rogue's interest as well. This skill allows for the creation of a perfect duplicate capable of mirroring his abilities. With such a skill, engaging in clandestine endeavors would become significantly more manageable. With this in mind, adhering to the principle that one can glean wisdom from others' experiences, the old rogue promptly commenced his study of assassin skills, beginning with the techniques of energy accumulation and release in martial arts. He became utterly engrossed in his studies, and nearly 3 days passed before he unraveled the intricacies of the techniques. Eager to test his newfound knowledge, he initiated his first experiment in the comfort of his abode. He positioned himself firmly on the ground, legs slightly bent, and with a light shout, he struck his 2 mighty arms together. With a soft pop, 2 pale green energy spheres materialized beside him, swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance. This was his own invention. By merely striking his palms together, he could generate energy without needing to strike an opponent. However, these two energy spheres were merely at the initial level, as he had only managed to harness 30% of their potential. Seeing this, the old rogue burst into delighted laughter, realizing that by pursuing this line of thought, he could further amplify his explosive power without needing to strike an opponent in advance. As long as he charged the spheres sufficiently, he could unleash a devastating attack that would surely annihilate his foes. Eager to test the power of this strike, he looked around for a target. However, he could not very well use his subordinates as practice dummies. In a moment of desperation, he raised his fists and struck the ground with great force. A tremendous crash resonated, followed by the unsettling sensation of the ground giving way beneath him. Startled, he realized the ground was hollow beneath him. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. He gathered his energy and gently floated to the ground, unharmed. Upon landing, he surveyed his surroundings and was taken aback by the mountains of supplies amassed around him. Weapons, armor, provisions, and many unfamiliar devices seemingly intended for fortification. Puzzled, he wondered why such a vast stockpile lay hidden here. Did the old mage harbor treasonous intentions? As he pondered this, an irate roar echoed from above, startling him. "You damn fool! Are you trying to demolish my magical tower?" It turned out the old mage had entered to discuss teleportation matters, only to find the old rogue had smashed the ground, creating a gaping hole several meters wide. The old mage, distraught, rushed to the breach to express his outrage. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, the old rogue, however, was not one to readily admit fault. "Come on, you said this shabby place was unsafe, a shoddy structure, yet you dare to blame me for the chaos? By the sun, look at this floor. It's over 2 feet thick, reinforced with magical stone, capable of supporting several tons of beasts, and you have the gall to say it's unsafe? Do you think you're a behemoth with such a heavy rear end?" The old mage bellowed in exasperation. Chapter 20. The old mage's revenge. "This wretched thing is utterly useless." The old rogue immediately retorted, "Otherwise, how could I have fallen? Damn it. I have always been unreasonable with others, and today I never expected to encounter someone who dares to be unreasonable with me." The old mage was seething with rage, his anger boiling over as he exclaimed, "You don't understand, do you? Allow me to demonstrate." With that, he raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking fiercely towards the old rogue's head. However, the old rogue was not so easily subdued, although he could not evade the speed of the lightning. His years of combat experience had honed a nearly supernatural instinct for battle. The moment the old mage lifted his hand, the rogue sensed imminent danger and swiftly evaded the attack. Thus, while the lightning struck the stone floor, creating a pit nearly a foot deep, it left the old rogue unscathed. Naturally, the old mage was not one to relent easily. Seeing the rogue evade what he believed was a guaranteed hit, he felt a surge of competitiveness. He continued to summon one bolt of lightning after another, forcing the rogue to scurry about the vast warehouse like a cat chased by a dog. While he managed to dodge all the strikes, the rogue's predicament was undeniably comical, resembling a monkey with its tail on fire. After a series of strikes, the old mage, observing the rogue's disheveled state, found his anger dissipating. Suddenly recalling something, he ceased his assault and turned to examine the pit, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Indeed, such destructive power could rival that of a level 5 or 6 warrior. For someone of your mere 13 or 14 years, this achievement is nothing short of miraculous. The old mage nodded with a smile, fully enveloped in a sense of immense accomplishment. With such a talented disciple, who could possibly be dissatisfied? The old rogue, being a man of experience, understood the old mage's feelings and chose not to dwell on his own embarrassment. Instead, he expressed mild dissatisfaction. "While impressive, this is quite exhausting. Just a few strikes, and my magical energy is nearly depleted. This is entirely different from what your book described." In truth, the rogue had set a trap here. Although the few strikes had indeed drained a significant amount of his magical energy, it was not overly taxing for him. He had cultivated his own profound energy over the past 13 years, reaching a level comparable to that of a level 4 or 5 mage. According to the norms of this world, at his age, his magical capacity would barely qualify him as a level 1 mage. Hence he only claimed to the old mage that he was a level 1 mage. Indeed, the energy of a level 1 mage would struggle to withstand the depletion caused by those few strikes. The discrepancy with the book was stark. It claimed that such energy accumulation would not require substantial magical expenditure, allowing even a level 1 mage to cast multiple times without issue. The old mage regarded the rogue's concerns with disdain, casting him a glance filled with scorn. Do you think you're the same as an ordinary person? Understand that power does not materialize from thin air. The greater the energy you gather, the more magical energy you must expend. Therefore, the consumption of magical energy is dictated by your strength. The book I provided you references ordinary individuals. How much power can they muster in a single punch? Naturally, their magical consumption would be minimal. But you, my boy, are simply abnormal. Your single punch could rival 10 of theirs. How could that not consume a significant amount of energy? Upon hearing this, the rogue comprehended that the concept of energy conservation also applied in this otherworldly realm. Just then, he noticed a faint aura of killing intent emanating from the old mage, as if he had just taken a life. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Did you just kill someone?" The old mage responded, intrigued. "You can sense that?" "Yes," the rogue replied, unwilling to reveal too many secrets, opting for ambiguity. "I can feel a sort of killing intent surrounding you." "Haha, very good, very good. I did not expect your senses to be so sharp," the old mage chuckled. "Indeed, I just had a meeting and took care of some trash." As it turned out, the old mage had just finished the magic circle affairs and was about to seek out the rogue when he received a magical letter. The results of an investigation he had commissioned. Ever since young Stephen's incident, the old mage had devoted himself entirely to rescuing him, leaving no time to investigate the events leading up to it. It was not until young Stephen passed away, necessitating the rogue's intervention, that he was able to mobilize his subordinates for a comprehensive investigation. Now, results were in, clearly documenting the events and the puppeteers behind them. In total, 3 groups were responsible for this matter. The primary culprits were, of course, the princess and her allies, whose power was so formidable that the old mage hesitated to confront them directly. The second group comprised the noble youths who executed the plan, but most had perished at the hands of the frenzied Stephen, leaving no one to exact revenge upon. The final group consisted of the teachers who had been complicit, present at the scene, yet failing to prevent young Stephen's rampage, which ultimately led to his demise. Upon reading this, the old mage's fury flared. Realizing he finally had an outlet for his anger, he promptly convened an urgent meeting with all the teachers, summoning the dozen or so responsible individuals before him. Without uttering a word, he glared at them, his aura radiating lethal intent. Confronted with the wrath of the kingdom's foremost mage, the powerful lightning mage Stephen, the teachers, burdened with guilt, trembled in fear, cold sweat pouring down their backs. The other instructors, including several high-ranking mages, wisely remained silent, understanding that the old mage intended to settle scores, and none dared to speak up on their behalf lest they provoke this esteemed figure of immense reputation, power, and status. However, under the oppressive weight of the old mage's killing intent, they soon faltered, casting desperate glances towards a high-ranking official of the school, the dean of the Etiquette Academy, a royal-appointed duke named Rockley. Rockley hailed from a prominent family, his grandmother a royal princess, thus holding an esteemed position. Yet he lacked insight, having subtly orchestrated the teacher's actions against young Stephen. Otherwise, they would never have dared to offend the old mage. Initially, he sought to remain in the shadows, avoiding a direct confrontation, but as the others turned to him, the implication was clear. If he did not intervene, they would expose him to save themselves. Under this silent threat, Rockley reluctantly urged the old mage, "Principal, while these individuals bear some responsibility for their actions against young Stephen, they did their best. They are teachers of the school, and as nobles, any disciplinary action should be reported to His Majesty." Clearly, he intended to leverage the Emperor as a means to pressure the old mage. The old mage had been unaware of Rockley's involvement in the scheme until now, and the audacity of the man to invoke the Emperor's name infuriated him. His eyes blazed with rage as he retorted, "Reason? Damn it, you ma go by to reason." With a swift motion, he unleashed a bolt of lightning. This time, the old mage struck with fury, and Rockley, a mere fool versed only in royal etiquette, stood no chance of defending himself. With a thunderous boom, the unfortunate Rockley was instantly reduced to cinders. Subsequently, the old mage, with unwavering determination, swung his arms fiercely several times, and in an instant, powerful bolts of lightning shot forth like frenzied silver serpents, striking down upon the dozen or so teachers with ferocity. Truly, as a mage blessed with the gift of lightning, the 5th level spell, Chain Lightning, was not only instantaneous in its casting, but also unleashed multiple strikes simultaneously, effectively creating an electric web. Among the teachers, the weakest were mere 3rd or 4th level warriors or mages, while the strongest was even a 5th level mage. None were spared, all succumbing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with charred corpses. "I am not one to reason with," declared the old mage as he casually drifted away. Chapter 21. Ancient Ruins. Hundreds of esteemed teachers and instructors observed the old mage's outburst in silence, none daring to utter a word. Most were thoroughly intimidated, while a few elderly gentlemen exchanged hushed laughter, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of a duke's demise. Indeed, one could hardly blame them. Who was the old mage? He was the kingdom's pillar, the current emperor's and the previous emperor's magical tutor. The audacity of Rockley to plot against his direct grandson could only be described as courting death, even if the old mage resorted to extrajudicial measures. Lacking substantial evidence to justify his actions, it would not elicit any reproach from His Majesty the Emperor. After all, the kingdom was in dire need of the old mage's esteemed presence. Upon hearing the old mage's account, the Dark Lord felt no particular sentiment. As a great villain, it was customary to avenge grievances. He had, in the past, eliminated no fewer than 100 experts merely to retaliate against mockery regarding his own appearance. Thus, he wholeheartedly endorsed the old mage's course of action, nodding approvingly, exclaiming, "Well done. Excellent." With a faint smile, the old mage replied, "All right, I have completed the magic array. Let us proceed to take a look." "Very well." The Dark Lord eagerly nodded. The two then descended to the underground level of the magic tower, specifically designed for the placement of teleportation arrays. In this level, every room was equipped with such arrays, leading to various destinations, some within this realm, others to alternate dimensions. A veritable tapestry of options. Under the old mage's guidance, they arrived at a rather unremarkable chamber. The spacious room was largely empty, save for a solitary magic array adorned with various symbols on the floor. It was evident that the array had been refurbished, with many sections reinforced with superior materials. All the magic stones had been replaced with new ones, their radiant glimmer revitalizing the ancient array. The old mage positioned himself at the center of the array and began to chant incantations to activate it. As the magic array came to life, the stones emitted a blinding brilliance, forcing the Dark Lord to squint. Soon, he felt a massive wave of energy sweep over him, leaving him momentarily dazed. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar location. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, and the Dark Lord was uncertain of his whereabouts. However, he could sense the old mage's presence nearby and inquired, "Why is it so dark here?" "Need I say more? The magic array is concealed within a secret chamber, sealed tight. How could it not be dark?" The old mage explained, suddenly exclaiming, "Illuminate." The illumination spell was a basic, non-offensive spell designed solely for lighting purposes. As the words left the old mage's lips, a massive light source appeared above his head, radiating brightness akin to a 1,000-watt bulb. The old mage's potent magic amplified the spell's brilliance. Yet, this inadvertently caused distress for the Dark Lord, whose eyes had just adapted to the darkness. Now overwhelmed by the sudden glare, rendering him momentarily blinded and causing an unbearable itch, tears streaming uncontrollably. Enraged, he cursed, "Damn it, you old fool. That was intentional. Remember this." With no recourse, the Dark Lord resorted to muttering threats while casting healing spells upon himself. Fortunately, endowed with druidic heritage and talent, he possessed the basic healing spell, effective for minor injuries, enabling him to recover his sight within moments. Once his vision returned, the Dark Lord surveyed his surroundings, discovering he was in a completely enclosed space. The expansive room lacked windows, let alone doors, enveloping them in total darkness. Unsure of how to exit, he turned his gaze towards the old mage, who anticipated his question and replied with a smile, "There exists a magic door here, accessible only to those who know the incantation. Above us lies an uninhabited ruin in the depths of the Gobi Desert." Before the old mage could elaborate, the Dark Lord abruptly raised a hand, signaling him to halt, then inclined his ear to listen intently. The old mage was taken aback and curiously inquired, "What do you hear?" "There are people outside, quite a few of them," the Dark Lord affirmed. His training encompassed not merely physical strength. Acute senses were also among the benefits, enabling him to detect faint sounds that eluded the old mage. "Is that so?" The old mage was initially startled, but soon relaxed. Perhaps they are merely passing by. After all, this oasis is the only source of water for miles in the vast Gobi Desert, so it is not uncommon for travelers to frequent this area. Come, let us investigate. As he spoke, the old mage approached a wall, murmuring a few incantations, causing the stone wall to part, revealing a corridor beyond. As they traversed the ancient corridor, the Dark Lord was soon captivated by his surroundings. Though the corridor bore the marks of age, its exquisite patterns and decorations allowed the Dark Lord to envision the opulence and grandeur it once possessed. The mere fact that this structure had withstood the test of thousands of years was awe-inspiring. It was inconceivable how much effort had been invested in its construction. From the Dark Lord's expression, the old mage discerned a hint of realization and chuckled. This is the capital built by the High Elves, and we currently stand in its most vital hub, where great resources were dedicated to ensure luxury, comfort, and durability, truly a masterpiece in architectural history. Indeed, it is evident that the High Elves possessed a remarkable civilization. The Dark Lord nodded in agreement. Absolutely. They were the masters of this continent, while humans, beast folk, and dwarves were mere slaves. The old mage lamented. Regrettably, they ultimately fell to internal strife, relinquishing their dominance over the continent. The old mage then began recounting tales of the High Elves, guiding the Dark Lord up a staircase, where they soon reached the upper level. Peering through the windows, they easily discerned the external landscape. From their elevated position, approximately 10 meters above the ground, the Dark Lord surveyed the scene outside. It became apparent that this had once been a colossal city, spanning over 100 miles in area. At its center lay an immense plaza, over 1,000 meters in diameter, surrounded by a ring of magnificent edifices. The structures, towering several stories high, were adorned with countless intricate sculptures embellishing columns, walls, and eaves. Clearly, these buildings were of great significance, constructed with utmost care, enabling them to endure for millennia, still standing strong despite the passage of time. However, the surrounding cityscape had not fared as well. The majority of the buildings had collapsed, leaving behind mere remnants of walls. The once thriving city had transformed into an expanse of trees, now resembling a sprawling forest. In truth, the city now lay amidst the Gobi Desert, devoid of natural water sources, surrounded by barren wasteland. The reason trees flourished within the city was due to the continued operation of its water supply system. Chapter 22. The Wrath of the Old Demon. It was evident that the old demon was filled with murderous intent, intending to annihilate all in his path. Otherwise, he would not have exposed the secrets of his own body. In truth, he had no real connection to that woman. It was merely the actions of the mercenary that irked him. Who was the old demon? A notorious figure of immense power. And this slight was sufficient to stir his bloodlust, especially since that man had audaciously threatened to expose the old demon's weaknesses. The old mage, discerning the old demon's intent to eradicate, took an interest in the one-eyed giants and decided to intervene. He produced his wand and quietly prepared to clean up the aftermath. Suddenly, a voice rang out from nearby. Who is this hideous creature? Upon hearing this, the old demon's face turned a shade of green. The term hideous creature was his greatest taboo. In his previous life, he had been cursed with an unusual appearance, one eye large as an ox's, the other small like a mung bean. This earned him the lifelong epithet of hideous creature, a title he had endured for 6 centuries, a perpetual source of torment. Each time he heard those words, he was driven to madness, and the number of lives lost at his hands for uttering them exceeded 1,000. Now that he had finally been reborn, he found himself once again in a bizarre form, even more exaggerated than before, and once more branded as a hideous creature. The indignation within him was beyond measure. Without a moment's hesitation, the old demon vanished from sight, appearing before the man in a flash, delivering a powerful slap from above. Standing at 2 meters tall, he towered over the man, who barely reached 178. Thus, the old demon could only strike his head. As a master of close combat, his movements were as swift as a gentle breeze. Before the man could react, he was struck on the crown of his head. The old demon's strength was formidable, amplified by his fury, resulting in a blow that was nothing short of catastrophic. With a resounding crack, the man's skull shattered like a rotten watermelon, his brain matter splattering in an instant, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Concurrently, a faint green energy orb materialized beside the old demon, indicating he had activated the assassin skill, Tiger Strike. The old demon's action immediately caught the attention of others. They were astonished that he dared to strike first amidst a crowd of 200, ruthlessly eliminating one of their own. The mercenary leader, infuriated, bellowed, "Everyone, attack! Kill this hideous creature!" Upon hearing hideous creature, the old demon locked his gaze onto the leader, advancing step by step. The mercenaries, obeying their leader's command, surged forward. One man, wielding a massive sword, aimed an attack at the old demon's exposed shoulder. The faint golden glow emanating from the blade signified he had infused it with fighting spirit, significantly enhancing its destructive potential. However, the old demon paid no heed to the man's sword, nonchalantly delivering a slap aimed at his chest. The man, incensed by what he perceived as the old demon's arrogance and disdain, poured more fighting spirit into his strike and swung with all his might. He had calculated that, as he was the first to attack and armed, he would strike the old demon before receiving a counterattack. In his mind, as a second-level warrior, his sword, infused with fighting spirit, should be enough to cleave through flesh and bone. As the sword descended toward the old demon's neck, a sinister grin spread across the man's face, envisioning the moment of the old demon's demise. Yet, the man was caught off guard. The old demon remained undeterred, his palm descending mercilessly upon the man's chest. The ensuing impact was thunderous, akin to a train colliding with its target, sending the man flying backward several meters, tumbling until he crashed into a pile of supplies. It was then that onlookers realized his chest had caved in severely, the iron armor shattered into fragments, and all his ribs, including his lungs and heart, were obliterated by that monstrous blow. He crumpled to the ground, lifeless, without uttering a single sound. The crowd was left in stunned silence at the terrifying might of the old demon's slap, wondering if he was even human. Surely, it was akin to a blow from a behemoth. What they did not know was that the old demon was indeed a hybrid of a behemoth. Otherwise, even after 13 years of rigorous training, he would not possess such extraordinary strength and resilience. The behemoth, after all, was a paragon of the 7th-level warrior class, renowned for its unparalleled strength and defense. Unperturbed by the reactions of others, the old demon continued his deliberate advance toward the mercenary leader. Along the way, a hapless soul stood in his path. Dazed, the old demon swiftly dispatched him with a brutal strike, leaving the body to roll away several meters. By the gods, a monster! Run! It was only then that the crowd reacted, frantically fleeing from the old demon. After 3 strikes, 3 green energy orbs began to orbit around him, amplifying his already formidable aura of malevolence. Seeing the escalating situation, the mercenary leader realized they could not afford to let this continue. He hastily called out, "He is but one man. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 100 gold coins." In truth, the old demon had landed at the outskirts of their encampment, and those near him were mere minions, lacking true combat prowess. Upon the announcement of the reward, several self-assured warriors exchanged glances, and together, approximately 7 or 8 3rd and 4th level fighters charged toward the old demon. Confronted by this onslaught of fighting spirit users, the old demon scoffed derisively, boldly stepping forward, targeting the strongest among them, a 4th level warrior. With a sweep of his behemoth claw aimed at the man's chest, he simultaneously absorbed the power of the 3 energy orbs, unleashing them in the form of the simplest yet most devastating assassin skill, Dragon Strike. The seasoned warrior sensed the impending danger from the old demon's attack. After absorbing the energy of the orbs, the old demon's claw emanated a potent, almost ethereal force. Given the fates of the previous 3 assailants, the warrior knew better than to underestimate the old demon's strike. He channeled all his fighting spirit and readied his sword for a direct confrontation. Yet, sadly for him, he was gravely mistaken. The old demon's strike, charged with energy, unleashed a power so terrifying that it not only shattered the warrior's sword, but continued unabated, crashing into his chest. With a resounding thud, the unfortunate warrior was reduced to mere fragments, his upper body disintegrating into a cloud of debris, leaving only his legs intact. Chapter 23. A bloodbath. Subsequent to the initial onslaught, the few attackers were nearly drenched in blood, utterly terrified by the spectacle. A level 4 warrior, dispatched with such startling ease, left them in shock. Their strengths were comparable, and to throw themselves into the fray seemed tantamount to courting death. In truth, had the old rogue not gathered his energy, he would have merely inflicted wounds, never killing outright. However, once he had amassed his power, it was akin to unleashing a barrage of formidable attacks, rendering him extraordinarily powerful. It was entirely plausible for him to eliminate a level 4 warrior in an instant. Yet, one must pity that warrior for his ignorance. After all, the assassin class had not graced the world for centuries, and his lack of awareness was somewhat excusable. Had he been cognizant of the unique attributes of assassin martial arts, he would undoubtedly have refrained from confronting the old rogue directly. In fact, if he had merely engaged the rogue for a brief moment, the rogue's energy would have dissipated, making him an easier target. Monka, the most formidable expert in this group, stood as a level 5 upper-tier warrior, on the cusp of breaking into level 6, making him a notable figure on the continent, towering at around 2 meters. He donned an exceptionally high defense plate armor, clearly a masterpiece by a master craftsman of the dwarves. In his 60s, Monka was considered middle-aged in this realm. With years of life experience, he was both perceptive and exceedingly cautious. After witnessing the old rogue's fierce display, he felt a twinge of trepidation, reluctant to engage in a life-or-death struggle with this enigmatic figure. Yet, upon hearing his master's decree to ensure his nobility, his resolve ignited. Born into poverty, Monka's greatest aspiration was to ascend to nobility, a dream fraught with challenges. Even as a level 5 warrior, he remained a mere servant unless he could achieve the status of a sword saint, a feat now unthinkable given his age and talent. Thus, under normal circumstances, realizing his noble dream would be a formidable task. However, the appearance of the old rogue today presented him with a rare opportunity. Faced with this singular chance, he was prepared to risk everything. With his master's assurance, Monka's eyes gleamed with intensity, exuding a formidable presence that even the old rogue found somewhat daunting. With a roar, Monka transformed into a streak of light, charging at the old rogue with the ferocity of a tempest. His momentum surged as he approached, culminating in a tremendous leap, releasing a radiant aura akin to the sun, becoming a comet hurtling toward the old rogue. Yet, far from being alarmed, the old rogue smiled with amusement at Monka's reckless bravado, while others might gather energy through physical strikes. The old rogue had recently devised a technique utilizing the reciprocal effects of dual punches. This method allowed him to amass energy at an accelerated rate, having once shattered a stone slab with a mere 6 energy spheres. Now, as Monka leapt toward him with reckless abandon, it was as if he had delivered himself to the slaughter. Seizing the moment, the old rogue stabilized his stance, executing a series of powerful punches that quickly amassed 12 ethereal green spheres around him, coinciding perfectly with Monka's apex. However, upon witnessing the array of energy spheres surrounding the old rogue, Monka's confidence evaporated, replaced by regret. He had witnessed the rogue dispatch a level 4 warrior with 3 spheres, and now he, a fool, was careening into certain doom. With no opportunity for evasion, he braced himself for a clash, questioning his own resilience. With no retreat available, Monka concentrated all his fighting spirit into his, launching himself forward. Meanwhile, the old rogue, unperturbed, inhaled deeply, absorbing the 12 energy spheres before unleashing them forth with a powerful strike. The impact reverberated through the air, creating a pale blue oval of energy, akin to a cannonball, crashing into Monka. The sight sent shockwaves through the remaining onlookers, including their leader, who collectively screamed in panic and fled. If a level 5 warrior could be felled in an instant, they had no courage left to stand against the old rogue. Yet, the old rogue was unwilling to let them escape. As they scattered like frightened ducks, he pursued relentlessly. Faced with the onslaught, he resorted to magic, his arms deftly unleashing a barrage of lightning arrows. Although a first-tier spell with limited power, it proved lethal against those devoid of defensive energy or magical protection. Simultaneously, the old rogue utilized his formidable strength to manipulate debris scattered across the ground, launching them with precision. His mastery of the art of movement allowed him to hurl objects with deadly accuracy, ensuring that whatever he cast forth was likely to claim a life. Thus, with the ferocity of a cannon, the old rogue's arms unleashed a relentless barrage of lightning and debris, swiftly dispatching dozens of fleeing adversaries. Chapter 24. Interrogating the captives. Indeed, relying solely on the words of the old fiend to annihilate over 100 individuals desperate to escape proved to be a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the old mage lent his assistance. Once the situation was deemed settled, he revealed his capabilities, unleashing a series of chain lightning strikes that felled all those attempting to flee right then and there. With such a formidable sorcerer in action, the fleeing wretches had no hope of survival. They fell one by one amidst the cacophony of thunderous lightning. In a mere span of 10 minutes, only 2 souls remained alive in the square, and the old mage descended gracefully to stand beside the old fiend. He gazed in astonishment as the old fiend quietly draped a garment over the lifeless body of a fallen Wolf Clan woman, seemingly out of a modicum of compassion for her. The old mage, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired, "What is it? You seem to hold this Wolf Clan woman in high regard." "I have great respect for all who dare to challenge tyranny," the old fiend solemnly replied. "Though she is weak, she did not yield in the face of overwhelming odds. To me, she is a victor in defeat. Shouldn't one seek mercy when faced with insurmountable power? Is such foolish defiance not akin to courting death? How can that be worthy of respect?" The old mage shook his head in disbelief. "It is precisely because you fail to grasp this concept that you have made no progress thus far. Once you comprehend the essence of self-sacrifice, you will ascend to a higher level." The old fiend replied matter-of-factly, "How dare you, a mere child, presume to instruct me?" The old mage retorted, irritation evident in his tone. "You are quite arrogant, are you not? I can hardly be bothered to engage with you." The old fiend shot him a disdainful glance before abruptly turning away. "Will you emerge willingly, or shall I assist you?" As he spoke, a radiant light coalesced in the palm of his hand, clearly indicating he was poised to unleash a lightning spell at any moment. "Please, do not strike." A terrified voice emerged from the debris nearby, followed by a middle-aged, disheveled man clad in a robe of magic, trembling as he crawled out from a pile of fodder. The old fiend held a particular disdain for such cowardly souls, and given his four-armed physique, he was unwilling to allow any witnesses to escape. Thus, with a furrowed brow, he prepared to eliminate the man with a lightning bolt. However, an unexpected turn of events caused him to halt his impending attack. Initially fearful, the man suddenly recognized the old mage and scrambled toward him like a long-lost relative, exclaiming, "Master, Teacher Stephen, it's me, Pa, your most loyal and devoted student." He then threw himself at the old mage's legs, weeping uncontrollably. The old mage was instantly mortified, while the old fiend watched the spectacle with barely concealed amusement. "Pa." The old mage paused, then realized this was indeed one of his former students. "What in the world are you doing here?" I, Pa stammered, seemingly reluctant to divulge the truth. The old mage, now agitated, kicked him aside, barking, "If you wish to live, speak quickly." Yes, Pa," sensing the old mage's fury, hastily continued, "Ever since I left the academy, I have traveled across the continent. A few years ago, I befriended a noble in the Empire of Light and became his personal mage. Later, he sought to secure his family's inheritance and needed substantial funds. So he brought me here to the Beastmen to capture slaves." As he uttered the last words, his voice dwindled to a whisper. Yet the old mage heard every syllable, his face turning a shade of green with fury. He immediately retaliated with a series of kicks, berating, "I cannot believe you would stoop to such depths. You have brought shame upon my name." Engaging in the slave trade was an utterly disgraceful act. While the nobility might covertly engage in such dealings, they would never dare to openly admit it, always claiming to procure their slaves through legitimate means. The stigma attached to slave traders was so vile that any noble associated with such activities would find their reputation irreparably tarnished. In the eyes of the elite, those who captured slaves were seen as lowly, desperate individuals deserving of severe punishment. This was akin to how people in later generations might admire antiques, while simultaneously despising grave robbers. Should any nobleman harbor a history of slave trading, their standing in society would suffer immensely. Though they might not be arrested, they would be shunned like the foulest of creatures. Thus, those reckless nobles engaged in the slave trade always did so in secrecy, fearful of their deeds being unveiled. Mages, as educated and refined members of the aristocracy, were particularly averse to such abhorrent activities. If one were discovered to have participated in slave trading, the shame would not only befall them but also reflect poorly on their mentors and peers, leading to ridicule regarding their education. Upon learning that Pa had indeed engaged in the capture of slaves, the old mage's loathing reached new heights. Despite the severity of his punishment, Pa, fully aware of his guilt, refrained from retaliating, pleading for mercy instead. Eventually, the old mage, though weary from his exertions, paused to recollect his thoughts. "Damn it! How could you manage to capture so many cyclopes with your meager strength? You did not concoct some nefarious scheme, did you?" It seems so," Pa replied, his voice laden with resignation. "By the gods, The old mage kicked him once more in frustration. Speak. How did you capture them? We procured a trade permit from the beastmen and disguised ourselves as a merchant caravan, bringing a large quantity of goods to a village on the border, which happened to be the Cyclopes territory. The village also housed a small wolf clan as their vassals. The entire settlement comprised roughly 300 individuals, Pa lamented. Upon seeing our trade permit, their suspicions diminished and At this point, Pa fell silent, his words trailing off. What is it? The old mage urged, pressing for answers. I invoked your name, master. Upon hearing I was your disciple, they welcomed us with open arms. Pa continued, his head bowed low in shame. The old mage, upon hearing this, erupted in anger, casting aside his restraint as he prepared to obliterate this disgraceful turn of events with his magic. Wait. The old fiend interjected, hastily stepping between them. Let's not act in haste. It would be prudent to hear him out before enacting any punishment. Do not impede me. The old mage growled. My student engages in slave trading? If word of this spreads, I shall find myself in dire straits. The beastman's monstrosities would surely come for me. The old fiend initially believed the old mage was concerned for his reputation, only to realize that he was genuinely afraid of the beastman's might, leading him to harbor a sense of disdain. However, Pa quickly interjected, rest assured, master, this incident shall remain a secret. It will never reach the ears of others. Why is that? The old mage inquired, his curiosity piqued. Because, Pa hesitated, everyone in the village has either been captured or killed. No one escaped. How ruthless of you! The old mage exclaimed, taken aback. But how on earth did you manage that? With your incompetence, even 200 men would stand no chance against them. Chapter 25. The incident of the assault. I resorted to the use of the fourth formula of Pa, which is a rather insidious potion. Upon hearing this, the old mage was truly enraged. He brandished a two-handed wand and struck down upon me while hurling curses. You scoundrel! Is the knowledge your extraordinary mentor, imparted to you meant for such vile purposes? I was wrong. Please spare me, master. Pa cried out, clutching his head in terror from the blows. Enough. The old sage intervened yet again to restrain the furious mage and inquired with curiosity, what is the fourth formula? The fourth formula is a hallucinogenic elixir of my own invention, capable of easily incapacitating sixth-tier beings with low magical resistance. It is an exceptionally advanced alchemical product. The old mage explained, still fuming. Under normal circumstances, with Pa being merely a third-tier mage, I would not have imparted this knowledge to him. However, despite his lack of magical talent, he is a genius in alchemy, particularly in potion crafting. After serving as my assistant for 10 years and displaying considerable diligence, I was lenient with him. Unfortunately, this scoundrel resorted to theft of high-grade potions for his own experiments and was caught red-handed by the ice mage. Although he avoided severe repercussions due to my influence, he was expelled from the academy. Out of pity and a desire to nurture talent, I made an exception and taught him the method for concocting the fourth formula, only to find out he used my creation for such nefarious deeds. Now it makes sense. The old sage exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. You must have first deceived their trust to enter the village, then launched a surprise attack under the cover of night using the fourth formula, allowing you to easily conquer the village, correct? Yes. Pa nodded eagerly. You are entirely accurate. To hell with you. The old mage roared in fury. I shall feed your flesh to the beasts and your soul to the demons. Please no? Pa whimpered, nearly losing control of his bladder from fear. Just then, the old sage delivered a swift kick, rendering him unconscious. When the beast folk and humans engaged in trade, they often fell victim to deception, leading them to become increasingly cautious. Consequently, they prohibited all swindlers from entering their domain, issuing trade permits solely to reputable merchants, who would then be granted protection by the beast folk. The old mage elaborated, this trade permit is a rare item in private transactions. It typically costs around 10,000 gold coins. It seems these individuals have invested significantly. Upon hearing this, the old sage was momentarily taken aback. Through years of study, he had learned the substantial value of gold in this world. 1 gold coin is roughly equivalent to a common family's annual income, translating to several thousand yuan. Haha. The old mage smiled slightly. Were it not for our interference, they could have made a profit of over 100,000 gold coins. Is that so? The old sage exclaimed in astonishment. Such an amount? Of course. The old mage sighed wearily. The Cyclops, a formidable type among the sixth-tier beings, is valued at no less than several thousand gold coins each. and there are a total of 32 here. One could employ a high-tier mage to bind them with a forced contract, erasing their memories and intelligence, reducing them to mere pawns. The old mage lamented. A cyclops is akin to a living siege engine. Especially in naval battles, they could crush enemy ships with terrifying efficiency. Moreover, cyclopes excel in both close and range combat, making them highly versatile. If given the opportunity, I would willingly pay tens of thousands of gold coins for one. Then why don't you buy one? The old sage asked curiously. Isn't that obvious? The old mage retorted angrily. Do not forget, I am the archmage of the Griffin Kingdom. If I were to possess a cyclops, how would the beastfolk kingdom perceive me? Even if they refrain from confronting me directly out of respect. The multitude of powerful beastfolk could challenge me to duels at their leisure, and even my prowess would not withstand such relentless assaults. I would either be killed or utterly exhausted. Thus, those who buy cyclopes are typically those of ill repute. Individuals of status dare not keep one close. It is simply inviting trouble. Now I understand. The old sage nodded in comprehension, then pointed at the unconscious Pa. What do you plan to do with him? Sigh. I am at a loss. The old mage shook his head helplessly. Had it been anyone else who so tarnished my reputation, I would have obliterated them without hesitation. However, Pa has been my companion since he entered the academy. His talent for potion crafting led me to employ him as my assistant for a full decade. There were several occasions when he collapsed from exhaustion due to the burdensome tasks I assigned him. I provided him far too little in return, compelling him to resort to theft for his experiments. Hence, when he got into trouble, I felt an overwhelming guilt. The reason I imparted the recipe for such a potent potion to a mere third-tier mage was a form of compensation. Even now, as he has committed such a grievous error, I still cannot bring myself to end his life. Ha. Then how about you give him to me as a slave? The old sage suggested with a grin. After all, you have no use for him, and I could use someone to manage things here. But he has seen your true form. The old mage frowned. Are you not concerned he might divulge your secret? Not at all. The old sage chuckled. Firstly, as a mage, he is not a fool and should comprehend the consequences of leaking confidential information. Secondly, this desolate expanse is isolated from the world, making it unlikely for him to interact with outsiders. Thirdly, even if he were to disclose anything, it would not matter. Why is that? The old mage inquired, intrigued. Look, the old sage replied, extending four arms. Under the old mage's gaze, the four arms began to merge, ultimately transforming into two Naga arms, while his tail vanished. The Naga arms then expanded, morphing into the arms of a behemoth, oscillating between the two forms. This is the incomplete shape-shifting technique of a druid. The old sage began to elucidate. Initially, when he transformed into a white tiger, he realized that he had 4 legs instead of 6, leading him to deduce that his 2 arms could indeed merge. Otherwise, how could a white tiger possess 4 legs? He speculated that with proper manipulation of the shape-shifting technique, he might restore his human form. Yet, despite numerous attempts, he had never succeeded. However, a few days ago, the old mage bestowed upon him a tome of assassin techniques, which inspired him with methods of shadow training. Ultimately, by combining these 2 secret arts with his own knowledge of transformation, he successfully resolved the issue, seamlessly merging the Naga and Behemoth arms. From that moment on, he could freely alter the number and shape of his arms, no longer fearing being perceived as a monster. Chapter 26. The One-Eyed Giant King by the Heavens. How did you manage this? The old mage exclaimed with delight. I was initially concerned that your monstrous form would hinder your ability to attract women, but it appears I need not worry. You are entirely as normal as any other man. Haha. The old rogue grinned as he explained. This is my modified druidic shape-shifting spell. It will suffice for now. With this ability, even if that brat proclaims me a monster, I shall not fear confrontation. The old mage burst into hearty laughter. Splendid. I shall have him serve you as a slave. It's high time that scoundrel received his due punishment. Very well, the old rogue replied, and with a swift kick, he roused Pa from his stupor. Tell me, lad, do you wish to live or die? Upon hearing this, Pa hastily replied, I wish to live. I want to live. Then you shall serve me as a slave. The old rogue glared at him. Otherwise, I shall extinguish your life. Pa was taken aback by the prospect of slavery and urgently pleaded with the old mage. Master, please save me. Enough nonsense. The old mage scolded angrily. This is your salvation. Otherwise, given your transgressions, I would gladly slay you 100 times over without remorse. Pa was rendered speechless. Resign yourself to your fate, lad. The old rogue sneered. You have but two paths before you, death or servitude. My patience is limited, so provide me with an answer swiftly. Can we not negotiate? Pa implored. There is no room for negotiation. The old rogue's expression hardened, and he furiously declared, It seems you wish for death. Very well, I shall grant you that. He raised his hand, poised to end Pa's life. In a panic, Pa exclaimed, I am willing to be a slave. Please don't kill me. Humph. You are merely tasting the bitter fruit of your own folly. The old rogue cast a disdainful glance at him and commanded, What are you waiting for? Swear your allegiance and sign the slave contract. Do I need to instruct you? Pa, terrified, quickly shouted, I swear, is that not enough? Thereafter, under the old rogue's threat, Pa pledged his allegiance through a magical contract, sealing his fate as the old rogue's slave. After taking the oath, Pa felt a wave of despondence wash over him. The transition from a revered mage to a mere slave was jarring, and he found it difficult to adjust. Noticing Pa's dismay, the old mage, feeling a twinge of sympathy, offered some consolation. Enough with the theatrics. Being the first slave to the direct heir of the Stephen family is not such a grave misfortune, is it? What? Pa exclaimed in astonishment. Is he truly young Master Stephen? It struck him as odd. Although he had not seen young Stephen for several years, he vividly remembered his appearance, especially the distinct features. At that moment, Pa was taken aback to discover that the old rogue, who once had 4 arms and a tail, had completely transformed into the guise of an ordinary human, devoid of any appendages that marked his previous form. The old rogue now exuded an air of refinement and nobility, a stark contrast to his previous savage demeanor. What are you staring at? The old rogue snapped, glaring at Pa. Remember, there are some matters you must forget. Should I discover you speaking out of turn, well, just look around at these individuals, and you shall know your fate. Yes, I know nothing, Pa hastily shouted, filled with trepidation. Excellent, as long as you comprehend. The old rogue nodded, then turned to the old mage. This place is quite suitable. The buildings surrounding this square can accommodate thousands. Now, summon my subordinates. And what of them? The old mage gestured to the scattered one-eyed giants. We shall awaken them once we have tidied up. I believe that a convivial atmosphere, replete with wine and meat, will foster a spirit of camaraderie. The old rogue chuckled wickedly. Indeed, that is a sound plan. The old mage, perceiving the rogue's intent, brightened and concurred. I shall promptly bring them here, along with some fine wine and meat to ensure we adequately host our guests. The two nefarious figures exchanged a conspiratorial glance and erupted into laughter, leaving Pa bewildered, unable to fathom the source of their amusement. The subsequent events were straightforward. With the assistance of the old mage, a multitude of mystical creatures, minotaurs, wyverns, and explosive spiders were swiftly transported, accompanied by a substantial supply of food, meat, and dozens of barrels of fine wine. Clearly, the old mage had gone all out. After all, such quantities of wine were a luxury in a land plagued by food shortages. As the once desolate square blossomed with life, Pa felt as if he were in a dream. The fierce beasts, typically a rare sight, now behaved as docile as children, dutifully clearing the corpses under the guidance of the diminutive magical creatures. The magical beings first surged forward, stripping the corpses of every piece of equipment and clothing, leaving them utterly bare. The Minotaur King and Wyvern King then dragged the lifeless bodies aside to stack them. Meanwhile, the explosive spiders eagerly wrapped the amassed corpses in silk, transporting them into the depths of the forest, evidently for future sustenance. Once the bodies were cleared, the magical creatures began utilizing the pots and utensils left by the slave-capturing party to prepare dinner, while large quantities of meat were brought forth for a barbecue. The Minotaur King and Wyvern, having completed their tasks, obediently gathered in designated structures, awaiting the magical creatures to serve them tender grilled meat. Before Pa could fully recover from the astonishment of the scene unfolding before him, the old rogue impatiently called out, Pa, what are you dawdling for? Come here at once. Yes. Pa, sensing his master's ire, hurried over. Master, what is your command? I ask you, among these one-eyed giants, who is their leader? The old rogue inquired. That one. Pa promptly pointed to a particularly robust figure. He is the chief of this tribe, a true one-eyed giant king. Nonsense. The old mage interjected sharply. One-eyed giant kings are rare, each a treasure of the beast folk, adorned with golden armor bestowed by their sovereigns, an eternal symbol of honor. He bears none. He certainly had it. But we stripped it away. Pa replied meekly. You wretches. The old mage fumed. Do you not comprehend the significance of the golden armor to a one-eyed giant king? It symbolizes their honor in life. Even if they were to lose their armor in battle, they would be driven to shame and self-destruction. How dare you humiliate a mighty warrior, a hero? In a land where strength reigns supreme, respect for the powerful is universal, and the old mage was no exception to this rule, hence his furious reaction. That's not my concern. It was their doing. Pa quickly defended himself. Who is speaking nonsense? Fetch it back to him at once. Do not let him know that his armor has been stripped. It would be an unbearable disgrace for him. The old mage insisted urgently. Yes, yes. Pa, not daring to delay, promptly summoned several magical creatures to search for the missing items. They swiftly unearthed the hidden golden armor. Upon seeing the armor, the old rogue nearly burst out in laughter. What they had retrieved hardly resembled armor at all. It was pitifully small, akin to women's lingerie. The helmet resembled the golden circlet of the Monkey King from Journey to the West, merely a ring of gold embedded with a dull yellow magical gemstone. The breastplate was barely a shield, measuring only a foot in diameter. On the imposing frame of a one-eyed giant, it offered little protection. The only substantial item was a battle skirt. Although it looked appealing, its size was comparable to that of a pair of undergarments. There was nothing else to speak of. How could this be considered armor? It might as well be labeled as lingerie. However, since they were content with this nomenclature, Old Sia had no choice but to smile and assist them in adorning the one-eyed giant king with the so-called armor. It must be noted that the one-eyed giant was exceedingly heavy. Had Old Sia not taken matters into his own hands, they would have struggled to accomplish the task of dressing him. After successfully donning the armor on the one-eyed giant king, Old Sia instructed others to untie the remaining one-eyed giants and arrange them neatly. He then picked up a vial of the potion provided by Pass and administered it to the one-eyed giant king. The specialized antidote yielded immediate effects. Shortly after ingestion, the one-eyed giant king regained consciousness. Upon opening his solitary eye, he instinctively swung a powerful punch at Old Sia. Old Sia, while caught off guard, was not an easy target to hit. He deftly blocked the blow. However, he evidently underestimated the strength of the one-eyed giant king, whose punch possessed a force of at least 10,000 pounds. No wonder he could hurl boulders weighing hundreds of pounds several hundred meters away. Of course, such strength was insufficient to harm Old Sia's body, which had been tempered with secret techniques to resemble that of a behemoth. Yet Old Sia's own weight was a mere few hundred pounds. Consequently, he found himself pushed back with each impact, leaving deep impressions on the stone floor with every step he took. Fuming, Old Sia glared and prepared to retaliate, but fortunately, the old mage intervened, advising him not to engage with someone just awakening and confused. Old Sia reluctantly suppressed his anger. The old mage then turned to the one-eyed giant king, saying, "Hey, don't you think it's time to regain your senses? We are your saviors." The one-eyed giant king surveyed his surroundings and detected the pervasive scent of blood. Quickly realizing he had misdirected his aggression, he hastily apologized. "Forgive me, I acted in error." Yet, despite his words, a wary expression lingered on his face, and his gaze fixated on Pass, whom he accused. "That scoundrel is a wretched slave trader." Cough, cough. The old mage abruptly cleared his throat and remarked, "Indeed, he is a despicable slave trader. Hence, upon capturing him, we have decided to punish him by converting him into a slave, while his accomplices have all been executed. This should suffice, don't you think? Is that truly the case?" The one-eyed giant king inquired skeptically. "See for yourself." The old mage gestured, seizing Pass and revealing the slave mark upon his forehead for the one-eyed giant king to observe. Upon witnessing this, the one-eyed giant king nodded in understanding, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for rescuing me. I am the one-eyed giant King Shasra. May I ask your name?" Sensing the old mage's formidable power, he adopted a respectful demeanor, knowing that he would not even spare a glance at someone of lesser strength. "I am Stephen," the old mage declared with an air of superiority, striking a pose befitting a sage, eliciting a desire for Old Sia to retch. However, the one-eyed giant King Shasra did not share this sentiment. Upon hearing the old mage's name, he was taken aback and urgently inquired, "Could it be that you are the master lightning mage Stephen, the foremost among the 5 grand mages of the Griffin Kingdom?" "Indeed, that is I," the old mage affirmed with a nod and a smile. "My apologies." Shasra immediately adopted a demeanor of reverence and cautiously added, "Respected Master Stephen, might I request that you first awaken my kin?" "Of course, but it would be best if you handled it yourself." I fear their awakening might lead to some humorous misunderstandings, the old mage replied. Understood. The one-eyed giant King Shasra eagerly nodded. Please grant me the antidote. I shall administer it to them myself. Very well. The old mage signaled to old Xie to pass the potion. Old Xie, uninterested in engaging with Shasra, casually handed over the vial. Shasra then busied himself, and fortunately, there was an ample supply of the antidote. Before long, all 36 one-eyed giants had regained consciousness. Shasra explained everything that had transpired and informed them of the old mage's identity, thereby calming their fears. Subsequently, the old mage invited them to dine, offering not only the meticulously prepared roasted meats, but also generously presenting 10 barrels of fine wine. Soon, the one-eyed giants, having gone days without proper sustenance, indulged in a frenzied feast. They were unaccustomed to such exquisite roasted meats and fine wines, typically subsisting on poorly cooked fare provided by the wolf clan, which was often insufficient in quantity. Now, with the meat expertly cooked and seasoned, and accompanied by delightful wine, the atmosphere became jubilant as they reveled in the feast. The one-eyed giant king was particularly invited to join the old mage and old Xie by the fire, where the trio sat, eating and conversing. As they spoke, the discussion turned to the future plans of the one-eyed giants. The old mage asked, Shasra, you have traveled far from home. Surely you are not familiar with the way back? Oh, what do you mean by that? Shasra inquired with curiosity. Haha. The old mage exchanged a glance with old Xie and chuckled. Allow my little Stephen to elaborate. Old Xie, unreserved, stated. Here is the situation. I intend to establish a base here. If you are willing to stay and follow me, I can provide you with the finest of everything. Food, wine, equipment, everything will be supplied by me, and I assure your satisfaction. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed giant king did not express delight. Instead, a flicker of anger crossed his face. He replied coldly, We one-eyed giants are the children of war gods. We only revere invincible heroes. We shall not become the lackeys of another for mere sustenance. If you wish for us to follow you, there is but one way. You must defeat us. Chapter 28. The Giants Gamble, huh? The old villain chuckled instead of expressing anger, saying, Excellent. I relish the presence of a tough man like you. Speak. How shall we engage in combat? Shall I face you all alone, or will you all take on just me? As a domineering and unparalleled Dark Lord, he naturally possessed an air of defiance that allowed him to utter such seemingly audacious words, laced with unwavering confidence. Though King Shasra of the Cyclopes was immensely powerful, he was momentarily taken aback by the old villain's imposing presence. However, he quickly regained his composure and coldly replied with a sneer. The Cyclopean clan never takes advantage of others. If you can defeat me, our entire clan will willingly follow you. Does your opinion truly represent them? The old villain inquired, gesturing towards the other Cyclopes. Shasra, Shasra, Shasra. The other Cyclopes immediately stood and roared their leader's name, clearly demonstrating their profound respect for him. The old mage couldn't help but quietly caution, Young man, be cautious. An ordinary Cyclops is already a 6th-level warrior, and their king is among the strongest fighters of all, nearly comparable to 7th-level creatures. Even I would struggle to contend with him. Heh, I am a beastmaster of the druids. The old villain suddenly grinned mischievously. What? The old mage was taken aback. According to the customs of the continent, a beastmaster participating in a duel had the right to bring their trained magical beasts. An ordinary beastmaster might command a few magical creatures, with powerful ones being a rarity. A beastmaster capable of controlling a 6th-level creature could be considered advanced. However, for the old villain, everything was different. His weakest creatures were already 5th-level bull kings, along with 6th-level dragon kings, and his most formidable being a 7th-level magic explosive spider. With 12 bull kings, for dragon kings, and a single magic explosive spider, such a formidable lineup would easily overwhelm not just a Cyclopean king, but even Shasra and his entire clan combined. The old mage was astonished, realizing that the old villain was not only powerful, but also cunning enough to devise such a clever ploy. He found himself both amused and exasperated, choosing to remain silent and observe the unfolding drama. Unaware of the old villain's true capabilities, King Shasra felt compelled to teach him a lesson for his arrogance, only to unwittingly fall into a trap. Haha, I will lose. King Shasra laughed heartily. Little fellow, though you are strong, you are still far from my equal. Spare me the theatrics. The old villain replied impatiently. I only have one question. Do you dare to accept my terms? Dare not. King Shasra was provoked and roared in anger. Very well, I accept your challenge. Then let us commence. The old villain grinned as he merrily made his way to the open space in the square. The night had fallen, but the square was illuminated by numerous bonfires, casting a warm glow all around. King Shasra, unwilling to back down, immediately stood and confronted the old villain, coldly declaring, I am ready to fight at any moment. Excellent. The old villain replied with a smile. However, I must clarify that I am a beast master. Oh? King Shasra was momentarily taken aback. He had initially perceived the old villain as a warrior after taking a punch from him, never anticipating that this individual capable of withstanding his blow without injury was a beast master. Yet, confident in his own strength, he nonchalantly replied, Fine, summon your pets. I shall await you. Very well, the old villain said, snapping his fingers lightly. At that moment, the magical beasts that had been enjoying their feast inside the house suddenly radiated a terrifying aura upon receiving his call. They roared as they rushed towards the old villain, knocking over various roasted meats and barrels of wine along their path, yet miraculously avoiding any harm to the magical creatures present. Before long, much to King Shasra's astonishment, 12 bull kings lined up neatly to the left of the old villain, while 4 dragon kings stood orderly to his right. The mere sight of these 16 magical beasts left Shasra utterly stunned. But the spectacle was far from over. A heavy and swift sound of footsteps suddenly approached from behind King Shasra, causing him to whirl around in alarm. Emerging from the woods was a colossal shadow, bounding towards them with an alarming speed, aimed directly at Shasra's position. Shasra recognized the fearsome creature as a magic explosive spider. Despite his towering height of over 4 meters and his robust physique, he had no courage or inclination to obstruct the path of this spider, which stood a staggering 7 to 8 meters tall. Without hesitation, he leapt aside. Fortunately, the magic explosive spider showed no interest in him and did not pursue. It zipped past him like a whirlwind and came to a sudden halt beside the old villain. To others, a 7th-level creature like the magic explosive spider was a harbinger of terror, but before the old villain, it behaved obediently, lying at his feet like a docile child, allowing him to stroke its massive head, comparable in size to that of a water buffalo. The old villain smiled slightly, soothing the magic explosive spider before leaping onto its back, directing it to face Shasra. He then cheerfully proclaimed, King Shasra of the Cyclopes, I am prepared. Are you ready? At this moment, King Shasra had lost all semblance of his earlier arrogance, utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle before him. The sheer grandeur of the old villain's entourage was astonishing, almost beyond belief. Both the Bull Kings and Dragon Kings were kings in their own right. It seemed as though gathering all the royal creatures of the continent would be necessary to assemble such a formidable force. It is worth noting that while Bull Kings and Dragon Kings were rare, they could still be gathered with sufficient wealth. However, acquiring royal-level Bull Kings and Dragon Kings was an entirely different matter. No amount of riches could amass such a collection. For a 5th-level creature like the Bull King, it would take 10,000 to yield just one king, with only a few tens of thousands of Bull Kings across the continent. And considering that both Dragon Kings and Cyclopes were 6th-level creatures, with only one king emerging from every 1,000, their numbers were even scarcer, hardly reaching a mere 1,000. Given these circumstances, the difficulty in assembling the old villain's formidable entourage was truly unimaginable. Chapter 29. Subduing the giants. The king is naturally far superior to his subordinates. Take the savage bulls, for instance. Ordinary savage bulls rely solely on their massive size and swift speed to charge at their foes. However, upon becoming savage bull kings, they acquire a deadly spell known as the Eye of Death. This mental spell can instantly obliterate any non-magician units below level 4. While units of levels 5 and 6 are also affected, only those with formidable mental prowess can withstand it. Most astonishingly, this instantaneous spell can stack. When 12 savage bull kings strike together, they can vanquish even standard level 6 units. Even the one-eyed giant king would be gravely injured by their Eye of Death. Legend has it that if the number of savage bull kings reaches 3 digits, even level 7 units would meet a swift demise. Of course, gathering such a multitude of savage bull kings is exceedingly difficult. The old mage possesses so many royal creatures precisely because he has meticulously nurtured these savage bull kings and dragon kings over time. Initially, the old mage merely purchased the strongest savage bulls and dragons, intending to harvest their blood and toxins for materials. To ensure he obtained the finest materials, He did not mistreat them. Rather, he provided the best feed, even incorporating high-quality magical potions to compensate for the loss of blood and toxins, thus mitigating any harm done to them. Under such circumstances, although their diet may not have been particularly palatable, its cost was undeniably higher than what nobles would pay. Over the decades, each of these creatures consumed magical potions worth no less than 10,000 gold coins from the old mage. Due to the old mage's minimal extraction and generous replenishment, the accumulation of these precious potions over the years ultimately allowed them to ascend to kingship. While these cultivated rulers may lack the practical combat experience of their wild counterparts, their strength nonetheless meets the required standards. And they have mastered special spells like the Eye of Death, thereby rendering their differences negligible. Evidently, such a method of cultivating kings is prohibitively expensive, making mass production impossible. Even the might of a nation cannot achieve it, for the potions personally concocted by the old mage cannot be produced en masse. Thus, the mere presence of these savage bull kings and dragon kings is astonishing, especially when coupled with the formidable level 7 magical beast, the explosive spider, creating a spectacle of immense magnitude. Even the self-important one-eyed giant king, Shasra, found himself utterly stunned, oblivious to the words of the old rogue. Only when the impatient old rogue urged him again did he awaken from his stupor, grimacing as he asked, "Are you certain they are all your pets? How could someone of your strength possibly tame them? Surely, you are cheating." "Huh?" The old rogue retorted with a derisive laugh. "There are hundreds of witnesses here. Where's the cheating?" Shasra then turned his gaze to the old mage, asserting, "I absolutely do not believe you can tame these powerful magical beasts alone. You must have received assistance, which constitutes cheating." The old mage interjected swiftly, "Shasra, I swear by the name of the mage god that while these beasts are indeed my nurtured charges, I have not aided in their taming. In fact, I am at a loss as to how he managed to tame these formidable creatures." Hesitating momentarily, the one-eyed giant king Shasra eventually retorted, "Regardless, I refuse to acknowledge this as his own strength. If he wishes to prove his prowess, let him face me directly." "Huh? Do you think I fear you?" The old rogue replied gleefully, leaping down from the back of the explosive spider to stand a few meters from Shasra, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I challenge you to a one-on-one duel. Are you prepared?" "Roar!" The one-eyed giant king Shasra, incited by the old rogue, bellowed fiercely and clapped his hands to his chest, glaring at the old rogue. "Come, I will show you my might." "Then here I come," the old rogue declared, raising his hands. "Bring it on." Shasra responded defiantly. Though he remained cautious, his single eye wide and fixed intently on the old rogue's every move. "Then I shall strike," the old rogue sneered, suddenly unleashing his self-invented flash technique. A blindingly brilliant white light burst forth from his palm, striking directly at the one-eyed giant king's wide-open eye. In the dim environment, the one-eyed giant king's already large eye was further widened, and his acute vision compounded the unfortunate circumstances, leading to a disastrous outcome. The blinding light seared into his eyes, causing him excruciating pain that radiated throughout his body. A pain scream escaped his lips as he clutched his eyes, howling in agony. The old rogue was not one to show mercy. Seizing the opportunity, he darted to Shasra's side, leaping high to deliver a powerful kick to the back of the one-eyed giant king's head. With a thunderous crash, the burly giant toppled like a mountain, unconscious. This outcome was not solely due to the old rogue's overwhelming strength, capable of slaying level 6 units. Rather, it was a combination of circumstances. The one-eyed giant, a ranged combat specialist, had foolishly engaged in close-quarters combat, effectively crippling a significant portion of his abilities. Moreover, the suddenness of the flash attack caught the one-eyed giant, a species particularly sensitive to light, off guard, resulting in a severe disadvantage. Lastly, the old rogue's own prowess in close combat, honed through centuries of rigorous practical experience, easily surpassed that of a one-eyed giant king who excelled at ranged assaults. In truth, even had Shasra's eyesight remained intact, he would still be unable to counter the old rogue's powerful kick. Though the old rogue presently disguised himself as a mage, revealing only the arm of a naga, his legs were nonetheless as formidable as a behemoth's, capable of snapping iron pillars with ease. Had he not shown restraint, the one-eyed giant king Shasra would have surely perished. Witnessing their leader effortlessly vanquished, the one-eyed giants grew anxious, rising to confront the old rogue. Yet at that moment, the old mage intervened, unleashing bolts of lightning that struck the ground before them, creating numerous craters. The identity of the old mage as a lightning magic saint rendered the giants immediately subdued, halting their advance. The old mage then coldly addressed them. "Gentlemen, you have all witnessed the duel. My student did not cheat. He defeated Shastra through his own strength. Do any of you wish to renege on the wager?" Hearing this, the one-eyed giants exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Fortunately, the resilient one-eyed giant King Shastra, having only briefly been knocked unconscious, regained consciousness upon hearing the old mage's words. Struggling to his feet, he declared, "We are the children of the war god, honorable warriors. We cannot betray our word." With that, he approached the old rogue, kneeling on one knee with reverence. "In the witness of the war god, I, Shastra, one-eyed giant king of the Pika tribe, vow to follow you unto death, to make your enemies my enemies, and your glory my own." Subsequently, the other one-eyed giants knelt as well, pledging their allegiance to the old rogue. "Haha, rise, my friends. Continue feasting," the old rogue exclaimed joyously. Thus, he welcomed his second cohort of formidable subordinates. The old mage, too, felt exhilarated, for the strength now at the old rogue's command equated to his own, as well as that of the entire Stephen family. Chapter 30. The value of the spirits. Upon returning, the old mage ushered the old rascal into a room, instructing him to take a seat, and then cheerfully exclaimed, "This time, we have struck gold." "Wait a moment," the old rascal interjected, cutting the mage off. "It's not we. It SIHO has struck gold." "Hey," the old mage, displeased at the interruption, retorted, "Are you planning to hog all the glory? Of course. I was the one who rescued them. Why should I share the spoils with you?" The old rascal scoffed. "Do not forget, I also lent a helping hand." The old mage shot back, visibly irritated. "That was merely opportunism." The old rascal dismissed with a wave. "It would have made no difference with or without you. I dispatched the strongest among them in an instant. How could I not handle the weaker ones? But letting them escape would have caused trouble, wouldn't it?" The old mage retorted stubbornly. "Trouble? Nonsense." The old rascal scoffed. "You know as well as I do that the area is surrounded by a vast, deadly wasteland. Without provisions or water, they cannot escape. Even if they temporarily hide in the woods, once my magic explosion spiders and wyverns arrive, they will undoubtedly meet their demise." The old mage was left speechless, his anger simmering. Eventually, he found a weak excuse. "But these creatures will need food and drink, right? A cyclops can consume 100 pounds a day. With 36 of them, we need thousands of pounds of food daily. Where will you find it?" "Well, obviously, you will." The old rascal replied meekly. "Humph, you do realize it's my responsibility? If you don't offer me some benefits, you can expect to starve them." The old mage exclaimed angrily. All right. The old rascal recognized he was pushing his luck, not one to take advantage of others. He quickly seized the opportunity to negotiate. "What if I offer you 50 spirits in return?" "What?" The old mage nearly fainted from shock, jumping to his feet and pointing an accusatory finger at the old rascal. "What do I want with those worthless spirits? I can easily summon them with a word. I want the cyclopes. Please." The old rascal dismissed disdainfully. "Can your spirits compare to mine?" "Huh, what good are spirits? Can they conjure gold?" The old mage bellowed in frustration. "Actually, they can." The old rascal replied mysteriously with a grin. "Are you mocking me?" The old mage roared. "Calm down," the old rascal said, gesturing for him to sit. "Now, tell me, what advantages do you see in spirits?" "They have no advantages." The old mage huffed as he settled back down, disdainful. "They lack mental acuity and strength. Aside from being test subjects, they are utterly useless." "Ah, but you are mistaken." The old rascal countered immediately. "They are quite intelligent. They can speak and even create and use various tools. Their intellect is on par with that of ordinary humans. And what does that matter? They can at most craft rudimentary wooden furniture. Do you think that will make us rich?" The old mage scoffed. "Have you lost your mind over money? Such ignorance." The old rascal shook his head with a smirk. "What do you mean by that?" The old mage snapped, demanding clarity. "Fine, let me elucidate their true worth." The old rascal stated solemnly. "They possess numerous advantages. For instance, their eyesight is exceptional. Their eyes are nearly the size of a child's fist, capable of both long-distance vision and spotting minute food sources, like ants. In fact, ants are a staple in their diet. However, since the ants on this continent possess some toxicity, they must remove the venomous stingers before consumption. Though their stature is diminutive compared to humans, relying solely on ants for sustenance is not easy. Thus, they often find themselves waiting for hours by ant hills. attentively scanning their surroundings while swiftly capturing ants, removing the stingers, and tossing them into their mouths. This prolonged practice hones their agility, precision, quickness, and patience. And what of it? The old mage replied indifferently. Their innate strength is too feeble. Even with agility, they are still weaklings. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so easily captured as slaves. How can you be so oblivious? The old rascal exclaimed in exasperation. Their agility is not for combat. It is for creation. Consider what kind of assistant you require when concocting potions. Potion making? The old mage's eyes lit up. I need an apprentice who is intelligent, patient, has keen vision, and possesses quick and steady fingers. Are you suggesting we utilize them for this? Absolutely. The old rascal declared proudly. While theoretically feasible, no one has ever tested it, and I certainly don't have the time to train them, the old mage replied, conflicted. Thus, your proposal fails to pique my interest. If possible, I still prefer the Cyclopes. But what if I told you these 50 spirits are all systematically trained, capable of identifying at least 1,000 types of herbs, and can conduct experiments? The old rascal interjected with a grin. Are you jesting? The old mage exclaimed in shock. Not at all. The old rascal assured him, grinning. I currently have 245 spirits at my disposal, of which 204 have been with me since my arrival. Over the years, I have gradually imparted your teachings to them. Whenever you required test subjects, I sent the newly acquired ones in their place, only retaining those particularly intelligent. After years of training, most of them can recognize and process herbs and concoct simple potions. About 100 of the more astute ones can create more complex concoctions, and the 32 most intelligent have even learned to draw magical circles. The old mage suddenly understood. No wonder you have consumed so many materials over the years. I thought you were simply causing trouble, but you were actually preparing them as your students. Indeed, that is precisely the case. The old rascal chuckled. This is incredible. I must see this for myself. The old mage exclaimed eagerly. If they are as capable as you claim, I will agree to your proposal of exchanging these 50 spirits for provisions. Follow me. Everything is ready. The old rascal grinned as he stood up. With that, he led the way, and the old mage hurriedly followed. Soon, they arrived at a laboratory on the 3rd floor, where 50 spirits awaited them, specially reserved by the old rascal for the old mage. In truth, the old rascal's intentions were not solely to repay the old mage, but rather to leverage the mage's knowledge to train these spirits. After all, alchemical knowledge was tedious and uninteresting to him, yet it might prove useful in the future, so he decided to let the spirits learn in his stead. Chapter 31. Robbing the old mage. Upon entering, the old rogue wasted no time. With a mere wave of his hand, he summoned forth 40 magical creatures and commanded, each of you, concoct a vial of low-grade magical potion. Yes, the creatures promptly dispersed, some gathering ingredients while others moved equipment, all executing their tasks with remarkable organization. Subsequently, the old rogue instructed the remaining creatures, create a magic circle for the ice arrow spell. Yes, the 10 remaining creatures swiftly employed their pre-prepared materials to begin their work. The old mage observed their precise operations with an excitement that rendered him nearly speechless. He turned about, occasionally offering gentle corrections for minor mistakes. His demeanor devoid of any prior ferocity, clearly enamored with the talents of these creatures. It is worth noting that if these creatures could indeed produce low-grade magical potions and the magic circle, it would not be an exaggeration to say they were akin to hens laying golden eggs. Even the most basic magical potion is worth several gold coins. Such potions, capable of rapidly restoring magical energy, require not only expensive materials, but also a meticulous crafting process. The final step of fusion and heating alone demands 5 hours of constant stirring and focused observation to ensure the precise moment for adding other components. A moment's negligence could compromise the potion's efficacy or even ruin the entire batch. Magical potions are of utmost importance. In battle, should one run out of magical energy, these potions are essential for replenishment. Without them, one is left to face certain doom. Thus, every mage carries some. However, the creation of such potions requires immense patience, leading many mages to prefer purchasing them rather than enduring the arduous process. After all, mages are typically affluent. Consequently, these potions are highly sought after in the market, often yielding profits several times their cost. As for the creation of magic circles, this is an equally vital skill. Even the simplest first-level spells possess intricately complex magic circles. To illustrate, Condensing a 1,000-meter line into a square-foot area is a fair comparison. Generally, a skilled mage must dedicate several days to craft one meticulously. The applications of magic circles are manifold. For example, the magic circle currently being drawn by the creatures, inscribed with processed magical beast blood on animal hide, can transform into a one-time use magical scroll once charged by a mage. Even the most rudimentary magical scrolls are immensely popular, as they enable non-mages to wield magic. Thus, the old mage's mood was akin to that of a mine owner who, after years of manual labor, suddenly acquires a large excavator. His excitement was palpable. Despite having toiled throughout the day, he remained resolute in his desire to observe their operations. "Stay put." The old rogue snapped his fingers in frustration, exclaiming, "I've trained them for over a decade. Is it easy? Sharing half with you is generous enough. Do you expect to take them all? How greedy. But they are of no use to you." The old mage retorted anxiously, "I can always buy them. How about 10 gold coins for one? That's a king's ransom. Ordinary creatures can be had for 100 with that amount. Not for sale." The old rogue flatly refused. "I have greater plans for them. What I share with you should suffice. Why do you need so many? My experiments are numerous. There are still a host of projects awaiting completion." The old mage insisted, frustration evident in his tone. "Look at this massive magic tower. There are hundreds of laboratories inside. They cannot remain empty. Then find a way to cultivate your own." The old rogue shrugged dismissively. "After all, 10 years isn't an eternity for you. Curse it, I don't have that much time." The old mage fumed. "I can scarcely find a moment to teach my own students." "You have students, don't you?" The old rogue replied, exasperated. "I understand your reluctance to involve them in your secretive experiments, but allowing them to assist in imparting basic knowledge to the creatures should pose no issue." "Of course." The old mage smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him. "I must arrange this immediately. Time is of the essence." With that, he turned away, dismissing the old rogue entirely. The old rogue, indifferent to the mage's departure, proceeded with his own affairs. He approached the teleportation array leading to his base, activating it using the method the old mage had taught him the previous day, and was promptly transported into the depths of the ruins. Outside the teleportation room in the ruins, a plethora of supplies had accumulated, mostly provisions. Upon stepping out, the old rogue was greeted by a bustling scene in the courtyard, where everyone was busy preparing meals. The magical creatures took the lead, with the cyclopes also lending their assistance. At that moment, the food was nearly ready, and everyone was engaged in distribution. Observing the cyclopes devouring their meals with such fervor, the old rogue suddenly felt a pang of unease. It dawned on him that their swift allegiance might be motivated solely by the quality of the food at hand. Amused yet bemused by the thought that he might have been duped by the Cyclops King, he shrugged it off, realizing he had not suffered any loss in the matter. With a command from the old rogue, everyone sprang into action. Under the guidance of the rogue and Pa, the group commenced their unabashed looting, taking whatever they deemed useful without hesitation, particularly the immensely strong Cyclopes, who transported their plunder by the ton. During this time, Lilith, the golem butler of the magic tower, was also stirred and made her way to investigate. However, since the old mage had granted the old rogue all permissions below the 5th floor, Lilith not only refrained from hindering him, but actively assisted in the endeavor. With the insider's help, the efficiency of the group's looting skyrocketed. Chapter 32, Bargaining the Old Mage. Infuriated by the despicable actions of the old rogue, confronted him with a thunderous voice. "What do you intend to do?" "Moving things." The old rogue replied with an air of justification. "Moving things? What authority do you possess to take my belongings?" The old mage exclaimed, his anger boiling over. "Did you not say that the supplies for my little brothers are your responsibility? For that, I have paid a price of 50 clever creatures," the old rogue retorted, his expression cold. "Are your words no better than mere gas?" The old mage, nearly apoplectic, shot back. "I only mentioned their sustenance, not anything else." "No." The old rogue shook his head vigorously. "I believe the value created by my creatures extends far beyond mere sustenance. It clearly includes their daily necessities as well. Would you not agree?" "By the heavens!" The old mage bellowed. "I can provide you with daily necessities, but what in the world are you actually taking?" As he spoke, he picked up the cracked list given to him by Lilith and read aloud. "Exquisite crossbows, 200. Are these daily items? Do you have any idea how much a single crossbow costs? Why would they not be daily items?" The old rogue countered swiftly. "Are there not dangerous magical beasts lurking in the woods surrounding the base? If they were to suddenly emerge, Would it not be prudent for my creatures to defend themselves with crossbows? Rendered speechless, the old mage could only concede. Very well, I will consider this 1 point valid. But what of the next? 200 steel golems? Good heavens, you are quite ruthless. Each one costs over 100 gold coins. They are my combat puppets for defending the magic tower. And what of it? The old rogue urged. You leave them here to waste away. The magic tower is already formidable enough. Adding more does not increase its strength. Why concern yourself? How is it a waste in my hands, but not in yours? What use do you have for them? The old mage demanded angrily. I certainly have my uses. The old rogue chuckled. I envision each creature being protected by a steel golem. After all, their mental capacity is comparable to that of ordinary humans, allowing them to command the golems with ease. This way, their safety is maximized. Consider it, the beasts in the forest are no novices. Can the creatures fend them off solely with crossbows? If a steel golem stands in their way, they will have a greater chance of survival. Do you dare claim that my creatures will be of no use in the future? The old mage found himself momentarily disheartened. Indeed, if he were to conduct any grand experiments, he would require many hands and might need to borrow troops from the old rogue. It would not do to be overly stingy at this juncture. Furthermore, since discovering the benefits of the creatures, the old mage had developed a fondness for them, unwilling to see them come to harm. Reluctantly, he finally acquiesced. Very well, you shall have the steel golems. Haha, now we have reached an agreement. The old rogue declared triumphantly, preparing to depart. Wait, the old mage called out, stopping him. Even if the crossbows and steel golems are useful, what do you intend to do with the blacksmithing equipment, high-quality steel ingots, and a large quantity of alchemical materials? Do you plan to open a blacksmith shop? How did you know I wanted to open a blacksmith shop? The old rogue responded, astonished. For heaven's sake. The old mage nearly lost his temper. You are a mage, a nobleman. Why would you open a blacksmith shop? Even if you are unconcerned about your own reputation, consider the dignity of the Stephen family. If word gets out that the heir of the illustrious Stephen family has become a blacksmith, where would that leave my old face? Who said I wish to be a blacksmith? The old rogue retorted, rolling his eyes. Am I so idle as to forge iron? Then who do you intend to have work the forge? The old mage eyed him incredulously. The creatures? Do not jest, they cannot even lift a hammer. Fool. If the creatures cannot, what of the cyclopes? The old rogue smirked. Cyclopes? Given their formidable strength, they may indeed be suitable for forging. The old mage's eyes lit up. But he quickly shook his head and inquired, but is that feasible? They are proud warriors, fiercely temperamental. While they may fight without hesitation, persuading them to forge is another matter entirely. Not an issue. The old rogue grinned slyly. I will inform them that forging is to create armor for themselves, and I shall have my creatures inscribe magical arrays upon their armor, transforming it into magical battle gear. I refuse to believe they can resist such temptation. Haha, how cunning. Cyclopes forging, creatures inscribing magical arrays, and I will conduct the final energizing. This could indeed lead to the mass production of magical armor. The old mage suddenly forgot about the materials and erupted into hearty laughter, as if he could already envision an abundance of magical armor crafted by the Cyclopes. It is well known that the craft of blacksmithing prioritizes skill above all, followed closely by strength. The greater the force applied, the more impurities can be forged out of the steel. While the Cyclopes may lack technical prowess, with guidance from the smithing masters of the old mage's family, it would not be long before they overcame this deficiency. With the Cyclopes' terrifying strength, they would surely be capable of forging exceptional armor and weapons, perhaps even rivaling those crafted by dwarves. Ah, I see you understand. The old rogue chuckled. If you still do not agree, I shall have to seek collaboration with others. He feigned departure. Wait. The old mage hastily grasped the old rogue, pleading, I agree. I can provide the items you seek, but we must establish that I will receive 80% of the final product since I supplied the materials. Out of the question. The old rogue scoffed coldly. Materials are plentiful. Can I not procure them elsewhere? Yet, the technique is exclusively mine, thus I should claim the lion's share. You can have a maximum of 40%. Surely you jest. You are far too miserly. The old mage protested vehemently. The most I can concede is 40%. Materials are costly, but the end product is even more so, thus this matter is non-negotiable. The old rogue replied dispassionately. A flat rate, 50-50. We either proceed or we part ways. Fine. Half it is. The old mage ultimately relented. There was no other choice. The initiative lay firmly with the old rogue. He could easily find others to collaborate with. while the old mage had no option but to work with him, granting the old rogue an undeniable upper hand in the negotiations. Chapter 33. The first entry into the city. After resolving the matter, the old mage finally permitted the old villain to move the items. Yet his expression still bore a hint of sorrow, prompting him to walk away without a glance back. As anticipated by the old mage, the one-eyed giants expressed their profound dissatisfaction at the prospect of forging iron themselves, declaring that they were valiant warriors, not blacksmiths. Fortunately, the old villain was well prepared. He proposed the notion of self-forging, enticing them with the argument, if you hunt for yourselves and cook for yourselves, does that make you hunters and chefs? If not, then crafting your own armor ought to be trivial, wouldn't it? The intelligence of the one-eyed giants was not particularly high, even inferior to that of lesser creatures. Thus, they were easily swayed by the old villain's rhetoric. Moreover, the allure of superior magical armor made them swiftly forget their so-called warrior dignity, and they plunged headlong into the labor of forging. However, it was not an easy task for the one-eyed giants to forge iron, as their massive stature, nearly twice that of a human, rendered the tools designed for human use unsuitable. Consequently, the old villain instructed them to first prepare a forge space while he sought assistance from the old mage. The Stephen family, being experts in producing high-grade military equipment for the Empire, boasted the finest blacksmith shop in the land. It was a simple matter for the old mage to summon several master blacksmiths. A magical letter dispatched, and soon 10 seasoned blacksmiths arrived, albeit unconscious, escorted by the rotund figure of the old villain. Upon regaining consciousness, the blacksmiths found themselves in an unusual place, surrounded by towering one-eyed giants, nearly 4 meters tall, nearly scaring them to death. Fortunately, with the explanations provided by Pa and the old mage, they managed to settle down. However, upon learning that they were to assist in teaching the giants to forge, their expressions transformed dramatically. They could hardly fathom that they had been brought here through such an odd circumstance for this purpose. Nonetheless, as subordinates, they had no choice but to obey their master's command. Following the guidance of these professionals, a new blacksmith shop was rapidly constructed, and the blacksmiths set to work, aiding the one-eyed giants in creating forging tools. Once each giant acquired a specially crafted hammer, they officially began their lessons in smithing. At this juncture, the old blacksmiths were pleasantly surprised to discover that the giant's strength was exceptionally beneficial for forging. What would have required dozens of strikes from a human was accomplished with just a few blows from the giants, resulting in a greater yield of impurities and significantly enhancing both the efficiency and quality of the forging process. The old villain observed the giants at work without much involvement, as the old mage had assigned him another task, to gather information about young Stephen from the Stephen family steward, Christian. Additionally, the old villain received the next artifact, the Mask of Reality and Illusion, from the old mage. This object appeared almost ethereal, resembling something crafted from light, translucent and enchanting. When donned, it produced no immediate sensation, but upon gazing into a mirror, he found his appearance and even demeanor transformed to closely resemble the deceased young Stephen. In truth, the old villain was rather reluctant to impersonate another, yet out of pity for the old mage, he felt compelled to acquiesce. However, the act of disguise continued to vex him. Thus, upon meeting the new steward, Christian, he did not intend to present a friendly demeanor. Yet unexpectedly, upon their first encounter, the elderly man with white hair rushed over, grasping the old villain's leg and weeping, "Young master, you are finally safe. Otherwise, how could I face the mistress?" With centuries of social experience, the old villain immediately discerned that Christian genuinely cared for him, and this selfless sentiment swiftly assuaged his ire. He couldn't help but gently lift the seemingly aged man, offering comfort. "Why weep? Am I not well?" "Yes, yes." Christian nodded while wiping his tears, suddenly adding, "Young master, your voice and demeanor seem a bit strange, almost different from before." The old villain thought to himself, "Isn't that obvious? I am not the same person as your young master. How could I be the same?" However, he refrained from voicing this thought, merely replying, "This time, my injuries were severe, even affecting my memory, yet they have imparted many insights, rendering me quite different from before." Indeed, at this moment, the old mage interjected urgently, "Christian, from now on, you shall remain by the young master's side, enlightening him on all that he has forgotten. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord." Christian replied respectfully. "Very well, I shall take my leave now. Young master, do take care." With that, Christian reluctantly departed. Once Christian had distanced himself, the old mage smiled at the old villain, saying, Christian was brought here by young Stephen's mother, and he is considered the closest person to young Stephen. The old villain immediately sensed something amiss and queried, Did you not say that young Stephen's mother hails from a barbarian tribe? Do barbarians also have stewards? To be precise, Christian was rescued by young Stephen's mother on her journey here. The old mage chuckled. At that time, Christian was gravely injured and near death, and it was young Stephen's mother who saved him. Eventually, with nowhere to go, he became her steward. After young Stephen's birth, her status rose significantly, and Christian became the family's steward. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with such a position in the esteemed Stephen family. Thus, he is unwaveringly loyal to young Stephen, and you can trust him completely. I see, the old villain replied nonchalantly, taking his leave. Yet, he quietly harbored a suspicion. He sensed that his steward was not as simple as he appeared. What precisely lay beneath the surface eluded him, but he felt an instinctive awareness that Christian concealed some secrets. Lacking any evidence at present, the old villain chose to remain discreet, merely observing in silence. Thus, the old villain settled into a structured routine. During the day, he continued his studies with the old mage, with Christian attending to him. In the afternoon, under the guise of training, he discreetly visited the one-eyed giant's forge to assess their progress and offer guidance based on his insights. And in the evening, he practiced his dual cultivation techniques. Upon exiting the Stephen Castle, the carriage did not proceed to the academy, but instead traveled along a small road on the outskirts, heading directly into the city. After traversing several miles, the carriage finally arrived at the capital. Peering through the carriage window, the old villain was astonished to find that this capital city was truly extraordinary. The city walls soared nearly 30 meters high, equivalent to about 10 stories, with a thickness exceeding 10 meters, and the gates were wide enough to accommodate 4 large carriages side by side. The sight left him utterly astonished. Chapter 34. I also like dogs. The grandeur of the city was not particularly surprising, for this was the capital of a great kingdom, and it would be odd if it were not impressive. However, what truly astonished the old rogue were the countless scars etched into the city walls. There were dark marks scorched by fire and gashes inflicted by colossal blades. Although they had been mended, it was evident that a breathtaking battle had transpired here several years prior. Furthermore, from certain soldiers stationed at the gates, the old rogue could discern a faint aura of bloodlust, indicating that they were not warriors forged in peaceful times, but rather battle-hardened soldiers who had faced the crucible of war. This piqued the old rogue's curiosity, as it was said that the Griffin Kingdom had been established for centuries and had enjoyed prolonged peace. How then could there be so many wars, even reaching the capital? It was indeed perplexing. Upon entering the city, the old rogue was soon captivated by its bustling splendor. Even in the impoverished districts, the streets were alive with various shops, teeming with people coming and going, suggesting thriving commerce. They passed through another city wall and entered the mid-tier commercial area, where the crowd was sparser. Yet the individuals traversing the streets were adorned in opulent attire, clearly of noble or wealthy status. Following this was the third city wall, which enclosed the residential quarters of the aristocracy and the offices of significant governmental departments. Rumor had it that beyond yet another wall lay the imperial palace. The ancestral home of the Stephen family was situated in a prime location within the noble district, guarded by 4 imposing sentinels at the entrance. Upon entering, the old rogue disembarked under the guidance of Christian, as those around them offered respectful greetings. Though their gestures and tones were impeccable, the old rogue could not help but notice the disdain lurking in their eyes towards young Stephen. He understood that such sentiments would not dissipate quickly, as these individuals had already fallen under the sway of that princess. Thus, he chose to disregard them for the moment and instructed Christian to lead him to his courtyard. Christian guided the old rogue through the opulent duke's residence for quite some time, until the weary elder could scarcely catch his breath. Finally, Christian indicated a garden and said, "Young master, just around this garden lies our courtyard." The old rogue was puzzled. "Why must we go around? Is there not a path?" "Indeed, there is a path," Christian replied, "but within the garden resides a ferocious hunting dog kept by the lady, and it is quite ungracious towards you." Before Christian could elaborate, the old rogue interjected, "I have a fondness for unruly hunting dogs." With a sardonic smile, he strode into the garden, leaving Christian helpless to intervene. Once inside, the old rogue paid no heed to the menacing hound. instead adopting a leisurely demeanor as he paused to admire the vibrant flowers. While he was at ease, Chris-chun was wrought with anxiety. Bound by decorum, he dared not walk ahead of the old rogue, yet he feared for his young master's safety, trailing closely behind, ready to shield him from any potential danger. This left the old rogue both amused and exasperated. However, Chris-chun's concerns proved warranted. After traversing merely a few dozen meters, a cacophony of barks erupted, and a formidable hunting dog, nearly the size of a calf, emerged from the side of the garden. Its sleek golden fur gleamed, and its fierce appearance exuded an air of intimidation. This dog was no fool. It appeared to have undergone specialized training. Upon catching sight of the old rogue, it erupted in fury, charging at him as though he had annihilated its entire family. As a hunting dog, it was evidently proficient, displaying experience in combat. Rather than attacking blindly, it leaped from a flower bed, aiming for the old rogue's throat with deadly intent. Chris-chun, witnessing this, turned pale with fear and rushed forward without hesitation, intending to shield the old rogue with his own body. Yet, halfway through, he was halted by the old rogue's arm. Frantic, Chris-chun wished to shout, but was soon taken aback by an astonishing sight. Just as the dog's teeth were inches from the old rogue's throat, it abruptly came to a halt. Unbeknownst to Chris-chun, the old rogue's other hand had stealthily extended, firmly grasping the dog's neck. Though the old rogue's hand appeared delicate and slender, it possessed extraordinary strength, rendering the dog unable to breathe as it struggled futilely. In that moment, the once ferocious hound lost its bravado, its eyes reflecting a dawning fear, as it realized it had bitten off more than it could chew. Chris-chun, oblivious to his young master's newfound fierceness, stood in shock, but quickly regained his wits. Noticing the dog's dire predicament, he urgently implored the old rogue, "Young master, you cannot kill it." "Why not?" the old rogue inquired, intrigued. "It is the lady's treasured pet. The last time a guard was bitten, he couldn't help but kick it, and the lady broke every bone in his body, leading to his demise." Chris-chun exclaimed, his voice trembling. "That guard was a third-tier warrior. It is clear how much the lady cherishes this dog. Young master, you must not kill it." Understood." The old rogue chuckled. "In truth, I rather like this dog." Upon hearing this, Chris-chun sighed in relief, offering a nervous smile. That is good. He thought the dog's life was spared. However, before he could fully relax, a sickening crack echoed as the old rogue's grip snapped the dog's neck, and in an instant, the once prized hunting dog lay lifeless. Chris-chun was taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. He nearly fainted, his mind racing with dread. The lady was known for her meticulous cruelty, quick to anger and even quicker to deliver fatal consequences. The mere thought of her discovering that her beloved hunting dog had been slain by her young master sent shivers down his spine. The old rogue, however, was unfazed. He was elated. In his previous life, he had delighted in consuming dog meat, and upon arriving in this strange, fantastical world, he had thought such indulgences were behind him. Yet, just outside the magic tower, he had captured such a sumptuous dog. What a delightful surprise. In his excitement, the old rogue rapidly crossed the garden, taking several swift steps toward a secluded courtyard. Before he could inquire further, the old steward, Chris-chun, hastily opened the door, declaring, "Here lies your residence, young master." Chapter 35. An explanation. Upon entering, Lao Xie found the courtyard quite satisfactory, covering approximately 200 square meters, accompanied by a 3-story small building, lavishly adorned. The only drawback was the absence of servants, rendering the space somewhat desolate. To one side of the courtyard stood a bronze flower rack, which appeared sturdy. Lao Xie strode over, plucking the rare blooms from the rack and carelessly tossing them to the ground, before hanging a dead dog upon it. Coincidentally, the collar around the dog's neck was exquisitely crafted, embellished with gold and silver, adequately supporting its weight. "Christian, can you skin it?" Lao Xie turned and inquired. "I can, but sir, is it truly necessary to eat it?" The poor old butler is at a loss for words. In his upbringing, nobles are expected to maintain a noble image. Who has ever heard of nobles consuming dog meat? In this realm, dog meat is considered the refuse of the impoverished. However, Lao Xie seemed unconcerned, dismissing the matter with a curt, "What are you hesitating for? Quickly skin it." He then proceeded into the building, intending to inspect the kitchen for suitable cooking utensils and ingredients. Upon entering the small building, Lao Xie easily located the kitchen. He discovered that while the cookware differed slightly from what he was accustomed to, it was largely similar, including a large pot and various bowls and spoons. Subsequently, Lao Xie began to examine the seasonings, finding common staples such as salt, sugar, vinegar, and other unfamiliar plant-based condiments resembling Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and garlic. Lacking prior experience with these ingredients, he commenced a gradual exploration, hoping to identify some that could be useful. Just as Lao Xie was becoming increasingly absorbed in his tasks, a cacophony erupted from outside, followed by a scream from old butler Christian. Enraged, Lao Xie thought, which fool dares to cause trouble in his domain? He seized a rolling pin and stepped outside. In the courtyard, a multitude of people had gathered, led by a lecherous old man, with the others evidently being guards of the estate. At that moment, the old butler lay on the ground, while a towering warrior relentlessly kicked him, shouting, "You old bastard! How dare you kill the lady's dog? Do you not realize this dog is more noble than you?" As the warrior continued his assault, an unexpected thunderous sound resonated through the air. Being a level 3 warrior, he recognized the sound of something heavy flying through the air and hastily gathered his energy to brace for impact, attempting to evade. Yet, the object approached too swiftly, crashing down upon his head. With the firmness of the rolling pin, combined with Lao Xie's immense strength, it was akin to a cannonball. Spectators watched in horror as the warrior's head was reduced to a pulp in an instant, brain matter and blood splattering onto those behind him, causing them to shudder in fear. Several guards quickly drew their weapons, but upon realizing that it was Lao Xie who had delivered the fatal blow, the old man shouted, "Put away your weapons, that is the young master." Hearing this, the others promptly sheathed their arms, albeit still eyeing Lao Xie with caution. They puzzled over how a young master, despite having the blood of a barbarian, could possess such formidable power to shatter a skull with a single strike. It seemed excessively monstrous. "You still recognize me as the young master?" Lao Xie retorted, unfazed, as he approached the old man, pointing an accusatory finger at his nose. "Who do you think you are, daring to wreak havoc in my territory? Have you lost your mind?" Lao Xie's fierce demeanor startled the old man momentarily, but recalling the rumors of the young master's amnesia, he quickly regained composure. "Young master, I am the second butler, Chris Miller. You may call me Miller. I came to inquire why the lady's beloved dog was so unjustly slain. Please, provide us with an explanation." "This is your explanation." Without further ado, Lao Xie delivered a resounding slap, sending the old man sprawling to the ground. Everyone was taken aback by Lao Xie's overwhelming display of authority. The old man, being the second butler of the estate, was a trusted confidant of the lady, wielding power within the estate that rivaled even the head butler. Even a duke would think twice before crossing him. Yet here he was, publicly humiliated, losing several teeth with the force of the blow. Dazed and confused, the second butler Miller struggled to rise, his face awash with tears, resembling a wronged maiden. Lao Xie, having sought confrontation, paid him no heed, instead jeering at him. He had anticipated that the old man would retaliate, prompting a grand brawl. However, to Lao Xie's surprise, the old man appeared to contemplate something, ultimately suppressing his rage. After wiping away the blood from his lips, he shot Lao Xie a venomous glare before turning to leave without uttering a word. The others, witnessing this, dared not speak either. They simply went to collect the fallen warrior's body and exited in silence. This turn of events left Lao Xie eager for a fight. Feeling quite frustrated, seeing that a brawl was no longer feasible, he called out to their retreating figures, "You wretched scoundrels, heed my warning. Henceforth, you are forbidden from entering my territory. Step in with your left leg, and I shall sever it. Step in with your right, and I shall do the same. If both legs cross the threshold, I will take your head." The group, clearly hearing Lao Xie's threat, hastened their departure. Discontented, Lao Xie turned to examine the injuries sustained by the old butler Christian, relieved to find them minor. He then inquired, "Why were those rascals so fierce just now? How did they become so spineless all of a sudden? I am utterly vexed that I could not find a reason to fight." "Ha, young master," Christian replied with a wry smile. "You are the master, and they are mere servants. How could they ever dare to confront you? But given the earlier commotion, they hardly seem to regard me as their master," Lao Xie scoffed. "Those who brazenly intrude and strike me must surely be the true masters here." It was evident that Christian had chosen to use the term merciful to maintain Lao Xie's dignity. In truth, the previous young master, Stephen, had been a weakling. Otherwise, he would not have been bullied by such a group of servants. Bah, a dull and futile protective policy. Lao Xie dismissed contemptuously. "What?" Christian, unable to hear clearly, hastily inquired. Lao Xie, of course, could not reveal the truth and swiftly changed the subject. You continue with the skinning. I shall gather the ingredients. No need. I will handle it shortly. How could the young master engage in such labor? Christian insisted. Enough of the nonsense. Am I the young master? Or are you? Lao Xie growled impatiently. You are. Christian quickly affirmed. Since I am, you will do as I say. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Go and get to work. With that, Lao Xie strode off. Chapter 36. Zhu Beiji encounters Chang'e, the old steward, resigned to his fate, continued his laborious peeling, delving into the concealed tasks at hand. Before long, old Xie arrived, carrying a large pot and an assortment of seasonings. The steward intended to assist, but old Xie directed him to the side to tend the fire, expressing doubts about Christian's culinary skills. Unable to oppose old Xie, Christian acquiesced. Old Xie then commenced his deft preparation of dog meat, embarking on the creation of a dog meat soup. With a swift motion of his knife, he chopped the meat into sizable pieces, salting it to eliminate the earthy odor before rinsing it thoroughly with clean water. Next, he placed the meat into the pot, briefly ing it with a small amount of oil and vinegar until the moisture evaporated. He then added water and a hint of vinegar, bringing the mixture to a boil while skimming off the foam that rose to the surface. After completing these initial steps, he added various seasonings and more water, allowing it to boil for approximately 30 minutes before reducing the heat to a simmer. As the dish simmered, old Xie exhaled contentedly and remarked to Christian, "This will require at least 2 hours of slow cooking until the meat is tender enough to melt in your mouth. At that point, you'll understand what it means for dog meat to roll thrice, leaving even the gods unsteady. Haha. Oh, sir, may I ask what a god is?" Christian inquired, perplexed. Old Xie responded, realizing that there were no gods in this realm. However, he paid little mind to this detail and theatrically proclaimed, "You must remember, I am a god, do you understand?" Understood, understood. Christian nodded earnestly. So, that means God is your title. Haha. Old Xie chuckled at his interpretation, but made no effort to correct him. That is sufficient for you to believe. Now, I am tired. I shall rest. Keep an eye on things, and when the dog meat is ready, be sure to call for me. Yes, sir, you can rest easy. I will watch over it. Christian responded hastily. Old Xie nodded with satisfaction and slipped into the villa for a deep slumber. One must say, the accommodations provided for the young master at the Duke's estate were exceedingly comfortable. The large bed was soft and inviting, and old Xie fell asleep almost instantly. He slept for a couple of hours, only to be roused by an intoxicating aroma wafting through the air. Drawn by the scent, he leapt from the second-floor bedroom and dashed to the pot, lost in delight. Christian, startled by old Xie's sudden movement, feared he might injure himself in the process. Relieved to see old Xie unharmed, he nonetheless felt his heart race and could not help but express his concern. "Sir, please refrain from jumping from such heights. You nearly frightened me to death." "Haha, fear not. Even if the height were tenfold, I would be just fine," old Xie replied with a grin. "But that contradicts noble etiquette." Christian began to elaborate. Having spent enough time with him, old Xie was well acquainted with Christian's lengthy discourses. To spare his ears further torment, he quickly interjected, "Christian, hurry and fetch the utensils. I believe the dog meat is nearly ready." The steward, left with no choice, ceased his speech, turning to gather bowls and spoons while old Xie wore an amused expression at his side. However, just as old Xie was preparing to relish the savory meat, a cacophony of footsteps disrupted his anticipation. Annoyed, he turned to see a group of guards escorting a young nobleman, exuding an air of menace as they entered his courtyard. The young nobleman, appearing to be in his early 20s, sported an excessively groomed appearance. His delicate features were so exquisitely crafted that even the most beautiful women would likely feel envy. Yet, despite his striking looks, a lewd and cowardly glint in his eyes marred his overall allure, rendering him akin to a beautiful but utterly useless vase. Incensed by this realization, old Xie charged forward, delivering a resounding slap to the young man's face while berating him. "Curse you." Despite old Xie's deliberate restraint, the young nobleman was no match for his strength, collapsing to the ground, unconscious, with a trickle of blood escaping his lips. This sight sent the surrounding guards into a panic as they rushed to his aid. "Blast it! I only exerted a fraction of my strength," old Xie lamented, a hint of frustration creeping into his tone. At that moment, the steward emerged from within, recognizing the fallen nobleman with a look of horror on his face. "Sir, you've caused a calamity. That is the eldest son, the sole heir of the lady. How could you have struck him? I struck him indeed. Old Xie replied impatiently. These ruffians are intolerable. Perhaps I should simply eliminate them all. As he spoke, he moved to take action. The guards, though intimidated, dared not confront old Xie, but could not abandon their fallen master. They hastily carried him away. Just as they exited, a piercing scream rang out, followed by a woman's anguished cries, "My son! What has happened?" "Madam, it was the young master who struck him," one guard exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation. "The young master is utterly unreasonable. The eldest merely sought to inquire about him, yet before he could utter a word, he was struck down in this manner. Madam, you must seek justice for him. You wretched bastard, kill him," the woman shrieked. Old Xie's fury ignited further upon hearing her insult, prompting him to storm out, intent on confrontation. However, upon exiting, he was met with an astonishing scene. Outside stood a throng of over 100 people, comprising not only the guards surrounding the eldest son, but also two distinct factions. Though their attire was nearly identical, they were clearly divided. One group encircled a middle-aged noblewoman, whose appearance was unremarkable, neither particularly beautiful nor unattractive. She bore an air of haughty superiority, though her age was evident, with excessive makeup that could easily weigh half a pound when scraped off. The opposing faction was led by a lecherous-looking rotund man. Despite his unchanged appearance, his features were twisted by rage, transforming him into a fearsome figure. He charged forward and delivered a vicious slap to the noblewoman, knocking her to the ground, and pointed an accusing finger at her, shouting, "You will remember this. Young Stephen's mother is my legitimate wife, and young Stephen is the sole heir of our family's lineage. As for the bastard, there is indeed one in this household, but you know very well who he is." With that, he shot a venomous glare at the fallen nobleman, his eyes ablaze with fury. Old Xie found amusement in this spectacle. The stark contrast between the supposed father and son was simply too great. The rotund man bore a face full of warts, dark and squat, reminiscent of the figure Wu Dalong, while the young nobleman looked like a delicate flower. If they were indeed father and son, then Zhu Beiji could very well have fathered Chang'e. It was clear to anyone that there was more to this situation than met the eye. Chapter 37. Savoring the fragrant meat, the woman was evidently daunted by the imposing presence of the portly man and the leverage he had over her. Thus she refrained from causing any further commotion and left, covering her face as she departed with her companion. Once they had exited, the portly man suddenly burst into hearty laughter, continuing for quite some time before he ceased. He then approached old Xie, chuckling, and remarked, "What a relief. After all these years, today has been the most satisfying." Old Xie fully understood his sentiment. It was common knowledge that the matter of his cuckolding could not be concealed, given the stark contrast in their appearances. However, the woman was, after all, the emperor's sister, and no matter how displeased the portly man was, he could not take any action against her, leaving him to silently endure the ridicule from the noble circles. For a man, such a situation was an immense humiliation. Yet today, under the guidance of the old mage, he could finally vent his frustrations, and naturally, his heart felt unburdened. After his laughter subsided, the portly man inquired with newfound curiosity, "By the way, was there a specific reason for your assault on that scoundrel? Is there a need for a reason to strike someone?" Old Xie retorted, rolling his eyes, "If they irk you, just hit them." Those surrounding them could not help but feel a wave of disbelief wash over them, thinking to themselves how audacious this young master was, striking the emperor's nephew and the duke's eldest son merely for being irksome. This was utterly inconceivable. It should be noted that although the pretty boy was not favored by the portly man and old Xie, he was handsome, charming, and thus held in high regard by the emperor. Even if he were unable to inherit the Stephen family legacy, he would undoubtedly be granted a title, ensuring his life would be free from want. Yet, despite his noble status, he was nothing more than a trifling matter before old Xie, who could strike him at will, particularly with the duke's apparent support. Witnessing this, others began to regard old Xie with increasing esteem. "Ha!" The portly man laughed heartily. "Well said. That's the spirit of the Stephen family. If that rascal dares to flaunt himself before you again, feel free to give him a beating. Best make him look like a pig." The portly man gritted his teeth, evidently harboring deep resentment towards the instigator of his ridicule. "Rest assured, I shall do just that." Old Xie replied cheerfully, then added, "All right, come on in. I've prepared some delectable dishes for us to enjoy together." "Splendid," the portly man exclaimed. "I caught a whiff of something delightful earlier." What on earth is it? Fragrant meat. Old Xie replied nonchalantly. He feared that if he mentioned dog meat, the portly man would refuse to eat, so he planned to reveal the truth after the portly man had indulged. However, Old Xie's ruse was soon uncovered. An elderly gentleman, seemingly the steward, stepped forward and discreetly whispered a few words in the portly man's ear. Eagerly, the portly man hurried into the dining room and plopped down at the table. The steward diligently arranged the cutlery and laid out the napkins, attending to him with great care. Old Xie seated himself nearby, attended by the elder steward, Christian. Suddenly, the portly man turned to Old Xie and said, "This is Shinchi Timas, my steward. He not only manages the household affairs, but also assists me in overseeing our family business. He is of utmost importance to the Stephen family. Your praise is excessive." Timas quickly responded with humility, then bowed to Old Xie, saying, "I have met the young master. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to call upon me." Indeed, Old Xie nodded amicably, then cheerfully remarked, "All right, Christian, serve the dishes." "Yes," Christian replied promptly, quickly bringing the pot to the table and serving a bowl to both the portly man and Old Xie. Old Xie then smiled and said, "You and Timas should have a bowl as well. There is plenty to go around, so do not be shy." "We cannot," both Christian and Timas exclaimed, visibly taken aback. Yet, unable to contain themselves, they quickly took a sip of the soup, and their faces lit up with excitement as they exclaimed, "Delicious! Truly delightful." They then dove into their meals with enthusiasm. Seeing this, Christian and Timas had no choice but to serve themselves a bowl and cautiously began to eat. Their expressions conveyed deep gratitude towards Old Xie. Old Xie, naturally, did not hold back, relishing the feast. The dog meat was extraordinarily satisfying, and the four of them devoured dozens of pounds of meat along with 2 bottles of fine wine. After the meal, everyone felt a sense of exhilaration. The portly man, wiping his mouth, remarked, "Who would have thought this creature would taste so good? I wonder when I'll have the pleasure again." "Huh, simple." Old Xie suddenly grinned mischievously. "Whenever that wretched woman raises a dog, that will be our next opportunity to indulge." "Haha, what a brilliant idea." The portly man burst into laughter, doubling over, and immediately addressed his steward, saying, "Timas, remember, once the lady has a plump dog, be sure to inform the young master first." "Yes, my lord," Timas replied, bemused. "Since that vile woman has slain my son's companion, I shall devour all her beloved pets." The portly man declared fiercely, "I will drive her to madness." Those present felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. Only Old Xie appeared unfazed, remarking nonchalantly, "If you loathe her so much, why not simply eliminate her?" Sigh. The portly man deflated like a punctured balloon, replying despondently, "Her full-blooded brother is the emperor. Though the Stephen family is powerful, we lack the strength to oppose the royal family, so no matter how aggrieved we may feel, we must endure." Old Xie scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. He never quite understood the concerns of such grand families. What was there to fear? If things were dire, they could always rebel, couldn't they? Oh, perhaps they lacked the power to do so, hence their apprehensions. But even if rebellion was not an option, could they not escape? Was it worth enduring such humiliation for the sake of a mere family legacy? Old Xie found such thoughts utterly contemptible. "All right, let us call it a day," the portly man said leisurely as he stood up, gesturing to Timas behind him. "Here are 10,000 gold coins. Take this for your spending money. And if you run out, feel free to ask me for more." Timas promptly produced a beautifully crafted note imbued with a faint magical aura, the figure of 10,000 gold coins shimmering brilliantly on it. "This is a check from the Kingdom's Magic Bank. You may redeem it for cash at any time," he said respectfully as he extended the check. "No, thank you," Old Xie replied, shaking his head. "What?" The portly man was immediately troubled, exclaiming, "Do you find it insufficient?" "My lord, this is a substantial sum. It is certainly not lacking." Christian quickly interjected, attempting to bolster the portly man's argument. The portly man looked at Old Xie in astonishment before solemnly stating, "You have ambition. However, if you change your mind, you can always seek me out, all right?" "Sure," Old Xie replied, somewhat dismissively. "Very well, if that is the case, I shall take my leave." The portly man then bade farewell and departed. Chapter 38. Strolling through the streets indeed. Christian replied helplessly, "Young master, you really should not have rejected the master's offer. We are nearly out of funds. We can barely afford to have your magical robe tailored." "Ah, that's a trivial matter." Old Xie chuckled, rising from his seat. "Come, follow me. Where to? Christian inquired. Puzzled. Let us go for a stroll. Old Xia declared with a smile. I wish to visit the most bustling commercial district. With that, he confidently strode out the door. Christian hurried to catch up, asking, Young master, the commercial district is vast. Where exactly do you intend to go? What can we find there? There are shops selling exquisite artworks, weaponry and armor, magical artifacts and materials, as well as the grandest hotels, the finest theaters, auction houses, and even slave markets. Christian explained. Each of these places occupies at least a street or two. We cannot possibly explore them all in a single day. Is that so? Old Xia pondered for a moment, then suggested, let us first visit the place that sells magical artifact materials. Yes, young master. Christian nodded. I shall summon a carriage for you. Absolutely not. Old Xia quickly interjected. We shall walk there. Do not use the carriage from the manor. What? Christian exclaimed in surprise. But it is quite far. I am indifferent, but you will surely tire yourself out, young master. Cease your prattling. Old Xia shot him a glance, declaring arrogantly, even if a horse were to perish from exhaustion, it would not faze me. Have faith. Very well then, Christian relented, resigning himself to accompany Old Xia on foot. As the saying goes, joy brings vigor. Old Xia, in high spirits, strolled for over an hour without realizing it. After turning a corner, Christian pointed to a street and smiled, young master. This street is renowned in the royal capital for its exclusive shops selling magical artifacts and materials. Though it may appear sparsely populated, those who frequent it are either high-ranking nobles or esteemed magicians. Common folk are not permitted entry. Even low-level magicians and ordinary wealthy individuals must shop at the adjacent street for magical materials. Is that so? Could there be counterfeit goods? Old Xia mused as he surveyed the area, noting its distinctiveness. The cobblestones were meticulously arranged, adorned with intricate patterns, and each storefront exuded an air of elegance, unmistakably indicating high-end boutiques. Impossible. Christian promptly replied. These establishments have been in operation for over a century. They would never sell fakes. By the way, young master, our Stephen family owns 2 shops in this area. The manager ought to recognize you. Shall we pay them a visit? It was clear he hoped to benefit from this connection. Old Xia shook his head decisively. No, we shall go to the largest and most luxurious shop. Oh. Christian hesitated for a moment before managing a wry smile. Young master, we possess only 87.5 gold coins, and that is after your careful saving. In this district, even the most modest shop would likely deny us entry with such a sum. What of it? Old Xia replied impatiently. Today we shall simply browse. If the goods are worthwhile, naturally I will procure them. Do you truly believe I am destitute? Ah, did the old master bestow upon you a sum of money? Christian inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Enough of this idle chatter, lead the way. Old Xia commanded, uninterested in elaborating. Of course, Christian exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. This way, please. There are 3 of the largest magical shops on this street. One belonging to our family, one to the Hagrid family, and another to the Augustus family. However, I truly hope you will visit our family's shop. At least we could save some money, for they would not dare negotiate with you. I have already stated, I will not visit the Stephen family's shop. Old Xia insisted impatiently. Then we shall proceed to the Augustus family's establishment. That is not advisable. Christian countered urgently, the Augustus family is our family's rival. If they discover you are purchasing from their shop, the master will surely be furious. If you truly refuse to visit your own family's store, then you ought to go to the Hagrid family's shop. I insist on visiting the Augustus family's shop. Old Xia glared at Christian, warning, remember, under no circumstances must you reveal either my identity or yours. Do you understand? Yes. Christian, though bewildered, nodded affirmatively. Old Xia, still uneasy, queried, by the way, do the employees at the Augustus family's shop recognize you or me? They certainly do not, Christian assured him. We have never shopped at such a high-end place before. In the past, we always went to the nearby ordinary shops for our needs. Huh. Old Xia grinned mischievously. That is splendid. Let us proceed. Yes. Christian, not daring to speak further, hurried ahead to lead the way, soon arriving at an imposing entrance. Before them stood a grand 4-story building, its columns, beams, and door frames adorned with exquisite sculptures of angels, demons, and various vividly depicted magical beasts, presenting a truly magnificent sight. Just this structure alone, including the land it occupies, would likely command a price in the tens of thousands of gold coins. Upon seeing it, Old Xia's eyes lit up, and without further ado, he eagerly entered. Upon entering the hall, he was met with even more lavish decor. The floor gleamed with polished wooden planks, and rows of luxurious leather sofas lined either side. In the center of the hall stood a magical fountain, its crystalline streams creating a gentle mist that not only purified the air, but also rendered the entire space refreshingly cool, shielding it from the outside heat and imparting an immediate sense of comfort to all who entered. Old Xie, accustomed to extreme temperatures, still relished the refreshing atmosphere of the room. However, his pleasant mood was soon interrupted by a servant. "Excuse me, sir, do you have an appointment?" A sharply dressed servant approached him. "No," Old Xie replied nonchalantly. "I am merely here to browse." "Huh." The servant's expression turned to one of disdain, and he continued, "I am sorry, but our items are exceedingly expensive and only available to esteemed guests with appointments." He gestured for Old Xie to leave. Outraged, Christian immediately protested. Unable to contain himself, "Do you not realize he is asking if you know who our young master is?" However, Old Xie did not wish for Christian to make such a revelation, so he furrowed his brow and swiftly halted the irate steward, coldly stating, "Let us depart." He turned and exited without another word. Chapter 39. An unexpected encounter. Shall we go? Christian was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that such a formidable figure as Old Xie could endure the disdain of a mere attendant. However, seeing Old Xie leave, he hastily followed. Behind them, the attendant sneered, "What audacity for a mere magic apprentice to come here. TCH, as if such things are within the reach of an apprentice. Truly a rustic fool. My lord, how can you tolerate such insults from these lowly servants?" Christian complained, his dissatisfaction evident as he walked. "TSK, why get angry with the dead? Wouldn't he that make me a fool?" Old Xie muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" The old steward, unable to catch the words, pressed for clarification. "Nothing." Old Xie replied curtly, his expression turning serious. "Let us head to the Hagrid family's shop." "Yes." The old steward dared not inquire further and led the way. Before long, they arrived at another grand building, comparable in size to the previous shop but entirely different in style. This edifice was alive with vitality. Green vines adorned the columns, door frames, and eaves, interspersed with a myriad of beautiful flowers, evoking a sense of exuberance. Old Xie, appreciating the aesthetics, stepped inside. The shop's hall was similarly dominated by greenery. Both the counters and furniture appeared to be formed from living plants, indicating a close affinity between the Hagrid family and the elven race. As Old Xie surveyed his surroundings, another attendant approached and inquired, "May I ask if you have an appointment?" The attendant's demeanor was haughty, clearly regarding Old Xie as an unsophisticated rube. "I do not," Old Xie replied casually. "I merely wish to take a look. I'm sorry, but this establishment only serves clients with appointments. We do not entertain the likes of you." The attendant snapped impatiently. Upon hearing this, Old Xie felt a cold smirk form on his lips as he prepared to leave. Just then, a melodious voice called out, "Please wait." Curious, Old Xie turned to see an enchanting figure approaching. A young woman, with porcelain-like skin, sapphire eyes, and waist-length, light green hair, exuded an alluring grace. Her delicate features radiated a refreshing aura, reminiscent of a beautiful spring day. A true beauty, Old Xie thought immediately, recognizing her as one of the most stunning women he had encountered on this continent, second only to his mother. Even his discerning eye could find no flaw in her. "This woman is mine," he resolved silently, straightening his posture and shedding his earlier guise to reveal his extraordinary presence. Noticing the change in Old Xie, the young woman's eyes brightened. She smiled at him before turning to the attendant. "Is this how you treat your guests? When did the Hagrid family's shop start only accepting appointments? Why was I not informed?" "Miss, he is merely a magic apprentice. Dressed so shabbily that he clearly cannot afford anything. Just here to gawk at our merchandise," the attendant retorted defensively. However, the young woman dismissed the attendant's excuses with a laugh. "What a joke. The heir of the Stephen family would be unable to afford anything? You truly have a discerning eye. Now, you may take your leave." The attendant was taken aback, realizing he had committed a grave error with significant repercussions. Soon afterward, he was escorted away. Old Xie, somewhat surprised, asked, "Oh, you know my identity?" "Ha ha, little Stephen, have you forgotten me?" The woman replied, bemused, "My lord, this is Lady Constantina Hagrid, the eldest daughter of the Hagrid family. Her brother is your classmate, and she has also met you at the banquet." Christian quickly explained in a hushed tone. "Oh, I see." Old Xie smiled slightly. I apologize. Since the last incident, my memory has had a few minor issues. No worries. By the way, how's your injury? Have you fully recovered? Constantina inquired with genuine concern. Old Sia felt touched as a powerful sorcerer. Such concern was a foreign experience for him. Nevertheless, he masked his emotions, merely saying, "Thank you. I am fully healed." Haha, then I can rest easy. Since you are here, let me personally attend to you, Constantina said, gesturing with a smile. This way, please. Then I shall gladly oblige. Old Sia responded with a grin. Constantina led him to a refined room on the second floor and presented an exquisite elven beverage, a green juice. Quite a delightful concoction. Old Sia praised after tasting it. I'm merely browsing. What treasures do you have here, Lady Constantina? With a playful smile, Constantina covered her mouth, revealing a myriad of charms that captivated Old Sia. Little Stephen, it seems you truly know nothing. My shop specializes in elven products, rare herbs, magical trinkets, and more. Such items are hardly suitable for a lightning mage like you. Instead, you might find many intriguing items at your family's shop, and the Augustus family also offers wares suited to you. Oh, are the wares from your three families that distinct? Old Sia asked with newfound curiosity. Indeed, Constantina explained with a smile. We primarily deal in magical items related to the elven race, while the Augustus family maintains close ties with the dwarves, offering unique dwarven ores, precious metals, and exquisite magical weapons and armor. Your family, on the other hand, leverages its advanced alchemical techniques to market magical products, particularly combat puppets, which are your family's specialty. I see. Old Sia smiled slightly. Then it is clear that I have not come in vain. Chapter 40. A sensuous beda? Constantine immediately inquired with curiosity. The items I have here are primarily for alchemists to concoct potions or for noble women's beauty treatments, and they are also useful for nature mages. Are you delving into potion making specifically? It's strange that the Stephen family hasn't supplied you with materials. Are you truly purchasing them yourself, young master? Constantine found this rather incredulous. No, I do not desire those herbs, the old rogue replied with a smile. What I seek are exquisite items for nature mages, such as the seeds of the everlasting iron thorn. Everlasting iron thorn seeds. Constantine exclaimed in astonishment. But you are neither a druid nor a nature mage. Why would you want those? I possess a smattering of nature spells. The old rogue winked playfully at her. That cannot be. Do not jest with me. Constantine glared at him with indignation. Young Stephen, your talent lies in lightning magic. It is widely known. How could you possibly transform into a nature mage? Shall we wager on it? The old rogue proposed cheerfully. What kind of wager? What shall we bet? Constantine's curiosity was piqued. If I cannot prove my identity as a nature mage, I shall willingly purchase goods worth 10,000 gold coins from you. Without bargaining, the old rogue declared. 10,000 gold coins is no trivial sum. Constantine remarked, slightly taken aback. And if you win, what do you desire? All I ask is to kiss your cheek, the old rogue said with a broad smile. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people changed their expressions instantly. Chris Chun was left dumbfounded. He never imagined that the usually shy young master would dare to tease a lady. Meanwhile, Fanny S. Butler wore an angry expression, and it was likely he would have approached to confront the old rogue had it not been for his status. Constantine, caught between laughter and tears, exclaimed, You rascal! Trying to take advantage of me. Ha ha! The old rogue laughed heartily. Indeed, I admit I wish to gain some benefit. However, that does not preclude the establishment of this wager. A kiss wagered against a fortune. Though this 10,000 gold coins may not be worthy of the lady's exquisite beauty, it is the utmost sincerity I can offer. I wonder if the lady would be inclined to accept. Young Stephen, you have truly become quite the orator. Yet, I do not consider myself worthy of such a price. Constantine chuckled, then suddenly teased. But if you insist, I may just accept your wager. Of course, I shall insist, the old rogue replied instantly, as a man. It is unthinkable to abandon a course at this juncture. Constantine could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. Then she said, Very well. Then let me see how you intend to prove your mastery of nature spells. Is this acceptable? The old rogue inquired, extending a hand. In the pale palm rested a green seed. And as a green light emanated from his hand, the seed rapidly sprouted, grew, and ultimately blossomed into a beautiful pale blue flower. Ah, the dream of angels! Constantine exclaimed with delight. The Dream of Angels was the name of this flower, which only thrived in remote high mountains, its life exceedingly fragile. and it was typically very difficult to keep alive. Moreover, it could not be cultivated artificially. Thus, it was exceedingly rare. The saying goes that rarity enhances value. The more beautiful and unattainable something is, the more fervently people pursue it. Furthermore, it was said that consuming this flower could restore youth and beauty, making it a coveted treasure among women. During his wanderings in the Mage Tower, the old rogue had fortuitously discovered the seeds in a laboratory, the total being merely a dozen. He understood that each one was worth several thousand gold coins, making it extraordinarily precious. Presenting one now was indeed a substantial investment. Such a beautiful flower ought to be gifted to a fair maiden, the old rogue proclaimed, handing the rare bloom to Constantine. Constantine received the precious flower from the old rogue's hand with immense joy, exclaiming, "Are you truly giving this to me? Is this not too extravagant?" No. Compared to your sweet kiss, this is nothing." The old rogue grinned mischievously, seizing the opportunity to kiss her fervently. Constantine, taken aback, could not believe that the once gallant old rogue had transformed into a wolf in an instant. He pressed his lips against hers with fervor, but fortunately, he was still mindful, and the kiss was brief, not lingering excessively. However, this unexpected turn of events clearly exceeded Constantine's expectations. She gasped, blushing furiously, and scolded the old rogue. "How can you act this way?" The head of the Hedulus family glared at the old rogue with great anger, while Christian looked at the old rogue with astonishment, as if he no longer recognized the young master. "Wasn't this wager mine to win?" The old rogue feigned innocence. "Even if you won the wager, you clearly stated you would only kiss my cheek." Constantine pouted in grievance. "Oh, I merely assumed that your lips were located on your cheek." The old rogue shrugged nonchalantly. "Young Stephen, you truly are incorrigible," Constantine replied, caught between laughter and annoyance. "Too kind," the old rogue chuckled. "Though this behavior may be somewhat unscrupulous, even beastly, the reality is, how could I remain indifferent in the presence of a beauty such as yourself? Would that not render me lesser than a beast? How can you say such things?" Constantine was momentarily subdued by the old rogue's words. Then she could not resist smiling at him. "Young Stephen, you already have a fiancée. Is this not exceedingly inappropriate?" The old rogue was momentarily taken aback, turning to Christian and asking, "Do I have a fiancée?" "Yes, young master," the old butler nodded earnestly. "No way." Constantine slapped her forehead, chuckling bitterly. "You have even forgotten that." The old rogue chuckled awkwardly. "There was quite a heavy injury, so I forgot many things. Yet, I feel as though you have benefited from this misfortune. Well, it seems you've at least become more astute than before." "The old you would likely stammer when speaking with a lady," Constantine remarked with a smile. "The signs of enlightenment have finally emerged," the old rogue responded with a slight grin. Constantine chuckled, covering her mouth, releasing a myriad of charms that left the old rogue feeling quite pleased. Suddenly, she inquired, "Is your newfound ability related to that injury?" The old rogue nodded. "This is not surprising. You must know that in the Stephen family lineage, there exists the blood of elves among the half-elves. Although the natural magic talent of the elven kin has never been inherited by the family, it does not preclude the possibility that future generations may inherit such bloodlines." "Oh, I see. Your natural talent may have lain dormant until that injury awakened it." If that is the case, you now possess dual magical talents." "How enviable," Constantine exclaimed with delight. From her words, the old rogue could discern her genuine happiness for him, and he felt a surge of gratitude, nodding sincerely. "Thank you." Constantine smiled warmly at the old rogue. "No need for thanks. Our families have supported one another for centuries, and our bond is indeed extraordinary." "Oh, I see," the old rogue replied with a smile. "Then, I wonder what kind of discounts I might receive while shopping here." Chapter 41. The Seed of Iron Thorn. "There's no need for that." Old Sia chuckled. "Gifting a beautiful lady is merely a token of my admiration. I have no intention of intertwining it with commerce." "And what do you mean by that?" Constantine inquired with curiosity. "Moreover, my standards are quite elevated. The ordinary simply fails to catch my eye." Old Sia replied with a smile. I refuse to believe that we cannot satisfy your tastes here." Upon hearing this, Constantine felt her pride wounded, and immediately turned to the steward, commanding, "Fetch that book." This was the journal of a senior natural mage, bequeathed to his descendants upon his demise. Regrettably, due to a debt, the ungrateful heirs were compelled to sell it. which fortuitously found its way into my possession. As she drew an ancient tome bound in sheepskin from the box and handed it to old Sia, Constantine added, "Your Stephen family is also renowned for its magical prowess, particularly your great-grandfather, a legendary mage. However, your lineage is primarily versed in lightning spells and alchemy. Thus, you might find this tome of natural spells quite enlightening. Is that so?" Old Sia casually accepted the book and perused its contents, discovering an array of spells and insights within. Yet, it was evident that the mage's level was rather modest, at most a level 6, with a dearth of spells and several inaccuracies in his interpretations. It is worth noting that old Sia possessed a wealth of knowledge inherited from his mother, particularly regarding natural spells, far surpassing what this individual had to offer. Consequently, after a few glances, he discerned that this tome held no value for him. "Why?" Constantine asked, perplexed. Hee. Old Sia smiled lightly. "Our family's magical tower houses a considerable collection of similar tomes, including many on natural magic, which suffice for my studies. This, of course, was a mere pretense. Tomes of such nature are typically rare, with each mage writing but one in their lifetime, treasured and seldom circulated. Although the old mage also possessed some magical books, none pertained to natural magic. Evidently, old Sia sought to conceal the mark upon his forehead, hence his fib. Unaware of old Sia's deception, Constantine gazed at him with envy, stating, "Indeed, the collections of the Stephen family are quite impressive." It's rather ordinary." Old Sia feigned modesty. "Very well then, since you find this book unworthy, how about I procure you a fine mugwort magic robe?" Constantine suggested with a smile. The mugwort magic robe, crafted from resilient mugwort and imbued by elves with natural spells, not only boasts formidable defensive capabilities, but also facilitates rapid restoration of magical energy. Additionally, mugwort is known for its invigorating properties and ability to repel insects, making it exceptionally practical for mages, particularly for natural mages. The robe can enhance the potency of their spells. Its only drawback is a certain vulnerability to fire magic. Nevertheless, it is undeniably an exquisite magical garment. However, for old Sia, as a notorious figure, to wander about in a green robe would render him a comical green robe ancestor. Thus, he quickly shook his head, saying no, let us choose something else. Not the mugwort robe either? Constantine appeared somewhat troubled, pondering before suggesting, "How about a premium natural wand? I assure you it is crafted by an elven alchemy expert." "That won't do either. You're not attempting to undermine me, are you?" Constantine could not help but complain. Old Sia sighed, shrugging, "I truly have no use for them." "What is it that you desire then?" Constantine inquired. "Could it be that you genuinely seek the seed of the eternal iron thorn?" "What? You truly possess it?" This time, it was old Sia who was astonished. The eternal iron thorn is a powerful magical plant native to the territory of the elves, and its seeds are coveted treasures sought after by all druids. When infused with natural magical energy, the seeds can morph according to the amount of energy input by the user. A novice druid, a level 1 or 2, can transform the seed into a combat staff of remarkable hardness, comparable to fine steel, akin to redwood or rosewood from earth. Moreover, these staffs are remarkably resilient. Even if shattered, they can regrow with the application of magical energy. Intermediate druids, levels 3 and 4, can wield the seeds to create even mightier weapons, such as a spiked club with venomous barbs capable of ensnaring foes, a formidable spell indeed. Alas, the seeds of the eternal iron thorn are exceedingly rare. The elves have collected only a few hundred over the years, all distributed among their kin, leaving none to circulate beyond their clan. Old Sia had long desired a seed, yet was fully aware of the challenges involved. Thus he initially spoke jestingly, harboring little expectation. However, Constantine's words hinted at the possibility that she indeed had won, igniting a wave of elation within old Sia. "Oh, how shall I put this?" Constantine sighed. "We do have one seed of the eternal iron thorn here." "Truly?" Old Sia exclaimed with delight. "You are remarkable to have acquired such a treasure from the elves. Please, let me see it." "Very well." Constantine gestured for the steward to retrieve it, then turned to old Sia. "However, I must forewarn you. This seed has a flaw. Otherwise, the elves would not have parted with it." "Oh, what flaw?" Old Sia responded, a tinge of disappointment in his voice. Chapter 42. The Fiancé. My goodness. At his age, reaching level 4 is already quite remarkable. What more could he possibly conceal? Exclaimed Constantine. "I've just had an epiphany." The butler, Phaline, interjected. If I am not mistaken, young Stephen's abilities must be linked to his previous berserk state. While I am uncertain how the old sage accomplished it, it is evident that he successfully retained the strength Stephen possessed while in that state. Therefore, if young Stephen managed to enter a berserk state once, why couldn't he do so again? If young Stephen were to berserk once more, wouldn't he then reach the saintly level? Constantine gasped in astonishment. A 16-year-old saint-level expert? How utterly inconceivable. No, it's not that exaggerated. His innate strength hovers around level 3, even in a berserk state. He would only attain level 5. Given that he is a magical warrior, his combat prowess would peak at level 6, so he has yet to reach the saintly level. Phaelin replied. However, it is impossible that his last berserk state came without repercussions. After all, berserk states are a strain on one's life force. I suspect his next berserk episode may carry certain risks, perhaps even dangers. In any case, young Stephen is indeed formidable, but he has yet to ascend to the saintly tier. Nonetheless, he is still remarkably young, with limitless potential. Evidently, we must pay him more attention moving forward. After saying this, Constantine suddenly covered her lips, which had been kissed by the old villain, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. Meanwhile, after the old villain had taken Christian outside, he felt exhilarated, sensing that the trip had not been in vain. The seeds of the ancient iron thorns were secondary. What he valued most was Constantine herself. He could perceive the genuine sincerity radiating from her, a treasure of utmost significance to someone as weathered as he. His final words to Constantine carried profound implications. The old villain had come to regard Constantine as a peer, a friend to be treated as an equal. Henceforth, should he wish to pursue her, he would do so with utmost sincerity, and even in the face of failure, he would not succumb to embarrassment or rage. To the old villain, his guiding principle had always been that respect begets respect. If one treats him with contempt, he would still respond with magnanimity. If Constantine were merely a superficial, greedy woman seeking to swindle the old villain for gold, he would not hesitate to lavish her with wealth, only to grow weary and discard her. Conversely, if she were to plot against him, the old villain would not waste a single coin. He would instead stealthily infiltrate her quarters and whisk her away to a secret location, indulging in the game of training a captive. However, Constantine had extended him a sincere gesture. It is worth noting that the seeds of the ancient iron thorns are exceedingly rare treasures, typically valued at a minimum of 10,000 gold coins. Even with imperfections, they could still fetch 2,000 to 3,000. Moreover, Constantine could easily have concealed the flaw, knowing full well that the old villain would have no means of verifying the authenticity with other seeds. Yet, not only did Constantine refrain from deceiving the old villain, but she also sold him the items at nearly half price, clearly demonstrating her sincerity towards him. For someone like the old villain, accustomed to deceit and scorn, such authenticity was a rare gem, one he would undoubtedly cherish. Thus, he felt compelled to reciprocate with a heartfelt assurance, for that was the principle by which he lived. After exiting, Christian inquired, "Master, where shall we go now? Let us find a place to dine, and I have matters to discuss with you." The old villain responded, his expression darkening. He was indeed vexed that Christian had failed to inform him about his fiancée, which had led to an embarrassing situation before a lady. "Yes, master," Christian hastily replied. "There are numerous dining establishments available. We could easily eat at our own shop." "Absolutely not," the old villain declared, waving his hand. "I intend to go to the finest restaurant in the imperial capital." Christian faltered, "Master, such grand hotels are exceedingly expensive. A single meal could cost 12 gold coins, equivalent to your monthly allowance. It hardly seems worthwhile. Isn't there still over 80 gold coins?" The old villain retorted impatiently. "Yes, but do you not plan to purchase other items? Moreover, you currently owe Miss Constantine 10,000 gold coins, even if you were to ask your father for it. It would likely affect your allowance," Christian remarked, frowning. "Ridiculous." The old villain shot him a look of disdain. "Do you think I need to ask someone else for my own money? What nonsense." Christian wished to say more, but the old villain interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Enough chatter. Do as I say, and do not concern yourself with anything else," he snapped. "Yes, master." Christian, resigned, led the old villain to a lavish hotel. The grandeur of this establishment surpassed even Constantine's shop by several magnitudes, its opulence akin to a palace, and the guests who frequented it were either wealthy or noble. Although the attire of the old villain and Christian was respectable, they were not afforded much respect. relegated to dining in the lobby. Yet, how could the old villain be content to mingle in the lobby with so many? He promptly instructed Chris-chun to bestow a gold coin as a tip, rendering the attendant momentarily dazed. That single gold coin represented nearly half a year's wages. Under the old villain's charm, the attendant quickly approached, fawningly leading them to the most luxurious private room, spacious enough to accommodate an enhanced squad for a meal. Now serving only the old villain and Chris-chun. Outside, Chris-chun clearly dared not undermine the old villain's authority. When the old villain called for tips, he readily complied, suppressing any reluctance, fearful of losing face for the old villain, which pleased the latter immensely. Thus, he invited Chris-chun to sit across from him. Though Chris-chun felt this was against protocol, he had no choice but to comply, knowing that with an attendant at hand, he need not worry about anything. Subsequently, the old villain ordered an extravagant array of dishes and several bottles of fine wine, rendering Chris-chun pale. He calculated that this meal would nearly exhaust the funds in his pocket. Once the dishes were served, the old villain indulged in several bites and sipped a few glasses of wine before setting down his utensils. He then dismissed the attendant and turned to Chris-chun, saying, "I believe it is time for you to explain the matter of my fiancée. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention." Chris-chun suddenly awoke from his lament over the lost gold coins. "You have long had a fiancée, the Imperial Grand Princess, Her Highness Catherine." Upon hearing this, the old villain's countenance darkened. Chapter 43. The beauty acquired for free. Upon noticing the unusual expression on Lao Xie's face, Chris-chun was taken aback and hastily inquired, "Young master, what troubles you? I ask you." Lao Xie replied, his face darkened. "Is that Catherine exceedingly ugly? Is there something amiss with her? Perhaps she is mute, disabled, or mentally impaired." "What?" Chris-chun was momentarily stunned and quickly responded, "Young master, how could you possibly think that? Is it not obvious?" Lao Xie retorted with irritation. What was little Stephen like? An orphan child, bullied daily by a stepmother, a boy ridiculed as an idiot due to his mental shortcomings, subjected to torment by his classmates. Such a pitiful creature. If that princess were as beautiful and kind as Constantine, would the emperor ever consider marrying his daughter to him? "Ah, you seem to have misunderstood." Chris-chun chuckled. "The princess is indeed not inferior to Miss Constantine. In fact, she, along with Miss Constantine and Angelina of the Ruff family, is celebrated as one of the 3 great beauties of the kingdom. Each of these women possesses unparalleled beauty and unique talents. Constantine has inherited the wisdom of the Hegless family, and Miss Angelina is exceptionally gifted in management. As for your fiancée, the Imperial Princess, she is reputed to be a once-in-a-millennium swordsmanship prodigy." "Really?" Lao Xie was taken aback, scratching his scalp. "If this princess is so extraordinary, why would the emperor marry her to a dimwit?" "Ah, this may pertain to the issue of succession rights." Chris-chun carefully explained, "Of course, this is merely my speculation. Chris-chun, you need not be so formal before me. After all, you are my subordinate. I would not harm you," Lao Xie said, casting him a sidelong glance. "Speak freely. I trust your judgment." "Yes, young master." Chris-chun was deeply moved by Lao Xie's words of trust and mustered the courage to continue. "According to the laws of the kingdom, regardless of gender, any child born to the king has a claim to succession. The current emperor has 6 children. The first and second princes were born to the emperor's early mistress and thus lack succession rights. The third prince, however, born of the current empress, holds the primary claim to the throne, while the princess, being just a year younger than him, is the offspring of the previous empress, giving her the secondary claim. Additionally, the 14-year-old princess is also the child of the current empress and holds the tertiary claim. The youngest, the 4th prince, is the child of another consort and possesses the 4th claim. Only if these 4 cannot inherit the throne can the 1st and 2nd princes have a chance. Continue." Lao Xie encouraged with a nod. "Yes." Chris-chun promptly resumed. "While the order of succession is clear, it truly holds significance only upon the unexpected demise of the emperor. In reality, the royal family places greater importance on the capabilities of the heir. Therefore, it is common for the emperor, on his deathbed, to pass the throne to the most competent child rather than the eldest. Thus, theoretically, these 4 direct royal bloodlines have an equal probability of inheriting the throne. The 3rd prince, as the primary heir, is now almost of age and exhibits remarkable abilities, garnering the approval of both the powerful families and the emperor himself. Under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly secure ultimate victory. However, Chris-chun continued, he is regrettably confronted with Princess Catherine. The princess possesses not only an elegant demeanor and profound knowledge, but also exudes a regal aura. Most alarmingly, her swordsmanship talent is astonishing, having captured the attention of Abraham, the foremost expert of our continent, known as the undefeated of the East, at the tender age of 5. Wait, Lao Xie burst into laughter, quickly asking, "You mean that Abraham is called the undefeated of the East?" "Indeed." Christian nodded vigorously. "He is the greatest expert among our people. And since we reside in the eastern part of the continent, he is aptly named." Haha. Lao Xie laughed heartily, leaving Christian bewildered with amusement. The old steward, of course, was unaware that there existed a famous eunuch master on Earth sharing the same moniker. And Lao Xie himself had been humorously dubbed the undefeated of the East and West. Curiously, he asked, "Young master, is there anything amiss with that?" No. Lao Xie chuckled, not bothering to explain, and instead inquired, "Then is the foremost expert of the West called the undefeated of the West?" "Not at all," Christian quickly replied. "The West belongs to the realm of dwarves, and I believe their greatest expert is the dwarf king." "Oh, very well, please continue." Lao Xie shook his head. "Yes." Christian eagerly continued. "Ultimately, the princess's talent captivated Abraham, and he formally took her as his disciple. It is well known that in this land, strength is paramount. Even the succession to the throne is contingent upon martial prowess. Undoubtedly, in this regard, the third prince has been left far behind by the princess. Furthermore, in terms of demeanor, depth of character, and knowledge, the princess holds a decisive advantage. When it comes to interactions with the nation's nobility, the princess is even more favored, rendering the third prince nearly devoid of qualifications to compete with her. Is that so? If the princess is so exceptional, she is on the verge of becoming an empress." Lao Xie inquired curiously. "Then why does the emperor wish to marry the princess to me?" In truth, the driving force behind this matter is not the emperor but the current empress, the mother of the third prince, Christian suddenly revealed. "She orchestrated this marriage and appears to have received support from your stepmother as well." Lao Xie's brow furrowed at this revelation. He thought to himself, if little Stephen's stepmother wished for his demise, how could she possibly desire for him to marry the princess? Clearly, there was some intrigue afoot. Christian discerned Lao Xie's concerns and quietly suggested the husband of the princess, along with his family, would undoubtedly provide advantageous support for her claim to the throne. However, this relies on one crucial condition. Her husband must survive until their marriage. If, prior to that, you were to meet with an untimely demise, the laws of the empire would necessitate that the princess remain in mourning for you, regardless of how many lovers she may have, and she would not be able to remarry. Should the princess become unable to endure her solitude and engage in an affair, it would be uncertain whether her husband's family would still support her claim to the throne. Chapter 44. A moonless night with high winds. Understood. Old Xie's intellect was sharp enough to immediately grasp the situation. Clearly, this was a trap devised by the current empress in collusion with young Stephen. They first utilized their influence to orchestrate the engagement, then plotted to eliminate young Stephen while enticing the eldest princess to stray. In doing so, the empress would pave the way for her son to inherit the throne, while young Stephen's stepmother would rid herself of a thorn in her side, allowing her own son to claim the vast wealth of the Stephen family. It was a brilliant move, and it was no wonder they had so forcefully thrust such a beauty upon young Stephen. Had it not been for old Xie's intervention, their scheme might have succeeded. However, it appeared that fortune smiled on old Xie, granting him an unexpected and exquisite bride. With this thought, old Xie's spirits lifted, and he chuckled inwardly. "Well then, young Stephen, since I have assumed your identity, I shall also inherit your grievances. Fear not, I shall deal with your stepmother and the empress alike, and of course, I shall not neglect your princess wife. I promise to care for her well." Curious, old Xie then inquired, "Where is the eldest princess now? What is her relationship with?" "Oh me, she has been quite kind to you," Christian lamented. "Unfortunately, she is currently training with her master. If she were here at the academy, no one would dare bully you. Is that so?" Old Xie nodded, refraining from further questions. Instead, he began to relish the sumptuous feast before him, indulging for a full 2 hours, enjoying his meal, and consuming several bottles of fine wine. After satisfying his hunger, old Xie summoned Christian to settle the bill, which totaled 78 gold coins. Christian nearly fainted at the cost, while old Xie remained unfazed, cheerfully praising the delicious cuisine and expressing a desire to return. The hotel manager, alarmed, quickly presented a VIP card, eager to win over this newfound patron. Upon returning to his modest abode within the Duke's residence, darkness had already descended. In an age devoid of television or the internet, even the nobility found little entertainment after nightfall, typically resorting to dancing. Old Xie, however, had no such inclination. He promptly dismissed the troubled old butler and retired to bathe and sleep. On this moonless, wind-swept night, in the capital of the Griffin Kingdom, amidst the bustling commercial district, a shadowy figure flickered in and out of sight. Moving at remarkable speed, he navigated the buildings with agility surpassing that of a monkey in the jungle. Clad entirely in black and moving soundlessly, he eluded the sparse night watchman, who remained oblivious to his presence. After a swift series of movements, he arrived at the entrance of an opulent storefront, one he had visited earlier in the day, belonging to the Augustus family. Abruptly halting before the shop, his unusual physique became apparent. Towering over 2 meters, he was shrouded in dark attire, his face obscured, resembling a black-clad ninja. Most striking were his arms, which seemed almost long enough to touch the ground, thick as tree trunks, reminiscent of an ape. Once settled, he surveyed the surroundings, confirming he was in the right place, and promptly commenced his operation. With a powerful leap, he delivered a fierce kick to the grand entrance. A resounding crash echoed as the exquisite, sturdy wooden door splintered into several pieces, and he surged inside. At this late hour, around 1 or 2 in the morning, a gatekeeper dozed soundly in the hall. The loud noise jolted him awake, and in his panic, he sat up, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, a shadow swiftly approached him. "Where's the storeroom?" The intruder demanded in a voice laced with an unsettling authority. The peculiar tone infused with a mental force rendered the powerless gatekeeper compliant, and he unwittingly divulged. "The storeroom is in the basement of the back courtyard. The entrance is in the smallest cottage." "Excellent," the figure chuckled, sparing the gatekeeper's life as there was no need for violence. A victim of enchantment would likely become a fool, posing no risk of revelation. Eager to proceed, he turned and dashed deeper into the establishment. The commotion had roused everyone within the shop, the manager and the guards alike, all startled from their slumber. Disheveled, they emerged from their quarters, some brandishing swords and knives. A few attempted to block the intruder's path, but he was unrelenting. With a single punch, he sent each assailant flying, their bodies soaring through the air, crashing into countless objects before landing lifelessly. Witnessing the emergence of such a terrifying figure, everyone present was overcome with fear, crying out as they fled in all directions. The intruder, however, was uninterested in pursuing them. His intent was not to kill, but to steal. He made his way directly to the storeroom. Following the gatekeeper's directions, he soon located his target in the rear courtyard. The stark contrast was evident. While other rooms were spacious and inviting, this small structure resembled a fortress, lacking windows and featuring iron doors, clearly the most secure location. With little effort, he approached the entrance, disregarding the thickness of the iron door, and delivered a powerful punch. The door, reinforced and an inch thick, was sent flying, leaving a deep dent and several cracks, a testimony to the force behind the blow. With the door dispatched, he swiftly entered, his gaze sweeping the area until he spotted the entrance to the basement, an inconspicuous trapdoor on the floor. Designed to be hidden, it had become exposed over time, its handle polished smooth from years of use. The intruder seized the handle, yanked it open, and broke the hidden latch, revealing a downward passage. The corridor was short, twisting a few times before leading to a solid steel door. He struck the door with a fierce palm, creating a deafening echo. Yet all it left was a near-inch deep dent. Though the entire basement trembled from the impact, the door remained steadfast, refusing to yield. Chapter 45. The fearsome enigma. The man paused momentarily, then summoned his mental acuity to examine the door closely, discovering it was an astonishing foot thick, secured by 18 bolts, each nearly the girth of a typical human arm. No wonder his extraordinary strength could not breach it with a single strike. "Cursed be it," he muttered softly, then bent his legs slightly, raising his palms gradually from below. Simultaneously, a faint luminescence emanated from his body, forming 4 bizarre, menacing patterns: a black tortoise on his back, a green dragon on his left arm, a vermilion bird on his right, and a white tiger on his chest. As the 4 sacred beasts materialized, his bones began to creak ominously, and with their appearance, his power, agility, and defenses surged dramatically. Next, he unleashed a flurry of 18 strikes, each blow landing on the edges of the iron door, creating a fierce shockwave that resonated through the door, shattering the internal bolts while leaving the exterior unmarred. After the 18 strikes, all the bolts were severed, and with a casual push, he opened the formidable barrier. Beyond lay the entire exquisite inventory of this magical materials shop. It was known that this establishment dealt in expensive and rare treasures, hence its limited stock but immense value. Otherwise, such stringent defenses would not have been necessary. The man retrieved 2 large black bags from his waist, opened them, and with a mere glance, everything within his sight was magically drawn into the bags. A clear demonstration of an advanced telekinetic technique. With this sorcery assisting him, he completed the collection of all items in mere seconds. However, the strongest among them were merely 2 level 4 warriors, one of whom had the misfortune of encountering the enigmatic figure closely, resulting in a gruesome demise from shattered bones. Witnessing such a fate, none dared to pursue the mysterious man. They could only shout from the outside, lacking the courage to confront him directly. Despite the raucous clamoring outside, the mysterious figure seemed utterly unfazed, leisurely tightening the bags before taking his time to survey the surroundings. He understood that places resembling treasure vaults often concealed hidden compartments, where the most valuable items were stored. Indeed, after a thorough search, he finally identified his target, promptly advancing to shatter a concealed compartment, from which he extracted a small, sheathless black dagger. With no time to inspect it closely, he swiftly tucked the dagger into his cloak and exited with the 2 bulging bags in hand. As the shadow of the mysterious man appeared at the entrance of the storeroom, the crowd outside nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. They beheld the 2 bags he carried, each as large as a water buffalo, brimming with various rare metals and gems, weighing no less than 2,000 pounds. Thankfully, the beast-hide bags were sturdy, otherwise, they would have burst under the strain. Yet, to the mysterious man, the burden of 2,000 pounds felt as light as feathers, as he displayed no sign of concern. However, this scene nearly caused the shopkeeper to faint, for he realized that the entirety of his inventory amounted to roughly the same volume as those 2 bags. In other words, the intruder had effectively looted all his stock. If the man managed to escape, he feared being devoured alive by the patriarch of the Augustus family. Thus, he pleaded desperately, "Esteemed warrior, if you lack funds, I am willing to personally offer you 1,000 gold coins, if only you would relinquish those 2 bags. After all, this is the property of the Augustus family. Surely, you do not wish to offend such a powerful clan? I swear if you let them go, I will provide you with the money and ensure your safe departure." In truth, the shopkeeper was driven by sheer desperation, terrified of the enigmatic man. A level 4 expert capable of dispatching a foe with a single punch was no trifling adversary. Moreover, the intruder had managed to breach the final foot-thick steel door. Such terrifying prowess made it unlikely his own guards could stop him, despite their numbers. Thus, he resorted to such humble entreaties, hoping to secure his own safety. Yet, the mysterious figure appeared completely disinterested in the shopkeeper's pleas. Upon his emergence, he cast a cold glance at the surrounding throng, his eyes flashing with disdain. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the shattered iron door soaring. The door, an inch thick and massive, weighed approximately 500 to 600 pounds. Upon being kicked, it whistled through the air, hurtling towards the back entrance of the shop. Though there were many people in that direction, none dared to confront the swiftly approaching projectile. Scattering in fright, a few unfortunate souls, slower to react, were struck down, accompanied by the sickening sounds of bones fracturing and their anguished cries. Realizing the urgency of the situation, particularly the shopkeeper, who screamed in panic, "Do not let him escape. If he does, we are all doomed." This cry sparked a collective realization of the dire consequences of allowing the mysterious man to flee, which could jeopardize not only their careers but their very lives. Under such immense pressure, they momentarily cast aside their fear of the enigmatic figure and shouted in pursuit. However, the moment they entered the shop, they emerged even more rapidly. Their expressions twisted in terror. The mysterious man had evaded capture by zigzagging through the space, akin to a monkey, leaping from one pillar to another, deliberately shattering each column he landed upon. Although these stone pillars were as thick as a person's embrace, they proved utterly inadequate against his overwhelming strength. He bounded through the hall, breaking 7 or 8 pillars in quick succession. Such devastation was alarming. The shop itself was a quintessential Western-style structure. relying heavily on its pillars for support. With 12 pillars in total, the loss of 7 or 8 rendered the building uninhabitable. Thus, those in pursuit fled in panic, fearing they might be buried alive. Indeed, just as they escaped, the entire 3-story structure collapsed with a deafening crash, sending debris flying and dust swirling into the air. Chapter 46. A successful heist. As the dust began to settle, the onlookers, covered in debris, realized that what was once a splendid and beautiful edifice had been reduced to mere rubble. The architect of this chaos had vanished amidst the turmoil, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, the unfortunate shopkeeper stood in shock, only to spew forth a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Everyone present understood that the shopkeeper's fate was sealed, yet not a single soul showed him any concern. In fact, many bore expressions of disdain, muttering to themselves that he deserved this fate for having withheld their wages. This was, after all, poetic justice. The illustrious Augustus family boasts a history in the Griffin Kingdom that stretches back to the very dawn of its establishment, amassing several centuries of prominence. They are a significant noble lineage within the realm, with the current queen being a member of their clan. Their influence pervades the kingdom's vital sectors, as virtually every critical department has a protege or relative of the Augustus family. The patriarch of the Augustus family, Frank, serves as the empire's plenipotentiary minister of foreign affairs, maintaining substantial connections with neighboring nations. Indeed, the majority of their wealth is derived from trade with various countries. At present, within the heart of the Augustus family's capital residence, Frank had just risen from the embrace of his beautiful concubine, his face a mask of fury as he stormed into the hall, berating the butler who had disturbed his slumber. "Damn you. It is 2 a.m, and you dare to wake me. You better have a reasonable explanation, or I shall send you to the barbarian highlands." Though adept in diplomacy, Frank was a robust man of considerable strength, being a 6th-level warrior. In these times, a person devoid of strength garners no respect. Thus, it is imperative for diplomats to possess formidable prowess. Consequently, the butler trembled at Frank's wrath. "My lord, grave news." The butler stammered. "Our shop has been robbed." "What?" Frank bellowed, incensed, as he kicked the butler to the floor. "I have thousands of stores nationwide. What is so remarkable about a robbery? You awaken me for such trivial matters? Are you an imbecile?" "And no, my lord," the butler quickly interjected. "This time is different. The robbery occurred at our most prestigious magical materials store, Planka, located in the commercial district of the capital." Planka, named by Frank's ancestors, had been a cherished family legacy for centuries, renowned throughout the capital and even the entire continent. The shop specialized in exquisite items sourced from various locales, particularly high-quality materials procured from the dwarves, which constituted a significant portion of their inventory. Each year, Planka generated hundreds of thousands of gold coins for the family, rendering it the very lifeblood of the Augustus lineage. Indeed, the butler continued, "We just received word that a lone intruder breached the front entrance, made their way to the storeroom, seized everything inside, and dismantled the shop before departing." Frank, nearly fainting from rage, cursed vehemently. "You must be jesting. One person? I have stationed dozens of warriors there. How could a single individual overpower them? Wait, I recall the storeroom door is a foot thick of pure steel. How could it be breached? Did those fools forget to lock it? I cannot say for certain, but they must have forced it open," the butler speculated. "Otherwise, those warriors would not have been unable to stop him, suffering heavy casualties in the process." "Forced open? Overpowering dozens of warriors and dismantling my shop," Frank exclaimed, tossing the butler aside as he pondered deeply. "Such power could rival my own. How curious. Someone with such skill would surely find better opportunities elsewhere. Why resort to robbing our family's establishment? Damn it," Frank suddenly shouted. "There must be a conspiracy at play. Perhaps a rival noble family is orchestrating this. Investigate immediately. Mobilize every possible resource within the family to uncover the hidden hand behind this." "Yes," the butler responded promptly, turning to depart. In the days that followed, the capital was turned upside down. Such a monumental event could not be concealed. News spread like wildfire, reaching even the emperor's ears. The nobility trembled at the revelation, speculating who had the audacity to pluck feathers from the Augustus family. No, more accurately, who had the audacity to extract teeth. Those with grievances against the Augustus family reveled in their misfortune, while some lesser nobles sought to uncover the perpetrator's identity in hopes of currying favor with the Augustus clan. Ultimately, the incident stirred considerable unrest, reverberating throughout the entire kingdom. Naturally, families possessing valuable establishments were on high alert, hastily offering substantial rewards for skilled protectors to safeguard their shops, fearful of suffering the same fate as the Augustus family. Although the Augustus family had not disclosed the extent of their losses, industry insiders estimated that the inventory of that shop alone was worth at least 300,000 gold coins, a staggering loss that even the powerful Augustus family could scarcely endure. As for the nefarious old evil, lacking for funds was not an option. His desire for wealth inevitably led him to theft, an almost undeniable conclusion. The repercussions held no concern for him. During the heist, he had assumed the form of a behemoth, an appearance so peculiar that his elongated arms reached the ground, making him unforgettable to any who beheld him. Witnesses would undoubtedly search for someone fitting that description, never suspecting Old Evil. It is worth noting that Old Evil now bore a noble status, his hands delicate and fair like a woman's, in stark contrast to the brutish appearance of the behemoth. No one would dare to associate him with that fearsome figure unless he foolishly revealed his true form. Of course, the wise old mage would likely not remain oblivious to this affair, as he was privy to Old Evil's secret. However, with his penchant for protecting his own, he would undoubtedly assist Old Evil in covering his tracks. Perhaps he would even shamelessly seek a share of the spoils. And indeed, the loot included a substantial amount of cash, with 5 black sacks brimming with gold coins, totaling in the thousands. Chapter 47. Wealth at last. As for the final dagger, even the old rogue could not discern its true nature. It appeared too diminutive, merely the size of a palm, resembling more of a decorative piece than a weapon. However, upon probing it with his spiritual awareness, he was startled to discover a concealed magical mark within. If this mark remained unremoved, the wizard who placed it could sense its energy from a certain distance, thus locating the spot. Clearly, this was a trap designed for theft prevention. This revelation startled the old rogue, making him realize he had underestimated his adversaries. He hurriedly erased the magical mark and meticulously examined the other items, uncovering 2 additional hidden marks before he was finally assured of their safety. Having completed these tasks, he noted that time had slipped away. He tidied up the items and indulged in a deep slumber, awakening only by midday. Although the old steward harbored reservations about the rogue's propensity for oversleeping, he had been forewarned by the rogue and dared not disturb him. Once the rogue had groomed himself, the old steward inquired, "Young master, I have prepared meals for you. Shall we dine now?" "Not at all." The rogue replied curtly, "I have little faith in your culinary skills. Let us dine out instead. The hotel from yesterday was quite splendid. Let us return there." The old steward was taken aback, exclaiming, "But, young master, we are out of money." "Who says we have none?" The rogue retorted, tossing a pouch in the steward's direction. "Here are 500 gold coins. That should suffice, no?" The steward was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how his master, who had been penniless the day before, suddenly possessed such wealth. He quickly examined the pouch and found it brimming with gold coins. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Young master, where did this come from? Why do you concern yourself with such matters?" The rogue replied impatiently, "Just spend it." Of course, the steward dared not press further, promptly stowing the pouch away. "Shall we walk there today? Are you foolish?" The rogue chuckled, shaking his head. "It's too far. Even if I am not weary, can your old legs endure the strain? Why not take a carriage?" The steward felt a wave of frustration, recalling how he had suggested a carriage the previous day, only to be met with his master's insistence to walk. Yet, now that he proposed walking again, the rogue demanded a carriage. What nonsense! Nonetheless, dutifully following the rogue's command, the steward smiled ruefully and set about arranging transport. The duke's estate had a lavish carriage prepared specifically for the rogue, which was ready in an instant. Soon after, the rogue and the steward embarked towards the hotel. Coincidentally, they passed by the shop of the Augustus family, now bustling with onlookers. The establishment, once a grand edifice, had been reduced to rubble, with individuals sent to investigate and others reveling in the chaos. The commotion naturally caught the attention of the old steward. Upon witnessing the destruction of what had been a luxurious store just the day prior, his eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not hallucinating, he confirmed the grim reality. Young master, the steward exclaimed urgently. "It seems the Augustus family shop has been destroyed." "Indeed," the rogue replied dismissively. "What is so surprising about that? Those who engage in such dealings must eventually pay the price." The steward sensed something amiss, connecting it to his master's earlier demeanor. Given the rogue's propensity for violence, particularly towards those who insulted him, it seemed peculiar that he had walked away unscathed from an affront, muttering that he would not argue with the dead, only to find the shop in ruins by nightfall. The appearance of gold coins in the rogue's possession also struck the steward as suspicious. Could there be a connection? Despite his suspicions, the steward refrained from voicing them. Having spent many years in the company of nobility, he understood the art of discretion. Knowing which questions were prudent to ask, he had already inferred the rogue's nonchalance towards the incident and now feigned ignorance. Before long, they arrived at the opulent hotel, where the staff greeted them with radiant smiles, eager to serve the rogue with utmost attentiveness. After enjoying an exquisite meal in a luxurious private room, the rogue dismissed the attendants, retaining only the steward. "Christian, may I inquire if there are any auction houses in the imperial capital?" "Indeed, there are," the steward replied promptly. "The commerce of the Griffin Kingdom is the most developed across the continent, with the imperial capital being the pinnacle. There are no less than 10 historical auction houses. Are you looking to purchase something, young master?" "Not quite," the rogue replied. "I might consider acquiring something worthwhile, but my immediate concern is to liquidate some items for cash. I still owe Constantine, and I am not one to default on a woman's debts." The steward was taken aback. "Young master, if I were you, I would refrain from selling anything inappropriate at this time. If you find yourself short on funds, you could always approach the master. While 10,000 gold coins is a substantial sum, it is hardly significant for the Stephen family, considering the eldest son's annual expenses easily reach 20 to 30,000 gold coins." "Huh." The rogue chuckled, clearly amused. He recognized the steward's intentions. Understanding the warning against selling stolen goods at this juncture, it was evident that Christian was not only astute but also loyally protective of his master, a rare combination indeed. "Christian, you are quite remarkable," the rogue said with a smile. "I appreciate your counsel, and I do not mind admitting that I am responsible for the incident." The steward was utterly astonished. Although he had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed directly from the rogue was a shocking revelation. The Augustus family shop was no ordinary establishment. It was a renowned high-end store with formidable defenses, staffed by numerous skilled guards. That such a well-guarded place had been so effortlessly compromised by his master would surely be met with disbelief if ever revealed. "Isn't it perplexing?" the rogue inquired with a smile. "Indeed," the steward replied, forcing a smile. "Young master, if you possess such formidable capabilities, inheriting the family business should pose no challenge. The wealth of the Stephen family is hardly inferior to that of the Augustus family. Why take such risks?" "Risks?" the rogue scoffed. "You overestimate their worth. They pose no threat to me. As for my actions, the reasons are simple. First, I disdain spending another's money. A man should be generous with his own earnings. Second, that fellow disrespected me, and I felt compelled to teach him a lesson. I believe those two reasons suffice to justify my actions." The steward was left speechless. "Young master, you resorted to robbing their shop for such trivialities? Surely this is a jest." "Huh. Life is but a stage, and if one must play, let it be with grandeur." "That would be a life well lived," the rogue declared with pride. Suddenly, he added, "If you find my presence intolerable, feel free to leave. Given your years of service, consider the money in your possession as severance pay." Chapter 48. Forging the Divine Blade. "No, master," the old butler, Chris, urgently interjected. "I have promised the mistress to take care of you for a lifetime, especially during your times of peril. I cannot abandon you now. Furthermore, young master, while you have been obedient and honest in the past, I must admit, you have displayed a certain timidity. However, now, although your actions may be somewhat unorthodox and even domineering, your newfound assertiveness brings a sense of security in this perilous world." "Haha, well said." Old Sia immediately burst into laughter. "Rest assured, you shall not suffer any losses while following me." "Indeed, master," the old butler replied with a forced smile before solemnly stating. "However, young master, those items are quite perilous. The Augustus family is certainly keeping a close watch on the market. Any hint of lost goods will undoubtedly alert them. Therefore, I ask, is it prudent to—" All right. Old Sia waved his hand dismissively. "Do not worry. I am not foolish enough to directly sell stolen goods. What I intend to sell bears no relation to contraband." "Is that so?" the old butler inquired. "Could you divulge what exactly you plan to sell?" Each auction house in the imperial capital specializes in different items. Some focus on antiques and artworks, some on slaves, while others exclusively auction various magical artifacts. They are all quite distinct. "Magical weapons," Old Sia declared, I wish to auction magical weapons. Ah, magical weapons. A highly sought-after commodity. The old butler responded promptly. In this field, two auction houses are most renowned. One belongs to the Augustus family, famous for their exquisite dwarven weaponry. And the other is our own family's auction house, which primarily deals in magical artifacts. Magical weapons can be classified as both magical items and weapons, allowing them to be auctioned at either house. However, upon careful consideration, it would indeed be more suitable to sell at the Augustus family auction house, as they attract a wealthier clientele of powerful warriors. Conversely, our auction house attracts mostly mages, who have little interest in weapons unless they are magical staves. Oh, old CF frowned. Does this mean I must allow the Augustus family to profit from this commission? Ah, well, I cannot say for certain. It may be prudent for you to consult the head of our family's auction house. I believe he would not dare deceive you, Chris replied earnestly. Upon returning home, old Sia dismissed the old butler, claiming he needed to enter seclusion for meditation, as his current fade was that of a mage, and such practice was expected. After the butler left, old Sia commenced his work. He began by selecting some premium metal ingots from the contraband, ultimately choosing a few varieties such as black iron, snow iron, and red phosphorus iron. These were all exceptional ores native to the dwarves, their market value rivaling that of gold. Next, old Sia sat cross-legged, using his mental energy to levitate the ingots before him, then summoned the innate true fire within him for the forging process. It is worth noting that old Sia's technique for refining jade utilized this very true fire to temper his physical body, rendering it as indestructible as a magical artifact. Thus, his mastery over the true fire was formidable. Although he was not a professional weaponsmith, crafting a weapon from these rudimentary materials was relatively effortless. In no time at all, a uniquely shaped great sword materialized before old Sia. This was a typical thick-backed cleaver, measuring half an inch in thickness and a palm's width wide, exuding an aura of raw power. True to old Sia's style, it bore no embellishments, possessing only a menacing form. In this land, such a lethal instrument was unprecedented. However, old Sia was unconcerned, content only that it appealed to him. Once the shape was finalized, old Sia began etching magical arrays upon its surface. Having learned under the tutelage of the old mage for many years, his craftsmanship was commendable. He required no tools, using only the sharp claw of a behemoth to inscribe directly onto the glowing blade. Typically, inscribing a magical array is a laborious task, demanding meticulous attention to detail. Under normal circumstances, a mage would need several days to complete a single array. Yet, for a prodigy like old Sia, this posed no challenge. His skill was already unparalleled, and his muscle control was refined to perfection. The motions of etching the magical arrays were executed with the precision of a CNC machine, swift and accurate. Within merely 2 or 3 hours, he completed 3 magical arrays, a feat equivalent to what would take another a month to accomplish. Upon finishing, old Sia swiftly retrieved a piece of secret silver, refining it with the true fire, then filling the etched lines. This task was similarly complex. The lines of the magical array must remain interconnected, with the secret silver fully saturating each line, akin to copper wires on a circuit board. Should there be a single break, the entire magical array would fail to function. After 2 hours, the secret silver was completely infused. Next, old Sia procured a high-grade lightning crystal, refining it with the true fire to eliminate impurities and alter its shape to prevent it from being recognized as contraband, before embedding it into the hilt of the sword. Finally, old Sia found some brownstone, refining it into a liquid, which he carefully applied to the blade, embellishing it further. Having completed these tasks, old Sia, while the blade was still warm, summoned the power of the tortoise, exhaling a chilling aura to quench it. With a sizzling sound, a cloud of white mist rose, and when it dissipated, a yellow-brown great sword stood before old Sia. This blade was undeniably unattractive. The blade itself was black, and after applying a layer of brownstone, it appeared as if it were covered in rust. Under old Sia's careful arrangement, this rust was nearly indistinguishable from the genuine article. It was evident how unappealing the sword's exterior was, possessing an intimidating form, yet lacking the means to showcase its prowess. Anyone who laid eyes upon it would likely perceive it as nothing more than a mere scrap. Nonetheless, old Sia was exceedingly pleased, for this was the desired effect. Only by instilling a sense of contempt in others towards this blade could they be most easily slain by its unparalleled sharpness and magical attributes. In his view, A weapon's purpose was to kill. As long as it fulfilled this purpose, its appearance was of no consequence. Conversely, ornate designs were often a fatal flaw on the battlefield. Those who dressed ostentatiously typically became prime targets, perishing swiftly. As a seasoned individual, Old Xia was scornful of such elementary blunders. After scrutinizing the sword, though it did not strike him as a remarkable creation, it was nonetheless his inaugural weapon forged on this continent, instilling in him a sense of accomplishment. He then inscribed the two characters Thunder on the hilt, intending to utilize this pseudonym to craft a series of superior weapons for sale. As night had fallen and fatigue began to set in, Old Xia carefully stored away the sword and retired for the evening. Chapter 49. The sale of the blade. Early the next morning, Old Xia entered the living room, brandishing a massive sword, where he found the housekeeper, Christian, already waiting. Without hesitation, Old Xia tossed the sword to the housekeeper and instructed, "Find a cloth to wrap this up, and then let us seek out the auction house manager. I intend to commission an auction." Upon hearing this, the housekeeper was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at the rust-covered blade in his hands, nearly fainting from disbelief. "Young master, you must be jesting. To auction this blade? It would tarnish our reputation." "How so? Do you dare to belittle the work of Master Thunder?" Old Xia replied with a mischievous smile. "Master Thunder?" The housekeeper scratched his head. "Forgive me, young master, but at over 70 years of age, I've seen much of the world, yet I cannot recall ever hearing of this Master Thunder." "Well, now you shall see," Old Xia grinned, reclaiming the sword. He stepped into the courtyard and, with a swift swing, struck a nearby angel statue, a 1-meter-tall, 1-foot-wide sculpture of white marble, remarkably sturdy. With a single, delicate sound, the statue was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. "Ah!" The housekeeper, momentarily forgetting his concern for the statue, exclaimed in astonishment, "Such a sharp weapon. Look, not a single dent. Impressive, isn't it?" Old Xia beamed, presenting the blade's edge, which remained as smooth as if it had just sliced through tofu rather than stone. "Indeed, with such sharpness and durability, it rivals the works of any renowned master." The housekeeper nodded, but then his expression shifted to one of concern. "However, the rust is quite excessive. Shouldn't I polish it? Otherwise, who would want such an unsightly piece?" "What do you know?" Old Xia scoffed. "This is not mere rust. It is the result of red-brown stone refinement, a laborious process that yielded this appearance." "Ah, on purpose?" the housekeeper asked, perplexed. "But why?" "First, this unappealing exterior can cause your enemies to let down their guard, making them susceptible to your schemes. Second, it conceals and protects the secret silver magic array on the blade. With this layer of red-brown stone, no one can discern that it is a magical weapon." Old Xia continued with a sly grin. "Imagine the shock when your opponent believes you wield a mere scrap, only for that scrap to unleash a fierce magical attack. That sounds rather sinister." The housekeeper wiped the cold sweat from his brow, then curiously inquired, "Young master, is this truly a weapon capable of casting offensive spells?" "Of course. Watch," Old Xia declared, gesturing casually. Suddenly, a bolt of white lightning descended from the sky, striking the courtyard and incinerating a swath of flowers and grass into charred remains. "Lightning strike!" the housekeeper exclaimed in shock. "Good heavens, how can this be? Is that a legendary weapon you possess?" It was no wonder the housekeeper was astonished. In this realm, weapons imbued with spells were exceedingly rare. The reason was simple. To enchant a weapon, one must etch a magical array and cast it with secret silver. However, the complexity of the array often limited such enhancements to larger items like armor and shields. The small surface area of ordinary swords made this feat nearly impossible. Furthermore, while armor and shields could conceal the magical array for optimal protection, weapons were meant for striking. A slight decrease in quality could lead to damage, and the delicate nature of the magical array meant that even minor harm could render it ineffective. Thus, few would dare waste precious secret silver on weapons. Typically, what were regarded as magical weapons only had a smattering of magical materials mixed in during their creation, allowing for minor effects like burning, freezing, or electrocution upon impact. Although the potency of these effects was relatively low, their properties, such as slowing foes or causing paralysis, were still of some utility. Moreover, some exceptional weapons bore innate spells. But these were exceedingly rare, often crafted by legendary figures of history, hence their designation as legendary weapons. Old Xia's blade, however, possessed the lightning strike spell. Though merely a second-level lightning magic, it proved highly effective in combat. While its attack power may not have been overwhelming, its incredible speed often left agile warriors unable to evade it. Once struck, the victim would experience the full force of the lightning, suffering not only damage but also disorientation and paralysis. Though the days may be brief, it provided enough time for a swift warrior to strike multiple times. For this reason alone, the blade could be deemed a treasure, leading the housekeeper to suspect it was a legendary item. Old Xie smiled slightly and remarked, "This is the work of Master Thunder. It is not a legendary item, yet I believe its might rivals that of such artifacts. After all, it carries the Lightning Strike spell, as well as Chain Lightning and Lightning Cage, 3 formidable spells. Chain Lightning, a 3rd-level spell, was a favorite among seasoned sorcerers, while Lightning Cage, a 4th-level single-target spell, ensnares foes in a net of electricity, rendering them immobile and vulnerable. The intricacy of the magical arrays for these 3 spells escalated in complexity, and only Old Xie possessed the skill to inscribe them upon such a small blade. Even seasoned sorcerers would struggle to replicate this feat. My goodness, 3 spells? Surely that rivals legendary weapons. The housekeeper, Chris Chun, stood in a state of disbelief. Chuckling at the housekeeper's astonishment, Old Xie urged, "Why are you still standing there? Go prepare, it is time for us to depart." "Yes, yes." The housekeeper finally snapped out of his stupor, quickly agreeing and turning to summon the carriage and prepare their belongings. Approximately half an hour later, Old Xie and the housekeeper arrived at a grand edifice within the commercial district, its golden sign reading, Lucan's Auction House. As a property of the Stephen family, the staff dared not treat Old Xie, the primary heir, with anything less than utmost respect. Upon learning of his arrival, the manager hurriedly came to greet them, leading the two into his office with great deference, offering seats and tea, attentive to their comfort. The manager, named Xuet Song, appeared to be in his 50s, exuding a shrewd and capable demeanor. Though warm in his welcome, he maintained a balance of respect and poise, easily winning Old Xie's approval. Old Xie, a man of few words, wasted no time. Once seated, he stated directly, "I have come today to commission you for an auction." With that, he gestured subtly to the housekeeper. The housekeeper promptly stepped forward, placing the large sword, wrapped in black cloth, upon the desk and unveiling it for the manager's inspection. Chapter 50. The Master of Thunder. This manager was not one to judge by appearances like the old butler. Although he furrowed his brow upon seeing the knife's form, he earnestly began his appraisal. As he examined it repeatedly, a look of delight gradually spread across his face, and he exclaimed with excitement, "What a fine blade! The craftsmanship is certainly on par with that of the renowned Master Dwarf. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, this is a lightning-type enchanted blade, is it not?" "Indeed." Old Xie nodded with a sly smile. "I presume you deduced that from the lightning core embedded in the hilt?" "Yes, young master." The manager promptly nodded, grinning. "Might I inquire what spells this blade possesses?" "Thunder Strike, Chain Lightning, and Lightning Cage," Old Xie replied nonchalantly. "Oh my goodness. All 3 are exceedingly practical offensive spells. Is this weapon perhaps the work of some legendary master?" the manager asked in astonishment. "Not quite. Does it not say on the hilt?" Old Xie chuckled. "This is merely a creation of the Master of Thunder." "The Master of Thunder?" The manager glanced at the 2 characters inscribed on the hilt and chuckled wryly. "I thought this was the name of the blade itself, not the signature of its creator. By the way, young master, how did you come to possess this?" "I commissioned the Master of Thunder himself to forge it," Old Xie stated, unfazed. "What?" The manager was utterly astonished and hurriedly asked, "You mean to say you know this Master of Thunder?" "Indeed." Old Xie nodded. "Of course I know him. Otherwise, I would not have acquired this blade. However, do not harbor any extravagant expectations. He has a peculiar temperament and does not enjoy socializing with others." Yes, I understand." The manager assumed all masters were temperamental, completely unaware that Old Xie was merely teasing him. Yet, the manager persisted, "Young master, since you can contact this master, might it be possible to obtain more of his works for auction? This could greatly enhance the reputation of our auction house, and I assure you, I will not take any commission." In truth, the manager's statement was almost superfluous. After all, his young master was the owner of the auction house, and he would not dare to claim a commission. However, upon hearing this, Old Xie began to ponder other possibilities and then asked, "Tell me, is this blade not worth a hefty sum?" "Certainly, it is exceedingly valuable. I estimate it could fetch no less than 100,000 gold coins," the manager affirmed. "Oh, then such an item must be in high demand, correct?" Old Xie continued his inquiry. Absolutely. Comparable items have not appeared on the continent for at least a decade. The manager replied, bubbling with excitement. This time, I must organize a special auction for it, inviting the nobility of the Radiant Empire, the Elven Kingdom, the Orc Empire, and the Dwarven Empire to create a grand spectacle, thereby establishing our family's auction house as a renowned name across the continent. Very well, Old Sia nodded. If that is the case, I could assist by implementing a token system. What token system? The manager asked, puzzled. It is an opportunity for crafting. Old Sia smiled. The Master of Thunder requires 3 months to forge an item. Anyone possessing a special token and sufficient materials can have a custom magical weapon crafted, guaranteed to be capable of casting spells. It will be no less impressive than this blade. Of course, such tokens would also need to be auctioned. Oh, so that means every 3 months, we could auction a token for the Master of Thunder's crafting opportunity? The manager's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, Are you certain, young master? Absolutely certain. There is no doubt, Old Sia affirmed, then suddenly smirked. However, the materials that the Master of Thunder requires may be a bit more than usual. You know, crafting such high-quality weapons entails considerable consumption. Old Sia's implication was quite clear. He intended for the so-called Master of Thunder to skimp on some precious materials during the crafting process. I understand. The manager laughed nonchalantly. No problem at all. Our clients are all significant figures, and no one will mind. In fact, they are likely aware that the Master of Thunder's willingness to craft custom magical weapons is probably tied to those materials, which we can all understand. As long as the weapons he produces satisfy the clients, the issue of material skimping is inconsequential, even if it means a few extra costs. Upon hearing this, Old Sia couldn't help but chuckle. He initially intended to cut back by about half, but it seemed the manager was even more shrewd, proposing a cut by several multiples. Thus, Old Sia felt quite satisfied and promptly told the manager, Very well, it is settled then. At the auction, you will first sell this blade, and then the tokens. At that time, simply relay the client's preferences and requirements to me, and I will personally speak with the Master of Thunder. I will inform you of the materials he needs, and you can then contact the clients. I prefer not to deal with outsiders. How does that sound? Understood, young master. The manager readily agreed. Everything will proceed according to your instructions. Excellent. Old Sia nodded in satisfaction. When will the auction take place? It must be at least 2 months from now. The manager hurriedly replied, We need time for advertising, especially to disseminate the news to other nations and allow them time to arrive. 2 months is already quite tight. Make it 3 months then. Old Sia declared, We must also allow them time to gather funds. After all, 100,000 gold coins is no small sum, and even royalty would find it difficult to produce that amount instantly. Yes, that is the best course. The manager eagerly exclaimed, I was just afraid you would be in a rush. While I am eager for funds, I am not so desperate as to lose my patience. Old Sia replied, Now, regarding this blade, according to the rules, I should be able to withdraw a portion of the funds in advance, correct? Yes, young master. The manager promptly nodded with a smile. How much do you need? Given that this blade can sell for over 100,000, would it be acceptable if I took 50,000 up front? Old Sia stated casually. The manager hesitated. Young master, I do not have much cash on hand, and sending messages across the continent incurs considerable costs. Could you possibly take a little less? Then how much do you deem appropriate? Old Sia inquired. Well, the manager pondered for a moment, then resolutely stated, 30,000. 30,000 gold coins is my absolute limit. In that case, let us settle for 20,000. Old Sia replied understandingly. After all, this money would be used to promote his own endeavors, so he would not press the manager too hard. Furthermore, his external debt was only 10,000 gold coins, and he knew he would not squander the remaining amount within a few months' time. Upon hearing Old Sia's consideration, the manager was naturally filled with gratitude, quickly expressing his thanks while agreeing to the arrangement. Subsequently, Old Sia, having no desire to linger, took the money and departed. Once outside, Old Sia headed straight for the Hercules family's magic shop, hoping to repay the debt and meet Constantine. Unfortunately, Constantine was not present. Only the manager was available to attend to him. However, upon reflection, this was quite reasonable, for he had numerous dealings to oversee and could not possibly remain in one shop indefinitely. Their last encounter had been purely coincidental. Chapter 51. Violence. Disappointed by the absence of a beauty, the old evil had no choice but to return the money, leaving with an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Young master, The master has instructed me to inform you that you are to attend class tomorrow." Upon completing his message, the attendant bowed respectfully and departed. Class. The old evil was taken aback for a moment before laughter bubbled forth. Having lived for so many years without the experience of schooling, this sudden announcement amused him greatly. He chuckled to himself, "How delightful. I shall certainly strive to be a good student tomorrow." The following day, the old evil rose early, meticulously grooming himself. Though his visage remained unremarkable, with an oddly shaped face that could best be described as a typical misshapen melon, he managed to adorn himself in an impressive magical robe, trimmed with golden threads and embellished with gems, exuding an air of nobility that added a touch of elegance to his appearance. Coupled with his inherently masculine presence, he looked rather presentable overall. As the academy lay beyond the city limits, the old evil boarded a carriage and embarked on his journey. After over an hour's travel, he arrived at the foot of Academy Mountain. According to regulations, the academy was a sacred institution of learning, and even the emperor was prohibited from entering by carriage. Thus, the old evil disembarked at the entrance, leaving the old steward and the carriage behind in the nearby town. This quaint town, aptly named Academy Town, existed solely to cater to the academy's needs, replete with various services and a flourishing dining scene, with numerous taverns where students and faculty could indulge if they wished to escape the academy's fare. For a university with tens of thousands of students, sustaining this town was an effortless endeavor. The old evil glanced around the bustling academy town and found it quite appealing, particularly the intoxicating aroma wafting from the taverns. Regrettably, time was not on his side, and he could only sigh as he made his way up the mountain. Upon entering the academy, he immediately sensed a palpable aura of violence. The lower tier of the academy was dedicated to the warrior division, and the architecture and sculptures reflected a chilling atmosphere of bloodshed. The buildings were predominantly dark, adorned with fierce beasts and armored warriors engaged in combat. On the training grounds, groups of students were fervently engaged in combat drills. As a seasoned observer, the old evil recognized the brutal nature of the training. During the sparring sessions, the students fought with reckless abandon, wielding wooden weapons that nonetheless left many injured, some even sustaining fractures. Yet, the remarkable tenacity of these students was evident, despite their injuries. None retreated or complained, their resolve only intensifying as they continued to strike. Observing their valiant spirit, the old evil understood that the graduates of this academy would undoubtedly be elite warriors. It was no wonder that whenever the old wizard spoke of this institution, he did so with a sense of pride. It was indeed a place of substance. In such an environment, while others might feel discomfort, the old evil thrived. Smiling as he watched the students engage in their fierce battles while admiring the statues of generals lining the pathways. However, his good spirits were soon disrupted by an unexpectedly rude voice. As he rounded a few lecture halls and entered a more secluded area, an abrupt shout pierced the air. "You worthless fool, come here." Initially believing the call was directed at someone else, the old evil paid it no heed. Yet, the individual continued, "Damn it, you Stephen family waste, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Realizing the insult was aimed at him, a surge of indignation welled within the old evil. Who dared provoke him? Did they wish for their demise? Turning towards the source of the voice, he spotted a group of over a dozen high-ranking warrior students, their expressions impatient and disdainful. The old evil approached without hesitation, and before he had even arrived, one of the brash individuals barked, "You worthless scum! You dare not greet us? Are you itching for a beating? How much do you have on you? Hand it all over to me." Clearly, these were the notorious bullies of the campus, privileged offspring who reveled in their strength and connections, dominating their peers for amusement. Their condescending attitude towards the old evil indicated they had likely extorted the original Stephen more than once. In this warrior academy, strength reigned supreme. As long as one could fight, brawls were considered acceptable, with the academy covering all medical expenses and teachers remaining indifferent to the chaos. However, the privileged students disregarded the rules. They bullied anyone, even mages, as long as they were careful not to leave evidence, rendering the victim powerless to seek justice. The weak, after suffering their losses, often succumbed in silence, much like the former Stephen, whose pocket money had been largely siphoned off by this gang, leading to their audacity in confronting the old evil. Yet this time, they were destined to encounter a formidable opponent. With a slight smile, the old evil raised a fist and cheerfully addressed them. "Look at this. Chapter 52. A pack of cowards unaware of old evil's intentions. Those fools collectively directed their gaze towards his clenched fist. To their astonishment, old evil's hand suddenly unfurled, and a blindingly radiant white light erupted from his palm, akin to a flashbang, instantly dazzling their eyes. A sharp pain coursed through their vision, eliciting cries of agony from them. "Ah, damn it!" they exclaimed in unison. Caught unawares and collectively ensnared, their mouths erupting in a chorus of curses. Old Evil, unperturbed, produced a seed from the ancient thorny wood, channeling his magical energy into it, which materialized into a pitch-black wooden staff in his grasp. Without hesitation, he swung it down upon them, shouting, "I warned you miscreants to cease your arrogance." As Old Evil engaged in this fray, four figures approached from a distance. The two at the forefront were evidently individuals of considerable stature, trailed by two subordinates. To the left stood a man clad in a sharply tailored military uniform, his formidable appearance accentuated by a height exceeding 2 meters. Even through his attire, the contours of his muscles were discernible, exuding an aura of might that signified a formidable expert. Beside him, the other figure donned a golden-hued robe of magic, appearing to be of middle age, radiating an air of profound knowledge. However, the subtle emanation of magical energy suggested he was a powerful earth mage. "I say, Gil," the mage suddenly complained to the soldier beside him, "your students are excessively unruly. Just yesterday, one of them injured my apprentice. Can't you manage them?" "Haha, Slater. Perhaps we should refrain from meddling in the affairs of children," Gil replied nonchalantly. "Your apprentice, being a spellcaster, possesses ample self-defense capabilities. If he was harmed, it is merely a reflection of his inadequate skill. Alas, he is rather foolish and evidently lacks finesse. I believe you ought to reprimand him soundly, urging him to refine his abilities, so that one day he may retaliate against his assailant. Who knows? Such motivation might inspire him to strive harder and ultimately evolve into a legendary mage." Should a local inhabitant have been present, they would undoubtedly recognize these two illustrious figures. The warrior was Gil, the commander of the ironclad legion of the Griffin Kingdom, renowned as the Steel Sword Saint, while the mage was Slater, one of the 5 legendary mages of the kingdom, specifically the Earth Sage. "Haha, I do not underestimate them. I merely fear that your foolish students, even with decades of rigorous training, shall remain no match for my exceptional pupils. After all, the primary reason for their ineptitude lies with their inept instructor," Gil declared triumphantly. "Damn it, how arrogant," Slater retorted furiously. "Shall we engage in a contest of skill?" "Slater," Gil interjected, his demeanor suddenly serious. "Composure, we must maintain our decorum." Clearly, he was reluctant to engage in conflict. At that moment, Gil mused to himself, engaging in a duel with a sage? That would be seeking trouble. As an earth sage, you could summon dozens of stone golems with a mere wave of your hand, then vanish without a trace. How would I ever find you? The experience of being pursued by numerous golems is far from pleasant. Only a fool would willingly engage. Slater, infuriated by Gil's demeanor, found himself powerless to retaliate. It was not that he was incapable of defeating Gil. Rather, their decades-long bond of life and death, coupled with Gil's numerous acts of valor on the battlefield, had forged a deep sense of gratitude within Slater. Thus, despite his fury, he could not bring himself to bully the man who had saved his life, resorting instead to mere huffing and puffing. Just then, the two men were startled by a cacophony of anguished cries. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they hurried towards the source of the commotion, discovering a robust magical apprentice mercilessly assaulting a dozen so-called elite warriors from the academy. The scene was one of sheer carnage. It was not so much a battle as it was a one-sided slaughter. The warriors lay scattered on the ground, their bodies smeared with blood and dirt, some clutching their eyes in tears, while others writhed in agony, clutching broken limbs, an utterly harrowing sight. After delivering a thorough thrashing to the group, Old Evil remained unsatisfied, kicking each one into a drainage ditch beside the woods. Observing their disheveled state, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You worthless fools, a combination of incompetence and foolishness. How dare you trouble me? Huh, you are nothing but a bunch of cowardly weaklings." With that, Old Evil laughed heartily and turned to depart. Witnessing the spectacle, Slater and Gil were momentarily stunned. Subsequently, Gil struggled to maintain his composure, while Slater could not suppress a fit of laughter. "Huh, Gil, is this what you call an exceptional student? My heavens, what a disgrace. A dozen individuals, bested by a mere apprentice mage. Your so-called students are utterly useless. Infuriating. Gil seethed, realizing that his prior admonishments now echoed back at him, igniting his ire. Truly, the wheel of fortune had turned. At this juncture, even with his thick skin, Gil would not dare chastise old evil, so he directed his wrath towards his students instead. Striding onto the battlefield, he unleashed a torrent of scorn upon them. You are all pigs, foolish pigs, quintessentially superfluous. This semester's practical course, unacceptable. Lake. Record the names of these miscreants and submit the list to the administration, indicating that it is my directive. I shall ensure they comprehend the consequences of tarnishing the honor of a warrior. Please, Uncle Gil, we are the victims. One muddy individual cried out in distress. He provoked us deliberately and assaulted us. Why are we being punished instead? Chapter 53. Enemies meet Connie? Is that you? It was then that Kier recognized one of the individuals present as a familiar junior, who audaciously attempted to argue back. Infuriated, he exclaimed, "What a foolish provocation! Are you an idiot? I care not for who bullies whom. My focus is solely on victory and defeat. Do you comprehend what that entails? If you lose, it is nothing short of disgraceful. You are mere buffoons, utterly useless. Do you even have the audacity to reason with me? Bah, you are the future warriors. Warriors should let their swords do the talking, not their mouths." The group, terrified by Kier's wrath, disregarded their injuries and scurried away in disarray. Still seething, Kier muttered, "A bunch of scoundrels, imbeciles. They infuriate me." Huh. According to your reasoning, a foolish student only serves to highlight the ignorance of their teacher. Slater chuckled heartily, proclaiming, "I have discovered that this statement is the singular truth I have grasped in my lifetime." However, Kier found himself the subject of ridicule, as his own words were turned against him, rendering him speechless, his face turning an almost sickly green. He could only storm off in silence. Meanwhile, after dealing with a group of spoiled youths, Lao Xie felt quite pleased, musing to himself that engaging in a morning brawl indeed benefited both body and mind. After traversing the vast lower campus of the Warrior Division for over half an hour, he gradually made his way to the mid-level Aristocratic Etiquette Institute. This place primarily offered courses in astronomy, history, etiquette, arithmetic, and the arts, exuding a rich artistic ambience. Every structure and flower was meticulously crafted, radiating a natural and refreshing beauty. Strolling through such a picturesque campus was an indescribable pleasure. Just as he intended to cross a beautifully crafted stone bridge, he overheard three individuals at the bridge's edge whispering about him. "Damn it, how is that fool from the Stephen family still alive? I thought I had finished him off last time," lamented a lavishly dressed young man. "That fool truly has a charmed life," replied a seemingly attendant young man, hastily smiling. "But fear not, young master. Since we managed to outsmart him once, we can certainly do so again. After all, time is on our side. We can enjoy playing with him slowly. Yes, until we play him to his demise," added another attendant. Although their conversation was hushed, Lao Xie's keen hearing allowed him to comprehend their words clearly. From their dialogue, it was evident that these three were certainly involved in the recent attack on young Stephen and might even be the masterminds behind it. Though Lao Xie was not the actual young Stephen, he had embraced this identity, along with the affection of the young man's beautiful fiancée. Thus, he had gradually immersed himself in this role. Despite his verbal denials, he was deeply invested in the grievances surrounding young Stephen. Having promised to protect his fiancée, it was only fitting that he exact revenge. Such was a man's vow. Consequently, upon realizing that the conspirators against young Stephen were near, Lao Xie promptly altered his course and approached the trio. The three had been discreetly watching him and, upon his approach, grew visibly tense, clearly exhibiting signs of guilt. The two attendants, still loyal, shielded their master, with one of them bluntly demanding, "Young Stephen, what do you intend to do?" In truth, Lao Xie shared a temperament remarkably akin to that of the sword master Kier, who believed that a man should let his sword speak rather than his tongue. Lao Xie held a similar view, with the only difference being that he favored fists over swords. Without uttering a single word, a delicate, snow-white fist struck the speaking attendant squarely in the mouth. Despite the exquisite craftsmanship of Lao Xie's hand, its power and density were akin to that of tempered steel. A sharp crack echoed as the unfortunate attendant's front teeth shattered, and he was sent flying, as if struck not by a fist, but by a hammer. His body collided with the bridge railing before tumbling down into the river with a resounding splash. Upon witnessing this spectacle, The remaining two were left in shock. Fortunately, one attendant reacted quickly, drawing a dagger from his cloak. Had he faced anyone else, he might have hesitated at the sight of the glimmering blade. However, he encountered the formidable Lao Xie. To Lao Xie, the dagger was nothing more than a laughable toy, entirely disregarded as he delivered another punch. The second attendant, dagger in hand, had barely begun to react when Lao Xie's fist met his nose, instantly caving it in. The extent of the dent suggested a catastrophic fracture of the nasal bone. Following this, he too was sent tumbling off the bridge, landing with a splash in the water below. With both attendants dispatched into the river, the young master was left pale and trembling, his once arrogant demeanor replaced with sheer terror. Faced with Lao Xie, who towered over him, he lost all courage to fight and turned to flee. Yet, his speed was no match for Lao Xie, who swiftly seized him by the nape of his neck, lifting him effortlessly as one would a chick. Young Stephen, cough, cough. Let me go? The poor boy, stripped of his earlier bravado, was now filled with dread. He wished to plead for mercy. Yet Lao Xie's grip was so tight that breathing became laborious, let alone begging for mercy. Indifferent to the boy's pleas, Lao Xie extended his other hand, grasping the young master's waist, raising him high, and grinning malevolently. He declared, "You are far too filthy. It is time for you to take a bath." With that, Lao Xie forcefully plunged him headfirst into the river. In truth, the water below was not deep, measuring only about a meter. With a vigorous toss, Lao Xie buried the boy's head into the muddy riverbed, reminiscent of planting seedlings. Who would have thought he was a prince's son? Lao Xie mused inwardly. Had I known, I should have used my hidden strength to snap his neck. It would save me trouble later on. Nevertheless, I have avenged young Stephen. Surely, the old man will be overjoyed. Such trifles, he will certainly handle for me, leaving me free of worry. Chapter 54. The Little Princess. Upon this thought, old Xie's spirits lifted once more, and he ambled along his path with newfound ease. Before long, having traversed the campus of the Etiquette Division, he arrived at his place of study, the Magical Division. Although this division housed the fewest students, numbering less than a tenth of the entire academy, its expanse was comparable to the other two divisions. The architecture of the academy was characterized by a remarkable orderliness, predominantly comprising a hexagonal complex. Each of the 6 corners represented the elemental divisions of earth, wind, water, fire, light, and darkness, with each division possessing its own magical tower and accompanying structures. At the heart of the complex lay a grand library, housing extensive buildings dedicated to alchemy, miscellaneous studies, and more. In summary, the Magical Academy boasted an abundance of buildings, each equipped with comprehensive functions. Yet the expenditures incurred for these magical apprentices likely exceeded those of the other divisions with their multitude of students, underscoring the kingdom's esteem for sorcerers. This, perhaps, elucidates the warriors' grievances towards the mages, for they were undeniably envious of the privileges granted to the sorcerers. Within this division, the mages were also subtly divided into 2 factions based on wealth. The affluent occupied the front rows, with higher statuses affording them closer proximity to the front. Notably, the foremost seats remained conspicuously vacant, evidently reserved for a distinguished guest. The rear was filled with common disciples, who, by number, constituted approximately 2/3 of the assembly. Having been born into poverty in his previous life, old Xie harbored a disdain for the prejudices of birthright. Observing the scene, he felt little inclination to mingle with the noble offspring and chose instead to settle in the backmost seat. In his view, that was the prime location, offering a tranquil space conducive to napping during lectures. However, old Xie had not anticipated that his decision would incite considerable commotion. The previously quiet classroom erupted with agitation as the aristocrats expressed their discontent with old Xie's behavior, mocking him for tarnishing their noble image. While the common disciples dared not openly ridicule old Xie, they murmured amongst themselves, questioning whether he had perhaps taken leave of his senses. Though their whispers were hushed, old Xie's keen ears captured every word, leaving him perturbed and contemplating whom to confront first. Just as his patience began to wane and he contemplated retaliating against them, an abrupt silence enveloped the classroom. Old Xie was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that, unbeknownst to him, a young lady clad in a deep blue magical robe had appeared at the entrance. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, her youthful visage still unblemished by time, yet radiating an astonishing allure. Her delicate features resembled exquisite porcelain, her deep blue eyes akin to the most profound sapphires, and her flowing golden hair cascaded like a waterfall. The aura she exuded was a blend of vitality and authority. In essence, this girl was undoubtedly one of the most beautiful individuals Old Xia had encountered in the entire continent, her beauty rivaling that of Constantine. And it was likely that she would surpass it upon reaching maturity. Evidently, this young girl possessed an esteemed status, for upon her entrance, all present rose to pay their respects, yet she remained strikingly aloof, offering only a slight nod in acknowledgement. Despite her haughty demeanor, combined with her youthful innocence, she evoked a sense of endearment, reminiscent of a mischievous child engaging in a game of royal pretension, which elicited a smile from Old Xia. In this solemn atmosphere, Old Xia's untimely laughter naturally drew the attention of everyone in the room, and a dozen pairs of irate eyes turned towards him. The young lady was undoubtedly the most incensed, as it was only natural for her to feel displeased when her moment of admiration was so abruptly interrupted. She promptly approached Old Xia, having evidently noted his position, and with a slight frown, inquired, "Little Stephen, why do you sit in such a lowly position? Is there someone who dares to bully you?" As she spoke, her expression darkened, and she cast a fierce glare at the surrounding noble disciples. The nobles, taken aback, hastily responded, "No, Your Highness. He chose to sit there of his own volition. None of us compelled him." Old Xia was surprised to learn that the young girl was genuinely concerned for him. It soon became clear that she was the youngest princess, Lance-No-Snow, daughter of the Emperor. Upon hearing their words, Princess Lance-No-Snow chastised little Stephen. "Little Stephen, please be mindful of your status. You are a noble and the betrothed of my sister. How can you sit here? Do you understand? Your actions not only disgrace the Stephen family, but also bring shame upon our royal family." Old Xia, irritated by Princess Lance-No-Snow's indignant rebuke, found his dwindling goodwill evaporating in the face of her tiresome aristocratic demeanor. He retorted brusquely, "Status should always be determined by strength, not by frivolous lineage. Do you comprehend, little girl?" "What?" Princess Lance-No-Snow was immediately incensed. She had not anticipated that her well-meaning concern would be met with such scorn. As the youngest daughter of the Emperor, she was accustomed to adulation, respected by all in the Griffin Kingdom. To be belittled by a mere commoner was utterly intolerable. In truth, she had long held a disdain for Old Xia, believing that her sister's unparalleled beauty deserved a more fitting match than little Stephen. However, her sister seemed to harbor a peculiar fondness for him, regarding him with a measure of pity, thus prompting her to care for this waste. Otherwise, Princess Lance-No-Snow would not have bothered to concern herself with little Stephen's well-being. Nonetheless, in Princess Lance-No-Snow's eyes, little Stephen was nothing more than an insignificant insect. Now, to openly defy her was an affront she could not abide. Seething with rage, she bellowed, "You audacious wretch! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Very well, since you have mentioned strength, let us settle this through a duel. I shall teach you a lesson, so you understand that not only is my lineage superior, but my strength surpasses that of a worthless fool like you." Chapter 55, An Awkward Misstep. You? Old Xia couldn't help but chuckle, with just one hand. "I could handle 80 of you." The young princess, Lance-No-Snow, was almost driven to madness by Old Xia's boastful words. She first let out an exasperated shout, then decided to forego any further banter with him, stating, "If that's the case, let us begin." With that declaration, she swiftly drew a beautifully crafted wand from her sleeve. As she waved it, she intoned, "In the name of the god of ice and snow, arise, ice arrow." On this continent, novice mages must complete their incantations to cast spells, while only mages of level 3 or above can instantly unleash lower-level spells. However, even the most basic spells possess considerable power. Take, for instance, the ice arrow spell unleashed by Princess Lance-No. It could shoot forth an icy arrow, approximately 2 feet long and as thick as a thumb, from the tip of her wand. The speed of the ice arrow was astonishing, nearly akin to a bullet. A direct hit to a vital spot would undoubtedly be fatal for an ordinary person. Even those with basic protective energy would likely sustain severe injuries. It is precisely due to the high damage output of mages that they are held in such high regard. In terms of raw power, Princess Lance-No-Snow was well aware that she was no match for young Stephen. After all, she was merely 13.5 years old, while he had already reached the age of 16. Young Stephen was a rare prodigy, and his diligent efforts meant he ranked among the elite of his peers. Although Princess Lancenow's talent was equally outstanding, she lacked the 2.5 years of training that young Stephen had, rendering her at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Princess Lancenow remained confident in her impending victory, for in mage battles, equipment plays a pivotal role alongside strength. Adorned in magical gear, from her wand to rings, earrings, and necklaces, each piece enhanced her casting speed, allowing her to unleash spells that would typically take 5 seconds in under 3 seconds. Generally, young Stephen, devoid of any enhancements, would take nearly 4 seconds to cast a spell. Given that she had caught him off guard with her incantation, Princess Lancenow felt her victory was all but assured. In fact, everything unfolded according to Princess Lancenow's expectations. As she began her incantation, old Xie feigned panic and slowly recited a lightning spell. Though irritated, Princess Lancenow clearly did not intend to harm old Xie, so she aimed her ice arrow at his shoulder rather than a vital area. Watching her icy projectile soar, she could almost envision her triumph. However, at that moment, an inexplicable scene unfolded. Old Xie's shoulder suddenly contracted as if he had a cramp, and in that split second, he evaded the lightning-fast ice arrow. Stunned by this unexpected turn of events, Princess Lancenow found herself oblivious to the fact that old Xie had completed his incantation and released a tiny bolt of lightning. In truth, old Xie had the capability to instantaneously cast the lightning spell, yet he opted to feign a lengthy incantation to conceal his true strength. While the lightning spell may not possess the damage potential of other spells, its incredible speed rendered it nearly impossible to evade. Thus, even if Princess Lancenow had been aware, she would have had no chance to dodge. Consequently, in the gaze of onlookers, the noble princess of the empire was struck by lightning, resulting in an electrifying afro hairstyle. Her clothes singed, and she collapsed to the ground. A pungent odor wafted through the air, revealing that the unfortunate princess had suffered an involuntary loss of control. Witnessing this pitiful scene, even old Xie was taken aback. He had not anticipated his lightning would be so potent. In truth, he had exerted effort to minimize its impact. Yet it resulted in such an embarrassing mishap for the princess. He had never intended to be so ruthless. Nonetheless, now that the incident had transpired, old Xie felt no regret, merely shrugging his shoulders in resignation. After a brief moment of shock, the onlookers erupted into chaos. Some rushed to assist the princess but hesitated to touch her due to their status, while others sought to confront old Xie and someone to summon a teacher. Fortunately, at this juncture, a middle-aged female teacher arrived. Upon seeing the princess's dire state, she nearly fainted. Such a significant incident involving the imperial princess during her class could lead to dire consequences for her. She didn't even have time to ascertain the details of the situation before she scooped up the princess and dashed off in search of a healer. Observing this, the others quickly realized that the lesson was irreparably disrupted and began to disperse. Only a few of the princess's idle admirers remained, unwilling to relent as they approached old Xie, seeking to confront him. However, old Xie paid them no mind, grabbing the loudest of the bunch and tossing him aside like refuse. This act immediately deterred the others, who steered clear of old Xie, no longer daring to provoke him. In the eyes of these nobles, reputation was paramount. To be treated so dismissively by old Xie was akin to a fate worse than death. With the princess absent, there was little incentive to confront this barbarian. At the pinnacle of the central library in the School of Magic, an opulent suite of facilities awaited, including the principal's office, conference room, lounge, and other auxiliary chambers. This was the most luxurious and exquisite area of the academy and served as the daily workspace for the old mage, despite his infrequent presence throughout the year. At this moment, the grand conference room was filled to capacity with 8 individuals. The old mage occupied the head of the table, flanked on his left by 2 men and 2 women, 4 mages in total, and to his right sat 3 male warriors. Should anyone affiliated with the academy have been present, they would have been astounded to find the top 9 powerhouses of the Griffin Kingdom assembled in one place, 4 sword saints and 5 mage saints, with only the guardian sword saint, who was stationed at the palace, absent. They included the old mage at the head, the lightning mage saint, followed by the fire mage saint, Luna, the ice mage saint, Riley, the earth mage saint, Slater, and the wind mage saint, Phoebe on the right. On the left sat the heavy armor sword saint, Kael, the gale sword saint, Skaz, and the perfect sword saint, Kalia. Chapter 56, The Gathering of Old Friends Among Them. The heavily armored sword saint, here, simultaneously serves as the commander of the Griffin Kingdom's heavy infantry corps, while the Swiftblade Saint, Scars, is more adept in archery, leading the archer corps. As for the perfect sword saint, Kael, he is a knight and commands the cavalry corps. During times of war, they all lead their troops into battle, including the Magi, but in times of peace, they delegate military affairs to their deputies and take on teaching roles to cultivate elite subordinates suited for their respective legions. Overall, the Griffin Kingdom is a nation perpetually embroiled in conflict, with the most recent large-scale war occurring merely a few years ago. Throughout the several centuries since its establishment, skirmishes of various magnitudes have scarcely ceased. The 8 individuals present undoubtedly represent the kingdom's core fighting force, having forged profound friendships over decades of warfare, to the point of intimacy akin to that of childhood companions. Meetings like today are devoid of serious business. They merely serve as an opportunity for old friends to reconnect and share lighthearted banter. In such gatherings, there are no reservations or formalities. Everyone is at ease, even daring to jest about the old mage. Upon entering, the Earth Mage, Slight, immediately seized the moment to recount Kier's recent embarrassment to the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen," Slight exclaimed with exuberance, "do you know? On the way here, Kier had the audacity to brag that his so-called students could best mine, attributing it to his superior prowess as a teacher." At this, the crowd erupted in a chorus of derisive hisses. The old mage merely scoffed, mocking, "Kier, how shameless you are to compare novice warriors with our magical apprentices." Indeed, the fire mage, Luna, declared with unrestrained vigor, to pit students against teachers is utterly disgraceful. "If you dare, let us have a friendly contest to see if my divine annihilation is merely for show." Kier, upon hearing this, nearly sought refuge beneath the table. It is worth noting that Luna, despite being nearly 90 years old, retained an appearance of youthful vigor, resembling a woman in her 30s. Her countenance was sweet and seemingly innocuous, yet only those familiar with her true nature understood the depth of her ferocity. In truth, almost everyone acquainted with Luna recognized that she was no ordinary person. She was a formidable force, eschewing defensive spells in favor of sheer aggression. Particularly, her self-created spell, Divine Annihilation, possessed the potential to decimate gods, ensuring that any strike directed at Kier would severely diminish his vitality. Even the most powerful old mage was reluctant to provoke her. "Ladies and gentlemen," Slight interjected, raising his hand to quell the laughter, "the most critical matter is yet to come. Do you know what transpired next?" Just after Kier finished boasting, we witnessed a group of senior students from the Warrior Academy being thoroughly thrashed by a mere magic apprentice. Left in a state of utter disarray, weeping and wailing, Kier was left dumbfounded, and according to his own logic, if his students could not best a single apprentice, did that not make him a veritable fool? Laughter erupted from the assembly, particularly from the mages, who nearly toppled from their seats in mirth. The Sword Saints managed to maintain their composure, while Kier appeared pitifully embarrassed, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Scars, the Swiftblade Saint, sensing the tide turning against him, quickly interjected to defend the honor of the warriors. "Surely, Slight, you jest. I refuse to believe that a group of students from the Warrior Academy could be bested by a mere magic apprentice. Do you still have the gall to say that?" Without waiting for Slight to respond, Kier retorted, unable to contain his indignation. Scars was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in anger. "Kier, are you daft? I am trying to defend you. I do not require your defense." Kier snapped, "As long as you manage your own son. That would be the greatest assistance to me. What does my son have to do with this?" Scars replied, perplexed. "Need I spell it out? Among those beaten, your youngest, Connie, was one." Kier exclaimed, his fury palpable. "I have never encountered such a pathetic individual. A dozen warriors, bloodied and bruised, trampled by a magic apprentice. Your son, leading the charge, was left in a pitiful state, muddy and disgraceful. Had he not called upon me, I would not have recognized him. This is utterly humiliating. He is no son of a sword saint, but rather a fool, a waste of space." Scars fell silent, realizing with dismay that his son was among those who had brought shame upon Kier. However, knowing his son well, he found it hard to believe he would fail so miserably. Scratching his head, he offered a rueful smile. "Are you certain they lost to a magic apprentice and not a high-level mage?" "Without a doubt, it was a magic apprentice." Slight interjected. The individual was exceptionally tall. In the academy, nay, across the entire continent, only one magic apprentice possesses such stature. "Ah," Scars gasped, Are you referring to young Stephen? Yes. Both Kier and Slide affirmed simultaneously. By his physique, it can only be him. The assembly was taken aback, and Luna, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired of the old mage, "Teacher, when did young Stephen become so formidable?" As the eldest among them, the old mage commanded their respect, often referred to as teacher. Indeed, he had provided selfless guidance during their formative years, making the title well-deserved. Though the old mage had attempted to remain vague, his words incited gasps of astonishment from the gathering. It was widely understood that warriors who succumbed to berserk rage often faced crippling injuries or death, with only a select few emerging stronger. Young Stephen had defied the odds, becoming one of the fortunate few, a cause for celebration among them, prompting heartfelt congratulations to the old mage. While the old mage feigned delight, his heart was heavy with bittersweetness. For young Stephen was no longer the innocent child he once knew. At that moment, a sudden knock at the door interrupted the gathering. The old mage, already in a sour mood, furrowed his brow with impatience, commanding, "Enter." Chapter 57. Deserved beatings. As the door swung open, the old mage's assistant, Rickle, strode in. "What is it? Do you not see I am in the midst of a meeting?" The old mage expressed with a hint of irritation. It was well understood that this so-called meeting was merely a gathering of old friends engaged in trivial banter. Although Rickle was aware of this, he dared not voice it, sensing the old mage's displeasure. Thus, he cautiously replied, "The infirmary has reported that Connie and 15 other students have sustained serious injuries from an illicit brawl. It is said that their collective fractures exceed 50. Given the high status of these students, the academic office hesitated to take action and sought your counsel." Upon hearing this, the assembly collectively gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. 15 individuals with 50 fractures meant an average of 3 breaks per person. Goodness, when did young Stephen become so ruthless? The old mage was equally taken aback by the severity of the matter. Casting a slightly apologetic glance at the Windblade Saint, Scars, he declared, "Well, children will be children. Let us overlook this incident." In truth, this was an extraordinary act of leniency from the old mage. Although Connie and his companions were the ones beaten, the Academy's regulations strictly prohibited warriors from provoking mages. By this rule alone, Connie and his peers would have faced severe consequences. The old mage and the esteemed mages in attendance were unwavering in their protection of mages. Had it not been for Connie being the son of Scars, these fellows would have faced a few months of confinement. Indeed, Rickle anticipated this outcome. Knowing that the involvement of Scars would likely render the matter inconsequential, he was not surprised and, after bowing to the old mage, turned to leave. Cough, cough. The old mage cleared his throat and smiled. "Let us proceed. Where were we? We were discussing your son, Stephen." The fire mage saint, Luna, chimed in excitedly. "He is truly remarkable. As a mage, he can even go berserk. I am genuinely curious about what a berserk mage would be like. Professor, might I borrow young Stephen for a couple of days?" Upon hearing this, the assembly could not help but chuckle. The old mage felt a surge of frustration, thinking, "Do you consider my son a mere pet? To play with for a couple of days? Anything that falls into your hands would likely end up reduced to ashes. Who would dare entrust their child to you, you mad woman?" Just as the old mage was preparing to refuse Luna, a knock echoed from the door. This time, the old mage was truly annoyed. "Come in." To his dismay, it was Rickle once again. The old mage snapped, "What now? Why do you persist in interrupting me?" "Oh, it is this." Rickle hesitated, aware of the impropriety of his repeated intrusions. Reluctantly, he continued, "The infirmary has relayed further news. It appears that Prince Mark's son was thrown into the river, landing headfirst and striking a rock at the riverbed, resulting in a fractured skull. Although he survived the ordeal, he now suffers from lingering complications, likely to endure chronic headaches for the rest of his life." Rickle leaned closer to the old mage and whispered, "It is rumored that your son, Stephen, was involved. He also assaulted the prince's 2 attendants, both of whom have sustained significant injuries. One lost 5 teeth, while the other suffered a comminuted fracture of the nasal bone, a condition from which he shall never recover. Fool, do you think they cannot hear you just because you speak softly?" The old mage scolded Rickle with a mix of amusement and exasperation before inquiring, "What was the reason for the altercation?" "Yes." Rickle, having learned his lesson, spoke up loudly. "The specifics remain unclear, but witnesses claim that young Stephen initiated the conflict without uttering a single word. He simply approached and struck. We surmise that he recognized the prince's son as the one who had wronged him previously, prompting his retaliatory strike." "Haha. The old mage could not contain his laughter at this revelation, exclaiming, "Indeed, as expected of the Stephen lineage, striking with such vigor. A man should never engage in idle chatter during a fight. Well done." The audience had grown accustomed to the old mage's domineering demeanor. They understood that some individuals had indeed crossed the line, and although they refrained from overtly expressing their opinions, they silently supported the old mage's stance. Yes, Rickle, although internally perplexed by the old mage's high-handedness, dared not voice his thoughts. He respectfully bowed and exited hastily. Alas, yet again, my enthusiasm has been dampened by this fellow's incessant interruptions. The old mage lamented after Rickle's departure. All right, let us continue. Where were we? Professor, you mentioned lending me young Stephen for a couple of days. Luna interjected eagerly. Stop, stop. The old mage exclaimed, alarmed. You may have said that, but I certainly did not agree. Luna, he is my only child. Even if I were to plead with you, please spare him. What nonsense. Luna retorted defiantly. Professor, I merely wish to borrow him for research purposes. I assure you he will be returned whole. Chapter 58. A startling revelation. The Ice Mage Saint, Rayleigh, is a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s. However, her temperament is just as formidable. In contrast, the Fire Mage Saint, Luna, is rather boisterous. As long as one does not provoke her, all is well, but once angered, she becomes utterly reckless, akin to a madwoman. Rayleigh, on the other hand, embodies a calm demeanor, maintaining her composure even in the throes of fury. Yet, she harbors a vengeful streak. Any slight misstep from others may incite her wrath, rendering her even more fearsome than Luna. How infuriating! Luna exclaimed as her friend exposed her secret, her anger flaring immediately, reminiscent of a mischievous young girl. Just then, an unwelcome knocking resounded at the door, interrupting them once more. The old mage, seething with irritation, bellowed, What nonsense is it this time? Come in. It was clear that Rickle, waiting outside, recognized he had angered the old mage. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to enter, cautiously announcing, Principal, we have a serious situation. What is it? The old mage inquired, furrowing his brow. Princess Lance-No-Snow has been sent to the infirmary. Reportedly, she was injured by young Stephen. Rickle said, his face drawn with concern. What? Before the old mage could respond, Rayleigh abruptly stood up, seizing Rickle by the collar, her voice laced with urgency. Is what you say true? How badly is little Snow hurt? It is worth noting that Princess Lance-No-Snow is Rayleigh's most cherished disciple, their bond akin to that of mother and daughter. Thus, upon hearing that her pupil had been harmed, her reaction was understandably intense. Of course it's true. I wouldn't dare lie about this. Rickle replied hastily. I heard that the princess is fine, but what? Rayleigh pressed, her anxiety palpable. But the princess was struck by young Stephen's lightning spell, and you know such spells often come with side effects. It seems, Rickle lowered his voice, that she may have, involuntarily soiled herself. Despicable. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's fury ignited, and she declared, young Stephen is utterly shameless for striking a woman. How disgraceful. As she spoke, a frigid aura emanated from Rayleigh, causing Rickle to flee in terror. The others, though not retreating, recognized her wrath and hurriedly cast protective spells around themselves. The conference room was soon filled with the dazzling displays of magical energy. Let us hope my little Snow is unharmed. Otherwise, Rayleigh declared. And with a flick of her wrist, she conjured a gaping hole in the outer wall of the conference room and soared out into the air. Once she departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. However, as they exchanged glances, they could not help but share wry smiles. The chilling aura Rayleigh had unleashed had been so potent that even the finest teacups before them had nearly frozen solid. The old mage, feeling a pang of sympathy, lamented, Does she not realize how precious my porcelain is? It was merely a childish prank. Is such a reaction truly necessary? Laughter erupted among the assembly. Then, Luna remarked with a chuckle, Teacher, your young Stephen is indeed extraordinary. On his very first day back to class, he has already assaulted the son of a duke, the son of a prince and a princess. It seems he has set a record that may never be surpassed in the history of our academy. At this point, it was evident that the meeting could no longer proceed. The attendees rose to take their leave. The old mage, lacking the inclination to detain them, bid them farewell and promptly instructed Rickle to tidy up the conference room before hastening to the magical tower, intent on confronting the old demon. Meanwhile, the old demon remained blissfully oblivious to the chaos he had caused, leisurely enjoying his dominion. After months of reconstruction, the once desolate ruins had transformed dramatically. The weeds in the square had been cleared away by the creatures, rendering it quite tidy. The surrounding buildings had been allocated. To the east lay the home and workshop of the Cyclops, while the west was claimed by the magical creatures, who also handled the meals for all. The barbarian bulls and dragon kings had settled into their respective upper and lower quarters to the south. The explosive spider had ventured into the forest, claiming dominion over the land. Now, she was no longer alone, but had become a mother to a brood of little spiders. The explosive spider, also known as the mother spider, possessed the ability to launch her eggs as projectiles into other beings, allowing the young spiders to develop within their host. Thus, as long as she received ample sustenance, she could rapidly produce a significant number of offspring. Previously, the old demon had slain over 200 individuals here, and now, their remains had all become nourishment for the little spiders, resulting in the birth of more than 200 tiny spiders. Observing the thriving scene before him, the old demon felt a swell of satisfaction. He decided to invite the Cyclops King, Saruth, and Pa to the spring for a drink. He did not forget the others, as everyone present paused their labors to partake in the grand feast organized by the old demon. Indeed, they had worked diligently for an extended period and were in need of a respite. The Cyclops had crafted their first set of armor, while the magical creatures had been concocting potions and inscribing magical arrays on the Cyclops armor. No one had remained idle. The old demon, unwilling to exploit them solely for labor, seized the opportunity to reward their efforts. Chapter 59. The true face of Lushan. While a group of individuals was enjoying their meal, the old mage stormed in, visibly furious. He approached the old villain and bellowed, "You insolent brat! How dare you strike a princess?" The old villain shrugged, offering a resigned smile. "It's not that I wish to harm women. She insisted on dueling with me. I even allowed her to strike first. I was merely sitting at the back when she accused me of humiliating her. Can you believe she thinks so highly of herself?" Feeling indignant, the old villain continued, "So when that little girl started nagging me, I retorted. Yet, she persisted, demanding a duel. A mere kitten dared to challenge a tiger. Could you endure such provocation?" The old mage paused, suddenly recalling that the beautiful princess was not as innocent as she appeared. In fact, her history of troublemaking far surpassed that of the old villain. It seemed unjust to solely blame him. With a hint of confusion, the old mage remarked, "Regardless of the situation, she is still a young lady and your fiancée's sister. You cannot humiliate her to the point of incontinence. How will she face others afterward?" "I had no idea it would come to that," the old villain replied innocently, scratching his head. "You know the power of my lightning, right? Had I not tried to minimize its intensity, she wouldn't just be humiliated. She would have been turned to ash." Sighing, the old mage acknowledged the truth in the old villain's words. This is indeed troublesome. The princess's status itself isn't overly burdensome. After all, the royal family will grant me some leeway. A simple visit from me would resolve this. However, the real issue lies with her master, the Ice Mage Saint, Rueli. She is notoriously petty and fiercely protective. Rueli dotes on the princess as if she were her own daughter. After your outrageous actions, I fear she will not let this slide. Huh, am I supposed to fear her? The old villain scoffed. If I can take on the younger one, I certainly have no qualms facing the elder. Let her come. With my little gang, we could easily leave her disoriented. Surely you jest? You must refrain from involving your little friends. That would create quite the uproar, the old mage urged. Must I simply endure the beating? The old villain shot back, rolling his eyes. I am but 13 years old. You expect me to confront an elderly woman who has cultivated her powers for decades? The old mage stroked his chin thoughtfully. Given Rueli's status, she likely won't confront you directly. It's more probable she will devise a way for the princess to seek revenge. Really? The old villain perked up. That little girl thinks she can take advantage of me? Ah, a duel? Very well, a duel it shall be. Who's afraid? His eyes gleamed with excitement. However, if we are to duel, there must be stakes involved. How about we conspire together to outsmart them? The old mage stroked his beard. Is it not rather ungracious for two grown men to scheme against two young women? Are you really a gracious person? The old villain shot back. Ahem. Of course, I am a gracious man. The old mage stammered, embarrassed. But that aside, the real question is how you plan to win. If you rely solely on raw power, you might win some pocket change while exposing your strength. Hardly worth the effort. What do you suggest then? The old villain inquired. If you can feign weakness yet cleverly outwit her to win, Rueli's temperament will compel her to challenge you repeatedly. At that point, I could incite her with mere words. and she would be compelled to present her prized possessions. The old mage grinned mischievously. Wow, you're more devious than I thought. You're deliberately setting a trap for them. The old villain chuckled. And you still have the gall to call yourself gracious? Ahem. I have no choice. Roeli has been taking advantage of me for years. The old mage sighed. I cannot rest until I have my revenge. Haha, is it truly that dire? The old villain laughed heartily. Very well. I shall assist you in reclaiming your dignity. Oh, you believe you can trick them? The old mage asked, suddenly intrigued. Absolutely. The old villain replied with a grin. No matter their tricks, I can defeat that little girl in 4 seconds with my lightning technique. Is that truly possible? The old mage exclaimed, excitement bubbling in his voice. If so, they will undoubtedly fall for it. Of course it's true. When have I ever deceived you? The old villain smiled subtly. However, I have 2 conditions. 2 conditions? The old mage furrowed his brow. Is that too many? Too many? I assure you, my assistance in this matter will require more than just twice. The old villain retorted. Fine, fine. Speak your terms. The old mage quickly conceded. First, I want half of whatever you win. The old villain declared. No haggling allowed. Remember, I am the one fighting. All right. The old mage recognized the futility of negotiating further and nodded in resignation. Secondly, the old villain continued. Leading the old mage to a secluded room, he produced a jet-black dagger and tossed it to him. Tell me, what is this peculiar item? The old mage examined the dagger closely, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is a rare treasure. Good heavens, where did you acquire it? What is it? The old villain pressed impatiently. It is known as the escape dagger, also referred to as the jump knife or flickering dagger. Legend has it that it was crafted 3,000 years ago by a master alchemist of the space element, enabling one to teleport within a 1,200-meter radius. The old mage's face lit up with joy. Though it requires a 5-minute cooldown after each use, it is a superb tool for escaping, ambushing, or pursuing. This is marvelous. Let us negotiate. Why not give it to me? Chapter 60. The Spoils of War. How delightful. Upon hearing how amusing this object appeared to be, the old devil could hardly bear to part with it. He understood all too well the immense advantages that instantaneous teleportation could provide during battle. Without hesitation, he reached out to seize it, inspecting it from every angle. How does one even use this contraption? Goodness, you don't even know this? What purpose does it serve then? It's nothing but a waste. The old mage retorted in frustration. Just enlighten me, and I shall be grateful, the old devil replied nonchalantly. Coughing awkwardly, the old mage admitted, well, it seems I am unaware as well. Would you kindly lend it to me for a couple of days to investigate? How dare you? The old devil erupted in irritation. Do you take me for a fool? You think such trivial tricks could deceive me? I warn you. If you do not reveal its usage, do not blame me for abandoning our partnership. You can go ahead and play the fool yourself. Wait, the old mage exclaimed, his urgency palpable. I truly do not know. This artifact has been lost for several centuries. I can only infer its origins from the spatial magic fluctuations and the patterns on its hilt. As for its specific usage, I can only speculate that it must possess a unique incantation. But where am I to procure such a spell? Then, according to your assessment, is this object not rendered utterly useless? The old devil mused, perplexed. Are you not an alchemist? The old devil suddenly inquired. Could you perhaps reforge this item? Indeed, I am an esteemed alchemist, yet my expertise lies in the crafting of battle automatons, not in the forging of magical weaponry, which is an entirely different domain. If it were ordinary fare, I would face no difficulty, but this dagger is of a significantly higher caliber, not to mention it is an exceedingly rare spatial magic item. Alas, I am at a loss. The old mage lamented with a bitter smile. Is there no other means to restore this item? The old devil pressed urgently. Perhaps the elven folk could assist. The old mage suggested. The creator of this dagger was an elven alchemist. They might possess relevant records. By the way, where did you acquire this item? Can you guess? The old devil replied with a mischievous grin. Guess. The old mage furrowed his brow before suddenly recalling something. I heard that the August family's magic shop was robbed by a formidable warrior with exceedingly long arms. Surely, you cannot be that rascal. You only just now thought of me. I am utterly disappointed. The old devil shrugged. Blast it. The old mage fumed. I assumed you would be enjoying the comforts of the Duke's estate, yet here you are, playing the thief. Have you lost your mind? Why provoke the mad dogs of the August family? I was short on funds, and while visiting their shop, I was ridiculed by the attendant. So I simply took the opportunity, the old devil replied indifferently. Why are you so anxious? Everyone knows the culprit is a burly, long-armed warrior, which has nothing to do with me, a mere mage. The old mage felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He could not resist grumbling. Did I not send Cardi to deliver you money? Does he not dare? He did come, delivering 10,000 gold coins, but I refused it, the old devil stated matter-of-factly. Refused? Why? The old mage asked, puzzled. I am a man of dignity. I never spend the charity of others. I only spend what I earn. The old devil declared proudly. Well, your resolve is commendable, but then earn it honestly. The old mage retorted, half amused and half exasperated. What do you call robbing? Is that earning? Robbing is merely another form of self-sufficiency, relying on my own abilities. The old devil countered nonchalantly. What utter nonsense. The old mage felt a sense of resignation and then chuckled bitterly. Fine, fine, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Do as you wish, but just don't bring trouble upon me. Hell, what, no objections? The old devil asked with amusement. Are objections of any consequence? The old mage sighed. In any case, I can no longer control your actions. I merely hope you cause me minimal trouble. Rest assured, no one capable of capturing me has yet been born. The old devil laughed. Do not let your pride blind you. There are many experts on this continent, at least a dozen stronger than I. With your current strength, encountering any of them would leave you no chance to escape, the old mage warned, his tone turning serious. However, within the Griffin Kingdom, I still hold some influence. Should you find yourself in peril, do not resist, invoke my name, and with my reputation, I shall surely protect you. Heh, do you not fear the mad dogs of the August family? The old devil quipped. Humph, mad dogs are merely mad dogs. They are nothing but a nuisance. What of the August family? In my presence, even mad dogs must behave. The old mage replied with disdain. You old fellow, you are quite impressive. The old devil chuckled. Humph, my foundation is not something you can fathom. The old mage declared with a hint of pride. Ah, but regarding those spoils, it would be best not to handle them recklessly. Leave them to me, and I shall purchase them at 50% of the market price. How does that sound? 50%? The old devil erupted in outrage. You are utterly outrageous. There is no choice. Your items are tainted. The old mage retorted with glee. I can assure you, other than myself, the moment you attempt to sell them elsewhere, you will undoubtedly be apprehended. Humph, I refuse to entertain such a deal. The old devil declared defiantly, turning to leave. Wait, hold on. The price is negotiable. The old mage called out, hastening after him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the academy, the ice mage saint, Riri, was consoling her unfortunate student, Princess Lance-No Snow. At this moment, the little princess had changed into a clean outfit, and her injuries had been healed by Riri's advanced healing spells. However, while physical wounds were easily treated, the psychological scars proved far more complicated. As a favored child of destiny, the little princess had never before been touched by even a single finger. Even when she had once doodled on a priceless painting worth thousands of gold coins, she had merely faced reprimands. Yet today, not only had she been publicly assaulted, but she had also lost control of her bodily functions in the process. Oh, what a tremendous humiliation for the proud little princess. This was a torment far worse than death, to the extent that she was now contemplating her own demise. Chapter 61. The vision of the castle. Though the little princess was young, having grown up in the royal palace, her mind had matured early. Upon observing her master's demeanor, she sensed something amiss and cautiously inquired, Master, what troubles you? Are you facing difficulties? Not at all, Rui Li replied with a smile. I merely reminisced about my youthful days. Now, I shall seek out that old rascal for a challenge. You, on the other hand, should rest. Remember to conserve your energy. Tomorrow, I shall impart to you the specific methods and steps. This time, I guarantee you an exhilarating experience. As long as you do not harm little Stephen, you may do as you please. Huh, thank you, master. The little princess exclaimed, embracing Rui Li with enthusiasm. Hee, silly child, you are my one and only. Who else would I assist? Rui Li chuckled softly, gently ruffling the princess's hair before turning to leave. Once the ice mage had departed, the little princess climbed out of bed and suddenly muttered to herself, why do I still feel so down? I ought to find a way to cheer myself up. With that thought, she called out, Liao Chaochuan. At your service. A tall guard promptly entered. Liao Chaochuan was the captain of the princess's guard, responsible for her safety alongside his 20 subordinates. Beyond that, he bore the dual burden of both ensuring the princess's safety and making her smile. Upon entering, Liao Chaochuan knelt on one knee, removed his helmet, and respectfully asked, "Your Highness, do you require my assistance?" The princess nodded and suddenly raised her hand, delivering a series of swift slaps across Liao Chaochuan's face. The poor man, a formidable fourth-level warrior, could neither resist nor unleash his internal energy for fear of harming the princess's delicate hands, resulting in his face swelling to an unfortunate state. After delivering dozens of slaps, the little princess paused, her hand slightly stinging, and remarked, "Ah, I feel much better now. Let us be off." With that, she led Liao Chaochuan toward their residence within the academy. Meanwhile, after parting with the little princess, Rue Li hastened to seek the old mage. Upon entering the old mage's fortress, she made her way directly to the mage tower, moving with ease past magical traps and combat puppets that remained dormant, indicating her familiarity and high clearance within the old mage's domain. However, Rue Li was unable to locate the old mage, as he was currently engaged in a dispute with the old rogue at a distance. Unperturbed by the absence of the mage, Rue Li chose a lavish room to sit in, where the tower's steward, Chris, promptly served her a variety of exquisite dishes, clearly accustomed to her presence. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the old mage continued to haggle over the price of stolen goods with the old rogue, suddenly pausing in realization. He chuckled wryly. "Rue Li has come to find me. It seems she is eager for some action. How do you know she has arrived?" The old rogue inquired, curiosity piqued. "Enough. I simply know," the old mage replied impatiently. His thoughts lingered on the audacity of believing that stolen materials could be transformed into products without recognition. In regard to the old rogue, the old mage found himself at a loss, for this was a figure he dared not provoke. It was not that he feared the rogue's arrogance. Had that been the case, he would have long since resorted to force to subdue this rebellious scoundrel. The true concern lay in the repercussions from the rogue's formidable lineage. The old mage was acutely aware of the rogue's mother, a genuine 8th-level legendary master. Although she had abandoned the rogue, it was evident she still cared for him, as evidenced by the unique magical mark she bestowed upon him. Moreover, the rogue was indeed his nephew, bound by blood, which compelled the old mage to tolerate his insolence, refraining from any harsh measures. Once the old mage departed, the rogue felt liberated to revel with his subordinates, counting their recent accomplishments. The creatures under his command had begun to fall into a rhythm, each guided by a steel golem, rehearsing according to the rogue's directives. In battle, the steel golems would form an impenetrable wall, while the creatures would attack from behind with crossbows. Additionally, the cyclopes, sheltered by the steel golems, unleashed their formidable ranged firepower. The rogue also commanded a swift strike force composed of the Wild Bull King, the Dragon King, and the Magic Burst Spider family, whose speed surpassed that of cavalry, making them formidable in both assault and pursuit. With such subordinates, the rogue finally possessed a semblance of foundation and strength, albeit composed of rather peculiar beings that could not easily appear in the imperial capital. Regardless, having a base of operations was a considerable advantage. Indeed, although the vast wasteland was inhospitable, it was not devoid of resources. Its geographical location was strategically central, surrounded by the Orc territories to the north, the Barbarian Highlands to the south, the Dwarf Kingdom to the west, and 2 human kingdoms to the east. This positioning ensured that any trade between humans and dwarves, or interactions between the Highland barbarians and orcs, necessitated passage through this region. Moreover, the Griffin Kingdom of humanity stood as a barrier between the Orc tribes and the Radiant Empire. Thus, should they wish to trade without incurring taxes from the World Kingdom, they could circumvent the Griffin Kingdom via the wasteland, a tactic employed by Pa and others. Though life in the wasteland was challenging, it did not deter the avarice of merchants, resulting in frequent caravans traversing the area. Upon learning of this, the rogue resolved to establish his dominion there, declaring that passage would require payment. However, to realize this grand ambition, formidable military power was imperative. The strength at the rogue's disposal was already sufficient. Moreover, he required a fortress capable of both offense and defense. The rogue thus devised a plan, and after consolidating his forces, he began constructing a robust fortress. In truth, this task was straightforward, as the remnants of a fortress already existed around him. His objective was to connect the buildings surrounding the plaza, erect a city gate, and clear the surrounding ruins, ensuring that no cover remained within a radius of at least 200 meters. In principle, it would be prudent to fell all trees surrounding the castle, Such measures would prevent enemies from obtaining wood to construct siege engines should they approach. Chapter 62. A mythical creature now that all is in readiness. Only the favorable wind is lacking. Fortunately, although the old rogue has no time, he has a clever subordinate named Pass, who can competently handle this matter. However, to the old rogue's surprise, when he revealed his plan for dividing the spoils, Pass immediately displayed a look of difficulty. The old rogue could not help but ask, "What is the matter? Do you think this won't work?" "My lord, you may be unaware," Pass replied with a wry smile. "Although our location is at the intersection of lawlessness, it involves numerous interests, particularly among the upper echelons of human society and the high nobility of the beast tribe. They have profited greatly from this route, and if we proceed as planned, they are unlikely to acquiesce." "Huh," the old rogue retorted dismissively, "and what if they are displeased? It ultimately comes down to who has the stronger fist, doesn't it? In this desolate expanse, devoid of water and provisions, it is impossible for a large army to enter. At most, a few thousand might come. But do you think I would care about that with the forces at my disposal?" Initially taken aback, Pass soon grasped the crux of the issue. Although the old rogue's forces were few, they were elite. 200 steel golems equate to the combat strength of at least 2,000 ordinary human soldiers, alongside over 30 cyclopes. The Bull King, the Dragon King, and the Spider of Cataclysm. Collectively, they indeed do not seem to fear a mere few thousand human troops. Most crucially, the old rogue was not without reinforcements. Should the old mage decide to intervene, he could likely eliminate tens of thousands single-handedly, without a doubt. Even if the old mage refrained from direct action, merely dispatching a batch of puppet guardians from the mage tower would suffice to contend against an army of 10,000. Clearly, this was not a force easily vanquished. Having understood this, Pass furrowed his brow and said, "My lord, while you may not be concerned about a small force, the issue lies with those individuals being the ruling class of various nations. Should they suffer defeat, what if they act out of desperation? Understand that whether it be the two major human nations or the Beast Kingdom, calling forth an army of 100,000 is not out of the question. At that point, formidable forces would surely follow, and I fear even the master may not withstand them." Upon hearing this, the old rogue realized that his subordinate was evidently confident in his plans. Nevertheless, Pass still kindly cautioned, "My lord, have you discussed this plan with the master? If you gain his support, your vision would undoubtedly materialize without issue. Even merely invoking his name might deter any disturbances here. However, if the master disagrees, it may merely remain a pipe dream." "Nonsense. This matter is solely my own concern. I need not the old fellow's banner. Just build me a base and collect tolls. If anyone dares to oppose, have Salus handle them. Should they prove too formidable, I shall intervene as needed, rest assured," the old rogue declared proudly. "There is nothing I cannot resolve." Indeed, with the old rogue's resolute declaration, Pass did not dare to press further and simply nodded in agreement. He then remarked, "However, we have only earth and no stones, so the castle we construct may not be too sturdy. Should we not transport some stones from your homeland?" "That is no problem. I shall provide you with them." The old rogue promptly assented. While the old rogue and Pass deliberated on how to seize power, the old mage encountered the ice sage, Riri. Originally, Riri was a junior and student of the old mage, who had always held him in high regard. However, this time, she evidently arrived in a huff, carelessly slumping onto the sofa, her demeanor far from respectful. The old mage felt a pang of guilt and forced a smile. "Ah, Riri, how have you been? Still alive, it seems," Riri retorted bitterly. The old mage felt somewhat awkward and replied, "I am aware of the little princess's situation. Rest assured, I shall properly punish that rascal and ensure the princess's grievances are addressed." Of course, the old mage's words were merely lip service. The notion of punishing the old rogue was utterly ludicrous. Riri discerned the insincerity in the old mage's tone and, in a fit of anger, demanded, "Is that all? I want you to agree to a duel between the little princess and little Stephen. And if little Stephen is defeated, you cannot hold me accountable. That is out of the question." The old mage chuckled wryly. "You and I both know the little princess is too young to stand against little Stephen. Do not concern yourself with that. As long as you agree to a duel without any equipment, it will suffice." Riri dismissed with disdain. Oh, upon hearing this, the old mage's mind raced, swiftly grasping the underlying scheme. However, lacking a clear plan himself, he feigned ignorance and pretended to ponder. "But what if that lad bullies the princess again? What then? That won't happen. I have confidence in my disciple." Riri declared with pride. Huh. The old mage scoffed. Confidence? Who lacks that? If mere confidence guaranteed victory, what need would there be for training? I do not mean to boast, but little Stephen is incredibly strong now. The little princess, while commendable, is still young. It is absolutely impossible for her to defeat my little Stephen, unless the sun rises in the west. Hee. Riri suddenly smirked slyly. If that is the case, shall we engage in a wager as per our usual custom? In the circle of mages, it was common for disciples to duel. And sometimes even masters would arrange such contests among their students for the sake of showcasing talent, as practical experience was fundamental to improvement. Naturally, there would always be a master present to oversee the proceedings, ensuring safety. At such times, friendly wagers were inevitable. What shall we wager? Although the old mage maintained a calm exterior, inside he was elated, as everything unfolded according to his envisioned script. As long as the old rogue performed well, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Though ordinary mages engaged in minor bets, when it came to esteemed figures like the old mage and Riri, it would be inappropriate to wager trivial items. Typically, they would stake magical artifacts valued in the thousands of gold coins, and this time Riri came prepared, ready to raise the stakes even higher. Thus, Riri boldly proclaimed, I want a mythical creature. Chapter 63. The Mighty Automaton. The automaton is a highly advanced battle puppet, categorized within the realm of magic, and is roughly equivalent to a 4th-level mage. Not only are the materials exceedingly precious, but the manufacturing process is also immensely laborious. On the continent, the number of alchemical masters capable of creating such automatons is scarcely more than a handful. The old mage is one of them. However, the intricacies involved in its creation are overwhelming. Should he undertake the task himself, it would require no less than half a year of relentless toil. Given the old mage's stature, the cost of labor alone would demand no less than 20 to 30,000 gold coins. When one accounts for materials, the total value of an automaton could approach 100,000 gold coins, a pursuit only accessible to the wealthiest of magnates. The old mage was momentarily taken aback. In their previous wagers, stakes exceeding 10,000 gold coins were rare, typically amounting to mere thousands. Thus, he was astonished that Rueli dared to make such a bold claim. For the old mage, losing would not impose a significant financial burden, as he could fabricate the automaton himself, with materials readily at hand. Nevertheless, the matter of pride weighed heavily upon him. With a slight furrow in his brow, the old mage inquired, This wager is rather substantial. What do you intend to stake? At that moment, Rueli suddenly exhibited a bashful demeanor, swiftly grasping the old mage's hand. Teacher, I am quite impoverished. How could I possibly offer something of such value? Instead, how about I wager this ring? It is the most valuable treasure I possess. With that, she produced an exquisitely engraved magical diamond ring. The old mage cast a glance at it, nearly succumbing to faintness. This ring was merely a relatively low-level lightning storage ring, capable of instantly releasing a first-level spell, Lightning Arrow, up to 20 times. While it might be considered decent in the eyes of others, particularly those unfamiliar with magic, equating it to a handgun, for a legitimate archmage, such a first-level spell held little allure. It was trivial in comparison to an automaton, representing an entirely different echelon. Is this not a bit excessive? The old mage remarked, unable to suppress his exasperation. However, I truly am destitute. Rueli replied, employing a teasing tone. Rueli, do not feign ignorance before me. The old mage responded with a wry smile. Am I not aware of your wealth? During our travels across the continent, you acquired numerous treasures, most of which you kept for yourself. Moreover, your business acumen has surely yielded you a fair fortune over the years. To wager such a trinket against my automaton seems rather ungenerous, does it not? Do you still dare to bring up those past incidents? Rueli retorted, casting a mournful gaze upon the old mage. Instantly, the renowned lightning sage of the Griffin Kingdom, Giraffe Stephen, appeared utterly defeated, resembling a withered plant. His head bowed in shame as he sighed. Very well, let us not dwell on the past. I concede. I shall accept your wager. Clearly, an inexplicable bond existed between the two, suggesting that the old mage had once wronged her in some manner, for it was uncharacteristic of him to adopt such a submissive posture. Teacher, you are so kind. Rueli exclaimed with excitement upon realizing her cunning had succeeded. I shall return in 2 days with Xiaoxua. And remember, you must not slack in crafting the automaton. It must meet the standards of a 5th-level mage, or I shall not be satisfied. Without waiting for a response, she turned and dashed away. 5th level, the old mage was left in a state of shock. An ordinary automaton already matched the prowess of a 4th level mage, which is commendable, as 4th level mages are considered intermediate and can instantaneously cast 1st or even 2nd level spells. However, this is not the pinnacle of automatons. Should one be willing to invest the necessary materials and energy, a mage could elevate the automaton's capabilities to that of a 5th level mage. Such an automaton would wield the power akin to a cannon, capable of unleashing 3rd level spells that could inflict pain even upon a sage. Moreover, the spells are fueled by internal magic stones, and as long as an adequate supply exists, they can sustain prolonged assaults. In terms of endurance in battle, they rival that of a sage. For even a sage's magical power is limited when compared to several pounds of superior magic stones. However, the refinement process is exceedingly taxing, costing no less than several 100,000 gold coins. Although the old mage possesses the skill, creating one would demand at least 3 years of meticulous work. Thus, the value of such an automaton is immense. Without 500,000 gold coins, the old mage would scarcely entertain the idea. Initially, the old mage believed Rueli merely sought a standard automaton, but he was alarmed to discover the stakes at hand. He hurriedly attempted to confront Rueli, but she disregarded him completely and fled. He contemplated pursuing her, but, weighing the leverage she held over him, resigned himself to inaction. He was left to pin his last hopes on Lao Xie. If Lao Xie were to prevail, he would incur no losses. With this thought, the old mage hastened to seek Lao Xie once more, imploring him earnestly to secure a victory. Lao Xie, an ancient creature with centuries of experience, was adept at reading the room. Sensing the old mage's desperation, he seized the opportunity to press his advantage. A barrage of conditions spilled forth from Lao Xie, leaving the old mage with little recourse to resist. Ultimately, he was compelled to sign a series of inequitable agreements, akin to a nation succumbing to humiliation. Even the old mage himself felt a pang of regret at his predicament. Furthermore, Lao Xie extorted command over the automaton army from the mage tower, albeit only to be utilized in defense of his own fortress. Otherwise, he would not be permitted to deploy the battle puppets for indiscriminate slaughter. Of course, Lao Xie also laid claim to Rueli's wager, the ring, believing that even the smallest morsel was worth having. In this way, the old mage suffered a significant loss. Should Lao Xie triumph, he would not only gain nothing, but would also forfeit numerous valuable assets. Nevertheless, compared to the potential consequences of losing to Rueli, this loss was entirely bearable for the old mage. After all, Lao Xie sought merely trivial items, and as the head of the Griffin Kingdom's Royal Mage Corps and the Dean of the Griffin Academy, the old mage had myriad ways to ensure that the state would cover his expenses. However, if Rueli were to win an elite automaton, the loss of precious materials, not to mention the 3 years of arduous labor, would be a source of deep frustration for him. Meanwhile, Rueli busied herself instructing her student, taking precautions to ensure success. The following day, she devoted her entire time to training the young princess. Rueli first bestowed upon her a prized possession, a complexly enchanted brazier, and meticulously imparted the techniques of its use. As the young princess honed her skills, Rueli was gratified to find her pupil's talent exceeded her expectations. She could cast ice arrow within a mere 2.5 seconds, a remarkable feat. Typically, a novice mage would not achieve such a result until the age of 20. Yet young Stephen was only 16. Even a prodigy could scarcely surpass such an accomplishment. Thus, one could confidently assert that the young princess was destined for victory. Chapter 64. The Duel of the Little Princess. However, at that moment, Rueli suddenly recalled a matter that had been mentioned during the meeting. Rumors indicated that young Stephen had bested a dozen warriors. The old mage had also noted that, following his previous injuries, young Stephen seemed to have experienced a significant enhancement in his abilities, particularly in terms of combat prowess. This concern weighed heavily on Rueli's mind. She was not afraid that young Stephen would resort to physical violence against the little princess during their duel, for such an action would result in immediate disqualification, as it would be a disgrace to a mage. At that point, she was certain that the old mage would swiftly reprimand young Stephen without her intervention. Yet, the dilemma lay in the agility of warriors. Although the ice arrow was merely a first-tier spell, its speed, akin to that of a bullet, still afforded seasoned warriors a chance to evade it, especially the higher-ranked ones, who could occasionally avoid the ice arrow altogether. While young Stephen might not possess extraordinary prowess, he had previously demonstrated the ability to dodge the ice arrow. In their last encounter, he had evaded the little princess's ice arrow before ultimately defeating her. Regardless of whether that instance was merely a stroke of luck, it posed a potential risk for Riley. If young Stephen were to once again fortuitously avoid the little princess's ice arrow, it would surely spell her defeat. Losing the ring was inconsequential to her. Yet the prospect of failing to acquire the elite spirit was utterly unacceptable. To avert such unforeseen circumstances, Riley ultimately resolved to have the little princess cast the ice shield as her opening spell in the duel. With this shield in place, she would be virtually invincible. Although the little princess's magical power was not on par with young Stephen's, the enhancement provided by the magical corset would elevate her abilities to rival those of a third-tier mage, far surpassing young Stephen's capabilities. Thus, in a contest of spells, the little princess was bound to emerge victorious. However, while the ice shield was also a first-tier spell, it was slightly more intricate and required a longer incantation. Although, with the aid of the magical corset, the little princess could complete it in just over 3 seconds. Such a feat was rather extraordinary and could easily arouse the old mage's suspicions. After a moment of hesitation, Riley steeled herself and decided to proceed with this plan, emboldened by her hold over the old mage's secrets. Once she explained her reasoning to the little princess, Riley began to conduct specialized training for her. The first focus was on the duration of the ice shield, followed by precise training with the ice arrow. After all, the battle had to conclude with offensive spells. A mere ice shield would not suffice. It is worth noting that during this offensive training, Riley had fashioned a target from ice sculpture in her mage tower, resembling young Stephen with remarkable accuracy. It was a testament to Riley's formidable mastery over ice magic, allowing her to manipulate her power with such precision. Upon seeing the likeness of young Stephen, the little princess's eyes blazed with fury and her breath quickened. Without needing Riley's encouragement, she unleashed a torrent of ice arrows, bombarding the ice effigy until it lay in shattered fragments. Witnessing her fervor, Riley's spirits soared. It seemed that young Stephen's previous bullying had inadvertently provided a powerful motivation for the little princess. Had she attempted to train her in the past, there was no telling how much the little princess might have slacked off, but today was a different story. At long last, the day of the duel arrived. The old mage and the old devil had already gathered in the spacious magic practice room on the first floor of the magic tower, an ideal setting for a duel between mages. Riley and the little princess arrived promptly, sparing them any lengthy wait. Upon catching sight of the old devil, the little princess's eyes ignited with fiery determination, and without regard for the presence of elders, she bellowed, "Damn you, young Stephen. Today, I shall make you pay dearly." "Just you?" The old devil scoffed, rolling his eyes. "It's getting late. Are you still asleep? It seems you are merely dreaming." Despite her youth, the little princess was far from naive. She quickly grasped the mockery embedded in the old devil's words and retorted angrily, "You're the one who hasn't woken up. You big lazy pig." The tempers of these two younglings were a source of concern for both the old mage and Riley. While they were unable to admonish the little princess due to her noble status, addressing the old devil would only seem unreasonable given the provocation. Ultimately, Riley intervened, suggesting, "All right, enough with the banter. Let us cut to the chase. If both you and young Stephen are ready, shall we begin?" "Very well." The old mage nodded. Turning to young Stephen, "Are you prepared?" "Uffed." The old devil dismissed. "Why would I need to prepare to deal with an untalented little girl? I can handle her anytime. Anywhere." "Arrogant!" The little princess shouted in indignation. "You're nothing but a braggart. Young Stephen, you are quite boastful." Even Riley could no longer contain herself, declaring, "Let us get on with it. I am eager to see what you can back up with such grandiloquence. Bring it on." The old devil grinned. Without further ado, the little princess eagerly took her place at the center of the arena. The old mage and Riley exchanged weary smiles, and the old mage signaled Riley to assume the role of referee, instructing her to announce the start. After a moment of modesty, Riley acquiesced and declared to the two poised combatants, "Prepare yourselves. I will count to 3, and then we shall commence. 1, 2, 3, begin." Chapter 65. The Unashamed Victory in the Name of the God of Ice and Snow. The little princess, ever so cunning, recited the incantation as soon as Riley called out 3, even before declaring the start. This singular act of impropriety granted her a substantial advantage. Were it anyone else displaying such audacity, the old mage would undoubtedly have cast a lightning bolt to jolt her back to reality. However, being a princess of noble birth, even if she resorted to trickery and emerged victorious, the old mage could do little against her. After all, he had yet to attain the level of power to disregard royal authority. Fortunately, he held confidence in Lao Xie. As long as Lao Xie did not deliberately forfeit just to vex him, victory would remain his. Having sacrificed so much to appease this individual, Lao Xie was unlikely to cause him any trouble. Thus, the old mage paid no heed to the little princess's underhanded tactics. In truth, he was acutely aware that even if Lao Xie desired to lose, it would be a formidable challenge. For Lao Xie possessed the capability to annihilate a 5th-level warrior in an instant. Moreover, his physical constitution was extraordinarily different from that of a typical human. The old mage had conducted extensive research and reached a conclusion that even he found hard to believe. Lao Xie, relying solely on his physical strength, could be entirely immune to all 2nd-level magic. In other words, even if Lao Xie allowed the little princess to cast spells upon him without resistance, she would exhaust herself without inflicting any harm upon him. Such formidable physicality was undoubtedly a result of his bloodline heritage from the behemoth. A true behemoth could completely disregard spells below the 4th level, yet Lao Xie, being a half-blood, was slightly inferior, only able to resist 2nd-level spells. Nevertheless, due to his other half's Naga lineage, he was capable of casting spells, a feat unattainable by pure behemoths. Thus, one could hardly deem his mixed heritage a disadvantage. Upon witnessing the little princess's underhanded maneuver, Lao Xie felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, a mischievous impulse bubbling within him. Feigning shock, he gazed past the little princess, exclaiming in a tone of faux terror, "Ah, what is that?" The little princess, bewildered, assumed something had transpired behind her, for even the audacious little Stephen appeared frightened. Consequently, she halted her incantation and turned her head, only to find nothing amiss. However, at that moment, she heard Lao Xie reciting a spell. At this point, even the dimmest of minds would recognize the ruse. The little princess, infuriated, turned to Lao Xie and shouted, "You scoundrel!" Observing this scene, the ice mage Saint Rui Li was momentarily dumbfounded, and even the old mage nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. While he had envisioned countless scenarios in which Lao Xie could claim victory, he had never anticipated such a method of triumph. Rui Li, reacting swiftly, rushed over to heal her student. Under her powerful water magic, the little princess quickly regained consciousness, her injuries nearly mended, though she remained in a state of weakness, unable to muster the strength to stand. Yet, despite her inability to speak, her delicate face was a portrait of grievance, tears streaming down like an unrelenting river. Witnessing this, Rui Li's heart twisted with anguish. Unable to contain her fury, she turned to Lao Xie and exclaimed, "Little Stephen, you have gone too far. Is there such shamelessness?" Lao Xie, unfazed, retorted, "Pray tell, which rule of the duel did I violate? If I were at fault, then indeed, it would be shameless. But if I have committed no infraction, it seems the truly shameless are those who unjustly attack during the match, no?" Rui Li was left speechless. In truth, the little princess's defeat was indeed unjust, for in her eyes, Lao Xie, little Stephen, was nothing more than a simpleton. Who could have anticipated that such an ostensibly foolish individual would resort to trickery? It was akin to a well-known honest child suddenly telling a lie. No matter how astute one might be, they would almost certainly fall for it. Conversely, should the individual be a notorious trickster, others would naturally exercise caution, making deceit far more challenging. It was precisely because the little princess had preconceived notions of Lao Xie as the innocent child of year that she fell victim to such a grand deception. A stroke of misfortune indeed. Otherwise, even if Lao Xie desired to defeat her, it would not have been so effortless. He would have had to reveal a semblance of his true prowess. After being stumped by Lao Xie's inquiry, Rui Li's face flushed with indignation. Yet she could not articulate a single word. Lao Xie, seizing the opportunity, taunted, "Not only have you raised a foolish student, but you also condone her deceitful tactics during duels, only to find that even in trickery, she has failed. Is it not the height of shamelessness to accuse others?" With a cry of frustration, Rui Li felt as though her blood was boiling. As she let out an enraged shout, a torrent of icy waves surged forth from her, instantly crystallizing the ground around her. The old mage, sensing the impending danger, quickly cast a protective magic shield around Lao Xie, securing him from harm, and with a wave of his hand, ushered Lao Xie out of the hall. Lao Xie had no desire to engage in conflict with Rui Li, a sage of magic. A momentary flare of anger was one thing, but should a real battle ensue, the 13-year-old Lao Xia would certainly be at a disadvantage. Though Lao Xia was arrogant, he was not foolish. Aware that he could not win, he had no intention of seeking confrontation. Thus, he followed the old mage's lead and made his escape. Chapter 66. The Brazen Trickery, Old Fool. Upon seeing young Stephen depart, R'lyeh turned her ire upon the old mage. In truth, given her stature, it was rather unbecoming to engage in disputes with the younger generation, yet the old mage served as a convenient outlet for her vexation. Thus, she bellowed in anger. Is this the kind of upbringing the Stephen family provides? Calm down. He is merely a child, the old mage replied with a forced smile. Nevertheless, we have emerged victorious. Have we not? Regarding our wager, look here. Caught off guard, the old mage was at a loss. He wished to pursue and demand his due. Yet his pride held him back, and he lacked confidence in retrieving anything. What would he say to the old demon without a wager to present? The poor old mage's head spun at the thought. Wah! Upon hearing this, the little princess began to weep, exclaiming, how could they know that young Stephen, that brainless barbarian, would resort to trickery? He was always so honest, always obeying me. I have never witnessed him lie. But who could have known he would turn so wicked? Overwhelmed by emotion, she could no longer contain herself and clung to R'lyeh, sobbing uncontrollably. All right. R'lyeh, seeing her distress, felt her heart soften, abandoning any thoughts of reproach. She hastily consoled her, saying, victory and defeat are the common lot of soldiers. No one can triumph perpetually. Consider this a lesson learned. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Once you recover, we shall seek him out for a duel. Rest assured, your teacher will avenge you. Indeed. The little princess responded, drying her tears. Fear not, dear teacher. Next time, I shall not fall for his tricks again. Whatever he dares to do, I will summon my magical shield and strike that scoundrel fiercely. Nodding, the little princess rose slowly after R'lyeh departed, exiting the magic tower and making her way to the courtyard where her guards awaited her. Liao Chaochuan. Upon seeing her chief guard, a surge of anger welled up within her. It was unavoidable. Liao Chaochuan's burly figure bore a striking resemblance to the old demon, which inevitably reminded her of that despicable rogue and her own grievances. Thus, her customary exercise commenced. After delivering a flurry of slaps, the little princess felt considerably better and departed contentedly, dragging Liao Chaochuan, who bore the marks of her wrath, along with her. Though the little princess often slapped Liao Chaochuan without reason, he bore it with remarkable tolerance. The reason was simple. After his first encounter with her wrath, the emperor personally summoned him, offering kind words of consolation, promoting him a rank, and promising a gold coin for every slap he received from the little princess. In the heart of the capital stood the imposing imperial palace, constructed entirely of massive, weighty stones. Despite the exquisite sculptures adorning its surface, the palace exuded an oppressive and somber ambience. Without those decorations, one might easily mistake it for a prison. Yet within the palace, amidst the complex and vast array of buildings, lay a beautiful little garden. The vibrant flowers breathed life into the otherwise dreary palace, providing a rare touch of brightness. Unsurprisingly, such a delightful locale attracted many, including the emperor and his consort, Queen Caroline, who were presently basking in the splendid afternoon sun while savoring rich, aromatic milk coffee. Your Majesty, Queen Caroline suddenly spoke, her tone laced with a hint of grievance. Are you aware that our beloved little princess has been bullied by someone at school? Queen Caroline, a woman of 40 but appearing as youthful as one in their 20s due to her impeccable upkeep, was strikingly beautiful. She was ambitious and astute, rarely revealing her formidable side before Emperor Audrey. Instead, she adopted a demeanor of vulnerability to elicit the emperor's sympathy. This approach resonated with the emperor's inherent desire to protect, securing her favor. Otherwise, she would not have risen to the throne after the previous queen's passing amidst fierce competition. Had a noble dared to insult Emperor Audrey's cherished little princess, the emperor would have shown no hesitation in dispatching assassins to eliminate the fool. However, with young Stephen, he found himself in a quandary. After all, the Stephen family was immensely significant to the kingdom, controlling the highest echelons of military manufacturing and remaining steadfastly loyal. Furthermore, they had the backing of Emperor Audrey's magical tutor, the Lightning Sage. Even Emperor Audrey felt reluctant to act against young Stephen, for it was merely a quarrel among children. To extinguish the heir of a powerful family over such trivialities would be an egregious overreaction. Chapter 67. The Emperor's Promise in the Aftermath. the patriarch of the Stephen family, under the guidance of the Frost Mage, personally approached His Majesty Emperor Audley to communicate. Not only did he express his profound apologies, but he also presented a lavish gift of 20,000 gold coins. Such gestures were sufficient to placate His Majesty. Moreover, he understood that even without his intervention, the usually protective Frost Mage would not let the young man off lightly. Thus, he graciously offered his forgiveness, declaring that he would not hold the childish squabbles against them. This news, however, incensed His Majesty Audley, who thought to himself that young Stephen was exceedingly ungrateful. Was it too much to ask for his beloved daughter to vent her frustrations? As a man, particularly as the fiancé of the eldest princess, how could he possibly lack such fortitude? Nevertheless, despite his anger, he found himself in a position where he could do little, for this was merely a customary competition, and he could not punish young Stephen for it. Thus, he endured his dissatisfaction in silence. It was at this moment that the queen broached the subject, evidently having learned of her precious daughter's misfortune through some channel. As a mother, her heart naturally ached for her daughter. Ahem. Emperor Audley sighed. Indeed, little Xue has suffered some indignities, but this is ultimately a normal contest among mages. We cannot punish the victor simply because our daughter did not triumph. However, he was taken aback by how severely young Stephen had struck their delicate princess, leaving her in such a state that she would find it difficult to face others again. As Queen Caroline spoke, tears welled in her eyes, clearly alluding to her daughter's humiliating incident. His Majesty, already in a foul mood, felt his countenance darken at the thought of his daughter being reduced to such a state by a mere boy. As a father, even an emperor, it was intolerable. All right. Emperor Audley hastily reassured her. Do not fret, this matter will not be left unresolved. Even if I cannot attend to it personally, little Xue's instructor, the esteemed mage really, will certainly seek justice for her. Evidently, the emperor had resolved to swallow his indignation for the time being, as the ramifications were too significant. In truth, Queen Caroline did not expect her tears to sway the emperor into taking action against young Stephen. Her aim was merely to plant a seed of discontent towards the Stephen family. From the emperor's grim visage, Queen Caroline discerned her success. A clever woman, she understood the art of knowing when to withdraw. After the emperor's gentle urging, she ceased her weeping, lest her sorrowful demeanor provoke his irritation. Very well. Let us hope Mage really does not disappoint us. Queen Caroline then smiled at Emperor Audley, her charm captivating him utterly. Seizing the moment, she shifted the conversation. My dear Emperor, have there been any developments regarding my previous request? Upon hearing the Queen mention this matter, a wave of frustration washed over Emperor Audley. Queen Caroline hailed from the Augustus family, being the younger sister of the current patriarch. Following the devastation wrought by the thief Old Evil on their most vital establishment, the Augustus family had launched an exhaustive investigation. Yet, despite their extensive efforts and generous rewards, they uncovered not a single clue. In truth, the only witness to have seen Old Evil and the old steward had been rendered a fool by the thief and subsequently crushed to death by the collapsing structure, leaving no trace for the Augustus family to pursue. In desperation, they turned to the emperor's royal spies for assistance. Consequently, Queen Caroline implored the emperor to deploy the royal detectives to investigate. His Majesty could not refuse this modest request from Queen Caroline. Indeed, he harbored a deep-seated loathing for brigands who brazenly robbed the empire's nobility and suspected there might be a darker scheme at play. Thus, he had dispatched a considerable number of agents to investigate the incident. However, it infuriated him that, despite the passage of time and the exhaustive efforts of thousands of royal spies, not a whisper of information had emerged. This shamed Emperor Audley greatly. After all, the royal spies incurred annual expenses in the hundreds of thousands of gold coins. To receive nothing in return was akin to raising swine for naught. Who could tolerate such a setback? The head of the spies had endured the emperor's wrath, and had it not been for his past merits, he would have surely faced dire consequences. Yet, this could not stand. The emperor issued a stern ultimatum to the spy leader. Within 1 month, if the thief and the stolen goods were not recovered, the leader would face execution. The urgency stemmed not only from Queen Caroline's request, but also from the Augustus family's promise. They required only the identification of the perpetrator and the mastermind behind the crime, showing indifference towards the stolen goods. In essence, they relinquished the value of hundreds of thousands of gold coins, expecting only the revelation of the true culprit in return. Such a sum was staggering, even for Emperor Audley, which is why he pressed his agents relentlessly. Ahem. The emperor coughed awkwardly. It has only been a few days since the incident. The thief, daring to target your family, has likely planned meticulously and left a means of escape. Thus, uncovering their trail will not be a simple task. However, rest assured, I have given a strict order. The royal spies are making significant efforts, bolstered by additional personnel from the outskirts. At least 10,000 are tirelessly pursuing this matter. And your family's generous reward of 50,000 gold coins has also stirred many mercenary groups in the capital. Combined, they number perhaps 50 or 60,000. Not even a rat shall escape. I assure you, if you grant me a bit more time, I will undoubtedly bring this vile miscreant to justice. Chapter 68. The Old Butler's Secrets. I am immensely grateful to your majesty. The Queen, Caroline, expressed her heartfelt appreciation immediately. However, despite the joy radiating from her countenance, her heart was laden with distress. She was no fool. As a carefully cultivated talent from a prestigious family, she understood that the optimal moment to resolve such a robbery was within the initial days following the incident. As time elapses, the thief becomes increasingly adept at concealing their whereabouts and disposing of the stolen goods. Now, nearly a week has passed, and one fears that the thief has already found refuge. With a population of 700,000 to 800,000 in the royal capital alone, not to mention the surrounding military and townsfolk, locating an individual deliberately evading capture is no simple task. Meanwhile, the old rogue remained blissfully ignorant of the throngs of people outside frantically searching for him, continuing to indulge in his leisurely pursuits. The old mage, too embarrassed to confess his fear of Riley to the rogue, opted to refrain from discussing the matter of betting altogether and instead gifted the rogue a lightning-type magical ring. As a master of lightning magic, he had crafted numerous such trinkets in his time, and though they were primarily practice pieces, their power and magical storage capacity far surpassed the ordinary. For instance, the ring he presented was a 1-quality piece. The term +1 signifies an enhancement of 1 level. Typically, a ring casts spells equivalent to the level of the mage wielding it. For example, Riley's lightning ring unleashed a lightning arrow comparable to a first-level mage's spell, while certain rings, due to specific factors during their crafting, such as an exceptionally precise magical array, may significantly amplify their power. Thus, while the old mage's ring also produced a first-level lightning arrow, its potency rivaled that of a second-level mage's spell. Therefore, it was referred to as a +1 ring. It is essential to note that a second-level mage possesses vastly superior capabilities compared to a first-level mage, with the same first-level spell nearly doubling in strength. If a first-level mage's lightning arrow resembles a small handgun, then that cast by a second-level mage undoubtedly resembles a rifle bullet. Naturally, when the rogue engaged the young princess, he deliberately minimized the spell's intensity. Otherwise, the girl would have been reduced to cinders long ago. Were the power of such a low-level lightning ring to reach 6, it would equate to a first-level lightning arrow cast by a master mage, with a force that could rival that of a rocket launcher. In such a case, even an average third-level warrior, exerting their full might, would be utterly annihilated in a single strike. However, rings of 6 do not exist. Only legendary artifacts possess such terrifying power. Even a 1 ring is a rare find, emerging only once in 1,000 attempts. That said, the skill of the creator plays a significant role. Were the old mage to craft them, he might produce a 1 ring within a mere few dozen attempts. As for a 2 ring, even the old mage, despite crafting countless rings throughout his lifetime, has only managed to create a handful. Rings of 3 are exceedingly scarce across the continent. The old mage's family has only produced 1 throughout 7 generations, all of whom were master mages. Generally speaking, a 1 ring commands a price 3 to 5 times greater than a standard ring. The old mage, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to part with it, having discarded all lesser rings. Hence, he retained only this precious 1 piece. Given his newfound wealth, the expenditure no longer concerned him. Thus, the rogue found himself at a considerable advantage. Currently, the rogue was ostensibly under house arrest, a consequence of the chaos he had stirred at the academy. While it was one thing for the son of a duke and his guards to be involved, the young princess's entanglement was entirely unacceptable. Even the most indulgent of mages had to maintain appearances. Consequently, a house arrest order was issued, forbidding the rogue from leaving. In truth, he was unfazed. Unable to attend the academy, he could still retreat to his newly constructed castle, accompanied by a loyal entourage to stave off loneliness. However, after dining at several fine establishments, the rogue grew disenchanted with the local fare. With a desire to dine out, yet daunted by the distance, He summoned the old butler to assist him in ordering from a grand hotel. After all, the rogue had become a man of means and was indifferent to such minor expenditures. When the old butler entered with the food box in hand, the rogue was preoccupied with a gleaming black dagger, commonly referred to as a jump knife. He was deeply intrigued by this spatial artifact and yearned to comprehend its mechanics, as mastering its use would undoubtedly grant him an additional life. As the butler entered the dining room, he caught sight of the dagger in the rogue's hand, and his usually composed demeanor shifted dramatically, as if suddenly struck by a revelation, his eyes igniting with an unusual brilliance. Yet, almost instantaneously, the butler's expression returned to its customary calm, as if nothing had transpired. Following the customary routine, he adeptly arranged the exquisite dishes from the hotel upon the table and set about organizing the rogue's utensils. However, the subtle tremor in his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Having led a life of over 4 centuries as a figure in the underworld, the rogue was acutely aware of any anomalies among those around him. Otherwise, he would have fallen victim to his wolfish subordinates countless times. Thus, he detected the butler's subtle change without the slightest difficulty. The rogue refrained from immediate confrontation, instead letting out a gentle sigh. "Ah, Kristen, I am no longer a fool. Do you believe that some matters can be concealed from me with such a crude facade? Pray, that naive notion merely mocks our intellect, does it not?" Coughing awkwardly, the butler's face flushed crimson upon hearing this, and he hastily cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment before offering a wry smile. "Young master, you have indeed matured." "Indeed, one must grow." The rogue replied with a faint smile before adopting a more serious tone. "Let us speak candidly. I have long recognized your exceptional nature. Your precise and fluid movements bear the marks of years of training, yet your strength is far from that of a warrior, too feeble, in fact. For this reason, I discreetly examined your pulse and discovered that your meridians are in disarray, bearing the scars of past injuries that have yet to heal. Thus, you have transformed into an ordinary elder. However, if my suspicions are correct, you were once a formidable expert, a master of both magic and martial arts." Chapter 69. The Explosive Bear Druid Indeed. This question had long lingered in the mind of Old Evil. The moment he first laid eyes on the old butler, his extraordinary nature was evident. Subsequently, through several encounters and the use of magic to probe the butler's body, he reached the aforementioned conclusion. At that time, however, he was not yet familiar with the old butler, and given that the man was already a cripple, likely bearing the scars of past suffering, Old Evil found no reason to expose him, as he posed no threat. But today, upon witnessing the butler's anxious demeanor at the sight of the dagger, Old Evil discerned that he likely knew the origins of the blade. Thus, he sought to unveil the butler's secrets, driven solely by a desire to uncover the history of the dagger. As for the meridians within, there was no need for excessive elaboration. Old Evil, uninterested in further conversation, straightforwardly inquired, "I wish to know if my judgment is correct?" With a wry smile, the butler replied, "Young master, your insight is indeed sharp. I have nothing to counter your assertion. Then, might you share your origins?" Old Evil inquired with a smile. After hearing his words, Old Evil could easily perceive the sincerity behind them, which made it difficult for him to press further. However, refraining from pressure did not equate to relinquishing his curiosity. With a composed smile, he confidently stated, "If I were able to heal your injuries, would you still choose to remain silent?" "What?" The butler was initially taken aback, then suddenly forced a bitter smile. "Young master, I am well aware of my injuries. Even the Pope would find them challenging to heal. I appreciate your kindness. You seek clarity on the dagger's usage, do you not? I can tell you its unique incantation right now." "Very well." After some contemplation, the butler clenched his teeth and declared, "If you truly have the means to restore my strength, I shall recount my tragic experiences in full." If Old Evil were still the young Stephen of yore, the butler would never have believed his words. However, since the butler learned of Old Evil's audacious feat in breaching the impenetrable defenses of the Augustus family's establishment, his perception of Old Evil shifted dramatically. Coupled with Old Evil's ability to identify the hidden dangers within him, the butler found it almost miraculous, leading him to ultimately place his trust in him. "I am listening," Old Evil said with a smile. "I hail from the Elven Forest. As a half-elf," the butler revealed. Old Evil was taken aback and quickly remarked, "You show no signs of elven features." "That is because I am a descendant of half-elves. Both my parents were half-elves, resulting in a rather mixed lineage. Yet, despite my human appearance, My innate abilities are nearly indistinguishable from those of pure-blooded elves, the butler explained with a wry smile. Then you must be a druid skilled in both magic and martial arts? Old Evil surmised immediately. Indeed. The butler nodded, proudly proclaiming, I am an explosive bear druid. Oh. Upon hearing this, Old Evil's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It is worth noting that Old Evil possessed an emblem gifted by his legendary mother, which contained comprehensive information on all elven professions. Among them were several particularly esteemed professions, and the explosive bear druid was one such vocation. Within the elven community, the druid profession is vast, encompassing numerous branches. Broadly categorized, they fall into three primary types: nature-based spell druids, transformation druids, and summoning druids. The explosive bear druid belongs to the transformation druids, particularly the combat-oriented soul warriors. The cultivation of these soul warriors is notably arduous. They must forge a blood pact with a magical beast at birth, establishing a profound connection. They grow and battle together. Given that the lifespan of magical beasts typically spans around 100 years, while elves can live for millennia, even half-elves may reach several centuries. Thus, it is inevitable that their beast companions will pass away before their masters. Following the demise of their magical beasts, elves employ special techniques to preserve the essence of their companions' souls and bodies within themselves, thereby officially becoming soul warriors. The intricate process remains a mystery known only to the elders of the soul warriors, of which Old Evil is unaware. Yet, he understands one crucial fact. Those who obtain the power of a soul become extraordinarily formidable. Having cultivated a deep bond and camaraderie with their magical companions over a century, once the magical beast merges with them, the druids gain access to the immense power bestowed by these beasts. This not only allows the master to wield exclusive spells unique to that beast, but also enables them to transform into said beast. Furthermore, the soul of the magical beast can be summoned with heightened strength to assist the master in battle. The variations among soul warriors depend on the type of magical beast they bond with, generally classified into three categories: magic bears, magic leopards, and magic birds, commonly abbreviated as bear druids, leopard druids, and bird druids, respectively. Among them, bear druids are renowned for their strength and defense, often regarded as human shields, while leopard druids excel in agility and precision, with the shadow leopard possessing the ability to become invisible, making it a nocturnal assassin. As for bird druids, although lacking in physical prowess, they excel in magic and can transform into avian forms for flight, reigning supreme in the skies with their exceptional mobility. The explosive bear druid, belonging to the most powerful of the bear druids, has a pet that is a 5th-level magical beast known as the explosive bear, famed for its fiery temperament. Additionally, since this magical beast is of the earth element, it is also referred to as the earth bear. Chapter 70. A tragic encounter. Ordinary elves could scarcely hope to nurture a bear druid. Only those of noble lineage, of at least intermediate rank among the elves, possess the privilege and capability to cultivate such a class. This clearly indicates that Christian's status within the elven community is far from insignificant. Christian, are you truly a noble among the elves? Old Evil inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Indeed, Christian replied, somewhat astonished. I did not expect you to be aware of the bear druid. Your knowledge is truly profound. It is worth noting that, not only in the human realm, but even within the elven race itself, few are privy to the intricacies of the bear druid. I am humbled. Christian continued with a wry smile. The customs of elven nobility are exceedingly grand. Compared to humans, they have amassed a legacy of courtly etiquette spanning 100 millennia, which is exceptionally challenging to master. I have only scratched the surface, as I do not consider myself a true noble. I merely bask in the glory of my forebears. Regardless, being able to become a bear druid is testament enough to your distinguished lineage, Old Evil remarked with curiosity. How then did you find yourself in such dire straits? Alas, it all stems from the flickering dagger in your possession. Christian's expression turned grave. This dagger was acquired by my father during one of his excursions. With its unique properties and his formidable prowess, he repeatedly vanquished enemy generals in battle, ultimately earning him a noble title. Upon my father's passing, I inherited this dagger. However, by that time, conflicts had dwindled, and I spent most of my days in our town. Yet one day, a group of unidentified humans ambushed my home while I was out hunting, abducting my wife and child. They left a note demanding only the dagger. And then what transpired? Old Evil inquired, intrigued. For the sake of my wife and child, I would part with any weapon, Christian replied. Thus, I followed the address in the note. However, upon my arrival, I was met not with my family, but with their lifeless bodies. He exclaimed with sorrow. They were innocent, my son scarcely a year old. These scoundrels, emerging from the shadows, cruelly slaughtered them. At this moment, Christian could no longer contain his rage, tears streaming down his face like a torrential river. They likely feared retaliation from the elven race and sought to eliminate all witnesses. Old Evil squinted, continuing his inquiry. What occurred next? I yearned to clarify the situation. Yet those elves pursuing me seemed to have been bribed, offering me no chance for explanation, only relentless pursuit. With no other option, I fled once more. I traversed thousands of miles, escaping from the southern elven forest to the border between the barbarian wasteland and the Griffin kingdom of humans. Christian recounted, wiping away his tears. At that time, I bore at least 100 wounds. Were it not for the incredible vitality bestowed upon me by the war spirit, I would have perished long ago. Even with the strength of the earth bear, I could not hold on. I was as good as dead, unable to move. Fortunately, a lady from the Griffin kingdom, who had married into the realm, discovered me and tended to my wounds. In gratitude for her life-saving kindness, and with nowhere else to turn, I became her steward, and I have remained so ever since. I understand somewhat now. Old Evil mused. It seems you were ensnared by a conspiracy between two factions, one among the elves and the other among humans. Have you offended anyone in the elven community? Not at all. Christian furrowed his brow. I have always conducted myself with humility. It is impossible for me to have offended anyone. Then perhaps it is this dagger that has brought about your misfortune, Old Evil suggested, shaking the flickering dagger in his hand. As the saying goes, a man may be innocent, yet possessing a coveted item can lead to his downfall. Infuriating. Christian clenched his fists. If they desire the dagger, I would gladly relinquish it, but why must they murder my wife and child? I, Christian, shall not let them go unpunished, even if it costs me my life. Master, if you can truly heal my wounds, this wretched life of mine is yours. With tears streaming down his face, Christian knelt before Old Evil. Rise, Old Evil urged, helping Christian to his feet. On that day, when that monstrous dog attacked me, you bravely shielded me with your crippled body. From that moment on, I have regarded you as one of my own. Rest assured, your vengeance shall become my own, and I shall ensure that you see justice served. Thank you, Master. Christian was overwhelmed with emotion, tears cascading down his cheeks. It is worth noting that since his incapacitation, he had never envisioned a day when he could avenge his family. He had thought he would bear the weight of his grievances until death, yet here, he found an opportunity for retribution through Old Evil, and the depth of his gratitude was immeasurable. Come, sit down. Old Evil gestured for Christian to take a seat beside him, then returned the dagger to him, saying, since it is a family heirloom, it rightfully belongs to you. Although I hold great fondness for this dagger, I shall not covet what belongs to my subordinate. In my view, greed is the greatest obstacle in one's cultivation. And thus I have always been magnanimous in my dealings with external possessions, readily discarding even the finest of treasures. Chapter 71. Healing the Subordinate, Alas. Old CS sighed, recognizing that Christian was indeed reluctant to confront painful memories, and thus acquiesced. He sheathed his dagger and remarked, very well, share a meal with me first. After we have satisfied our hunger, I shall attend to your wounds. Yes, thank you, young master. Christian exclaimed, his body trembling with excitement. At that moment, even surrounded by a feast of culinary delights, he found it impossible to eat. He mindlessly took a few bites, utterly unaware of the flavors. His gaze fixed eagerly on Old Sia as he savored his meal. Old Sia could hardly bear the sorrowful look in Christian's eyes. Yet he comprehended the young man's sentiments and refrained from expressing his irritation. Finally, with a resigned smile, he said, all right then, let us tend to your injuries first, and we shall eat afterwards. Young master, please, you should eat first. Christian, sensing his own impropriety, offered apologetically. Sit cross-legged on the bed, as you would when meditating on your magical practices, Old Sia instructed Christian. Yes, young master. Christian promptly complied, positioning himself as directed. Then, Old Sia's expression turned grave as he declared, I have already examined your condition thoroughly. To speak candidly, your meridians have been shattered and scattered by tremendous force on multiple occasions. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished. Yet you remain alive, albeit reduced to a mere shell of your former self. I find this rather astonishing. It was only when you mentioned being a berserker druid that I began to suspect your life was preserved by the battle spirit within you. Then, young master, can my injuries truly be healed? Christian asked anxiously. Of course they can be healed. Otherwise, I would not waste my breath. Old Sia replied. However, although your meridians have reformed with the aid of your battle spirit, they are now obstructed and misaligned. This is precisely why your magical powers are stifled, rendering you powerless. To restore you, there is no alternative but to forcibly shatter your newly healed meridians and realign them in their original sequence. You must understand that this process is akin to a brutal contortion of bones, and the agony involved is not something most can endure. Young master, look, Christian said, removing his upper garments to reveal a torso marred with scars. The intricate network of wounds bore witness to the immense suffering he had endured. I have already faced such torment. What more is there to fear? If it means regaining my strength and avenging my wife and children, I would not hesitate to shatter my very bones. Very well, Old Sia nodded. But I must caution you. This process will be excruciating. You must not lose consciousness, or all will be in vain. Rest assured, young master, I will not faint. Christian vowed resolutely. Then let us begin. Without further ado, Old Sia pressed his hand firmly upon Christian's head, channeling a torrent of potent magical energy from his palm. Though Christian had once possessed strength that surpassed the now 13-year-old Old Sia, he was now a mere shadow of his former self, his body too fragile to withstand the overwhelming force of Old Sia's magic. Consequently, his meridians were easily obliterated, much like tofu swept away by a flood. Nevertheless, Old Sia's power, though formidable, was wielded with care. It only surged along the meridians, sparing other areas from harm. Had it been otherwise, Christian would have been reduced to a mere pulp. Despite this, Christian endured immense pain, his body racked with spasms, sweat soaking through his garments. Yet, fueled by profound hatred, he remained silent, persevering until Old Sia concluded the healing process, a span of nearly half an hour. Sigh. Christian managed a bitter smile. The elves who pursued me feared my strength so much that they coated their weapons with a poison specifically designed to counteract the powers of the battle spirit druid. This toxin, secretly crafted by the elders of the elven clan, effectively suppresses the battle spirit's abilities, intended solely for traders of the elven race. I suffered hundreds of wounds. The toxin must have permeated my entire being. I never anticipated that, after all these years, it would still linger. Truly detestable. Fear not. As long as it is a toxin, there exists an antidote. Leave that to me. For now, focus solely on recuperating, Old Sia instructed. During your recovery, you must refrain from casting any spells or skills, lest you rupture your newly healed meridians again. That would be troublesome. Thank you, young master. Although Christian had yet to fully recover, he could already sense the magical power he thought lost for over a decade returning, filling him with overwhelming emotion, nearly to the point of tears. Indeed, Old Sia remained silent, merely patting Christian's shoulder before retreating to wash up and change clothes. Preparing to indulge in his meal anew, he understood that further words were unnecessary and that Christian deserved a moment of solitude to regain his composure. As Old Sia attended to Christian, an unexpected visitor arrived for the old mage. On that day, the old mage sat in his freshly refurbished office, savoring delicate refreshments and beverages, when suddenly, the door was thrust open with force. The abruptness startled him, causing him to choke, splattering tea onto his long white beard. The old mage's pleasant mood evaporated instantly. Anger surged through him as he neglected to wipe his beard and rose indignantly, eager to confront the audacity of the intruder who dared enter without knocking. Chapter 72. Goblin Minds. However, as he raised his head to see the newcomer, the fiery anger within him dissipated by more than half. It turned out that the person who entered was none other than his nemesis, the ice mage, Riley. Initially, Riley had come in a huff. Otherwise, she would not have barged in so impolitely. Yet, upon witnessing the old mage's disheveled state, her ire diminished considerably, and she couldn't help but let out a chuckle, seeing her not only fail to apologize for her behavior, but also laugh at him. The old mage couldn't suppress his annoyance. I believe I have instructed you that such a lack of decorum is unbecoming of a noble mage, he admonished. Ah, my apologies, master. I was merely caught up in the moment, Riley replied, acknowledging her fault. She quickly approached him and took out her handkerchief, tenderly wiping his beard, completely shedding her earlier fiery demeanor, replaced instead by a warm, affectionate atmosphere. In the face of this amiable really, the old mage's irritation vanished without a trace, and he could only manage a wry smile. All right, I shall do it myself, he said, attempting to take over. Not at all. You are too clumsy, really insisted. Refusing to grant him any dignity, she gently pried his hand away and continued to clean his beard until it was spotless. The old mage, resigned, allowed her to attend to him, quietly relishing the moment. Once she finished, really carelessly discarded the handkerchief and, with a serious expression, declared, Master, I have come to issue a challenge. Last time, young Stephen's victory was unearned, and I demand a rematch. Oh dear, the old mage groaned. Really, please spare me. For the sake of the little princess, you have already wrecked my conference room, which was only just repaired yesterday. This time, it cost me nearly 1,000 gold coins. Not to mention the loss of an original masterpiece by the renowned painter, Boro, which I purchased for 3,000 gold coins. Is that not enough for you to vent your frustrations? Certainly not. I demand they duel fairly. Only by defeating young Stephen in combat can my grievances be assuaged. Really retorted vehemently. Good heavens. The old mage lamented. You know perfectly well that the little princess stands no chance against young Stephen. Why must you subject her to repeated beatings at his hands? Don't be ridiculous. Really shot back, clearly irate. Had it not been for young Stephen's underhanded tactics last time, he would have undoubtedly lost. You must acknowledge that young Stephen employed cunning within the bounds of the dueling rules. His strategic use of guile is entirely permissible and even commendable among mages, a fact we both understand. The old mage countered, pausing before adding with a hint of dissatisfaction. However, the little princess violated the rules by attacking before the referee declared the duel began and brought along contraband. Surely, she should be the one facing censure? Nonsense. She did not bring any contraband. Really insisted stubbornly. But that very item on her person was crafted by me for you. I am acutely aware of its shape, size, and even its scent. There is no way it could escape my notice. The old mage replied playfully. Really, that item was my pride after attaining the saint level. Crafted with rare materials costing no less than 50,000 gold coins, and nearly half a year of my effort. Such a magical artifact, worthy of its name, cannot merely be exchanged for 2 years' worth of training. He lamented. Are you belittling my craftsmanship or questioning our intellect? In any case, I shall not relent. Really, recognizing her disadvantage, decided to drop the argument and stated directly, I simply wish to inform you that I demand they engage in a second duel, adhering to the same conditions as before, and the stakes remain unchanged. You are being unreasonable. The old mage blurted out in frustration. I clearly won last time, yet I ended up at a loss. If I win again, the outcome will likely be the same. Should I lose, my losses will only deepen. I have no interest in such a foregone conclusion. No, this time it is different. Really smiled faintly, declaring, I wager you will indeed be interested. Behold. She produced an ancient leather scroll from her sleeve, pointing out the small script inscribed upon it. The complete blueprint for goblin landmines. The old mage exclaimed, nearly shouting in disbelief. His eyes widened to the size of ping-pong balls as he gasped, My goodness, this is a relic from the Goblin dynasty. Where on earth did you acquire this? It was clear he yearned to claim the item for himself. Indeed, it was no wonder the old mage was so agitated. The scroll's provenance was monumental. According to historical records of the continent, over 100,000 years ago, there existed 2 super kingdoms on the continent's southern and northern fronts. The south was home to the brilliant magical dynasty established by the elves, while the north boasted a technological empire founded by the goblins, powered by magic crystal stones. The goblins merged magic and technology, creating an extraordinarily splendid civilization. They possessed goblin tanks, goblin landmines, goblin mortars, goblin firearms, goblin airships, and goblin helicopters. Among a plethora of advanced technological marvels, with virtually the entire populace being masters of manufacturing and design. The current dwarves are but a subordinate race to the goblins, relegated to the rudimentary task of casting. Yet, through the forging techniques inherited from the goblins, the dwarves have emerged as the most renowned smithing race on the continent, a testament to the goblins' remarkable prowess. Regrettably, as the goblins achieved such glorious heights, they became blinded by their ambitions, setting their sights on unifying the continent. In truth, the elves were also at their zenith, sharing the dream of becoming the sole rulers of the land. Thus, these 2 formidable races inevitably clashed in a cataclysmic war. Chapter 73. A gamble revisited the ease with which the goblins secured a monumental victory plunged them into ecstatic jubilation, leading them to boast of their intent to annihilate the entire elven race. Faced with the imminent threat of extinction, the elves became alarmed and mobilized their last formidable force, the Magical Battalion. As the pinnacle of magical civilization, the Elven Magical Battalion boasted a considerable number of legendary 8th-level magicians and hundreds of 7th-level sorcerers. To avert their annihilation, they resolutely unleashed their strongest spells, the forbidden incantations. Without granting the goblins any opportunity, the elves unleashed a barrage of super-destructive forbidden spells, each covering an expanse of 100 miles in diameter, instantly reducing the goblin army of 1,000,000 elite fighters to mere ashes. Tanks and airships were rendered inconsequential in the face of such terrifying forbidden magic. Thus, the goblins withdrew as vanquished foes, nearly facing total extinction, relegated to the shadows of the underground world. From that point onward, the elves commenced their dominion over the continent, which would endure for millennia. However, although the goblin dynasty had perished, their immense influence lingered on. Even the elves could not help but admire the goblins' ingenuity and inventive prowess, leading them to selectively inherit aspects of goblin civilization rather than eradicating it entirely. Even to this day, the foundations of alchemy bear the indelible mark of goblin masters. Particularly in the study of automatons, it is fair to assert that the current combat puppet technology owes its existence to the mechanical research of goblin masters. As a grandmaster of puppet alchemy, the old mage possessed profound knowledge of goblin innovations. Nevertheless, the elves did not wholly embrace goblin technology. Many aspects were discarded, especially the devastating goblin landmines, mortars, and tanks, with nearly all technical documentation being incinerated. The puppet technology remained solely due to its utility in assisting elven endeavors. Thus, regarding the legendary goblin landmines, which wielded immense power, the old mage had only heard of them but had never laid eyes upon them, until today, when he found himself presented with the complete schematics and fabrication techniques by Rueli. For a master of alchemy like him, the allure of such inventions was irresistibly potent, akin to the way an opiate captivates an addict, igniting a fervor within him. Guess what? Rueli proclaimed triumphantly. You were away for over 3 months last year, rumored to have joined an adventuring party and traveled to the Dwarven Kingdom. Was that when it happened? The old mage exclaimed, surprise evident in his voice. Indeed. I happened to be out drinking and overheard a few fools discussing a goblin base at the Adventurer's Tavern. Following that, I employed a little cunning and infiltrated their ranks. Rueli retorted, suddenly irate. They had intended to invite you, but you were absent, and time was of the essence. I had no choice but to leave you a note and proceed alone. But you wretched man, abandoned me, a fragile woman, to endure months with a band of smelly men. Hey, how can you blame me? The old mage protested, feeling aggrieved. Your note merely mentioned you were going to the Dwarven Kingdom. It's rather vast. How was I to know where you went? Couldn't you have followed the magical markings I left? Rueli shot back, indignant. Oh, I didn't see them. The old mage replied, bewildered. You insufferable fool, stop pretending. Rueli snapped, her brows furrowing in ire. All right, I concede my fault. The old mage, desperate for the secret formula, quickly apologized and added with a smile, Rueli, how about this? I'll gift you a magnificent creature if you let me borrow the formula for a few months, shall we? Dream on, Rueli exclaimed, her chin held high. If you wish to see the formula, you must ensure little Stephen defeats my snow. Otherwise, I guarantee you will never lay eyes upon it. Is that truly necessary? The old mage pleaded. The little princess stands no chance against little Stephen. For the sake of the princess, please don't send her to her doom again. What nonsense are you spouting? Rueli replied, incensed. I refuse to believe that the little princess, equipped with that item, would be unable to best little Stephen. Do you genuinely believe your Stephen family produces geniuses generation after generation? The old mage found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly declare that the elder Stephen was a monster. He could only helplessly retort, but it's true. Would I deceive you? The little princess holds a noble status. If she were to be repeatedly bested by little Stephen, it would be a disgrace to the royal family. Neither of us could explain it to his majesty. Spare me your ramblings. Rueli, believing the old mage was merely boasting about his child, became furious. I won't waste more breath on you. You have two choices. Either forsake the hope of ever seeing this alchemical secret or ensure little Stephen triumphs over my disciple. Choose wisely. The old mage recognized that Rueli had become obstinate. He realized that no matter how he argued, it would be futile. He could only force a wry smile and concede. Very well, a duel it shall be. Since you, as the instructor, are indifferent to your disciple's plight, why should I fear? Name the time and place, and I shall comply. Good. 3 days hence, at the top of your dean's office, Rueli declared, a satisfied smile gracing her features as she turned to leave. At that moment, the elder Stephen was still relishing the culinary delights interrupted by the old steward. Observing the old mage rush in with an anxious demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. Demeanor, my friend, we must uphold the decorum of a magician. How can a sorcerer serve as a role model if they cannot maintain their composure? To hell with decorum, the old mage retorted. Urgency for the alchemical formula eclipsing any concerns of etiquette. I need your assistance urgently. What is it? The elder Stephen inquired, curiosity piqued. Chapter 74. Who is lousy afraid of Rueli once again intends to pit you against the little princess, wagering the entire alchemical formula of a goblin landmine. A relic passed down from over 100,000 years ago from the Goblin Kingdom. The old mage exclaimed with excitement. Historical records indicate that a single goblin landmine can obliterate hundreds of troops arranged in a dense formation. During the war between the elves and the goblins, the goblin landmine played a crucial role, to the extent that after the elves emerged victorious, the first batch of forbidden production and strict destruction included the formula for the goblin landmine. Therefore, I must acquire this secret formula. You must defeat that little girl once more, no matter what. Naturally, defeating that foolish girl poses no challenge. The old rascal chuckled. But the crux lies in what I stand to gain. If my conditions are not met, I would not hesitate to deliberately lose a match. After all, losing to a beauty is hardly shameful, is it? On the contrary, it could even enhance my masculinity. Nonsense about demeanor. A man's dignity can only be built upon the foundation of victory. The old mage immediately roared in discontent. Enough with your meaningless prattle. The old rascal waved his hand dismissively and smiled. My conditions are few, merely 2. If you agree, I assure you victory. If not, then so be it. All right. What are your conditions? The old mage sighed in resignation. First, we shall share that alchemical secret. The old rascal replied with a grin. I possess many creatures skilled in basic alchemy, rather than letting them idle. It would be far better to have them create this landmine, wouldn't you agree? Haha, that is quite acceptable. The old mage chuckled. You will be the heir of the Stephen family, and as my sole disciple, I certainly will not withhold anything from you. Not only this alchemical formula, but all of my secrets will eventually be yours. Haha, you have no choice in the matter. The old rascal shrugged and said, then it is settled. The second condition is rather simple. My old steward, Christian, is indeed a person of significance. You should be able to discern that. The old mage nodded. He may have had some knowledge in the past, but now he has become quite useless. Why bring him up? Well, today he recognized the dagger in my possession. The old rascal laughed. Oh, does he know what it is? The old mage inquired with curiosity. Indeed. The old rascal replied with a bitter smile. After some probing, he eventually revealed that this dagger is a family heirloom, which also led to his misfortune. Here is how it happened. Subsequently, the old rascal recounted the entirety of Christian's story to the old mage. He then added, this dagger was discovered in the shop of the Augustus family. Do you think this matter could be related to them? Hee, I was thinking the same. Although the Augustus family actively acquires various magical artifacts, who would willingly part with a treasure like a dagger? Hence, it is evident that even if the Augustus family did not orchestrate this attack personally, they must have profound connections with the perpetrator. Otherwise, they would not have come into possession of such unsightly stolen goods, the old rascal sneered. However, the Augustus family wields immense power, intertwined with the upper echelons of the kingdom. Even if Christian eventually discovers their involvement, he will surely be powerless to seek revenge. The old mage shook his head in resignation. He may lack the ability, but I do not. The old rascal retorted coldly. I care not for the so-called Augustus. I only know that since they have harmed my people, they must be prepared to pay the price. Those who dwell in chaos will inevitably face retribution. Hey, the Augustus family holds no deep-seated grudge against us. Is it really worth stirring up strife over a steward? The old mage protested immediately. The old rascal scoffed. First, you overestimate the Augustus family, and second, you also overestimate the Stephen family. To me, these so-called prominent families are as ephemeral as clouds, easily erased from existence. I, quite frankly, do not care. Kid, you are being rather arrogant. The old mage replied, somewhat displeased. These great families are filled with formidable experts. No matter how skilled you are, how many can one person defeat? I command an army of spiders, a battalion of cyclopes, and a legion of steel golems, along with the likes of the Bull King and the Dragon King. Hee. Surely that would suffice to match the so-called multitude of experts from any prominent family. The old rascal mocked with a sneer. Come on, that is quite a stretch. The old mage chuckled. All right, even if that is the case, those families have saint-level experts. Like myself. Hee. Do you think you could take me down? 10 years. The old rascal suddenly declared with grave seriousness. If you do not improve, I will surpass you within 10 years. Previously, the old rascal estimated that it would take at least 30 years to surpass the old mage. Now, with 13 years past, he has 17 years remaining. However, ever since he acquired the assassin's manual gifted by the old mage, he has been able to validate his learning and gain new insights. Additionally, now that he is on the verge of using the dagger again, he dares to make such bold assertions. The old mage was momentarily taken aback, then fell silent as he gazed at the old rascal. He could deeply sense the powerful confidence radiating from him, which filled him with an overwhelming sense of awe. In truth, since their last close encounter, he has felt that this nephew possesses extraordinary talent and confidence, as if it were innate. All right, let us not dwell on this. Rest assured, should I confront the Augustus family, it will be in my own name, with absolutely no ties to the Stephen family, to spare you any discomfort. The old rascal continued, not waiting for the old mage to respond. The current issue is that although I have aligned Christian's meridians, there remains a toxin within him. According to him, it is a poison specifically used by the elves to deal with traitors. I have no expertise in this matter. I wonder if you, as an alchemy master, could assist in alleviating it? Chapter 75. The Shield Guardian. The elderly mage hesitated and remarked, though I have made some accomplishments in potion crafting, they pale in comparison to the highest achievements of alchemy, which belong to the elven race, inherently gifted in their communion with flora. If the toxin within Christian is indeed a secret concoction of the elves, I fear I may be powerless to assist. Old Evil, upon hearing this, felt a wave of frustration wash over him and could not help but complain. You are a grandmaster of alchemy, yet you cannot forge a new dagger. Nor can you cure poison. What, pray tell, can you actually do? My expertise lies in battle automatons, constructs, you understand? The old mage retorted, his voice rising in indignation. You mean contraptions like the steel golems? What use are those? Old Evil scoffed, shrugging dismissively. Any well-organized elite force could effortlessly topple those heaps of scrap. They may only serve to strut about in confined spaces. Who says that? The old mage snapped back, his ire ignited. Come with me. I shall show you the prowess of my latest design, a steel golem of my own invention. With that, the old mage forcibly led Old Evil into one of his laboratories, unveiling a towering steel golem that stood over 4 meters high. It appeared quite rotund, its robust frame suggesting it weighed several tons. Just by virtue of its mass, it could easily withstand the collective charge of most human elite forces. The golem bore 2 weapons. Its left hand wielded a colossal shield, nearly the size of a door, while its right hand brandished a massive sword, nearly 2 meters in length, over a foot wide, and as thick as a palm, easily weighing several hundred pounds. The glinting blade and its imposing figure exuded an aura of immense pressure. This is my latest creation, the Shield Guardian. Impressive, is it not? The old mage proclaimed with pride. It appears formidable, but I wonder how it performs in action. Old Evil mused, shrugging. What? You dare question my capabilities? The old mage thundered. Then let me demonstrate its might. Shield Guardian, slay this little rascal. No sooner had the old mage issued his command than the Shield Guardian's eyes blazed bright red, swiftly locking onto Old Evil. With remarkable agility, it raised its heavy sword and brought it crashing down towards Old Evil's head. The entire sequence, from the order given to the sword's descent, transpired in less than a second, showcasing the golem's astonishing reaction speed and efficiency. Old Evil, being somewhat of an expert himself, recognized the difficulty involved and couldn't help but silently commend the old mage for his creation. To test the Shield Guardian's strength, he chose not to evade but rather summoned a seed from the thorny wood, catalyzing it into a staff as thick as a bowl. With a fiery resolve, he braced against the golem's strike. The old mage gasped, alarmed, and called out to the Shield Guardian, Hold. Are you unharmed, young man? Yes, I'm fine. Old Evil replied, shaking his numb arm. This brute possesses nearly 10,000 pounds of strength, far beyond what a Naga's arm could withstand. Against a behemoth's arm, my absolute strength would surely surpass his. Good heavens, are you some sort of monster? The old mage exclaimed, incredulity etched across his features. How could you possess such strength? Even a level 4 warrior would not dare to withstand that blow. Old Evil merely smiled smugly, offering no explanation. The old mage, however, soon made another discovery. He examined the notch on the golem's sword, and his eyes widened in realization. What is that you hold? It appears harder than the finest steel I could forge. Seeds of the thorny wood, Old Evil replied coolly. What? Such a treasure. I can hardly find one. Where did you acquire it? The old mage exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. May I borrow it for further study? I procured it from the magical shop of the Hercules family for a mere 10,000 gold coins. Old Evil grinned. Quite the bargain, wouldn't you say? This seed is a defective specimen, consuming twice the magical energy of a standard seed, yet it compensates with enhanced hardness. Old Evil added with a solemn tone. I wouldn't mind lending it to you for a few days, but you must first focus on the matter of Christian. I have already stated, I am powerless against the elf's toxin. The old mage replied, urgency creeping into his voice. The elves possess an innate talent for natural magic. They have been interacting with various plants since childhood. In the realm of potion crafting, we humans are woefully outmatched. Even if you lack the skill, cannot you seek aid from others? Old Evil suggested, perhaps your friends, comrades, or even a significant other. Such nonsense. The old mage fumed. His face flushed with embarrassment. I have no such affairs, no mistresses or illegitimate children. Despite his vehement denial, a hint of guilt seeped through his words, revealing a less than pristine character. Regardless of your personal matters, you must find a way to neutralize Christian's toxin. Old Evil pressed, disregarding the old mage's embarrassment. He adopted a self-satisfied demeanor, stating, I advise you not to refuse me, for your refusal would sour my disposition, thereby affecting my performance in the duel with the little princess. Should I falter and face defeat, the consequences would be dire, forever severing your access to that alchemical blueprint. You are threatening me, the old mage retorted, his voice rising with indignation. No, this is not a threat, merely a courteous reminder. Consider your actions wisely. Old Evil replied, a sly grin on his face as he turned to leave. Chapter 76. Grace. Oh, Grace, that insufferable little rascal. The old mage stood there, seething with anger, unable to suppress a throbbing headache. In truth, he understood that even if the old villain lost, he could still procure the secret formula from Rueli. However, the price he would pay at that time was uncertain, and given Rueli's temperament, it would likely leave the old mage utterly drained and dissatisfied. In contrast, the old villain merely sought an antidote. Although it presented some difficulty, at least it wouldn't require a substantial sacrifice. Thus, even though the old mage was reluctant, he had no choice but to acquiesce to the old villain. Before long, the day of the duel arrived. The old mage approached the old villain early, stating directly, I have recalled an individual who resides not far from here. He should possess the ability to assist Christian. I believe this information should suffice. No? Not nearly enough. The old villain retorted sharply. Who do you think I am? I cannot be so easily swayed by your words. Who exactly is this person? What is your connection to him? Why not simply have him aid Christian directly? Surely with your status, you can command him. The old mage was momentarily at a loss for words, then forced a wry smile, conceding, all right, I will speak frankly. This individual is quite powerful and has some ties to our Stephen family. However, I have some personal grievances with him, rendering it inappropriate for me to approach him directly. Therefore, it is imperative that you handle Christian's situation yourself. Is he stronger than you? The old villain inquired, curiosity piqued. Certainly not. The old mage leaped up as if his tail had been stepped on, quickly realizing his reaction was overly fervent. He cleared his throat and added, however, he is not far behind. In any case, he is undoubtedly a master of the saint level. Furthermore, he belongs to the troll race and is an adept shadow shaman. Shadow shaman? The old villain's expression grew serious. From the mark bestowed by his mother, he had encountered numerous descriptions of shadow shamans, with the most frequently used term being lecherous. They were known for their ability to sap the will of their opponents, leaving them utterly frustrated, even if they were stronger. Thus, most prudent individuals preferred to avoid provoking them. However, the old villain found it curious. Ordinarily, shadow shamans excelled in dark arts, so how were they related to antidotes? He asked with intrigue, do shadow shamans possess the ability to cure poison? I have never heard of them being skilled in alchemy. The old mage explained. Though shadow shamans are primarily offensive in nature, they do possess knowledge of their foundational duties, including healing. Their dark arts are varied and include several healing abilities. They are quite adept at purging toxins. You can trust that he is the right choice for Christian's affliction. Very well, he replied, but I am perplexed. How does a troll come to reside in human society? He made a grave mistake and could no longer remain in the tribe, thus seeking refuge with our family. He had a connection with my father in the past. One could even say a favor, so my father provided him with a place he cherished. Now, he has lived comfortably for 50 years. The old mage assured him, do not worry. Our family has discreetly looked after him for 5 decades. Even if he harbors resentment towards me, he would not dare act against you for the sake of the Stephen family. Who am I to fear? The old villain felt a surge of pride upon hearing this. Very well, I shall seek him out. If he dares refuse, humph. Let us see how I shall handle him. Excellent. The old mage exclaimed with delight. His residence is rather convoluted. I will send someone to guide you. Now, let us move swiftly to deal with the little princess. Haha. The old villain chuckled. She is a princess, yet I have bested her time and again. Aren't you concerned the emperor might take issue with you? Not at all. After all, it is she and her teacher who instigate trouble. We are merely acting in self-defense. And the emperor must understand reason, yes? The old mage winked at the old villain. You truly are a cunning old fox. The old villain laughed in jest. Haha. The same could be said of you. The old mage joined in the laughter. At the apex of the old mage's office, there lay a spacious activity room typically reserved for grand soirees, lavishly adorned, yet seldom used by the old fellow. Consequently, it had evolved into a battleground for the disciples of several saint-level masters to spar and wager. Today, the old villain and the little princess would engage in their third duel. Though it appeared to be a mere contest of youthful bravado, the heavy stakes placed by Rueli and the old mage imbued this encounter with an air of significance. The old villain, as lethargic as ever, stood languidly in the center of the arena, casting a lascivious gaze upon the petite princess before him. It must be said, despite her arrogance, Princess Lance Snow possessed an unparalleled grace and beauty. Even at her tender age, her royal demeanor commanded respect, and her proud, exquisite features radiated an aura of purity and untouchable nobility that captivated the old villainess gaze. He could not help but ponder, should I consider adding this little girl to my harem? As the old villain's thoughts wandered, the little princess could no longer endure his lecherous stare and erupted, You despicable barbarian, what are you staring at? You. The little princess was nearly driven to fury. Coming from royalty, she prided herself on her noble lineage. And being labeled a barbarian by the old villain, who had sound reasoning behind his claim, was an immense affront that left her trembling with rage. Pointing at him, but at a loss for words. Grace, as a distinguished mage, did your mentor not teach you how to maintain our noble demeanor? The old villain taunted further. Chapter 77. A blessing in disguise. Only those who lie down are truly disgraced. Those who stand tall are forever the resplendent victors. The old rogue nonchalantly remarked. You wouldn't be oblivious to this principle, would you? Absolute nonsense. The old mage shot him a weary glance. This is a spar, not a life-and-death duel, is it? In the eyes of a master, there are no mere sparring sessions. Every encounter is a battle for survival. The old rogue feigned seriousness. Spare me your drivel. If that were the case, you could defeat her with a single punch. Why bother with all this? The old mage retorted irritably. Well, I'm just toying with her, the old rogue chuckled, then glanced at the old mage's pained expression and couldn't help but add, by the way, why haven't you dealt with that dazzling lost saint, Rueli? As far as I know, your strength surpasses hers, and you're her mentor. Why are you always being bullied? Even when your office was wrecked, you fled in embarrassment. This hardly seems like your style. Good men do not fight with women. Surely you understand that? The old mage replied bitterly. Is that so? I suspect it's not so simple, the old rogue teased, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Could it be that there's something more between you two? One look at the situation and the old rogue knew he was onto something. He burst into hearty laughter. Fool! Your current demeanor only serves to betray your intentions. This is hardly a subtle confession. Scoundrel! The old mage leapt up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Unable to restrain himself from cursing, what kind of creature are you? How can you be so perceptive? It's impossible to live with you around. Meanwhile, the old rogue continued to laugh merrily. Upon returning to her magic tower, Rueli tenderly bathed the unconscious little princess, washing away the grime and dressing her in fresh garments. At that moment, Rueli seemed to shed her earlier fierceness, embodying the gentle care of a nurturing mother. After completing these tasks, Rueli placed the little princess back onto the bed and, with a loving touch, stroked her forehead while gazing compassionately at her precious disciple. Just then, the little princess seemed to be triggered by something in her mind, suddenly screaming and sitting upright. Following her cry, a series of pale blue magical shields materialized around her, completely encasing her in protection. Instantaneous ice magic shield, Rueli exclaimed, unable to believe her own eyes. At that moment, the little princess regained her senses. Yet her mind appeared somewhat hazy, leading her to exclaim, "Teacher, I just had the strangest dream. I dreamt that rascal, little Stephen, threw a disgusting toad into my clothes. It was revolting. Teacher, what's wrong with you?" Only then did she notice Rueli's unusual expression. "Dear, look around you," Rueli said with unexpected delight. Surroundings? The little princess finally observed the pale blue magical shield encasing her and gasped, "Teacher, why did you cast this on me? You conjured it yourself?" Rueli replied, both amused and exasperated. "You screamed and woke up, and then this appeared. It is undoubtedly an instantaneous magical shield." "Ah!" The little princess exclaimed in astonishment. "I conjured an instantaneous magical shield? That can't be. Only a level 3 mage or higher could do that. And I'm still far from it." No, that's not how it works," Rueli quickly interjected. "That's the general understanding. In fact, throughout humanity's long history, there have been many unexpected cases. When a mage faces immense stimulation, such as a life-threatening crisis, they may suddenly unleash a hidden power within them, allowing spells that typically require incantations to manifest instantly. Sometimes, they can even cast advanced spells they ordinarily cannot. People believe they are blessed by the gods. Hence they are called God's chosen. Although such occurrences are rare, they are indeed real, and clearly, you are one such example. Is that so? The little princess scratched her head, perplexed. Did I really experience something so shocking? Oh, let us not dwell on that. Rueli hastily changed the subject. Generally speaking, once one becomes a God's chosen due to stimulation, the ability to cast instantaneous spells is retained, greatly enhancing their combat prowess. Now, attempt to cast the magical shield again without reciting the incantation, and let me see if you have truly become a God's chosen. All right, the little princess agreed, preparing to cast a spell. However, after much stammering and her face turning crimson, she found herself unable to produce any effect. Observing the old mage's anxiousness, she decided to speak plainly. "Little Snow, let me be honest with you. What you just experienced was not a dream. Today in the duel, that despicable little Stephen did indeed throw a revolting toad into your clothes." Upon hearing this, the little princess emitted another cry of despair, and immediately, the pale blue magical shield reappeared, enveloping her completely. "Teacher, are you serious? Did I really get that disgusting toad on me?" Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke, completely oblivious to her magical shield. "Huh, silly child," Rueli exclaimed excitedly. "It was just a toad. It's nothing to fret over. When I was battling magical beasts, I once got covered in the remains of a deceased creature." "Really?" The little princess responded in astonishment. "Of course. Why would I lie about something like that?" Rueli laughed. "In truth, the grime is easily washed away. There's no need to be so concerned. The key is still your strength. Although you may have lost today and even suffered embarrassment, you have become the youngest gods chosen in history, and that is truly worth celebrating. In comparison, what does that toad matter? If mages were given a choice, they would gladly eat 100 toads if it meant they could produce even one God's chosen." Chapter 78. The blue-skinned toad. Yet the young princess was still deeply saddened, exclaiming, "That wretched Stephen. He has bullied me once again. I absolutely detest him." Upon witnessing her distress, Roll couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh, silly girl. What is the matter? You are now a formidable protector capable of summoning a magical shield in an instant. Are you still afraid of being unable to defeat him? With your instant magical shield for protection, even if he were to hurl toads or darts at you, he would stand no chance. If you challenge him to a duel again, victory is practically assured." Indeed, the princess suddenly realized, glancing at the pale blue magical shield surrounding her, her confidence soaring. "Teacher, please go and tell them I wish to duel that despicable Stephen once more." "Hold on a moment," Roll replied. "I just smashed the old man's office, so he is likely too frightened to face me for a while. Even if I sought him out, he would be hard to find. She continued, moreover, although your magical shield can be summoned instantly, you are still not sufficiently adept with it. You can't very well scream while casting spells during a battle, can you? What should I do then? The princess inquired anxiously. Typically, after awakening, protectors experience a significant leap in power. Not only can they summon spells instantly, but their magical energy also increases rapidly in the following days. I estimate that if you apply yourself diligently, you could reach the level of a second-tier mage within a few months. By then, you will be able to unleash powerful third-tier spells. Although casting third-tier spells as a second-tier mage may be challenging, with the protection of your instant magical shield and the enchanted garment I gifted you, you should have no problem. With Stephen's strength, he would certainly be unable to withstand a single blow from your third-tier spell. Roll encouraged. To ensure your success in the next duel, how about you dedicate yourself to training for a few months? Very well, I shall heed your advice. The princess resolutely agreed, determined to confront the wicked old man. Seeing her newfound determination, Roll felt a surge of joy, thinking that the recent ordeal had not been in vain. Not only had the princess become a protector, but she had also been greatly motivated, an excellent outcome indeed. Days later, the rejuvenated old steward and the wicked old man boarded a carriage driven by a powerful elder from the Stephen family. Embarking secretly from the Stephen castle towards a manor over 100 miles away, which also belonged to the Stephen family. Their purpose was to seek the aid of a troll shadow shaman to assist Christian in purging the toxins from his body. In truth, ever since the old steward had his meridians forcibly opened by the wicked old man, he felt the magical energy that had dissipated within him for years begin to resurface, and he joyfully re-established a faint connection with his long-lost battle spirit. Although this connection was weak and insufficient to summon his companion, it was enough to fill the old steward with ecstatic joy. Moreover, it seemed that this resurgence had a diminishing effect on his battle spirit, intensifying the old steward's eagerness, as his battle spirit had accompanied him for over a century, forging an exceptionally deep bond. Naturally, he felt anxious about the toxins corrupting his battle spirit, which spurred him to implore the wicked old man for assistance. With nothing better to do, the wicked old man took the old steward on the path to seek medical help once the old steward's condition stabilized enough for travel. Given that the old steward's injuries were not yet fully healed, as his meridians had been damaged and recovery was no easy feat, he remained quite weak and even the slightest jolting was intolerable. Thus, the carriage moved slowly, taking 2 full days to cover the 100+ miles, with a night's rest in a small town along the way. That afternoon, they finally reached their destination, a picturesque locale where dozens of villagers resided on a hillside. At the base lay a clear lake, and atop the hill stood a rather charming ancient castle, all within the territory of the Stephen family, with the villagers being their dependents. The villagers, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the wicked old man, were dismissed by his carriage driver, a responsible steward of the Stephen family, who politely sent them away. The wicked old man then led Christian directly into the castle. As they entered, the wicked old man was immediately met with a foul odor, reminiscent of various herbs mixed with the stench of decaying animal carcasses, an utterly unpleasant combination. He was astonished that the seemingly splendid castle concealed such a repugnant interior, and he instinctively covered his nose, frowning. What on earth is that dreadful smell? His casual complaint caught the attention of an elderly figure tending to the flowers in the castle courtyard, who turned and shouted, "Who dares to say my herbs stink? Are you some sort of pig that cannot distinguish between sweet and foul?" The wicked old man immediately spotted the source of the voice, a creature with blue skin, protruding fangs, and a physique reminiscent of a slender frog, squatting at a height of about 5'5". Judging by the deep wrinkles on his face, it was evident that he was quite aged. However, his temper was evidently quite volatile. Yet, the wicked old man was not one to back down easily. He retorted with equal fervor, "You, a mere blue-skinned toad, presume to discern the difference between pleasant and unpleasant scents? A blue-skinned toad?" The creature seethed with rage, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. "How dare you? It has been 100 years since anyone has had the audacity to insult me so. You're not being insulted for your courage. It is simply a reflection of your own shortcomings." The wicked old man coldly laughed. Chapter 79. Narrow Victory, Mr. Lonfaco. As the person in charge of bringing Lausia here witnessed the two of them meeting, they immediately began to exchange harsh words. Anxiously, he explained, "This is the young master of our Stephen family, the sole legitimate heir. He is still young and inexperienced. I hope you can be understanding. Lao Xie was taken aback by this description and, enraged, struck the fellow on the head, scolding him. You are the one who lacks understanding. Idiot. No, young master. The man, clutching his sore head with tears welling up in his eyes, dared not offend Lao Xie and could only pitifully explain. This is the person you were looking for. Lao Xie had anticipated this, for blue-skin trolls were indeed rare in human society. However, he was not one to back down, letting out a cold huff without offering further explanation. Upon hearing Lao Xie's identity, Lan Feico's countenance shifted to one of increased disdain. He sneered, so you are the descendant of that little scamp, Raft. No wonder you are so impolite. That little brat was just as ill-mannered. And I had to teach him a lesson more than once. So, are you here seeking a lesson now? Uft. With your pitiful physique, you couldn't even feed a dog, let alone teach me a lesson. Lao Xie retorted dismissively. You think you can escape my teachings? Come here and find out. The old man grinned slyly. Very well. I shall indeed try. Lao Xie, ever the skeptic, approached the man without a hint of fear. Soon, he stood just a short distance from Lan Feico, who smiled slightly and then extended a hand, casually declaring, transform. As his words fell, Lao Xie felt an inexplicable and powerful force enveloping him, causing his body to tense up. Yet, that was not the most astonishing part. He suddenly realized that everything around him was growing larger, especially Lan Feico, who seemed to tower to hundreds of meters, standing before him like a giant. Lan Feico seized Lao Xie, who had been transformed into a frog, and chuckled, Little fellow, are you afraid now? Every time Raft acted up, I would turn him into a frog for a day. After that, he would be exceedingly obedient. How does it feel? Just as Lan Feico spoke, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly tossed the frog away. It soared through the air in an arc before landing with a thud, returning to Lao Xie's form. However, at that moment, Lao Xie's face was flushed with fury, after living for centuries. It was the first time he had been turned into a frog, and his anger was akin to a volcanic eruption. How did you break my spell so quickly? Normally, you should have been transformed for at least a day? Lan Feico queried, puzzled. Lao Xie understood the reason. His swift escape was due to the azure dragon mark on his body. The azure dragon, being of the wood element, was known for nurturing all things and dispelling evil. The power of the azure dragon had countered Lan Feico's spell. However, consumed with rage, Lao Xie had no time to explain. You have angered me, you blue-skinned frog. Lao Xie roared, leaping high into the air to pounce on Lan Feico, his iron fists whirling with ferocity, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Ah, young man, you certainly have a fiery temper, but it would be wise for you to remain calm. Lan Feico, unfazed, casually extended his hand, unleashing a golden energy lasso that transformed into a massive net, ensnaring Lao Xie tightly. Let me down, he demanded as Lan Feico waved the energy lasso downward. The rope acted as a pole, and Lao Xie was treated like prey, crashing down to the ground with a thud. This is delightful. Lan Feico then began to wield the energy lasso like a meteor hammer, spinning Lao Xie in the air for several revolutions before slamming him back down. Typically, whether a mage or a robust warrior, being spun like that would leave anyone dizzy and gasping for breath, with few able to remain standing. Lan Feico, grinning, released Lao Xie, eager to witness his disarray. However, to his astonishment, Lao Xie stood upright like a formidable mountain, the stone floor beneath him cracking underfoot. Yet he seemed completely unscathed. Seeing this bizarre sight, Lan Feico was taken aback. He had never imagined Lao Xie's constitution could be so monstrous, momentarily rendering him speechless. Yet that brief hesitation granted Lao Xie his opportunity. With a sudden burst, Lao Xie vanished from sight, leaving Lan Feico bewildered. By the time he sensed something amiss, Lao Xie had seized him by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Jumping knife. Lan Feico exclaimed in frustration, realizing the situation and unable to contain his exasperation. How can you possess a jumping knife? Does it concern you? Lao Xie tightened his grip on Lan Feico's neck, growling menacingly, old scoundrel. What abilities do you still possess now? Chapter 80. The Totem Guardian. Wait. Lan Feico, under the twisted power of the old evil, found his breath laboring, and could only muster the effort to utter these two sentences. It is important to note that. Chapter 81. Alchemical sorcery. The sudden utterance from the old rogue left Lan Feico momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to respond, an unexpected, intense itch began to arise from his back. Chapter 82. The past of the old mage. Upon witnessing Chris Chun consume the potion, Lon Fako swiftly gestured, urging, quickly, step outside and expel it. What? Chris Chun momentarily froze, unable to comprehend. Chapter 83. The misfortune of infatuation. Thus, all manner of poisons, contraptions, and magical traps were employed by the old sorcerer. Regrettably, none proved effective. As for Lon Fako, as a giant. Chapter 84. The old hero rescues the beauty without any superfluous words. The young man unsheathed his sword and charged forth. However, it was evident that although the old mage had yet to step into the sacred domain at that moment, he was not. Chapter 85. The origin of the fiancé. Upon hearing these convoluted tales of the past, Lao Xia was suddenly enlightened. He thought to himself, no wonder the old master indulges Rue Li so. It turns out there is indeed an illicit affair. Chapter 86. The obstructive fool. Your simplicity indicates your honesty. In truth, your innate talent reveals that you are far from foolish. Rather, you are merely reserved. Such a person would make an exemplary husband, one who truly cherishes women. Chapter 87. The duel. Again, the one who received Frank was, of course, the lecherous fat man. The fat man had long been informed of the circumstances by the steward and felt somewhat helpless regarding the actions of the old rascal. Chapter 88. Coincidence or skill? The old mage immediately wore a pained expression and exclaimed, no way. Is this really happening? Do you dare to doubt me? Rue Li instantly shot him a glare. Chapter 89. The conspiracy of the Imperial Palace. Although such speculation arose, Rue Li harbored a subtle feeling that the matter was not as straightforward as it seemed. It is important to note that Lao Xia had only unleashed a single lightning spell. 1. Chapter 90. The general whose expedition was unsuccessful. Upon hearing this, Liao Chaochuan was immediately drenched in cold sweat, almost rendered speechless as he stammered. Chapter 91. Secrets of the Imperial Palace. The anguished cries of the palace maid echoed sharply in the crisp morning air, carrying far and wide, startling a multitude of individuals, including palace maids, guards, and scholars. Chapter 92. The banquet invitation. Alas, Rue Li sighed. She initially intended to mediate the relationship between the two, which was the reason behind her suggestion. Deliberately misdirecting them, she hoped to wait for Liao. Chapter 93. The fat man's persuasion. Old Evil furrowed his brow and inquired, what is the reason for this? Constantine is a half-elf. Her mother is a noble of the elven race. Chapter 94. A little tricky. The old rascal smiled wryly, somewhat embarrassed, saying, well, this is something beyond my control. Haha. Constantine could not help but. Chapter 95. The revelation. No, I believe you have misunderstood my intent. The old man hastily exclaimed. What I meant was that I would come quietly, and no one would be the wiser. Chapter 96. Confrontation. This time, the old villain employed the three mystical flames to meld various special steels together. Subsequently, he experimented by adding certain substances, intuitively seeking the desired toughness. And Chapter 97. Is it possible to fall in love with him? Surely not. Lao Xia shrugged and said, you are the victim here. What troubles you? If there is any distress, it should be directed towards that fool from the Augustus family. Chapter 98. Ambush on the way. Constantine, hesitated for a moment before shaking my head and responding, I do not know either. Oh, heavens. Upon hearing this, Duke Akashi. Chapter 99. The incident of public nudity. However, this time, the old villain did not send them away. Last time, he had considered the royal family's reputation and sought to minimize the repercussions. After all, it involved the young princess. Chapter 100. The Tale of Blue Laka. Old Xia was momentarily taken aback, but soon found the old mage's words to be quite insightful. He hurriedly inquired, so what exactly did Blue Laka accomplish in the Orc Kingdom? Chapter 101. The first encounter with the merchant caravan. After listening to Lon Fako's experiences, Old Xia couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. It was only now that he realized the seemingly casual individual harbored. Chapter 102. The Identity of the Old Dwarf. Chapter 103. I am the robber indeed. The old villain nodded, a smile gracing his lips. From this, it is evident that I know who you are, and I am also aware that the individual beside you belongs to the illustrious Augustus family, known as Knight. Chapter 104. The dwarf's purpose. Kukok despised being referred to by the moniker Night Owl, yet he found himself compelled to endure it in this moment. He stated, we have a total of 321 individuals, and based on a distribution of 5 gold pieces per person. Chapter 105. The Little Princess's Defiance. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the camp, the night owl Kokoki and Pablo were engaged in a serious discussion. Uncle, that insufferable brat has gone too far. With just a few words. Chapter 106. Fight if you disagree. Though this forest is not extensive, comprising merely a few hundred trees, the arboreal giants within it stand remarkably tall, each boasting a girth of 2 feet. Their branches are lush and verdant, and beneath them. Chapter 107. The little girl's revenge. That was merely a simplified version of the goblin landmine. How infuriating. I never anticipated that the old fellow would comprehend that blueprint so swiftly, and even devise something so formidable. Chapter 108. The final decision. Several days later, another tumultuous battle erupted at the Warrior Academy. This time, the fierce confrontation was once again between the cunning villain and the young princess. However, in contrast to their previous encounter, which had been navigated with remarkable ease. Chapter 109. The Emperor's Dilemma. Royally was instantly flushed with embarrassment upon being addressed. Although her abilities surpassed those of the mage, her experience paled in comparison, especially considering that the other party was someone she had once. Chapter 110. An unexpected invitation. In the days that followed, Old Evil found himself in a state of both pain and delight, as the unwavering devotion of the little girl took everyone by surprise. She sought to see Old Evil at every possible opportunity. Chapter 111. The Prince's Challenge. Although these nobles outwardly refrained from voicing any objections and even praised the old rogue for his individuality, the expressions and words of the aristocrats often belied their true sentiments. Chapter 112. On the dueling grounds. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome of this battle, you will inevitably offend the elven race. Their might is not something the Stephen family can contend with. Chapter 113. The Battle of Temptation. A white streak cleaved through the air, striking fiercely towards the thigh of the old villain. It was evident that even though he was infuriated to the core, Arthas's strike was still executed with remarkable precision. Chapter 114. Fierce battle. It turns out that Arthas possesses legendary-level magical footwear, capable of bestowing a spell of leaping, allowing one to effortlessly ascend to great heights. Employed for. Chapter 115. Stalemate. Upon seeing each other, the two were so frightened that they no longer dared to fight. They hastily fled together, and just as they exited the 300-year-old royal arena. Chapter 116. The complaint of the portly fellow. The martial arena within the royal palace was shattered by that insipid dandy. I had merely brought 5 goblin landmines with me, which were utterly insufficient to demolish such a grand structure. It was all due to that scoundrel's explosive antics. Chapter 117. The auction. Early the next morning, Lao Xie rose to engage in his daily practice. In a designated open space, he diligently honed his skills each morning, striking continuously. Chapter 118. Disruption. Master, may I inquire as to why this is so? A perplexed individual asked. A knife intended for murder does not require an ornate exterior. Rather. Chapter 119. Fierce competition. In such a comparison, the superiority is evident, clearly. At least in terms of hardness and sharpness, the Thunderblade has surpassed the creations of the Dwarf Master. Chapter 120. The hidden conspiracy behind the scenes. Despite the formidable prowess of the Thunderblade, it does not cater to the preferences of numerous warriors, as each individual possesses distinct inclinations. Therefore, in comparison, they would rather opt for a. Chapter 121. Sudden bad news. That night, after completing his nocturnal training, the old villain indulged in a refreshing cold shower and nestled comfortably with his pillow on the luxurious velvet bed, drifting into a blissful slumber. Chapter 122. Preparing to assist. Of course, I shall irrefutably demonstrate to you that you are nothing but a worthless and vulgar barbarian, Arthas shouted furiously. Chapter 123. The Fierce Battle. Upon hearing this, Arthas was taken aback. He hastily exclaimed, You actually managed to reforge it? Hee, old mage. Chapter 124. The Dragon's Regret. At this moment, a group of repulsive demons approached Constantine with lewd laughter, their foul stench nearly causing him to retch on the spot. Chapter 125. Divine Artifact versus Landmine. That makes us 10. Old Evil chuckled, then suddenly turned to Arthas and said, You don't mean to say that bow in your hand is. Chapter 126. Negotiations before the battle. Upon hearing this, the man not only remained unperturbed but also responded with a smile. I hold your business integrity in high regard. Rest assured, I shall not cause you to. Chapter 127. The sequence of events. It unfolds thus, delays gradually elucidated by a fortunate twist of fate. I acquired a splendid silver figurine of a lady from the hands of a minor pirate chief. Chapter 128. The Might of Krifa. Although at this moment, Tianfeng Shiliang's contingent of 5,000 had suffered heavy losses, with more than half decimated, there remained approximately 2,000 elite troops at his disposal, among which there even existed a unit of. Chapter 129. Fierce battle. Despite the valiant efforts of Chris Chun and his companions, the purebred demon, the horned demon, and the descendants of demons, the demon kin, proved to be formidable adversaries, exhibiting an impressive ferocity. Chapter 130. Remote duel. The necromancers stood resolutely in an open area, entirely indifferent to the fearful gazes of onlookers, as they commenced the incantation for the corpse explosion spell. Though they. Chapter 131. The pirates who burned their boats after blocking Arthas's powerful strike. The necromancers quickly replenished the depleted shields. Fortunately. Chapter 132. The peril of Arthas as the formidable old evil and the esteemed sword saint unleashed their prowess. Tianfeng Shirgio, who had been patiently biding his time, finally made his move, when Arthas instinctively dispelled his concealment. Chapter 133. The cunning red-haired demon. Alas, what shall we do? Constantine exclaimed in alarm. And then she hastily grasped the hand of the old sorcerer, pleading, "Little Stephen, you must save us." Chapter 134. Crisis reemerges. Constantine was immediately bewildered by this bizarre occurrence. He hastily scrutinized the upper body of the old fiend, his concern evident as he inquired, Are you unscathed?" Chapter 135. After the great battle initially, the people were greeted by a tremendous roar, followed by the sight of a small mushroom cloud gradually ascending. The ground was engulfed in swirling dust, and debris was propelled into the air. Chapter 136. Solo under the moon. As Constantine and the old villain concluded their affairs, the others had also prepared the campfire, still lingering on the precipice, for the twilight had begun to descend. Chapter 137. The three divine artifacts. Although the old rogue could not attain the esteemed status of a great poet in the hearts of the people, his candid and upright demeanor garnered the respect of all. Arthas also. Chapter 138. The Elven Civil War. Starfall. Arthas suddenly chuckled bitterly, remarking that this artifact is shrouded in mystery, with scant references in the annals of the elven race, compounded by its disappearance for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 139. The next step. But isn't that extremely perilous? A lethal poison to the heart? Constantine inquired anxiously. That may be true for ordinary individuals, but the handsome lad, despite his appearance. Chapter 140. The secrets of pirates. How many pirates are truly present in that chaotic city? Old Xia inquired further. Nearly half of the inhabitants are pirates, among them. Chapter 141. Witnessing the chaos. Young master Disley suddenly pointed ahead and remarked, "The tents on the periphery are hastily erected by those lesser organizations lacking strength. Within them, the sturdy." Chapter 142. The rise of Swen. Upon witnessing this scenario, Constantine could not help but exclaim, "Goodness! Look beneath Swen's feet. Is that not the protective halo of a paladin?" Chapter 143. The contest of strength. The leaders here have fled, and as for the ordinary pirates, they are even less capable. They were never a match for those savages. They merely endured under pressure, struggling to hold on. Chapter 144. The elegant encounter. With a resounding thud, Lao Xia was forcefully propelled backward by a tremendous force. Stumbling 3 paces, each step he took left a profound imprint upon the ground. However, Chapter 145. Secret discussion. Under the protection of over 300 barbarians, the old demon and his companions successfully infiltrated the city of chaos, first arriving at the establishment of the Stephen family. Chapter 146. Unexpected gains. On a dark and stormy night, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, shadows began to materialize outside the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society in the chaotic city. Among them, a towering figure. Chapter 147. The arm of the behemoth. Haha. Tianfeng Shiliang couldn't help but laugh. Shouldn't the one speaking of unexpected gains be me? I certainly do not believe that without the aid of the Elven Sword Saint, you. Chapter 148. Supreme chaos. It is akin to the present moment, where the body of Tianfeng Shirgio, shielded by his fighting energy, can withstand several strikes from skilled adversaries wielding their own energy. However, it remains utterly powerless against the onslaught of the Baiman's claws. Chapter 149. The Legion of Revenge. Upon hearing Constantine's words, Lao Xia could not help but chuckle bitterly. "Do you truly believe I possess the ability to confront the Sword Saint?" Today was merely a matter of coincidence. I happened to encounter. Chapter 150. The eradication of pirates. Forget it. It matters not. Scoffed the Elven King, El Goody. After all, we are not here to pay a social call. Why bother with such trivialities? These wretched pirates. Chapter 151. A triumphant return indeed, after months of turmoil. The elves found themselves unable to endure any longer in the face of the impending winter, ultimately left with no choice but to withdraw with resignation. Chapter 152. Resurgence of turmoil. This is a weapon resembling a wheel, adorned with 3 blades, each a foot and a half in length, curved elegantly. At their base, they converge, forming a series of serrated edges. Chapter 153. The elf's sincerity. How dare he retaliate? The Emperor was genuinely infuriated this time. Initially, he had no intention of escalating matters to such a grave extent, but alas, old evil was simply too disrespectful. Chapter 154. The mysterious event at present. The population of the Sun Elves is merely over 5 million, a stark contrast to the hundreds of millions of humans. Our efforts for self-preservation are barely sufficient, let alone any aspirations for advancement. Chapter 155. The difficulty of guarding against domestic thieves. While the old villain was engrossed in the spectacle, a sudden, pig-like scream echoed from outside. Shortly thereafter, a plump woman, still clad in her nightgown, tumbled and scrambled inside. Chapter 156. The trap of gambling in this context. This archery workshop alone generates nearly 100,000 gold coins in pure profit for the Stephen family each year, making it a lucrative asset. Chapter 157. Devious schemes. Certainly, as the legitimate heir of the ducal house, this young man is not one to be trifled with. Following the initial shock, he began to reveal the tenacity inherited from his formidable mother. Chapter 158. Ingenious strategies. Of course. Old Sierra replied with a hearty laugh. This is exceedingly simple. It isn't even a matter of concern. Oh, do tell. What should we do next? Chapter 159. Dining or vandalizing? Targeting the Augustus family? Upon hearing this, the rotund individual instantly perked up and hurriedly exclaimed, I am certainly intrigued. However, I remain uncertain about what clever strategies you might possess. Chapter 160. Resurgence of conflict. Upon hearing the old villain's proclamation, the barbaric individuals behind him immediately widened their eyes, each unleashing their fighting spirit, readying themselves with a fervor that suggested they were eager for a confrontation. Chapter 161. The broken leg. Very well. I shall spare his life out of consideration for you. The old villain generously addressed the manager, extending his hand to assist the kneeling manager to his feet. Chapter 162. The Golden Scroll. Old Sia indulged in a lavish feast for several hours. Just as the revelry was nearing its conclusion, the head steward of the household suddenly appeared, whispering softly in Old Sia's ear. Chapter 163. Arranging trivial matters. Isn't this thing essentially worthless? Lao Sia remarked, both amused and exasperated. So many have perished for a mere trinket. Who truly is the fool here? Chapter 164. 2 pieces of news after completing the general processes. It was already quite late. However, Lao Sia still had not taken a rest and was in high spirits. He first transformed into a white tiger and ventured outside the castle to practice. Chapter 165. A transaction. Say whatever you wish. I am indifferent to the outcome, remarked the indomitable Lao Sia casually. Hee, you truly possess a carefree spirit, Lon Fake responded with a faint smile, continuing. Chapter 166. Trouble approaches. Nonsense. Lon Fake shot a glance at the old villain, then proudly declared, the combat prowess of our troll warriors is truly formidable, as long as they are provided with adequate. Chapter 167. The sudden misfortune. Defu, a general of the Western Frontier Army of the Griffin Kingdom, commands over 3,000 troops, and is responsible for the kingdom's defense. Chapter 168. Who will prevail if it were still in the border town garrisoned by Defu? He would indeed possess the authority to dictate to the leaders of these mercenary groups, as long as these individuals desired to continue their existence on the ground. Chapter 169. A night of fierce combat. Are you suggesting that you intend to eliminate the remaining ones? Lon Fako immediately realized. Needless to say, when confronted with such a dog-eat-dog scenario, we must seize the opportunity. Chapter 170. The assignment of orcs. These orcs have evidently not wasted their time here. Their equipment far surpasses that of their fellow tribesmen. Almost every one of them possesses pure metal. Chapter 171. Information leak. Chapter 172. A calamity for the nation while the old villain was lost in his chaotic thoughts. He had already arrived at a private chamber under Constantine's guidance. Soon after, the attendant presented a sumptuous feast that had been meticulously prepared in advance. Chapter 173. An embarrassing moment today. Princess Juliet, though not adorned in extravagant attire, merely donned a simple yet elegantly noble gown. Nevertheless, she exuded an aura that commanded reverence and forbade any semblance of disrespect. Chapter 170. For the tragedy of Juliet. Upon hearing the old villain's words, there is nothing more behind. Constantine and Princess Juliet were instantly taken aback. Constantine quickly erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Stephen!" Chapter 175. A matter of confrontation. Princess Juliet has been betrothed to the son of the high priest of the Elven clan by the Elven king. The engagement ceremony has already taken place, and they are merely awaiting the wedding. Constantine lamented. Chapter 176. The Flower Girl. He chuckled. "I dare to smash the palace. What are you in comparison?" With that, the old rogue unceremoniously hurled the manager out. The unfortunate manager collided with. Chapter 177. $1 million business. With a wry smile, the old rogue lamented, "How about this? Consider it a deposit from me. Every time I pass by here in the future, you must present me with a fresh flower." Chapter 178. Overt and covert struggles. As for the military official overseeing this bidding conference, he is the Swift-Wind Sword Saint, Scars. Originating from an archery background, he is indeed a formidable presence, being a powerful entity within the sacred realm. Chapter 179. Infuriating you. Frank hastily exchanged a glance with his subordinate. Upon noticing this, the manager promptly rose and smiled, saying, "Esteemed Duke, we at Augustus." Chapter 180. A glimmer of hope. The sword saint of the Tempest, Scars, approached the rotund figure, extolling the virtues of the magical bow in his possession. However, he showed no inclination to return it. The portly man was well versed in the intricacies of officialdom. Chapter 181. I see it. A few days later, upon hearing that the emperor had issued a special decree allowing the Augustus family to directly sell their stockpiled materials to the Empire of Light, the portly man was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 182. The goddess sculpture. The emperor had already expressed his stance. What could the flawless sword Saint Kalia, as a loyal subject, possibly say in response? He certainly could not openly declare in front of such a multitude, "Your Majesty, you are mistaken." Chapter 183. The original caravan beneath the blazing sun. Old Evil, the old mage, and the arriving blue mage frolicked around the sculpture, meticulously searching every crevice for any hint of a clue. Subsequently, Old Evil instructed the Cyclopes to take their positions and prepared an abundance of stones. He also commanded Pass to don full armor, along with the 200 steel. Chapter 185. Thrilling investigation. It turned out that when the team, guided by the peculiar entities sent by the Old Evil, ventured deeper into the woods towards a spring, the keen ears of Old Evil could surprisingly hear. Chapter 186. Whose hands will the deer fall into? Chapter 187. A resounding victory. It turns out that while the old man commanded the cavalry to launch an assault, the malevolent spider under the control of the old fiend stealthily encircled from behind, though their sizes. Chapter 188. The rescue of the fair maiden. Even if you are human, do not expect to hear my song. The siren proclaimed with unwavering pride. The reason you saved me is merely. Chapter 189. Interrogation. Hee. It is primarily the formidable nature of the goblin landmines. They had never encountered such devices before, thus suffering considerable losses. The old villain chuckled, lamenting, "Unfortunately, the creation of these landmines is exceedingly challenging." Chapter 190. Origin. My lord, I do not believe you are privy to much that would be beneficial to our dealings. The elder furrowed his brow and remarked, "You should be aware that sometimes, knowing too much." Chapter 191. Black eats black. Speaking of which, these are indeed the two most embarrassing incidents for the Holy See. Lon Fake could not help but chuckle as he recounted, when the divine miracle was bestowed. Chapter 192. Unexpected turn. I surmise that Roya must have made prior arrangements with the Dark Moon Elves, stipulating that they could not send skilled infiltrators for the transaction. In other words, during the exchange, both. Chapter 193. A significant accident. However, to his bewilderment, Lao Xie discovered that he had swollen Pa's face. Yet Pa remained in a deep slumber. It was only at this moment that he realized. Chapter 194. Identifying the culprit. Old Evil, fully aware of his own culpability, was reluctant to engage in further discourse with Lon Fake. He could only concede, all right, this time the blame rests with me. However, do not worry, just wait, that little girl will run. Chapter 195, Shocking News. In order to prevent the little sea demon from causing further chaos, the elder sorcerer instructed several female spirits to keep a vigilant watch over her, ensuring that she could not sing that. Chapter 196, Becoming the demon again. At that moment, the little girl, whose tears had ceased, suddenly felt a rumble in her belly. Instantly, the menacing aura surrounding the old fiend dissipated. Peterborough is a circular fortress entirely constructed from stone, and although it is not particularly large, with a diameter of merely a mile, it has been built with great care, featuring 4 to 5 levels. Chapter 198, The Brutal Slaughter of Beasts. Chien, the malevolent figure, scoffed, I possess far more wealth than you could ever imagine. If you are not in want of money, then why must you resort to our demise? Do we harbor any enmity towards one another? Chapter 199, You are a good person, your majesty. This is the truth. How could I possibly deceive you? The leader of the spies lamented helplessly. In fact, we only possess a portion of the information regarding the victims. Chapter 200, The Light of the Stars. Am I a good person? Lao Xia couldn't help but laugh as he asked, Are you certain? He thought to himself, I just killed over 100 last night, and today I am deemed a good person? This. Chapter 201, The Secret of the Stars. It is impossible. My strength is far too inadequate. Although I continuously unleash the light of the stars through the power of the sculpture, it can only petrify for a fleeting moment. Chapter 202, The Secret of Star Damage. I have never encountered them. Lao Xia remarked indifferently. My apologies. Xiao Haiyao quickly offered her regrets. It is of no consequence. Chapter 203, The Misdeeds of Lon Fako. How many meteors of this kind can you summon? Lon Fako suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, the old devil was momentarily rendered speechless, and he subsequently rubbed his hidden. Chapter 204, Rampant Slaughter. However, as an ancient fiend who has lived for several centuries, the old evil was undoubtedly well acquainted with such matters. Upon witnessing the stone giant's confident demeanor, he felt a surge of. Chapter 205, Deceit and Intrigue. You need not speak so calculatingly. The old villain, keenly aware of the giant's discontent, merely replied calmly, I have already told you, I am not a businessman. Chapter 206, Preparing for the expedition. So this was his intention. He truly possesses a remarkable imagination. Upon hearing this, Lao Xia immediately understood. It was evident that Luo Ya harbored dreams of achieving greatness through the revelation. Chapter 207, The Dwarf Kingdom. Regarding the arrangements made by the old demon, Luo Ya was immensely pleased. Furthermore, he was equally delighted with the 2 individuals summoned by the old demon, despite the presence of the old mage and Lon Fako. Chapter 208, Preliminary Negotiations. However, at present, the role played by the old evil is merely that of a guardian to Luo Ya, and thus it is inappropriate for him to speak excessively. Consequently, despite his discomfort, he can only endure. Meanwhile, the diminutive figure appears to be. Chapter 209, The Formal Transaction. After bidding farewell to him, Roya could not help but chuckle, surprised by the straightforwardness of the Dark Moon Elves, who dared to engage in such significant matters within our encampment. Chapter 210, The Relentless Battle. Soon, the 2 individuals gradually approached one another under the watchful gaze of the crowd. As they stood nearly face to face, the old villain came to a halt, and then he raised his hand. Chapter 211, The Old Mage's Hidden Cards. Due to the immense debt of gratitude owed by the Stephen family across 2 generations to Blanfako, particularly the old mage, who even risked his life to avenge the murder of his father. Chapter 212, Fierce Battle and Truth. The majority of these golden deities were not crafted by the ancient sorcerers, but rather were a collective accumulation of the ancestral efforts of the Stephen family throughout generations. As the Stephen family aged. Chapter 213, Transformation into a Behemoth. Upon finishing his words, the old mage swiftly ascended into the sky along with his cadre of puppets, soaring high above to survey their surroundings, eagerly anticipating the moment their adversary would reveal itself, ready to unleash a fierce barrage of lightning spells. Chapter 214, Legendary Battle. The legendary master of the Dark Moon Elves, upon witnessing the terrifying visage of the old demon, was nearly brought to tears. Unable to contain a lament, he exclaimed, Alas, how could such a thing still exist? Chapter 215, The Final Moments. Naturally, Lon Fako was not idle. He commanded the totemic guardians to unleash their full firepower while adeptly employing the sorcery of binding to ensnare the adversary thoroughly. Although, Chapter 216, the mysterious old dwarf. Shortly after the departure of the old wizard and his companions, the dwarves, roused from their slumber by a tremendous explosion, hastily concluded their midday rest and rushed to the scene of the blast. When the profound, Chapter 217, behind-the-scenes transactions, it turns out that this individual is none other than King Caplita 14 of the Dwarven Kingdom. The reason why the Old Mage and the Blue Mage refer to him as their master is that both of them once, after sleeping for a full 3 days, the old rogue finally awakened. However, even in his consciousness, his entire body ached, including his head. Clearly. Chapter 219, encountering robbers at night. Chapter 220, the whole school in an uproar under the guidance of Miss Vivian. The old rogue swiftly arrived at the noble dormitory where she resided. Each bedroom within this elegant building accommodated 2 individuals and Miss Vivian. Chapter 221. The truth, however, this remains a mere conjecture. Moreover, the old mage shares the same concerns as the old fiend. They both believe that a person as astute as the third prince would not engage in. Chapter 222. Autumn Hunt. The Autumn Hunt is merely a pretext for the elite youth of the nobility to engage in social interaction, typically organized by the royal family. It attracts a modest gathering, with the total number of noble offspring barely reaching 100. Chapter 223. The wager in the morning. 2 days later, outside the capital, noble families preparing to partake in the autumn hunt set forth, with their entire households in tow, to bid farewell to their young heirs. Lavish carriages. Chapter 224. The emergence of the old evil. Upon hearing this, Frank felt a sense of uncertainty creeping into his heart, leaving him momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the plump man, harboring his own concerns, hurriedly leaned in to whisper. Chapter 225. Farewell to the little princess. However, their location appeared somewhat less than ideal, as it was separated from the gathering place by a small river approximately 10 meters wide, just as everyone believed. Chapter 226. The army marches forth. Upon mounting the formidable Bull King, the little princess instantly assumed an air of superiority and addressed the third Prince Kalapani, saying, "Do you see? What is so remarkable about your wretched iron-armored lizard?" Chapter 227. Camping. Chris, you do not comprehend. Old C.S. subsequently shook his head and remarked, "The most straightforward method to pursue a woman is to seize, while the most astute approach is to attract." Chapter 228. Humiliation. Chapter 229. Unexpected turn of events. Chapter 230. The blade of decapitation. Do not underestimate humanity. The little princess shook her wand and pouted, declaring, "I can fight too. Moreover, as an ice mage, I am." Chapter 231. Confrontation. Whatever I can escape, I shall. The third prince feigned helplessness and remarked, "At this moment, one must prioritize their own well-being." His feelings were already. Chapter 232. Counterattack. The beheading sword of the abyssal demon could not strike down. Yet this did not imply that the old fiend would show any mercy. In truth, as an ancient sorcerer, the old fiend was entirely unaware of any restraint. Chapter 233. The pitiful third prince. In truth, the third prince was utterly distressed. He had initially relied on the formidable strength of the ironclad lizard and had charged forth with his subordinates, believing he was on the verge of escape when. Chapter 234. Strange events. The third prince truly embodies the essence of a formidable leader, despite harboring resentment towards the old villain for his recent betrayal that led to embarrassment. At this moment, he exhibited not a trace of such feelings. Reflecting on this left the old villain in a state of dismay. Logically speaking, the Augustus family had no justifiable reason to conspire against the third prince. However, in reality, Pablo seemed to engage in such intentions, whether consciously or unconsciously. Chapter 236. The fate of the dandy. Damn it. This is a conspiracy. We must expose the Augustus family and reveal their hidden agendas. The stout man exclaimed in indignation. Chapter 237. The trouble with the jumping blade. Meanwhile, old Sia encountered a slight predicament regarding the origins of the jumping blade. After all, this item was pilfered from the shop of the prestigious Augustus family. Chapter 238. The heist. Chapter 239. Redemption. At this moment, the old rogue felt quite vexed. Initially, he had intended to seize the items and make a swift escape, vanishing into the shadows as soon as he reached a deserted place, utilizing his dagger to make a discreet exit. Chapter 240. The thunderous prison. Upon witnessing the situation, Frank realized that refusal was no longer an option. Although the Ring of Resilience held significant importance, the reputation of the family and the well-being of his son were of even greater consequence. The Augustus family possessed their own auction house, and thus, the venue for this transaction was naturally within their establishment. This place was not merely the auction house of the Augustus family. Chapter 242. Shocking news seeing Akashi in a somewhat disheveled state. Lao Xie could not help but furrow his brow and inquire, "What on earth has transpired? Why do you appear so flustered?" Chapter 243. The struggle, are you out of your mind? The old mage exclaimed, nearly fainting upon hearing the news. He hastily retorted, "The elven race is teeming with formidable talents. Their legendary experts far surpass those of the Griffin Kingdom." Chapter 244. The old master opposes the old evil certainly comprehended the old master's intentions, and in a fit of rage, he looked skyward and cursed vehemently, "You old scoundrel! You shall not hinder me!" As the old evil. Chapter 245. A stunning appearance accompanying this furious roar was a resounding whoosh of slicing through the air. Upon hearing this sound, the seasoned elder and Arthas, both well versed in the art of combat, immediately discerned that. Chapter 246. The wedding abduction. As the grand elder bowed in reverence, those behind him, including the elven king and queen, as well as the other 9 elders, also bent their bodies in a gesture of respect, their expressions imbued with sincerity. Chapter 247. Clever strategies to pass off. According to tradition, the first to pose a question should be a parent from the female side. The elven king then smiled at a noble lady seated below, Hagri. Chapter 248. The final challenge. The elven king spoke these words out of necessity, for he had previously declared that any kind of dragon scale would suffice. Although it was evident that the old rascal had a tendency to exploit loopholes. Chapter 249. Another devious scheme. Oh, what a pity. Canderson shrugged helplessly, then gestured for a burly man from the crowd, saying, "Captain Kai?" Chapter 250. I cannot speak in this scenario. The old demon is already at an advantage. Coupled with the enhanced power from his cultivation of divine arts, along with the arm of the behemoth, it becomes an insurmountable challenge for any mere mortal. "Damn it, you barbarian!" Arthas exclaimed in fury. "How many times must I tell you not to call me pretty boy?" Very well, very well. Chapter 252. Mission accomplished. The mere thought of 1,000 goblin landmines detonating within the royal palace sent a chill of dread coursing through Arthas. Though he harbored doubts about the veracity of his adversary's claims, the implications were nonetheless terrifying. Chapter 253. Marriage. Please do not say such things. The elven king replied with a rueful smile. Initially, we intended to challenge you, yet to our astonishment, we found ourselves defeated by you. It is truly. Chapter 254. Sword practice. A night of springtime revelry requires no further elaboration. The following morning, as dawn broke and the sky was still shrouded in twilight, the old rascal rose from the enchanting form of Constantina, donning his garments. Chapter 255. A promise is worth 1,000 gold indeed, that is true. Arthas revealed a contented smile this time, and then said, "All right, let us conclude for today. However, I have once again." Chapter 256. The Decade Pact. Are you implying that you intend to meddle in our internal affairs? The elven king inquired, his tone tinged with displeasure. "If the situation demands it, I shall do so," replied the old sorcerer, with a hint of determination. Chapter 257. Seeking help. You dare to challenge even the Grand Elder? Truly absurd. The elven king immediately responded with a wry smile. "Well, it is still too early for that. Let us wait for 10. Chapter 258. Unexpected visitor. Oh no, that is not what I meant. The elven king hastily clarified. I will certainly make every effort to investigate on my end. It would be advisable for you to take action as well. Who knows what might unfold. Chapter 259. The Sea Dragon King. Although the old evil believed he had reached his limit, he still considered Heidi Schur and the others. Chapter 260. Revealing identities. Upon hearing the elven king refer to the Sea Dragon King Godzilla as a demigod, old evil was immediately taken aback. It is well known that demigods are beings that transcend the realm of legends. Chapter 261. The truth unveiled. Oh? The elven king was taken aback, inquiring with curiosity, "Which matter are you referring to?" I had mentioned that day I once vanquished a legendary high. Chapter 262. The history of stellar damage. Upon hearing the name, Haya, Hydasai's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "I know her. She is indeed a promising priestess. Although still quite young, she." Chapter 263. The Misty Isle of the Target. Certainly, there exists something. albeit its specifics remain unclear. The Elven King remarked, "After that assault, for approximately 20 to 30,000 years, the celestial damages have never." Chapter 264. Tree Cliff Island. The Elven King and his entourage embarked on their journey aboard numerous grand vessels. After 3 days of navigation, they arrived at an island known as Tree Cliff, the outermost territory of the Sea Demon clan. Chapter 265. Revealing the true form in the depths of the forest. The old demon had undergone a complete transformation, unbeknownst to anyone. With 4 arms and legs that had morphed into elongated tails, it was utterly. Chapter 266. Persuasion. We understand. The crowd hurriedly nodded in agreement. That is good. Old Sia nodded, then sighed, alas. The truth of the matter is. Chapter 267. Survival or extinction. You're mistaken. The Siren clan is far from foolish. At the very least, the young siren I rescued, Pea, is remarkably astute. The old villain chuckled. In truth, humans do not. Chapter 268. Ascension. In the ensuing days, Old Evil and his companions drifted upon the sea, anchoring at a modest island approximately every day for replenishment. Upon reaching the summit, Old Evil stood alone in the center of the altar, gazing at the distant ocean and then turning to behold the tens of thousands of devoutly praying elves behind him. He felt. Chapter 270. The power of divine artifacts. Since it was impossible to aim from above, the old demon, left with no choice, had to abandon his plan to lock on from the skies and instead resorted to targeting with his own eyes. Fortunately, the old demon. Chapter 271. Inventory of spoils. After being severed, the colossal wave, having lost the support of its magical energy, collapsed entirely, transforming into nothing more than ordinary sea waves, devoid of any lethal force, at least for Chapter 272. The unexpected treasure. At that moment, a member of the Sea Demon unexpectedly rushed over, exclaiming joyfully to the esteemed Elder Kael, "Elder, we have discovered one of the eyes lost by the Sea Dragon King." Chapter 273. The Dimension Merchant. Just as the old villain was nearly finished with his meal, the Elven King and his wife, accompanied by the Grand Elder Kael, came to pay him a visit. Upon seeing them, the old villain hurriedly rose to greet them. The Elven King. Chapter 274. The Dragon Tail Whip. "Oh, is that so?" Old Evil inquired with sudden curiosity. The gold coins across the continent bear different designs. Each nation showcases its own unique imagery, though their weight and purity remain consistent. Chapter 275. Shocked the continent. Haha. It is indeed better that their prices have risen. Otherwise, would our efforts not have been in vain? The old demon then chuckled and said, "All right, it is settled then, you." Chapter 276. 10,000 heads. Upon hearing the words of the portly man, everyone instantly furrowed their brows. The greatest source of confusion regarding this matter lay precisely in this point, if one were to follow the perspective of the elven race concerning the old evil. Chapter 277. An unexpected encounter. Chapter 278. Fierce battle. Soon, approximately 100 individuals appeared around, all mounted on horseback. The white mist emanating from the horses' nostrils indicated that they had also endured a lengthy journey. Chapter 279. What is a fool? Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of the old evil, the leaders of the Inquisition were taken aback. Meanwhile, the steward and others, seeing that old evil had resorted to murder, realized that this time. Chapter 280. A millennium of grievances. I apologize, but I am compelled by circumstances beyond my control, the female knight lamented. Enough of the pleasantries. Either you remove the hood yourself, or I shall take it upon myself to do so. Chapter 281. The Blade of Tides. Who are you? Rosa Mikawa exclaimed in astonishment. How did you come to know this? Hee, not only do I possess that knowledge. Chapter 282. Recruiting the Sea Witch? Rasha exclaimed with delight to Heidi. Are you a Sea Witch? Of course, Heidi retorted. Have you ever encountered a human with legendary ice abilities? Chapter 283. Midnight Whispers. Excellent, splendid, Heidi exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. With this alone, you have already achieved a remarkable feat. But that is not all. I have even greater news. Chapter 284. The Invincible East. What if they still refuse to comply? The old evil suddenly inquired. Humph, since they have shown me no courtesy, we shall engage in battle first and discuss matters thereafter, the Grand Elder declared. Chapter 285. The Reunion with Catherine under the guidance of Constantine. The trio swiftly arrived at a grand arena capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals. At this moment, the venue was already overflowing with people. Chapter 286. The truth on the tip of the sword. Fortunately, Abraham displayed a semblance of reason and immediately bellowed, "Silence! Is there anyone as unreasonable as you?" As soon as Abraham spoke, the surrounding. Chapter 287. An intriguing duel. Chapter 288. A thrilling victory. Upon hearing this, the old villain sensed something amiss. There had to be a hidden agenda. After all, for Catherine to possess her current prowess at the tender age of 16, even with innate talent. Chapter 289. The transcendent goal in that moment of crisis. The old villain finally revealed the skills he had accumulated over hundreds of years of practical experience. Faced with an inability to block or evade. Chapter 290. The Dragonvein clan. Indeed. Abraham nodded with a smile and remarked, "She is the youngest official Chaos Knight in our history. I believe this record will be exceedingly difficult to surpass." Chapter 291. The astonishing heist. In truth, he need not concern himself. For this individual has been in seclusion for many years, striving to break into the legendary realm. Even if he desired to feign indifference, it would prove quite challenging. Chapter 292. The slave market. Who exactly is selling? Lao Xie continued to inquire. It is an auction. Chapter 293. Discovering clues. Upon hearing this, Piley broke into a cold sweat. He was acutely aware of the formidable alliance between the Hercules and Stephen families, a power that was undeniably fearsome. Chapter 294. The process of committing a crime. Upon hearing this, the old villain immediately recognized it as a significant clue and eagerly inquired, "What is Merida? Is it a mid-level?" Chapter 295. Locking in the villain. You are thinking too simply. However, Lao Xie shook his head with a wry smile and remarked, "The trafficking of hallucinogenic substances is an inherently immoral act, conducted entirely in secrecy." Chapter 296. Encountering the fool again. Rest assured, I shall personally speak with him when the time comes. If necessary, I shall spend a little more money. In any case, I will undoubtedly ensure your rescue. Constantine hurriedly. Chapter 297. The battle to save lives. Isn't it merely about creating a scene? Such a trivial matter hardly warrants a grand plan. With a disdainful smile, the old rascal remarked, "Follow me." He then proceeded. Chapter 298. Unexpected encounter. The arena, where the gladiators were confined, stood just across the city walls, flanked on either side by the barracks of the guards, established for the purpose of ensuring. Chapter 299. Mind your own business very well, you despicable wretch. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your esteemed family. The man thundered with fury. Teach me a lesson? The old scoundrel scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 300. Reunion. Chapter 301. The awakening of civility. How infuriating. Constantine exclaimed with indignation. Everyone on the continent knows that Sven is one of us. Yet they still purchase him as a slave. This is clearly. Chapter 302. The traitor. No, they threatened me with my brother's life at that time. I had no choice but to relinquish my treasured sword and allow them to decide its fate. With a heavy heart, Siwan lowered his head and spoke. Chapter 303. Pursuers. Indeed. Upon witnessing the joyous scene of the two, Catherine could not help but be astonished by the generosity of old Xie. It is worth noting that this was no trivial. Chapter 304. Each unleashes their unique skills. Long Yan's gradual motion of drawing his sword was, in essence, an attempt to instill a measure of psychological pressure upon the old evil. In his perspective, it was inconceivable that anyone on the side of old evil could rival him. Chapter 305. Great victory indeed. Upon witnessing the opponent's prowess, which not only managed to subdue him, but also seemed to gain the upper hand, Siwan found himself filled with a sense of indignation. Just at that moment. Chapter 306. Coercion. Upon hearing this, Long Yin was instantly filled with anxiety. His face turning a ghastly shade of green as he trembled, rendered speechless. As a Grand Duke, he had lived a life of luxury and opulence, never having endured such indignity. Chapter 307. Extortion. The words of the old villain left everyone momentarily stunned, while the old man, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Young master, what do you mean by this? What pretense is this?" Chapter 308. Reversal. Fine, I'll give it, Long Yin said through gritted teeth. There was no alternative. After all, his son was in their grasp, and he was now left with immense strength yet unable to exert it. Chapter 309. Deliberation. Chapter 310. Interrogation. No, they are not fools. They are acutely aware of the current situation and would not throw tantrums. The old rogue chuckled, in truth, if it were not for their worthless offspring. Chapter 311. Alliance. What is it merely? Old Xia inquired eagerly. Chapter 312. The White Bird Principality. Alas, there is no way around it. The old villain sighed with resignation, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It is nearly certain that the culprit hails from the White Bird Principality, and we are left with merely a handful of individuals. Chapter 313. Past grievances. It is precisely for this reason that each well-trained adult griffin commands a handsome price. Just these over 1,000 griffins could exchange for hundreds of thousands for the White Bird Duchy. Chapter 314. The Dark Bird. Rest assured, the old man would certainly be reluctant to part with it. The old rascal chuckled. However, once he departs, anything he leaves behind will undoubtedly be inherited by me. Chapter 315. Waiting for the rabbit by the tree. Upon hearing the mention of the Dark Bird, Old Evil's eyes immediately gleamed with interest. He hastily inquired, "Pray tell, what organization is this?" Few, noticing Old Evil's fervent curiosity. Chapter 316. Final confirmation. Is that so? Hee, I wasn't aware of my own spending prowess. The old rascal chuckled softly before continuing to inquire. So, has he suddenly acquired a substantial amount this month? Chapter 317. In full swing indeed. That is a Grand Duke, not an ordinary commoner. Do you believe that your words carry weight? Catherine also remarked, in dealing with such powerful individuals. Chapter 318. The deception in the shadows. How is this possible? I distinctly cleaned the scene. Lonsure exclaimed, her voice tinged with anxiety. You fool, you acted at night. During the darkness, how could you? Chapter 319. The dread of the dragon leader. Upon hearing the account, Duke by Niao's countenance turned ashen. He first delivered a resounding slap that sent Longshite sprawling, and then unleashed a torrent of curses. Damn it. Chapter 320. The power of a melody. Time swiftly passes, and several days later, the old villain finally received word of the Duke's son, Longshite, residing outside the city. Thus, on that very day, he took the initiative to lead the majority of his forces out of the city. Chapter 321. Capturing alive. Dealing with a group of slumbering individuals is undeniably a trivial task for a contingent exceeding 400. The station troops here are considered elite forces. Regrettably, they currently exhibit no capacity for resistance. The gold coins in your storeroom serve as evidence. Old Xia promptly asserted. Nonsense. Our family has significant dealings with the elven race. Why should we not possess? Chapter 323. Striking it rich. Upon hearing this, the steward's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly replied, that matter pertains to our household, unless you can prove that these gold coins belong to you, otherwise. Chapter 324. Acquiring treasures. Again, prompted by the reminder from the old fiend. C1 and the others swiftly grasped the situation and immediately mobilized the crowd to search in every direction, driven by the allure of the 1,000 gold coins reward. Those below also. Chapter 325. Coercion. Within the castle, over 1,000 guards, under the command of the cunning old man, were stripped of their martial energy and subsequently bound, suspended around the walls, thus creating a natural barrier of flesh. Chapter 326. The demise of the pig. Lao Xia was aware of Constantine's intentions. She sought a peaceful resolution to the situation, striving to preserve the dignity of the other party. Only in this manner could the Hercules family avoid any delays. Alas, at this moment, Buting found himself unable to speak on behalf of Lancite. With a deep sigh, he lamented, this matter has far surpassed the boundaries of my imagination, and... Chapter 328. Action. After completing these tasks, the weary Lord Bainyo, who had traveled through the night, hastily consumed a modest meal and succumbed to slumber in the makeshift bedroom. However, Chapter 329. Night Assault. However, what they did not anticipate was that these figures clad in black, upon reaching their side, first made a gesture for silence to calm them. Then, once everyone. Chapter 330. Conspiracy. Should we withdraw now? Catherine furrowed her brow, considering that the darkness had deepened and the griffins possessed poor night vision, rendering them less effective in nocturnal combat. Chapter 331. The exchange of insults. The reason for this is quite simple. The griffin, being a creature of flight, possesses remarkable agility, rendering fire-based spells exceedingly difficult to strike its airborne form. Chapter 332. Explanation. Faced with such a vehement rebuke from the old demon, the old master could not help but break into a cold sweat. It was only then that he realized the immense suffering and peril the old demon had endured, stirring profound emotions within his heart. Chapter 333. Negotiation. Your information is quite outdated. The dragon eye has already entered the realm of legends. Old Xia chuckled. Is that so? Then it becomes even more troublesome. Huh, your little one is indeed rather foolish. However, mine is no better. Clearly aware of the anomaly, he still failed to greet me and went straight to confront a sword saint. Upon hearing this, Duke Bai Niao was momentarily taken aback. He understood that the most precious aspect of the dragon eye was its pair of eyes, which bore the legacy of the dragon lineage, absolutely. Chapter 336, a tense confrontation in simple terms. It refers to last night when the Darkbird forces of the Grand Duke of Whitebird, in conjunction with the 5,000 elite soldiers of the Whitebird Knights, launched a surprise attack on my grandson's encampment. Chapter 337, great gains. Upon hearing this, Long Yin immediately discerned that the old master was preparing to take decisive action. Thus, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor and hurriedly inquired, "What are the conditions?" Chapter 338, formal signing. Old Xia harbors concerns that during the transfer of the city, Lord Bai Niao might deliberately take away the contents of the warehouse and treasury, leaving him with nothing but an empty city. Thus, he has taken measures against him. Chapter 339, financial loss to avert disaster. I understand completely, rest assured. I shall treasure this opportunity, exclaimed Lord Bai Niao hastily. For a political talent of his caliber, what? Chapter 340, a surprise in the Imperial Palace. Chapter 341, a battle of wits and words. Hercules, evidently dissatisfied with Frank, decided to take a jab at him. However, upon invoking the name of the old mage, the individuals present instantly appeared enlightened. Chapter 342, scheming against Catherine. While the palace was bustling with preparations for the wedding of the old villain, he himself found himself ensnared in a monumental predicament. It turned out that upon taking over. Chapter 343, domestic affairs. Chapter 344, plotting revenge. Alas, Christian sighed, expressing his disappointment as he remarked, "If my memory serves me correctly, the heir of the Bai Niao family should be named Lan Shite." Chapter 345, the welcome of the portly man Christian. Having served as a butler for many years and possessing noble lineage, was exceptionally articulate. Almost immediately after the last words of the elder's discourse faded, he began to compose the letter. Chapter 346, seeking a venue. A few days later, the Grand Duke of Whitebird received a letter from the old rogue. After perusing it briefly, he could not help but let out a cold chuckle, murmuring to himself, "Excellent. I shall summon the others while you prepare the magical array." The old rogue hastily replied, "Wait a moment." The old mage called out to the rogue, saying, "Young one." Chapter 348, the dwarf bows down. Naturally, for a master of the sacred realm like Lippy, even the transformation technique of Blue Faco would not ensnare him for long, not even for a fleeting second. Chapter 349, an eye for an eye. What madness has overtaken you today? Why are you attacking my people? Lippy scolded furiously. At that moment, most of the dwarfs had already collapsed. Chapter 350, unforeseen encounters. Certainly, responded Siwen with a sinister smile. And then he led his subordinates to commence severing the tails of the lizards. The dwarves who remained standing, of course, were not pleased and began to. Chapter 351, fierce yet protective. Meanwhile, as everyone was preoccupied with their tasks, old Evil was indulging himself in the kingdom of fragrant herbs. The young sea demon, Haya, was ecstatic upon encountering her kin, particularly when she laid eyes on the sea. Chapter 352, a minor punishment. The old mage would certainly not annihilate the entire family of Frank, no matter how brutally the rotund man was beaten. He must take into account the dignity of the emperor, after all, Frank's sister. Chapter 353, a shocking case. Despite Frank's profound dissatisfaction with the emperor's punishment, he still dared not express his feelings. Not only did he dutifully surrender all his illicit gains, but he also. Chapter 354, investigating the case in the royal palace. At the stroke of 4 a.m, all the qualified ministers had gathered, including the reclusive old sage, who typically shunned court meetings but was compelled to attend in person. Chapter 355, the true culprit. As soon as the words of the chief spy were uttered, the emperor's expression immediately changed, his brows furrowed in concern. He thought to himself, "I was just ambushed late at night, and now there is." Chapter 356, was it you? Upon hearing the emperor's words, Lampard was instantly plunged into a state of icy dread, his body drenched in cold sweat. It was only at this moment that he recalled a particular matter, the scheme of framing. Chapter 357, transformation. What? In response to the old mage's inquiry, the old villain feigned ignorance, asking, "What have I done?" "Enough of your nonsense. I am asking you, Chapter 358. The enraged Catherine, may you not bring trouble upon me, for if you do, I shall cast you out just as the Augustus family did. The old mage threatened. Then, Chapter 359. The blade of purification. Old Evil was well aware that Catherine would not be so merciless with her formidable strength. She could undoubtedly halt her sword just before striking him. However, for Old Evil, being Chapter 360. Shadow Sword. St. Catherine heard Old Sia's exclamation and glanced over in that direction, then curiously inquired, "What is the matter? Have you encountered the Shadow Sword Saint?" Chapter 361. The reception banquet. As anticipated by the old fiend, the unfolding events took a predictable course. During the lengthy hours spent accompanying Catherine on her shopping excursion, he was queried countless times with the same inquiries, such as, Chapter 362. Carlos, am I a braggart? The old villain shot a glare at the little princess and said, "I had asked your sister to tidy up yesterday morning." Wow. The little. Chapter 363. The green hat. What followed was a customary speech, as is the tradition at all banquets. The emperor, in an unusually exuberant tone, introduced Kai to the assembled guests. Chapter 364. The dual bed. Ah, is that so? Catherine scratched her head and said with a wry smile, "I truly do not know. In fact, I merely regard Carlos as an older brother." Chapter 365. The secret agreement. The sword saint of the Tempest, Kaz, swiftly departed from the royal palace and mounted his steed, making his way towards the outskirts of the city, heading directly for the magic tower. Given his stature, even under the cover of night. Chapter 366. Memories. Kaz nearly choked with exasperation and coldly remarked, "You truly are an extraordinary fool. I ask you, on what grounds do you challenge them to a duel?" Because. Chapter 367. The bet. However, Carlos from the Stephen family hurriedly interjected, "I have already discussed this with the teacher." Kaz replied nonchalantly, "As long as you can." Chapter 368. The dual farce. The arena, akin to an opera house on Earth, exists in nearly every city across the continent of Elan, and the capital of the Griffin Kingdom is no exception. The arena. Chapter 369. Utter arrogance indeed. Just as the old villain had predicted, with merely a few utterances, he had reduced the once arrogant Carlos to a state of submission, causing him to prostrate himself on the spot. Such a bizarre. Chapter 370. Astonishing instant kill indeed. This rascal is rather presumptuous. The old mage muttered a curse. Then, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "However, this lad is becoming increasingly difficult to manage." Chapter 371. The reason. Upon hearing Lausia's words, Vivian felt a sense of relief. However, she still expressed a hint of irritation as she remarked, "Little Stephen, my brother was merely." Chapter 372. A visit. The farcical duel has come to a close, yet the tumult it incited is far from over. Those who suffered significant losses in gold coins due to Carlos's defeat. Chapter 373. Catherine's misadventure. Upon hearing Catherine's words, everyone present was taken aback, particularly Carlos, who incredulously exclaimed, "How is that possible? Is there truly someone like you in this world?" Chapter 374. Catherine's secret. Indeed, the old evil was not exaggerating. Setting aside the two formidable beings at his disposal, Sven and Blanfa, the mere existence of this magic tower, which has withstood the test of thousands of years, speaks volumes. Chapter 375. Confession of feelings. Ah, how could this be? Catherine exclaimed in astonishment, yet amidst her surprise, there lingered a hint of delight. It is worth noting that, generally speaking, those involved in do not listen to their nonsense. There is no way it amounts to 500,000. In reality, the items are scarcely worth around 100,000 gold coins. These fellows must be exaggerating the value of that shop I damaged. Chapter 377. The betting battle. Upon contemplating this matter, the old mage calmly remarked, "Your Majesty is indeed correct. This issue must be understood sooner or later. As the principal party involved, the princess will inevitably need to be consulted." Chapter 378. Preparation. How many subordinates do you command? The third prince inquired further. What is their strength? I have now gathered all my forces and have taken. Chapter 380. A shocking explosion indeed. The crowd, feeling helpless, recognized that the Empress's faction had grown more powerful, compounded by the binding contract. Thus, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, the officials. Chapter 381. Aerial competition. However, despite the current presence of 15 to 1600 night owls, most of whom are formidable warriors, coupled with an intact battalion of mages, even a direct confrontation. Chapter 382. The younger siblings gather a multitude of gargoyles soared above the magical tower, their altitude surpassing that of the griffins below. After all, the griffins were primarily intended for landing and delivering individuals, rendering it impossible for them to. Chapter 383. Ice water element at this moment. Although the old evil held the advantage, the numbers were ultimately too few. While defeating the enemy posed little challenge. Completely annihilating these highly agile cavalry proved to be a formidable task. Chapter 384. The difficulty of delivering orders at this juncture. Frank naturally understood that the situation had turned dire. In order to preserve the lives of his family's skilled practitioners and that of his younger brother, he dared not persist any longer and hurriedly. Chapter 385. The death of the night owl. Upon hearing the old mage's words, Frank was instantly taken aback. Suddenly recalling that his younger brother was still being pursued by a 7th-level magical beast. Alarmed, he hastily addressed the Emperor. Chapter 386. The catastrophe of the undead. Upon hearing the tragic news of her brother's untimely demise, the Queen fainted, and Frank was equally overcome with grief, bursting into tears on the spot. After all, the bond among the 3 siblings was profoundly deep. This brother. Chapter 387. The lament of the Lich King. While the crowd vented their anger, the old mage remained composed and clear-headed. He understood that the event had already transpired, and cursing would serve no purpose. Thus, he interrupted the others. Chapter 388. The expedition. The Griffin Kingdom boasts 4 regular legions, namely the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th legions. Among them, the 2nd Legion is stationed at the borders of the Radiant Empire, comprising a formidable force of 100,000. Chapter 389. The Haunting Sorrow. Chapter 390. The origin of divine artifacts. Old Evil has witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of the Sun God Bao and the Moon Wheel. In the hands of the Elven King, the Sun God Bao could shatter mountains with a single arrow, while the Moon Wheel, wielded by the Elven Queen, could. Chapter 391. Power. Since the Lich King can be defeated by you, why do you still harbor such concerns about him? Old Evil inquired, perplexed. Sigh, it is simply unavoidable. Chapter 392. Greetings to elders. Is it true that you two are so terrified of death? Lao Xie remarked, both amused and exasperated. It's merely about dealing with a few restless spirits. For individuals of your caliber. Chapter 393. The Prosperous Legion. Although the Old Evil is a person who acts without restraint, he truly cannot bring himself to use his middle finger to insult Hidesai. Thus, he hurriedly shifted the topic and said, Hi. Chapter 394. Minor troubles. Who could this be? Such impressive prowess. All the armor and weapons are crafted by dwarves, and some are even enchanted. Goodness, how much? Chapter 395. Reluctant to leave. Upon seeing Catherine, the little princess exclaimed, Sister, I wish to join the expeditionary forces. What nonsense are you speaking? Catherine admonished. Chapter 396. Frontline news. Alas, since the Imperial City of Light is so perilous, why would you allow her to venture there recklessly? Catherine immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. Hee. Chapter 397. The Imperial Capital of Light, indeed. Old Sia nodded in agreement. In fact, on my way here, I perused some materials regarding the Lich King, delving into his numerous battles. Chapter 398. The battle in the Imperial Palace. In light of the Pope's demeanor, coupled with the aforementioned legend, it is only natural for the old villain to harbor suspicions that their Holy See may be employing a unique method to directly enhance. Chapter 399. The Discontented Princess. It turns out that the young girl who fought against the little princess is also a princess, specifically the princess of the Radiant Empire, the granddaughter of the current Pope, Saint Roya. She is also. Chapter 400. The victory of the little princess. At the outset, there was a degree of skepticism among the crowd. However, fortune smiled upon them as the little princess, Lancelot, had previously graced this place with her presence. The traces of her past visits lingered in her features, evoking memories among many of those present. Chapter 401. Unexpected developments. The young princess, Lancelot, is evidently not a gentle soul. In fact, quite the contrary, she embodies the fierce spirit of the Griffin Kingdom. Aside from her tutor, few dare to challenge her authority. Chapter 402. Activating the limbs. At this moment, although those surrounding them were well aware that Saint Roya and the others were most likely deceiving them, they were, after all, citizens of the Luminary Empire and naturally did not dare to show any disrespect towards Saint Roya. Chapter 403. Dilemma. At this moment, others had also arrived at the scene. Laranka was extricated by a flurry of hands and soon received various treatments, awakening quickly thereafter. Fortunately, Chapter 404, a tedious contest as Clint found himself in a quandary, Laranka interjected with a hint of sarcasm, saying, "Oh, dear brother. It seems your elder sibling has truly embarrassed himself this time." No, the Pope interjected, narrowing his eyes. From the child's earlier display, it is evident that he possesses no lack of intellect. In fact, he may be even more astute than Saint Roya. Furthermore, Chapter 406 departure that lad possesses formidable strength. It is quite a challenge for him to meet his demise. Clint remarked with a hint of resignation. Humph. No matter how powerful he is still not a sacred domain. Chapter 407. The city of Wit, the front line resisting the undead, is situated at the second line of defense. More than 2,000 miles away from the radiant imperial capital, separated further by a third line of defense. Under the urging of Catherine. Chapter 408. Rout indeed, there is some merit to this. The old man nodded thoughtfully and then remarked, however, this time is evidently an exception. If the Pope remains so obstinate, what if he were to lose? Chapter 409. Utilizing deceptive tactics upon hearing that it would take such a lengthy duration, the old rogue immediately felt a sense of relief. He mused to himself that the travel time was indeed quite extensive, suggesting that a month's delay would not pose a significant challenge after all. Chapter 410. The terrifying trump card of the Lich King. I recognized that mountain resembling a rooster. Kaiman pointed towards the distance. Chapter 411. Conspiracy, yes. That's about right. Perhaps even a bit more. After all, his advantage this time is simply overwhelming. Catherine said helplessly, "Is there anything you can do?" Chapter 412. The Pope's abdication in the radiant imperial capital. The Papal Palace. Chapter 413. Bringing surprises, the number of volunteers remaining at the third line of defense astonishingly exceeded 100,000, among whom only a fraction were regular troops. Most of them bore injuries. And even if they were to flee. Chapter 414. Assassination of the Lich King, as unfavorable news continued to pour in from the front lines. The Lich King's sorrow transformed increasingly into rage. He could not comprehend why those humans he had so effortlessly crushed would rise against him at this moment. Chapter 415. The curse of aging upon witnessing the sudden manifestation of a terrifying 7th-level behemoth before them. Even the notoriously haughty Death Knights could not help but be greatly astonished. It is worth noting. Chapter 416. The true illusion, nevertheless. Even the formidable curse of the Ghost Dragon could not annihilate the level 7 magic explosion spider in an instant. At most, it could only inflict severe injuries upon it. As for Catherine, she did not experience any deceleration upon activating her skill. Thus the 3 new manifestations of herself maintained an astonishing velocity, arriving at the Lich in the blink of an eye. Chapter 418. Cheers in the capital of the Radiant Empire, within the Grand Council Chamber of the Papal Palace. The Elven King and others were fervently deliberating the next course of action, with the most pressing matter at hand. Chapter 419. The aftermath of war. When the weary old Sia opened his eyes, it was already 2 days later. The first thing that came into view was Catherine's exquisite face. Although, Chapter 420, the heroes return after bidding farewell to Chris. The next in line was the formidable general, Sven. He bore no visible wounds, yet the aftermath of his dual frenzy had left him in a state of profound weakness. Chapter 421, Mutual Scheming. It is us, Catherine said. Ah, indeed it is you. Over 1,000 people, yet only this little remains? The person exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 422. A joyful conclusion from the little that has been painstakingly translated. It appears to be a tale rooted in ancient myths and legends, seemingly imbued with intriguing elements. Old Evil. Chapter 423. The sensual night raid. Just as the old villain was on high alert, his adversary finally approached the bedside, leaping forward with fervor, while exclaiming, "I shall vanquish you, you wicked fiend." Chapter 424. Official reward. The following day, Lao Xia and Lanceno emerged from the bedroom, instantly astonishing the guards and servants outside. They had never anticipated that Lao. Chapter 425. The Stone of Summoning. Regarding Saint Roya, Old Evil harbored no particular fondness, nor did he possess any animosity. If there were to be a singular aspect that piqued his interest, it would undoubtedly be her exquisite beauty. Chapter 426. Farewell. Natasha. It is worth noting that a level 5 magical beast pet is sufficient to provoke envy in a level 6 expert. Meanwhile, a level 6 pet can drive even a holy domain master into a frenzy, and as for level 7. Chapter 427. I do not need to know. The Naga clan is among the most formidable combat races within the beast tribe. Although their entire population amounts to merely 7 to 800,000, every individual is a warrior. Chapter 428. Explanation and confession. Enough nonsense. Do you think I would still inquire about it? Natasha retorted impatiently, sighing deeply. The old sorcerer replied, well. Chapter 429. The Marvels of the Great Legal Rights. Chapter 430. The return of Catherine. Though the old sorcerer found such mundane matters irksome, it was undeniable that the emperor had personally come forth to greet her. In truth, the emperor's command had already placed Catherine at a disadvantage, for it was customary not to start anew, but rather to directly reinstate Catherine. Your assertion is somewhat misplaced. At most, it merely requires a modest service fee. The old mage remarked with a genial smile. Surely, you cannot expect this old man. Chapter 433. The Fire Phoenix. Ahem. Why can't the evening be as gentle and bright as the day? Although the old mage was aware of his faux pas, he disregarded the awkwardness and continued to argue defiantly. I simply enjoy saying it like this. Chapter 434. Victory and defeat. Upon hearing the words of the old villain, the aged master nearly succumbed to his rage, pondering to himself. Do you take me for a shameless voyeur, peering over the wall? With this thought, the irate master. Chapter 435. The invisible monster. The magical array remained the same as before, yet some of the spent magical materials had been replaced. Then, the old demon. Chapter 436. The Phantom Behemoth. The great law of illusionary dust can counter all forms of illusions and invisibility techniques. As long as the opponent's entity remains and is still susceptible to attack, it will undoubtedly be revealed. However, Chapter 437. The Mini Behemoth. The spectral behemoth wallows in self-pity, while the old villain laughs heartily, regardless of who it may be. Receiving such a formidable ally without any effort would surely evoke the same exuberance as displayed by the old villain. Chapter 438. Catherine's request. Although I am a being of pure spirit, my form can indeed manifest physically. Otherwise, how could I engage in combat? I am a princess. After all, and naturally, I can contribute to the welfare of the state. However, Catherine dismissed my assertion, stating, I see nothing wrong with that. All I desire now is to know. Chapter 440. The Ceremony. Father, it is utterly despicable that scoundrels dare to impersonate those heroes to claim their rewards. I implore you to administer just punishment to this vile group. Catherine seethed with indignation. Chapter 441. Resistance is at my heart. Upon hearing this, Catherine's eyes instantly became extraordinarily clear, and she resolutely declared, I believe I comprehend. To openly disrupt the promotion ceremony presided over by the emperor himself is undoubtedly a grave transgression. Even someone of Catherine's stature as the eldest princess would surely face severe repercussions. Chapter 443. The plan. Upon hearing the words of Hercules, the crowd nodded in agreement. However, only Duke Augustus immediately responded with a cold smile, saying, I. Chapter 444. Turning hostile. The individuals present were all remarkably astute. Even Catherine, despite her political naivety, was considered a serious military scholar in the art of warfare. Chapter 445. The teleportation array. You speak as if it were simple, yet in practice, it is quite challenging. That reckless youth is accustomed to acting on his own whims. How could he possibly heed my words? The old mage lamented. However, you. Chapter 446. Thunderbird eggs. In general, the elven race is exceedingly reluctant to assist others in constructing magical arrays, regardless of the monetary incentives offered. However, when it comes to the old rascal, 1 month's time, the moment Lon Faco mentioned these Thunderbirds, he immediately became invigorated and hastily proclaimed, I must say, this time I have made significant contributions. Chapter 448. The disappearance of Julia. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have swiftly elapsed, and Lon Fake has long since embarked on his journey once more. Meanwhile, the old villain has been leading an exceedingly. Chapter 449. The Secrets of the Plateau. All right, Constantine urged hastily. Now is not the time for debate. Let us discuss how to rescue them. Chapter 450. Dispute. Of course it matters. Olcia chuckled. I require it as compensation to hire a formidable bodyguard to accompany me to the plateau in search of Julia. Chapter 451. Collision against the wall. A few days later, the teleportation array of the magical tower suddenly shimmered, and Kester emerged, cradling Catherine, who belonged to Barton. Soon, Lilith, who was stationed by the portal. Chapter 452. The Ice Demon Haha. Arthas observed the disheveled appearance of the old evil wolf and could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 453. Subjugation this time. Confronted with the blatant intimidation from the old fiend, the ice spirits could no longer remain passive. Suddenly, a voice emerged, stating, "Your Excellency, we have no prior." Chapter 454. The enchanted forest in this land, where the absence of law prevails, everything is dictated by power. The weak have long since acclimatized to yielding to the strong, particularly in Chapter 455. Fighting for dignity in his previous life, the one thing that old Xia despised the most was being called an ugly monster. In this life, however, what he loathed above all else was the derision directed at his lineage. Chapter 456. Petulance. It is never too late to realize. The old villain said casually, "Well, I do not wish to be your adversary. I merely desire to meet Juliet. I kindly ask for your understanding." Chapter 457. The token of entry and exit. Juliet's abode is a magnificent treehouse, ingeniously crafted within the heart of a supernaturally powerful tree, whose age exceeds 1,000,000 years. In total. Chapter 458. Invitation. What do you ask this for? Aunt Shiria inquired with curiosity. Of course, I wish to obtain one. Old Xia replied without reservation. Since you. Chapter 459. The competition. A 30th appears to be a rather insignificant number. Old Xia couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. Yet, their clan is numerous. Requiring divine. My heavens, you possess divine arts? Aunt Sherry exclaimed in utter astonishment. How is this even possible? Hee, why wouldn't it be? Chapter 461. The sacred spring. Of course, I am admiring the most picturesque scenery. Old Xia immediately feigned innocence. You scoundrel, you truly are a lecher. Juliet. Chapter 462. Patton's first battle. How could one not dare? Bas, without a hint of weakness, immediately replied, "What do you wish to wager?" A complete dragon's horn. Aunt Shelley chuckled with a smile. Chapter 463. A victorious first battle. Upon witnessing Aunt Shiria escalate the situation into a conflict between the two families, Base immediately softened and hurriedly exclaimed, No, I was merely joking with him." Chapter 464. The terrifying Kashia naturally sought out Wooly, and the two chieftains engaged in an exceptionally fierce battle. As the leader of the Crystal Dragons. Chapter 465. A modest gain. So you indeed harbor a scheme. Kashia then glanced at Old Evil and Barton, frowning as she remarked, "The Phantom Behemoth may indeed be capable of defeating one of my." Chapter 466. The most formidable rogue. Kazia and Sherry employed identical techniques to counter the Great Disintegration spell, prompting the ever-scheming Old Evil to. Chapter 467. The cultured rogue. What kind of rogue is formidable? Sherry then asked in bewilderment. A rogue? That should be. Chapter 468. Triumphant. After the dragon's breath was deflected by the shield, its residual force remained unyielding, crashing fiercely onto the adjacent land. Instantly, it scorched a circular area of over 100 meters in diameter upon the ground. Chapter 469. The old devil in the kitchen. Are you sending me out for a woman? Shelley exclaimed in astonishment. Surely, he cannot be so audacious. Chapter 470. Forgery. Are you afraid to taste the soup you made yourself? Kostana exclaimed in immediate anger. This is my first time making it. Old Xia. Chapter 471. The revelation of lies. Arthas hastily took it, and, upon seeing, burst into tears, exclaiming, "No, this cannot be." Chapter 472. A new mission. I shall take your life, as well. Arthas exclaimed, his fury rendering him nearly delirious, prompting such an illogical declaration. How could he defeat someone he could not overpower? Chapter 473. Catherine's Camp. Chapter 474. Farewell, Catherine. When did this happen? The old man suddenly inquired. About a month ago. At that time the teleportation array had yet to be activated. Captain. Chapter 475. Persuasion. Do not. Absolutely do not. The old man urgently grasped her arm, exclaiming, making such an announcement will lead to disaster. Disaster? Catherine was momentarily taken aback, and then it seemed. Chapter 476. Catherine's compromise. Catherine found herself ensnared by the cunning of the old villain, leaving her momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, the old rogue hastily continued, however. Chapter 477. The Shadow Assassin. What about the second reason? Old Xia continued to inquire. The second reason pertains to the harassment I have recently encountered. Catherine suddenly spoke with seriousness. Chapter 478. Return to the Magic Tower. Stop. Old Evil couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. I commit murder. And yet you feel the need to apologize? You are my fiancé, and you shall inevitably become my husband in the future. Chapter 479. Return to the Enchanted Forest. Without the young master, all is tranquil. Christian asserted with great certainty. He now. Chapter 480. The general's quarters having just endured some grievances. The old rogue could hardly be bothered with further pleasantries. He made his way directly to Catherine's grand tent. Upon arrival at the general's quarters, he observed a multitude of individuals seated within. Chapter 481. Encirclement. A brilliant silver light suddenly flashed past Lao Xie from behind, akin to a swiftly flying swallow, tracing a beautiful arc through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound of cutting through the void, slanting. Chapter 482. Soul-searching. Still hoping to escape? The old fiend let out a cold laugh, then chose not to pursue. Instead, he softly commanded, great law of command, intimidation, as. Chapter 483. The meeting of handsome accounts. Confronted by the severe reprimand from the old evil, Catherine found herself at a loss for words. Her head bowed in shame as she engaged in deep self-reflection. In contrast, Carlos could no longer stand by and swiftly came to Catherine's defense. Chapter 484. The disturbance. With a resounding clap, the old villain struck the table fiercely and exclaimed in fury, since you are aware of the military regulations, why do you remain in a daze? Do not hesitate to deal with this scoundrel. Chapter 485. No mercy. It is essential to recognize that Carlos holds a profound respect for Catherine. Therefore, although he harbors a desire to avoid witnessing the slaughter of his comrades, should these individuals directly. Chapter 486. Emotional stability. After resolving the matter, the old rogue lifted the drink from the table and took a sip to soothe his throat. Only then did he solemnly state, let us now commence our discussion regarding future military affairs. Chapter 487. I absolutely trust him. Oh no. Catherine weakly supported her forehead, expressing her frustration. My dear. Chapter 488. The farce of the imperial capital. Chapter 489. Catherine's dismissal. Naturally, since the emperor was already aware that the old villain's trump card was a legendary master, it was not something he could easily provoke. Therefore, the accusations from these individuals were. Chapter 490. The wrathful critique of the sword saint. The esteemed sword saint, Carcia, found himself blushing with embarrassment as he faced the scathing reprimand from the old fiend. Yet, he was unable to muster any indignation, for he was undeniably in the wrong. Deep down, he had been aware for quite some time. Chapter 491. Underhanded schemes. Nonsense, exclaimed the esteemed sword saint, Cassia, immediately incensed. I am unequivocally the Grand Commander appointed by His Majesty himself, thereby my superior. I undoubtedly possess the authority to issue commands. Chapter 492. Indignation. The perfect sword saint, Cassia, gazed upon his former subordinates and disciples as they stood in opposition to him, his heart racked with anguish. Suddenly, he could no longer contain his sorrow. After speaking, the old villain clapped his hands 3 times in quick succession. As the sound of his applause faded, a sudden commotion erupted around the grand tent where everyone was gathered. Upon hearing that the old villain intended to engage him in battle, Cassia was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly retorted, young man, are you jesting? Do you mean to say that you wish to confront me yourself? Chapter 495. Arrogance personified. Had the old demon struck with a staff or a sword, a weapon of solid form, Carcia would have successfully parried the blow with the thunderblade. However, the inquiry remains. Chapter 496. House arrest. After successfully defeating the flawless sword saint Cassia, the old villain was filled with exuberance, reveling in his triumph. Seizing the opportunity, he promptly ordered the confinement of Cassia and his. Chapter 497. The prince's visit. Keep it for yourself, Carlos shouted in exasperation. Hee. Seeing that Carlos was truly upset, the old rogue chuckled and said. Chapter 498. Exposure. You are absolutely right, Arthas exclaimed with a smile. Indeed, both the populous humans and orcs, unperturbed by casualties, are inclined to pursue a more conservative path, seeking to. Chapter 499. The confrontation. And then? Old Evil gritted his teeth. Then my father, the Emperor, made connections to your Naga lineage. And all this information combined. In truth, every time Old Evil beheld Juliet's solitary and sorrowful visage, he could not help but feel a pang of compassion. Yet, bound by circumstance, he found himself powerless to assist her, and could only. Chapter 501. Naga City. Naga City is, in fact, a relic of an ancient star elf city, albeit in a far more dilapidated state than the Gobi fortress of the old evil. Apart from the central structure. Chapter 502, Deliberation. Chapter 503, Persuasion. Of course not. Arthas exclaimed with a smile. He merely demonstrated the power of the star damage. The power of the star damage? How was it demonstrated? Arthas, fully aware that dissent was not an option, promptly bowed and replied, "At your command." However, the old villain did not share such a cheerful disposition, as he abruptly cast aside. Chapter 505, Catherine's Crisis. In the ensuing 2 days, everyone focused their efforts on recalibrating the plan. In truth, there was little to elaborate upon. It merely involved deliberately allowing the demon to infiltrate. Chapter 506, Grievances and Benefits. What advantages are there? Inquired the cunning Lon Faco with a direct smile. Lao Xie cast him a glance filled with irritation. Yet he was acutely aware that he was in need of assistance. Chapter 507, Prayer. When did that shadow swordsman emerge? Old Xie suddenly inquired. It was after he had been imprisoned for several decades that he finally transcended into the sacred realm, achieving. Chapter 508, The Royal Path. My dear, let us depart. I shall escort you to the Spring Palace. Without casting a glance at the ashes on the ground, the old rogue cheerfully addressed Catherine, saying, "It is said." Chapter 509, Discussion. Even the dwarves and elves support you? Catherine exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, I never imagined your influence had expanded to such an extent. This. Chapter 510, Taking Sides. This is precisely what I wanted to convey. He undoubtedly possesses a means to swiftly traverse between the imperial capital and the front lines. The Windblade Sword Saint remarked casually. Is your intelligence reliable? Chapter 511, Assassination. No. The Swift Wind Sword Saint firmly rejected. Our teacher has yet to clearly express support for Catherine. It would be futile for us to curry favor at this moment. Upon arriving at Catherine's chamber, the two of them crouched down in unison, quietly straining to listen. Before long, they discerned the sound of breathing from within, thereby confirming their target. Chapter 513, The turmoil. The commotion outside startled the astonished assassins, yet they exhibited no inclination to retreat. One among them promptly declared in a hushed tone, "I shall engage that one." Chapter 514, A Good Death. The leader of the spies is not foolish. Having engaged in espionage for many years, he is well aware of the intricacies surrounding the situation in the Griffin Kingdom. He has long understood that this matter is closely intertwined with the Third Prince. However, upon witnessing the Third Prince's uncharacteristic delight, Augustus furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his curiosity as he inquired, "Your Highness, this fellow was originally of little consequence, merely a member of the military." Chapter 516, Preparing for Action. Old Xie paid no heed to the grievances from the military. For one who held dominion over the Sea Demon clan and the Phantom Behemoth, the presence of 2 sword saints was of little consequence. Chapter 517, Windsor Castle. Windsor Castle is a magnificent fortress with a rich history spanning 5 centuries. Nestled deep within the mountains, 50 miles from the imperial capital, spanning thousands of acres, it is constructed in harmony with the surrounding hills, embracing. Chapter 518, The City in Ruins. Old Evil swaggered towards the castle's main gate, accompanied by the barbarians and the Cyclopes. They came to a halt approximately 200 meters from their adversaries, and then he boldly. Chapter 519, Re-encounter. At this moment, the Shadow Sword Saint was filled with a sense of grievance. In truth, if one were to be precise, he was the greatest victim of this assassination attempt. For according to Chapter 520, Challenge you scoundrels, the old mage bellowed in fury. These individuals are rare talents. In just a few decades, they could cultivate into several. Chapter 521, Instant Kill. Are they truly geniuses? Venus suddenly said with a hint of despondency. Every year, countless youths adorned with the title of genius emerge across the continent. Yet regrettably, most of them fade away upon reaching adulthood. Chapter 522, The Morning Streaker. Chapter 523, The Frustrated Emperor. Upon hearing the words of the old sorcerer, the master swordsman felt his face flush with embarrassment. With a resigned nod, he lamented, "Alas, I inadvertently allowed that scoundrel to slip away." Chapter 525, Successful Coup. Upon hearing this, the emperor found himself in a predicament. It is essential to note that restoring the official position signifies control over an army of 100,000. After much effort, he had finally wrested command of the military. Chapter 526, Farewell, Kasha. Brother Carlos, there is no need to be so formal with me. Catherine said, somewhat exasperated yet amused. "It is only right," Carlos replied earnestly. Chapter 527. The Great Thief What? Upon hearing this, Lao Xia immediately exclaimed, "You scoundrels from the imperial capital! Not only do you refuse to provide us with supplies, but you also indulge in feasting and drinking without paying a dime." Chapter 528. Room Inspection. Upon hearing Lao Xia's words, the Sword Saint of the Gale was rendered both amused and exasperated. He then threatened, "I must say, you are remarkably stingy, aren't you?" Chapter 529. Room Inspection 2. Upon hearing this, the Sword Saint of the Gale was instantly enraged, sneering, "Do we need to report to you about our actions? No, my subordinate did not mean that." Chapter 530. Inspection 3. The warehouse supervisor tremulously opened the storeroom and then, with great reluctance, pushed the door. The heavily armored Sword Saint could no longer contain his impatience and forcefully pushed it open. Chapter 531. The sudden appearance of the third prince. What nonsense! The Sword Saint of the Swift Wind scoffed. "Do you have any idea how much there is in a few storerooms? Even if 10 masters of the sacred realm were to attempt a theft, they would still need to." Chapter 532. Coercion and extortion. Having severed ties with the old villain, the third prince resolved to abandon any pretense of amiability. He coldly remarked, "My dear Lord Stephen, if I..." However, the old villain had no such reservations and immediately inquired with a grin, "Then how much have you embezzled? That is of no concern to you. Suffice it to say, it is hardly sufficient for your share." Chapter 534. Investigation. A few days later, the cunning elder successfully received the supplies sent by the third prince, all delivered in full accordance with his inventory. Among these, there were undoubtedly 2 esteemed individuals. Chapter 535. The distressed third prince. Oh. The leader of the spies hesitated for a moment, but then continued, "Your Majesty, it is said that Princess Catherine has not received her supplies for more than 2 months. Chapter 536. Pranking. In this scenario, Catherine's daily duty was merely to patrol the premises. Her fiery figure darted across the construction site, the legendary heroine who vanquished the Lich King. "What are you doing?" Arthas exclaimed, immediately incensed. "Of course, I am expressing my dissent." Old Evil bellowed even more furiously. Chapter 538. After the wine. The events that transpired thereafter can only be described as harrowing. The 3 individuals ensnared in the trap laid by the cunning old Xia were akin to meat on a chopping board, utterly at the mercy of his whims. Chapter 539. The Burning Invasion. Indeed. The Elven King immediately furrowed his brow and remarked, "It is quite possible that they will split into several factions to seize territory. If we only defend Naga City, then." Chapter 540. The legendary battle. Aware that formidable opponents awaited them, the demon lord Tex refrained from advancing his forces too close, establishing a steady position over 2,000 meters from the city gates. Chapter 541. The legendary battle. Too Old Evil possesses 4 arms. However, he still prefers to engage in combat using only 2. When all 4 arms are utilized simultaneously, it tends to create a sense of encumbrance. Chapter 542. The legendary battle. 3 Natasha pointed 10 fingers at the demon lord Tex and proclaimed loudly, "Grow for me." With Natasha's commanding shout, the demon lord. Chapter 543. A stunning turnaround. Nevertheless, Natasha's sacrifice was not entirely in vain. As she defended herself, she exerted force with her arms towards the right, while her head instinctively shifted to the left. Chapter 544. Unaware of death. Witnessing such a miraculous scene, all present could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Even the Elven King widened his eyes, his face a portrait of disbelief. Chapter 545. The most powerful flatulence in history. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gasps of the allied forces, the old evil materialized behind that individual, pressing closely against the nape of his neck. Then, with swift determination, old evil's hands reached out to seize. Chapter 546. Post-war. Other formidable contenders such as the champion knights of the Griffin Kingdom, the Pangolin Knights of the Dwarven race, and the Chaos Knights from the Chaos Duchy, all stand as exceptional choices, each possessing remarkable combat prowess. Chapter 547. The eve of great war. Having undeniably become the foremost hero of the allied forces, old evil has found his days much more comfortable. His remarkable performance, particularly that. Chapter 548. Mental fluctuation. As the Burning Legion made its arrangements, the allied forces were equally prepared. Naga City, built against the mountains, was inherently defensible and challenging to assault. Natasha organized the city's inhabitants. Chapter 549. The lethal starlight. Although I am unaware of their intentions, an ominous premonition envelopes me, for no one would inexplicably sacrifice over 10,000 precious offerings. Meanwhile, the 11 demon lords, accompanied by their beleaguered remnants, have hastily retreated and, within a matter of days, arrived before the first line of defense established by the Allied forces. Initially, Chapter 551. The transformation. In truth, they scarcely had half an hour to besiege one another. Merely a little over 10 minutes had elapsed when the next wave approached. Enough. Lao Xie scoffed with a disdainful smile, then brushed aside Natasha's hand, declaring, "Catherine is my cherished darling. How could I possibly disregard her well-being?" Chapter 553. The fury of Patton. Natasha was perplexed. Yet she understood that old Xie was never one to speak without reason. Since he had asserted such a statement, it was evident that there was a rationale behind it. Judging by the other party's demeanor, it was clear that. Chapter 554. Doubts. As for this matter, I am equally uncertain. The old mage, naturally, would not dare to carelessly divulge the secrets of the old evil. Thus he could only muster the courage to fabricate a lie. However, upon hearing this, Catherine was momentarily perplexed. Yet, she soon lifted her head and resolutely stated, "These are merely your conjectures after all." Chapter 556. Dividing the spoils. After escaping the encirclement, the two demonic lords immediately fled at breakneck speed, disregarding their direction. In their eyes, the only priority was to distance themselves from the pursuing group behind them. Chapter 557. The palace coup. The elven and beast tribes are formidable, with a plethora of skilled warriors among them, rendering them impervious to the machinations of lesser beings. However, the Griffin Kingdom finds itself in a precarious situation. Chapter 558. A clash of titans. It is essential to recognize that the individuals who have arrived are evidently here for the spoils belonging to the 5 demonic lords, and they carry with them a profound animosity. Perhaps in the past, there was a semblance of. Chapter 559. A shameful betrayal. Stephen Piritz exclaimed vehemently, "Do you no longer value our friendship?" "Oh, Piritz, it is you who has conspired." Chapter 560. A forceful entrance. Even the esteemed sword saint, an esteemed member of the faction aligned with the third prince, could not help but bow his noble head in profound shame amidst the cheers of the multitude. A few drops. Chapter 561. Retribution. Upon hearing Lao Xie's words, the dwarven folk immediately came to a realization. Understanding that Lao Xie wished to avoid escalating the matter further, providing them with a graceful exit. Although they. Chapter 562. Evasion. Due to the lingering electric energy of the old evil within the crown prince, rendering him utterly weakened and incapable of exerting any strength, he found himself utterly powerless against old evil's relentless onslaught of alcohol. Chapter 563. Betrayed by all. Upon hearing the old master's inquiry, the third prince was suddenly enveloped in a chill, akin to having a bucket of ice water doused upon him. The effects of 2 bowls of strong liquor dissipated in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the cataclysmic war had elapsed for nearly half a year, during which the Griffin Kingdom underwent a remarkable transformation. The once favored third prince ultimately faced. Chapter 565. Testament. How could he annihilate 20,000 yet remain unscathed? Moreover, he seemed to eradicate all living beings he encountered. Lao Xie then voiced his perplexity. Who exactly is this? Chapter 566. The sovereign of the continent. Upon hearing the name Testament, the majority of those present wore expressions of utter bewilderment, with the exception of the old mage, whose countenance immediately shifted, exclaiming in astonishment, "T." Chapter 567. The Sacred Mummy. Oh, so the history of the followers of the light god transforming into the undead spans such a lengthy period? Upon hearing the old evildoer's words, the old mage could not help but scoff. Chapter 568. The Instinct of Combat. What a convoluted tale this is. Upon hearing this, the emperor could not help but express his sentiments, and then he continued, "However, if Testament only." Chapter 569. The 3 Sacred Artifacts. You rascal. The old mage scolded with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Then, with a serious demeanor, he continued, "I am not jesting with you at this moment. To be frank, Testament is currently." Chapter 570. Plotting a conspiracy. Is it possible? The old mage was taken aback, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. Is he truly that formidable? If this individual is now roaming about, committing murder indiscriminately, we must. Chapter 571. The Prophecy Book. Wow, that's impressive. The two women exclaimed in unison. Constantine could not help but inquire further, when you defeated the perfect sword saint in the camp. Chapter 572. In a dilemma, Constantine exclaimed in astonishment, I have only heard of the revelation, but I have never encountered a divine artifact known as the Book of Prophecies. Chapter 573. Temptation. Having resolved his determination, the old fiend no longer hesitated and promptly began to contemplate the specifics of his plan. After all, the old demon had lived for several centuries and had witnessed. Chapter 574. The Vatican's reaction. Originally, the old villain believed that this matter would take at least a few days to resolve, as the significance of the situation was indeed monumental. Even Tampa, the diplomat responsible for an entire nation. Chapter 575. Farewell. Subsequently, the old villain personally escorted Tampa to the door. At the moment of parting, Tampa suddenly urged, My Lord Stephen, this matter is of great importance, in order to prevent any leakage. Chapter 576. Unexpected developments. Early the following morning, the old demon arrived at the Grand Cathedral of the Holy See. Tampa had been waiting here for quite some time, and upon seeing the old demon, he immediately greeted him with the utmost courtesy. Chapter 577. Encountering the divine. Upon hearing Princess Saint Roya's words, Lao Xia was not surprised, but rather filled with joy. He thought to himself, it seems that the situation has undergone a change. If Saint Roya truly intended to kill me, she would undoubtedly do so right here. Chapter 578. Paying homage to the mountain peak. This time, old Xia genuinely expressed his admiration. It is worth noting that even during his prime, old Xia could only force himself to teleport a little over 1,000 miles. Yet no one possessed such remarkable abilities as he did. Chapter 579. The Axe of Stark. Are we leaving now? Old Evil was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, I shall find a guide. With that, he intended to turn and leave. In truth, the size of the weapon was of little consequence to Old Evil. He could effortlessly refine it into a treasure, adjusting its dimensions to his liking. However, just as Old Evil was captivated by the allure of that sword's elegance, Tustaman finally regained his composure. Truly, a machine that fought with instinct, standing at the height of demigods. Chapter 582. A painful beating. In truth, Lao Xia intended to employ an extraordinary technique from the realm of cultivation, specifically the cultivation of a second primordial spirit. He planned to utilize the corpse of Tustaman as a medium, refining it into his own. Chapter 583. Subduing Tustaman. At that moment, Skart was suddenly struck with astonishment as he discovered something remarkable, the hands of the old villain. Chapter 584. Hidden Agendas. Haha. We have both received an unexpected delight. For you, Tustaman is a rare treasure, while for me, you surpass Tustaman. Chapter 585. Seclusion. Chapter 586. The test. Contemplating the one-year pact he had with the god of radiance, the old villain could no longer afford to be negligent. He hurriedly commenced the study of the few divine arts that he could comprehend. Chapter 587. Emerging from seclusion. Who possesses the ability to unleash spells capable of shattering space? Lao Xia inquired urgently. At the very least, it requires a demigod-level expert. Chapter 588. A long-awaited reunion. Old Xia rubbed his eyes and scrutinized once more. This time, he was certain, without a doubt, it was indeed the magical tower belonging to the Stephen family, adorned with its distinctive patterns. All right, enough with the trivialities. Old Xia muttered with dissatisfaction, then furrowed his brow and inquired, Now, let's discuss serious matters. Tell me, over the past decade. Chapter 590. The Titan Pantheon. In contrast to the prevailing decline within the realm of the Griffin, the development at the Fortress of the Fearless is markedly more promising. This is largely attributed to the presence of those formidable high-level entities, which have drawn a significant influx of dwarven artisans from the neighboring kingdom. Chapter 591. The Blue Rose. Do not concern yourself with this. I have my own ingenious plan. Old Xia declared with great satisfaction. The old sorcerer, well aware of Old Xia's capabilities, remained silent as he observed him. Chapter 592. Come at me, why not? Constantine pouted and smiled, then directly said to Heidi's sister, Show this fellow the Blue Rose. Chapter 593. Departure. Upon witnessing the stunning visage of this delicate beauty, a single punch was sufficient to send a fourth-level troll warrior tumbling like a rolling gourd. Klars and another troll warrior were instantly rendered speechless. Chapter 594. Encounter with a robber. Upon hearing Lao Xia's words, Constantine was momentarily taken aback. only to swiftly realize that her current predicament was no longer the same as before. In the past, she. Chapter 595. The comical battle. All who beheld the arrow were momentarily rendered speechless. In that instant, an identical question echoed in their minds. Why is such a skewed arrow? Chapter 596. Capturing the second leader. At that moment, the women from Constantine were unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment upon witnessing the scene. Only Heidi looked on with disdain, clearly recognizing the old villain. It must be said that the execution methods on this continent were rather subpar, essentially revolving around one word, to whip. In simpler terms, it was merely a reflection of a bygone era. Chapter 598. Encountering Crisis. Again, the so-called sea agate is a rare magical material derived from the depths of the ocean. Due to its scarcity and the difficulties associated with its harvesting, it has always commanded a high price. Chapter 599. Lancer. In an instant, Lancer was rendered motionless, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. He rubbed his eyes twice, scrutinizing the scene before him, and only then could he affirm with certainty that it was indeed. Following the initial shock, Lancer swiftly regained his composure and respectfully inquired, "May I ask, esteemed sir, who you are?" as he turned to face. Chapter 601. Dark Chess. Upon hearing Lancer's desperate attempts to recruit him against the invincible fortress, Lao Xie found himself in a state of bemusement, silently reflecting. Am I not the master of the invincible fortress? How could you? Chapter 602. The Order of Paladins. In other words, while the old mage can create one formidable creature, others are capable of conjuring 20. However, in terms of combat prowess, although the old mage's creature may possess a slight edge. Chapter 603. Greed. My dear nephew, you underestimate me far too much. Am I truly so foolish? The middle-aged man chuckled softly and said, Let me tell you, in fact, I have long. Chapter 605. Farewell to the Pope. Yes. Tiras exclaimed loudly, Rest assured, my lord, I will take care of him properly. Men, seize them all. Chapter 606. Inquiring for news. The Pope dismissed the idle onlookers and arranged for the accommodation of Constantius and his companions. Thus, only the old rascal and the Pope remained in the room. It was at this moment that the old rascal finally spoke. Chapter 607. The Fall of Yami. This is the Holy Palace, which has stood here for 10,000 years, being the earliest structure in the radiant imperial city. It could even be said that the entire imperial city is built around it. Chapter 608. Have I ever lost? Haha. It turns out my background is so solid. Upon hearing this, the old villain felt an immediate surge of emotion in his heart. Chapter 609. Scheming. Chapter 610. The Crystal Ball. Upon hearing Constantine's words, the old villain was rendered speechless, for he was acutely aware that, given the steadfast tempers of Catherine and Duke Hercules, only. Chapter 611. The Vision of Airship Technology. Chapter 612. Arrival at the imperial capital. Is it truly as grave as you say? Inquired the old mage with curiosity. Is it not severe? Replied the old rogue disdainfully, when it comes to technology. Chapter 613. First encounter with the Titans. At that moment, a peculiar voice with a deep tone suddenly echoed, inquiring who dared to confront our Titan race. As the voice lingered, a figure clad in blue. Chapter 614. The Brawl. Though the assassin's skills were not employed to amplify his power, with Lao Xie currently possessing a formidable level 7 strength, coupled with the grotesquely overwhelming might of the Behemoth, his full-force strike. After the two Titans of the divine race had healed Parker, they raised their heads to behold Lao Xie's smug expression, their fury reaching a boiling point as they nearly simultaneously roared in anger. Chapter 616. The City Gate. Originally, Lao Xie had brought merely over 1,000 men, and with the addition of the welcoming mages, the total barely reached 2,000. However, as Lao Xie and his companions majestically exited the academy. Chapter 617. The Imperial Palace. Death is the only outcome, declared the Sword Saint of the Gale with solemnity. Oh dear. Upon hearing this, the old evil became instantly irked and retorted, I must say, you should refrain from speaking. Chapter 618. Breaking through. The perfect Sword Saint, Cassia, was so infuriated by the words of the old villain that he nearly coughed up blood. However, the truth of the matter left him utterly speechless and unable to refute. Thus, in a state of utter helplessness. Chapter 619. Audience. Well, what about it? Chuckled the wind blade Sword Saint. Why don't you speak up? Just you wait, retorted the heavy armor Sword Saint, his anger flaring in embarrassment. Chapter 620. The prince transforms into a frog. The shadow sword saint, upon noticing that the old villain had directed his spear at him, was immediately taken aback. He hastily replied, "Young Stephen, I am merely acting under orders. You need not." Chapter 621. The Emperor is not. Moreover, this young man has managed to subdue the 4 legendary masters of the Titan Divine Clan, which illustrates the terrifying extent of his power. The Wind Blade Sage also expressed his difficulty in grasping the situation. Chapter 622. Deterrence, my dear. You tell him. Old Sia said to Juliet with a smile. All right, Juliet replied. Then she removed her veil. Chapter 623. Returning home, haha. Old Sia said, somewhat awkwardly. It's really nothing much. If it weren't for your father's excessive actions, I wouldn't have bothered to argue with him. Upon comprehending the intricate connections, Frank, naturally unwilling to remain idle, promptly issued a command for all personnel to remain on high alert, ensuring that the entire imperial capital. Chapter 626. The Titan branch, however, they merely lost a wager to you, which leaves me concerned that they may harbor resentment. It is possible that their apparent submission is merely a fade, while secretly they plot. Chapter 627. The Blessing of the Goddess Goblin? How could such a despicable creature possibly produce alchemical products of such high caliber? Stark immediately expressed his skepticism, saying, My lord, you. Chapter 628. The Agreement, I do not know. Stark replied with a shake of his head. Let me enlighten you. It is less than 10 pounds. Old Sia said solemnly. Which means, when you open your mouth. Chapter 629. The Terrifying Gift List. A great crowd erupted into hearty laughter, including even the likes of Old Sia and Juliet, leaving only Alsace with a face flushed with indignation. Chapter 631. Perverse power. Very well, it is settled. Arthas immediately agreed. But what if you cannot lift it? The old evil chuckled slyly. No, quite the opposite. I am here to save the elven race. The old evil replied nonchalantly. Are you sure you're not running a fever? Arthas responded in kind. Chapter 633. The Divine and the Strange. No. The immortal of non-aging immediately shook his head. The accounts cannot be settled in this manner. Firstly, the costs of materials vary significantly. For an ordinary person, he naturally only. Chapter 634. An unexpected visitor. Must it truly be this way? The Elven King sighed with a bitter smile. It appears those individuals no longer pose any threat to you, do they? Cutting the grass without uprooting it. Chapter 635. The Dark Realm. Ah, thank you, my lord. The uninvited guest, Juliet, snapped out of her stupor upon the reminder from the elder and quickly bowed her head in gratitude, then extended her hand to receive the necklace. Chapter 636. Assassination mission. Of course, feel free to ask. The Light. Chapter 637. Farewell to the Fairy Dragon. Chapter 638. Treatment. At this moment, the sacred dragon Kasha lay feebly upon the grand bed. Although there appeared to be no evident ailment, his complexion was dreadfully pale, and the magical fluctuations surrounding him were exceedingly faint. Hey, you two. Are you playing tricks on me? Lao Xia suddenly remarked with a sly grin directed at Kasha. What? I do not comprehend what you are saying. Chapter 640. Team formation. Upon returning to the invincible fortress, the old villain promptly summoned the Titan Quartet. Without any unnecessary preamble, he stated directly, You must prepare immediately. Chapter 641. Arrival in the Dark Realm. When the old demon awoke from the brief disorientation of the teleportation, he suddenly opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in impenetrable darkness, unable to discern anything around him. At the same time, his body. Chapter 642. The loneliness of the master. As the holy dragon Kasha and the young hellhound engaged in a passionate entanglement, Bat and his companions confronted another fully grown hellhound. Chapter 643. Forbidden spell. Upon witnessing the demise of its companion, the dark hellhound engaged in battle with Hoff and Barton was instantly consumed by a profound rage. It let out a furious roar and forcefully kicked Barton aside. Are you referring to the boss? Parker scoffed. Is there even a need to ask? He has undoubtedly been reduced to mere ashes. To be fair, this fellow has truly been insufferably arrogant. Chapter 645. The Lair. At this moment, Saint Dragon Cassius sensed something amiss and hurriedly inquired. Hey, little Stephen, who is your teacher? How could he frighten these titans to such an extent? To turn or not to turn, that was indeed a dilemma. After a considerable internal struggle, Old Evil engaged in a battle of wits, ultimately deciding to investigate further. Although the task was akin to overturning Dom. Chapter 647. The true treasure, it is understandable why old Sieth thinks this way. After all, artifacts are predominantly weapons and armor, with jewelry being a rarity. Therefore, if the three-headed demon of the dark abyss. Chapter 648. The small tent before the old evil stood a colossal mound, an assemblage of various exquisite items, including weapons, armor, and even belongings of mounts. The old evil quietly assessed the condition of Tustaman, discovering that he had merely sustained some shock and incurred slight injuries. However, there was no grave concern. Chapter 650. Arrival at the camp. Despite the formidable strength of the traders from the Radiant God clan, within the Shadow Realm, they are but shadows themselves. When engaged in battle, they are compelled to reveal. Chapter 651. The Tavern of Shadows. Indeed, although our establishment is managed with a certain leniency, there are 2 points you must take heed of, Kos hastily remarked. First, everything we possess is. Chapter 652. Frenzied Rampage. Although this trading zone is not particularly expansive, it is replete with an abundance of goods, which, for the likes of Lao Xie and his unsophisticated companions, holds considerable allure. After all this. Chapter 653. Departure. It was merely yesterday when those newcomers arrived. They were indeed extremely fortunate, as if fortune had smiled upon them. Chapter 654. Pursuit. Nonsense. If you don't believe me, just ask her. The old fiend casually summoned the succubus, saying, "You tell him, do I not owe you for the lodging?" Chapter 655. Who kills whom? Do you not know who I am? The leading demigod was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into hearty laughter. Ha, this is delightful. In truth, you need not concern yourselves with this. Chapter 656. The Curse of Revenge. Old Evil leisurely observed the battle from the sidelines. Witnessing Kasia and her companions, 6 or 7 in total, struggling against Misri, who was inflicting such devastation upon them, he could not help but mockingly exclaim, "Oh dear." Chapter 657. The 2 brothers. All right, the trouble has been resolved. The old villain clapped his hands and said, "Look, wasn't he that easy?" Indeed, the adults are formidable. Stark hurriedly praised. Chapter 658. The Ruins of the Razor Camp. Who are they? The leader subsequently inquired with a fierce tone. They are a group of adventurers, consisting of 6 individuals, accompanied by a spectral behemoth. Chapter 659. Mrs. Turner. Upon hearing the words of that woman, those around could not help but chuckle softly. Only the gentleman named Spark felt so embarrassed that he nearly wished to disappear into a crevice in the ground, even the one assisting him. Chapter 660. The banquet. Very well. I shall express my opinion as well. Old Xie then feigned a cough and proceeded to state, Spark, regarding today's matter, it is entirely. Chapter 661. The Vow of Love. Upon hearing Lady Connaught's words, Old Xie furrowed his brow slightly and ventured cautiously, Madam, we are but novices, and I fear we lack the capacity for such. Chapter 662. The Plan. Indeed, there is a story. Lady Kona explained that this sword is an artifact produced in a highly civilized magical realm, and it is said that its first owner. Chapter 663. The Gem Dragon. Chapter 664. The Dragon Lich. To speak candidly, my purpose for venturing into the Shadow Realm is to pursue a certain individual, who is currently concealed within your encampment. The old sorcerer stated, I require your assistance to. Chapter 665. The Transaction. Indeed. The Gem Dragon broke into a somewhat smug smile and said, over a month ago, we received a distress signal from a higher dragon clan, claiming to be under attack by a dragon. Chapter 666. The Frenzied Procurement. The Gem Dragon Polas hesitated for a moment and inquired, what if we refuse? Alas! The old demon immediately shook his head vigorously. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the reckless actions of Kasia and her companions sparked an uproar within the Polis camp. Countless envious gazes encircled them. Chapter 668. Cabron. Upon realizing that no one continued to bid, the old rogue immediately cast a displeased glance at Kasia. At this moment, Kasia was acutely aware that trouble had arisen, feeling somewhat guilty and apprehensive. Chapter 669. The Empire of Nasalfa. Upon hearing the words of the old villain, Cabron felt a twinge of guilt. However, this was, after all, in the presence of many. Is that so? Let us hope so. The old villain nonchalantly remarked. Now, can we not turn our attention to the matter at hand? Chapter 671. A grand gamble. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Lao Xie quickly discerned that reasoning with others today would prove futile. The individual peddling the magic artillery would undoubtedly refrain from aiding him. Thus, Lao Xie decided to, confronted by a throng of semi-divine experts. Beads of cold sweat began to materialize on the forehead of Lefous, while Lao Xie maintained an air of nonchalance. Chapter 673. The plan. Lefouzi was immediately taken aback by the old villain's reckless determination, which suggested he was willing to face mutual destruction. Overwhelmed, he dared not utter another word and hastily exclaimed, "I concede, I concede." Chapter 674. Preparing for battle. Thank you. However, Lao Xie shrugged and replied, "There is no need for that. I can handle that fellow by myself. Too many people would only be a burden. That isolation." Chapter 675. Face to face. Of course, this is an effortless task. Porath quickly nodded in agreement. "Thank you." Old Xie replied with a slight smile, and then continued. "As for the rest." Chapter 676. A surprise sigh. "Must we truly take action?" The old villain said with a hint of resignation. "In truth, you ought to perceive that I can still exert a slight influence over the higher-ups." At this moment, the valley had completely transformed into a fierce battlefield, with the elements unleashed at a magnitude exceeding 1,000, flames, meteors, ice, and hurricanes. Chapter 678. The night parade of 100 demons. It is akin to the current injuries of Misa, which could be healed within a few days in the realm of the God of Light. Even in an ordinary dimension, it would take approximately a fortnight. Chapter 679. A question. The most formidable aspect of the night parade of 100 demons formation lies not in its direct offensive capabilities, but rather in the terrifying illusions and psychological impacts it conjures, particularly in its ability to conceal. Chapter 680. The eerie victory. As the old villain indulged in his chaotic thoughts, the liberated Misasi did not willingly surrender herself as he had imagined. Instead, she exhibited a demeanor of compassion. Chapter 681. A great trouble. After clearing the spoils of war, the old demon meticulously stowed away the grand formation of the 100 Demons' Night March, erasing all traces to prevent others from studying it. Subsequently, the old demon ascended into the valley. Chapter 682. Encountering a formidable foe. The shadow ghost bird measures approximately 7 to 8 meters in length, possessing strength ranging between level 7 and level 8. Occasionally, there are demigod-level sovereigns that manifest, typically emerging from large colonies. Chapter 683. Frantic dash. Upon hearing this, the old evil was taken aback, swiftly turning his head to observe. Indeed, he discovered that two formidable beings had appeared around the shadow demon, Slaras. One was a faint specter. Chapter 684. Mutation. Though the old evildoers initially fled with great speed, as the number of magical beasts increased and their strength intensified, the brute force approach of Tusta. Chapter 685. Rapid assault. Haha. I have finally discovered the answer. It turns out the secret to mastering the Mark of Light lies here. As long as one possesses the ability to wield fire, one can slightly tap into its essence. Chapter 686. A Pyrrhic victory. The anguished cries of the two night demons swiftly alerted Liana, who was still engaged in battle. Upon witnessing such a significant loss among her ranks, she could no longer muster the will to continue fighting. Chapter 688. Farewell to the deity. As the old villain was ushering people out, he specifically instructed Siwen, saying, "Guard the entrance for me. Unless I personally emerge, no one is permitted to enter." Chapter 689. Appraisal. Behold. With a subtle smile, the old devil presented one of the divine artifacts he had collected. It was a metal bracelet, no wider than a finger, intricately engraved with. Chapter 690. The mobile divine kingdom. It is possible that even in a place as treacherous as the Dark Domain, an ordinary subartifact would take over 100,000 years to be eroded and rendered ineffective. As for the lifespan of the three-headed hellhound. Chapter 691. Mara. Upon hearing the words of the radiant god, the old evil felt a slight embarrassment. Scratching his head before responding with a smile, "I am indeed yearning for freedom, yet compared to..." Chapter 692. The secret of the stone tablet. Why is it so little? Just a single drop? Mara expressed her dissatisfaction. "Of course, it is merely a drop," came the retort. "Could it be that you..." Chapter 693. The Great Wish Technique. Are you familiar with the ancient divine race? The god of radiance suddenly inquired. The ancient divine race? Malachi exclaimed in astonishment. You mean those legendary beings, the most? Chapter 694. Officially becoming an apprentice. What? Your tone suggests a sense of discontent. The god of radiance chuckled. Would you rather remain a mortal with a finite lifespan than embrace the eternal? Chapter 695. The Mighty World Tree. Haha. The old villain could not restrain his laughter. Then he inquired with a chuckle. Did you not consider aiding your master at that time? Are you not afraid of his demise? Chapter 696. The path to wealth, yet you have still succumbed. The old villain could not help but deliver a blow. It was because they had greater numbers and possessed the formidable Sky City as a weapon. Chapter 697. The substitute puppet. It truly disappoints me. The old villain could not help but express his frustration. Do your elders hold me in such contempt? Chapter 698. The potion of magical amplification. After finally waiting for Constantine to settle down, she eagerly grasped the old demon's hand and asked excitedly, My dear, where are we? Are we in another realm? Chapter 699. The founding of the nation. This young man is indeed cunning. The elven king sighed helplessly and said, Very well. Let us converse in an official capacity. Chapter 700. Future plans. Yes, it is nearly like this. The legendary seer Natasha remarked with a sense of contemplation. However, while it may seem simple to articulate, the execution is fraught with challenges. Chapter 701. Farewell to Palasser. Upon the mention of the vulnerability associated with food, Natasha instantly withered, reluctantly shaking her head with a bittersweet smile, conceding, All right, you win. Let it be as you wish. Chapter 702. Business discussions. The Titans also arrived today, eagerly awaiting Lao Xie and Palaise from early morning. Now that everyone is gathered, Lao Xie hastily introduced them to one another. This is Chapter 703. The Beast Clan's provocation. Although Mrs. Turna has realized her mistake, her status prevents her from easily conceding or retracting her position. Thus, she is left with no choice but to. Chapter 704. Beast Monarch. However, although Natasha is unable to defy the commands of the church, she can still leverage her status and immense influence to render the church's orders ineffective in the. Chapter 705. The High Priestess. In response to the flattery directed at the Beast Emperor, Natasha displayed no signs of surprise or flattery. Instead, she retorted with a hint of sarcasm. I have been well these past years, and one might say it is also thanks to. Chapter 706. The Sacrificial Council. The Grand Priest posed a piercing question that caught the legendary seer Natasha off guard. Fortunately, she was a seasoned sage, quickly regaining her composure. Indeed, this was all a man-made disaster. That malevolent woman should be held accountable for it. With an abundance of grain at her disposal, she could only watch helplessly as her. Chapter 708. Revisiting the past. Upon hearing the words of the Beast Emperor, the High Priest surprisingly did not erupt in anger. Instead, he bowed his head in contemplation. In the eyes of the High Priest, Natasha's personal happiness, while significant. Oh no! Vebeton exclaimed in astonishment. You actually discarded the newborn child into the river? How could you possibly do such a thing? Chapter 710. Surprise attack. As they beheld the bloodied head of the Beast Emperor soaring through the air before crashing to the ground, everyone present, be it the Grand High Priest, Natasha, or the other priests, was left in stunned silence. Chapter 711. Fierce battle. A crimson aura erupted like a bomb, instantly exploding forth. The three individuals at the forefront were immediately propelled away, unlike the previous encounter with Natasha. Chapter 712. Breakthrough. Outside the Naga city, several elders from the Naga and Merfolk clans had been waiting at the teleportation array. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, and the old demon appeared within the teleportation circle, surrounded by. Chapter 713. The reappearance of stellar damage. Upon witnessing Natasha and her companions emerge fiercely, the warriors of the Beast clan were initially taken aback, only to be filled with overwhelming joy shortly thereafter. To them, the Naga tribe merely relied on the fortifications of their city. Chapter 714. Oath. Upon hearing the Beast Emperor's conjecture, those present were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, someone exclaimed, Your Excellency, it is indeed a possibility. The multitude of beast warriors, numbering in the tens of thousands, were rendered speechless upon hearing Natasha's solemn vow. They found themselves utterly perplexed. After all, if Natasha. Chapter 716. A disheartening defeat. After receiving the Beast Emperor's words of solace, the crowd's spirits were somewhat lifted. They ceased to pay heed to Natasha's provocations, silently following the silhouette of her retreating figure into the distance. Chapter 717. Each with their own calculations. The Beast King cast a cold glance at him, and then said, This ability of mine can only absorb the life energy of the Grand High Priest. It cannot access his memories. Otherwise, I. Chapter 718. A land of flames. Are you not just stating the obvious? Weibo could not help but chuckle wryly. Certainly not. Natasha replied with a smile. Let us not forget that. Chapter 719. Encounter confronted with the formidable invasion of the Naga tribe, the beastmen found themselves caught off guard. Moreover, their already scattered settlements made it exceedingly difficult for them to unite. Chapter 720. Thousand Feather Mountain. While the beast emperor basked in his triumph. Lying in wait at Thunder Valley, Natasha and her companions arrived at the outskirts of the Great Marsh. Within the beast clan, discussions surrounding. Chapter 721. Persuasion indeed. A valid point. Schubert promptly suggested, why not invite Chief Lick to personally embark on a journey to Chinyu Mountain for negotiations? As long as this endeavor. Chapter 722. Blood battle. Since the arrival of Chief Lick at Chinyu Mountain, he has felt as if he had entered paradise, indulging in the finest food, donning the most exquisite garments, and enjoying the most enchanting evenings.